I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Bestow. Once their commander was defeated, the subordinates stood out to lead their ruined army. They faced powerful enemies and obtained an unimaginable victory. Indeed, this is how a hero should be. Leylin nodded inside. His thought process was completely based off some melodramatic models in his previous life, but it appeared to be popular in this world too. After placating the soldiers and ridding himself of Raphania, Leylin left the camp in the name of investigating the situation. Young master, Tiff appeared from the shadows. You did well. What harvest did you reap? Leylin asked calmly. Leylin's plan had two parts, one in the open and one in the shadows. In the open, he would attract all the attention onto himself, while in secret, Tiff had brought his men to the vicinity. This is why he had allowed Lancashire to get in contact with the opponents and reveal the location of their camp, allowing for the attack. While the wee creatures turned out in full strength, Tiff would destroy their nest. Meanwhile, with the perfect timing, they could also take care of the siege surrounding them. While Leylin alone could not match up to the joint attack of the high-ranked Werebeasts, he would crush them in terms of intelligence. Their camp was very strictly guarded and they recovered very quickly. We only managed to break through a part of the surrounding camp and did not manage to get to the core campsite. Tiff looked serious as he produced a scroll with powerful spell remnants. However, it had obviously been used once already. Based on the traces on the outside, their goal seems to be to slaughter dragons. Slaughtering dragons? Leylin froze slightly. Dragons naturally still existed in this world, and they were extraordinary high-grade beings. They were also considered a legendary species, purebloods of which could naturally become legends upon reaching adulthood. With skin that was basically immune to magic, they were effectively the children of the gods. The group of high-grade Werebeasts had conspired for a long time, and it was obviously not to kill a few mixed bloods or subspecies. They would probably target an adult dragon, a legend. Why would they slaughter dragons? Leylin pondered over this. While the heroes of human legend gained benefits and divine items upon slaughtering dragons, he knew that things weren't quite as simple. The dragon race was very powerful, and they had their own backers. If one were tainted with the vengeance of a dragon's soul, they would be pursued with hatred by the entire dragon race. Even historically, unless the heroes that slayed dragons had strong backing, few ended up well. On top of that, not every one of those dragons were wealthy enough to rival a country. Wanting to make a fortune off slaying dragons was just a fantasy. Of course, many Werebeasts were lunatics, and they could not be judged by normal standards. Could it be a ceremony for the god of the hunt? A legendary dragon would be enough for the god to show his grace. With a god acting, the dragons could do nothing even if they harbored a grudge. But what they would lose from this would be far too much to bear. Unless there's something else that's attracting the higher-ups of the Werebeasts, Leylin muttered to himself and asked Tiff, "Have you found their target?" He first unrolled the scroll Tiff had gotten. There was a map of the northern lands here, with detailed markings of the various villages, mountain ranges, forests and rivers. Even the copy Leylin had made with the AI chip's records was only slightly better than this, and a map with this much detail would absolutely fetch a great price in the northern lands. On one mountain range was a little blood-red mark of a beast tooth, looking formidable and evil. Tiff pointed at the mark on the map. There was a label beside it, the Nether Mountains. I used memory retrieval used on a few slaves. This should be their goal. The Werebeasts have received intel of the existence of an adult red dragon there through various means. They aim to behead it, he answered with certainty. While memory retrieval was thought to be a sinister spell, neither Leylin nor Tiff cared about it. Nether Mountains. The red dragon, Leylin mumbled, the glint in his eyes brightening. All of a sudden, his eyes suddenly flashed as the Nether Mountains combined with an incomplete image of the map formed by the AI. Chip, AI, Chip, show me the part of the northern lands where the inheritance of the arcanists could be, he immediately commanded inside. The AI, Chip worked quickly, and a slightly blurred map appeared with a few tags. This map was something Leylin had copied from the notebook of the arcanist. Sadly, with the passing of generations, most of the map was lost even with the magical protection. Leylin looked unperturbed as the AI chip copied a version of the map from the scroll and overlapped them. As expected, seeing the location where the arcanist inheritance was and the beast tooth marking match up, Leylin's eyes flashed with understanding. Tiff beside him obviously could not see changes in the AI chip, but he knew that Leylin had discovered something. Still, he did not ask. This was smart of Tiff, and Leylin could not help but nod inside. Red Dragon, Werebeasts, the Arcanist, what is the relation between the three? Did those Werebeasts obtain clues of the Arcanist inheritance? Or am I thinking too much, and they purely want to offer a sacrifice to Malar? Leylin's eyes flashed with all sorts of emotions, but then went still. Whatever it is, the Werebeasts must be wiped out. Leylin made up his mind. He put a silver mask on his face, and his eyes turned a frightening red and white. Terrifying unstable strength burst forth from his body. In that moment, he changed into his identity of the Divine Devil. My lord, Tiff changed his method of addressing Leylin, knowing that he wanted to hide his identity. All right, let's go see the underlings you recruited. Leylin nodded, the glow of fly coming forth from his body. In a hidden valley, Leylin stood on high ground to look at the underlings Tiff had brought. Almost all of them were scattered around secretly, being of various races. The only commonality was the bloody and savage aura they possessed, making people fearful at the sight of them. Welcome, brothers of my sect. Leylin now wore the robes of a high priest. His clothes that were lined with gold fluttered in the air, making him appear splendidly luxurious. Tiff stood behind him respectfully, emphasizing Leylin's status. The winged serpent god Kukulkan is a powerful and rewarding god. Leylin scanned through these men who would be considered the trash of their races. They had no faith to speak of, and only believed in strength. This was how they were subdued by Tiff. As long as you believe in our god, you will then be rewarded. Leylin saw the looks of disbelief in their eyes and pointed at a beastman wrapped in beast skin. You, come here. What is it? The beastman had the head of a lion and a sturdy body filled with muscles and scars. There was a rebellious look on his face. You will receive the blessing of our god. Leylin's arms wrapped around himself as he moved in a modest and respectful way. When it came to acting as a medium, Leylin had nothing to learn. Meanwhile, powerful energy undulations exploded from his body, filled with a dignified and heavy aura. Even the air was beginning to freeze. HS's, a bundle of flames in the air turned into a strange giant snake with 2 wings. The giant snake's pupils were trained on the lion-headed man, and a terror from his very soul got him to kneel, body quivering. My master, the mighty winged serpent god, Kukulkan. I finally meet you again. Tiff, who was at the side, knelt down piously. My master is the only serpent of the world and possesses boundless strength. Your mighty divine force can swallow the heavens. Leylin began to chant ceremonial verses, and a black ray of light descended from the snake's mouth, falling on the lion-headed man. Boom! The moment the black light descended, it turned into the most ferocious of flames for an instant as it wrapped him within itself. Miserable cries sounded out from within. Such a terrifying scene left the audience silent in their fear. However, before they could even think that Leylin was reprimanding him, the figure of the winged serpent god and the black flames had dissipated, revealing the figure of the lion-headed man. However, there was now a huge change to his body. His golden fur was now completely black, and there was even a black skull brand. This, he touched his body after the transformation, looking to be in disbelief. My master has enlightened you with abilities in magic, transforming you into a sorcerer. Leylin's eyes were aimed at the ground as he spoke calmly. Sorcerer. The dark lion-headed being looked puzzled, and then lifted his right arm. Demonic magic rays lit up on his body, and the black skull brand on his body flickered layer by layer. This was summon undead. Crash. The ground split open, and numerous incomplete skeletons crawled up. It's really magic. This is a sorcerer. How terrifying. He can actually bestow the gift of magic and sorcery. Amongst the stunned looks, the lion-headed man immediately knelt in his ecstasy. My god, the winged serpent god. I believe in you. As a professional who specialized in physical attacks, just a bit of magic would be a huge help to him. The lion-headed man sensed that he now possessed the power of a sorcerer of at least rank 5, and there even seemed to be a possibility of raising this strength. How could he not be delighted to the point of insanity? When compared to the rewards, his faith was nothing. Winged serpent god, you are the serpent of the world and possess boundless strength. The eyes of the others began to shine as they started to pray, voices filled with sincere piety. Once more, faith is actually a contract between gods and mortals. Mortals place their faith in the gods, and in return they receive divine skills. When they die, their souls will have the right to advance to the kingdom of the god. Leylin watched those fellows who were fit to be ordinary believers with bright eyes. If they receive more benefits in return, they won't hesitate to make offerings and worship even a bogus god. This is why there are still so many worshippers of devils and demons in this world. Of course, there was a limit to the worshippers that gods took in. They naturally couldn't bestow their divinity without restriction, or they would make a loss. They could possibly lose a chunk of their divine force, even their godhood. Leylin was currently in the early stages of building the foundation of his church. He had to give first believers more benefits than normal. How else would he attract the faith of others and have them believe in this non-existent feathered serpent god? As his main body was still in deep slumber, he was completely unable to respond to his followers' prayers and bestow them with divine skills. In reality, that winged Targaryen phantom and the bestowal of the sorcery was all part of a show that Leylin had fabricated and performed with this body. Given that he was but a part of the main soul, even Tiff wouldn't be able to discover any flaws once he disguised himself. As for the magic-like abilities, although those with bloodlines in this world could only rely on what they inherited, Leylin had no fear of bloodline transformation experiments. He was already a mid-ranked 7 warlock after all. Warlocks had always been the best among those who possessed bloodlines. Leylin himself had reached great peaks in the use of bloodline energy, and to use a few captured bloodlines to manufacture a few fake sorcerers did not take much effort. Of course, in the world of gods, this was a miracle that only gods, demons and devils could achieve, explaining the fervent looks of these men. Sorcery could even be passed on to their children. These benefits were attractive enough to make his subordinates gather around the Church of Kulukan, and unite under its name for the time being. They were all ready to drench themselves in blood and fight for Leylin. Another voice sounded at this moment, and Leylin's lips lifted even higher than before. Beep. Rank 3 Weave Analysis, 100%. Host body has obtained all Rank 3 spell models. Spell Amnesia has been blocked automatically. Casting of Rank 3 spells no longer requires materials. The analysis of the third level of the weave had already been at the final leg, and now the conditions were ripe enough for it to complete. Leylin couldn't help but feel that the World Origin Force was watching over and taking care of him. Gods always achieved success. None were unfavored by the World Origin Force, and they were said to be the World Will's darlings. Seems like the dormant will of the world of gods can't control the World Origin Force anymore. There's a vacancy for me, EH. The edges of Leylin's lips spread even wider. In the name of our god, let's make war. Kukulkan. Kukulkan. Everyone's thirst for battle had already reached its peak. Of course, Leylin wouldn't admit that he had intentionally influenced this. Within the high-ranked Wee creature camp in the Moonwood. Damn it, there are actually other humans. The Wee creature commander ruthlessly flung a trembling Wee creature onto the ground as he huffed. Luckily, only the outskirts were taken down, and they didn't reach the core camp. The Wee creature priest on the other side added coldly as he held onto his human bone staff. We need to tighten security across the entire camp. I'm ready to carry out a large-scale sacrificial ceremony for our Lord's favor. He'll send out hunters from his kingdom to assist us. The lesser god of the hunt, Malar, was a gigantic monster similar to apes and monkeys. It didn't get rid of most of its bestial characteristics after it successfully deified, and had a morbid thirst for slaughter. The hunters were an exotic species in Malar's kingdom, and they were created specifically to hunt prey. The weakest of them was more powerful than a high-ranked professional, and if the sacrifices of his followers in the mortal world pleased Malar, he would even open up a passage to dispatch the elite forces of his kingdom. Although such forces from the heavens were definitely a little weaker as compared to an incarnated deity, the advantage was that they could be replenished without much heartache. Hunters. The highly ranked Wee creature grimaced. The sacrificial offering required clearly cost him dear. Our forces were already enough, but in order to ensure nothing will go wrong, let's go ahead with that. I believe, if we can use the legendary red dragon as an offering in a moment, our master will surely be very pleased. Then I will begin. The Wee creature priest arrived at a miniature altar within the camp. This was clearly the core of the camp. It did not suffer from any damage from Tiff's surprise attack. But the instant the priest entered the temple, his expression changed drastically. Woo, woo, woo. Crimson divine force poured out from the altar into its surroundings, the dazzling radiance representing some sort of special message. There's an enemy. The sound abruptly came to an end, following which an icy cold ray of light flashed past. With a blade cold enough to freeze the entire room, it ferociously thrust itself into the chest of one of the highly ranked Wee creatures. A thief who has almost reached the rank of legends. It's the person who launched a sneak attack on us. The wee creature chief roared violently, and landed his fist on the ground with a thump. Powerful undulations spread in all four directions. Earth's Fist. A high-level physical professional skill erupted in a series of invisible ripples, forcing a black shadow out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silhouette bounced around nimbly, and ran several hundred meters away, his figure barely visible. The wee creatures he passed by on the way collapsed with their hands covering their throats. You won't get away, despicable raider. The wee creature chief had a fierce look on his face as he followed behind at supersonic speed. But right when the chief was at the entrance of the camp, the priest's voice could be heard. Be careful, it's a trap. He might have a formidable spellcaster. The reminder obviously came a little too late. Just as the wee creature chief came to a halt, a sinister figure with a silver mask suddenly appeared, with a terrifying spell instantly taking shape on his palm. Rank 5 spell, Dragon's Breath. A powerful corrosive force instantaneously swept across the entire area, scorching the hair on the wee creature chief's chest. Damn it! The wee creature flew backwards as a dark green radiance on his body flickered continuously. A powerful force was resisting against the corrosive effects of the dragon's breath at lightning speed. The wee creature priest behind the chief was constantly employing treatment spells. After retreating more than 10 meters, the wee creature chief had already completely broken away from the attack range of the dragon's breath. However, the average wee creatures around them were not so lucky. They all collapsed onto the ground, and the entrance to the camp was instantly filled with victims everywhere. The crowd-controlling powers of wizards were always one thing that commanders were most fearful of. Who are you? The wee creature chief clearly didn't recognize Leylin, who was in disguise. Moreover, his opponent was formidable and nefarious, which made him feel as though he was facing his greatest foe. This feeling, as if he was devouring everything around him, the wee creature chief's pupils constricted. He now saw Leylin as the most dangerous enemy he had ever met. Zoom. Without giving the chief a chance to even speak, Tiff immediately charged forward. His powers as a highly ranked professional, which were close to being legendary, burst out from him completely. His magic abilities flashed on his body from time to time, and he actually managed to forcibly stall 5 highly ranked wee creatures although it was 1 against 5. Kill. Arg. A wave of troops charged towards the camp. An eldritch lion-headed person who was almost entirely covered in black led the front line. With a ferocious roar, a suit of armor made of bones appeared on its body, along with numerous bony pikes that suddenly thrust forward into the line of wee creatures that couldn't flee in time. Fresh blood dripped continuously along the bony pike. Charge. The army of scum instantly broke into the wee creature camp. They were from different walks of life and all kinds of races, but had been brought together by Tiff recently. After seeing what happened to one of them earlier, these dregs of society were investing 120% of their strength in combat in order to obtain the power of a bloodline and even let their descendants inherit it. Even though their opponents were blessed by the lesser god of the hunt, Malar, they too were protected by the mysterious feathered snake god, Kukulkan. It was undeniable that those who were chosen by Tiff were all rather strong and talented. They were on par with the wee creatures in the camp. Mass frenzy. Mass healing. The wee creature priest hid somewhere behind as he watched the enemies solemnly. The races that made up the opponent's army were very diverse, thus he couldn't think of which influential party they belonged to at all. Could it be that a new influential force is already emerging in the vicinity? With their nearly legendary experts, this group cannot be belittled. The wee creature priest muttered. He raised his hand and continued producing a spell which he had been preparing for a long time. Dispel magic. A violet pillar of light descended from the sky, interrupting the wee creature priest and hindering him from casting spells. Leylin folded his arms, calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos, as he stared at the wee creature priest on the ground. Your opponent is me. Leylin's eyes were ice cold. Previously, he couldn't employ all of his strategies in order to conceal his true strength. But with his identity as a divine emissary, he didn't need to have any considerations. He raised his hand, and lightning chains shot out. Pale blue electric currents bounced across the place, causing a few low-level priests to collapse to the floor. When in combat, kill the clerics first. That was the norm in practically every battle, and Leylin certainly wouldn't sit idly by and let those low-level clerics leisurely heal and assist their troops. After Leylin fixed his attention on him, the wee creature priest suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as though he was facing a gigantic dragon. Vast amounts of probing spells flashed by, yet shortly after they returned with a message that made his expression change drastically. Divine One, which god do you serve? The wee recreature priest asked in a deep voice, scared out of his wits by Leylin's false godhood. On the continent in the world of gods, stronger beings who could obtain divinity were scarce. The greatest possibility would be that they were bestowed divinity by the gods. Evidently, this wee recreature priest considered Leylin as the saint of some deity. Hunter's communication between gods was an extremely solemn affair. If a powerful being was bestowed with divinity, he was bound to have an eminent status even in a god's church. As for a subordinate of one god provoking another, that would practically be the beginning of a war between the gods. The wee recreature priest began to feel rather dizzy. Although there had been conflicts and friction between churches and even between the gods themselves ever since the dusk of the gods, starting an undeclared war like this was a rare event. After all, even a weak god would almost be unrivaled in their divine realm. Battle between two gods was a very grave matter, and it could span various dimensions and thousands of years. As a cleric, the priest undoubtedly knew this. He watched Leylin with restrained fear. You had the cheek to covet our master's wealth. Leylin's reply was very vague, but the wee recreature priest's expression changed drastically. As expected, it had to do with the Nether Mountains. Although the priest stopped himself in time, Leylin still got what he wanted. Sure enough, these wee recreatures are up to something. It's not as simple as just the red dragon. He didn't give the priest another chance to speak. Leylin moved swiftly in midair, and the spells that he had been preparing for a long time shot out continuously. Fog barrier, missile storm, fireball. A layer of dense fog formed both a barrier and a cage, confining Leylin and the wee recreature priest within. It prevented outsiders from intervening and probing them while spell attacks rained down like terrifying meteors with great destructive force. A presumptuous extremist that started a battle on his own initiative. You shall suffer from punishment by the gods. The wee recreature priest had a pious expression on his face. He seemed to be clothed in a milky white suit of protective armor, and a strong radiance kept emanating from his body. Q, 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 Q. The missiles rebounded off his glowing vest. It flickered, and eventually exploded. The enormous scorching fireball struck the ground. Chrome yellow flames started spreading in all directions, continuously engulfing everything in their way. They quickly formed a gigantic depression in the ground that was covered in black scorch marks, as if it had been crushed by the bottom of a black pan. The wee recreature priest stood at the edge of the blackened pithole, his expression extremely solemn. The priest robes he was wearing had been torn into shreds, and he was almost entirely charred. Master, Malar, please grant me strength, the wee recreature priest murmured. He stripped off his robes in one stroke, exposing his hairy torso. His muscles started to throb, and the dark scars from the flames burst open. Beep. Opponent has activated an innate skill, Wild Surge. A glimmer of light flashed in Leylin's eyes. The Eye of the Hawk, coupled with the probing abilities of the AI chip, revealed everything about the opponent right in front of his eyes. Wild Surge, a special ability of the followers of the lesser god of the hunt, Malar. Activation buffs strength and vitality by 1 point, additionally granting hunting vision. If in the massacre state, the ability will bestow mid-rank regenerative effects. Cell activity will increase by 50%. The extraordinary Wild Surge technique was an unusual ability bestowed by the lesser god of the hunt to his followers, and its usage would lead to terrible aftereffects. The increased cell activity would drain one's vitality to make up for the deficiencies, and the use of this skill would reduce life expectancy greatly. But it was undeniable that this technique was still incomparably formidable. Leylin could feel the wee recreature priest on the ground enter a strange state. Not only had the injuries on his body completely disappeared, sharp claws had even shot out of his fingers. Even though he was just a clergyman of the lesser god of the hunt, he seemed to have transformed into a horrifying hunter after activating the skill. Ah! The muscles on the priest's leg twisted as he leapt more than 10 meters high. His cold razor-sharp claws ferociously slashed across Leylin's face. So fast. Leylin's eyes sparkled. Your greatest mistake was to falsely think that you could take me on alone. 2 white puffs of air spurted out from the wee recreature priest's nostrils. I have a premonition that you will be the most terrifying enemy us wee recreatures will ever have. I must kill you here, and this little amount of strength is not enough. Not enough. The priest roared. He suddenly pointed his claws towards himself, and ripped out a huge chunk of skin and flesh. Our god, I offer you sacrifice. Please bestow me with the strength to kill this foe. The two clumps of flesh started to squirm violently, and then exploded. A temporary portal opened to reveal two enormous beasts. Dimensional summoning. This creature does not seem to be from the prime material plane of the world of gods. Ooh-ah-ah. Ooh-ah-ah. What appeared before him were two giant primates covered in green scales. They were over 3 meters tall, and their sharp claws were nearly a foot long. Their crimson eyes were filled with bloodthirst. AI, chip, Leylin inwardly commanded. The chip loyally returned information on them in the blink of an eye. Hunter. Strength, 13, Agility, 15, Vitality, 10, Spirit, 5. Feats. 1. Wild Instinct 2. Poison Claw 3. Extraordinary Regeneration. Description. This is not a creature from the mortal world, but a beast bred by the god of the hunt in his divine domain. It has been specially bred for the hunt, and has almost no rationality. If Malar is pleased with his worshippers' sacrifices, he sends down these creatures to assist them. It has flesh, blood, and a life force, and it even requires a sacrifice of the soul. Leylin thought indifferently as he watched the light dim in the eyes of the Werebeasts priest. Kill him. The two tall hunters at the Werebeasts' side saw a finger point directly at Leylin. Swish. The two hunters who previously seemed to have been playing a game instantly disappeared into thin air. Even Leylin with his powerful sight could only see the afterimages of their movements. They're even faster than the priest when he activated Wild Surge. Leylin rapidly ducked under the sharp claws sweeping across him, but a shadow flickered and another hunter emerged behind his back. Two arms twisted with muscles violently swept towards Leylin, seemingly wanting to tear him to pieces. Bang! Mage Armor 2 appeared on Leylin's back, buying him a second's time. Once that was done, the clothes on his back seemed to get shredded completely, the scraps flying up into the air like scattered butterflies. Thump! Leylin hit the ground heavily, and dust and smoke flew up into the air. Ooh-ah-ah! Ooh-ah-ah! The two enormous hunters surrounded Leylin, one on either side of him. They roared loudly together. You can't outrun them. Hunters can bring out their utmost power while hunting. The Werebeasts priest stood opposite Leylin, his eyes filled with a longing for fresh blood. He could already see his claws tearing across Leylin's throat. It deserves to be called a creature made by a god. I didn't know the hunters of legend had such power. A crack appeared in Leylin's silver mask, and he stood up as his body shone with a healing glow. However, even high-ranked hunters still have their weaknesses. Leylin's hands hung down, enveloped in his billowing sleeves. Kill him. Having lost his ability to fly, the Werebeasts priest found it more beneficial to stay on the ground with the hunters. Both the priest and the hunters seemed to have transformed into black hurricanes, enveloping Leylin in their midst. The formidable wind swept up several small rocks, smashing them to powder. As dust and dirt flew around the area, the three-clawed beasts completely sealed off Leylin's escape. They flew at him violently, and with evil intent. Even if they are a god's creation, they will still have some defects, Leylin sighed. In the instant before the clawed beasts arrived, he urgently used the ring of wizardry on his hand. *00000HH. A piercing and shrill female voice rang out suddenly, and in a moment overwhelmed their senses. The ear-splitting noise was like that of metal scraping metal, and it brought everything in that space to a standstill. The ear-piercing sound became an air explosion which pushed the three shadows apart. Ow! The Werebeasts priest cut a sorry figure as he departed, blood trailing from his eyes and ears. Sound wave. Attacks. Wail of the banshee. No, if it was that I would be dead already. The Werebeasts priest was already in this state, and the two hunters were in an even worse situation. They rolled back and forth on the ground, letting out pleading cries as if they had suffered an injury to their very souls. Wailing howl. The power of this simplified version of Wail of the Banshee is rather good. Leylin touched the ring on his left hand. He'd released the spell from his ring of wizardry a moment ago, pulling off an attack against his enemies. Even a god could not create life, and those hunters were clearly hybrids that Malar had cobbled together from different animal characteristics and souls. Once they were attacked by sound, they immediately became violently unstable. When it came to experiments on flesh and life, were Leylin to claim second, nobody would dare claim first. He was the pinnacle expert of the world of gods in that field. This was the pride of a bloodline warlock. Very well, I've seen most of your spells and abilities. Let's bring this to an end. Leylin looked at the Werebeasts priest before him as dispassionately as he would look at a corpse, with neither joy nor sorrow in his eyes. To an end. The wee creature priest's expression grew heavy, and his heart was filled with a dark premonition. A rune of a beast fang had soundlessly fallen into his hand. Up, along with his command, the two hunters who had already stopped their plaintive wails once again threw themselves at Leylin. The runes in his hand flashed with the light of a portal. Absorption using its inborn sharp senses, the wee creature priest immediately felt a sense of danger, one that was enough to threaten its very life. Hence, it happily abandoned the two hunters behind to serve as cannon fodder and activated the transportation device it had to leave. But how could Leylin give it the chance to do that? Dimensional Anchor. Exquisite control over this spell allowed Leylin to destroy the wee creature priest's transportation rays in an instant. Afterwards, the now grim priest saw something it could never believe, causing its huge mouth to gape even more, to the point of dislocation. 7 colored rays of light were launched from Leylin's hand's rank 2 spell, Color Spray. The effects of such a weak spell only forced the hunters to pause for a while, but then they charged over again without hesitation. But Leylin's performance was far from over. Color Spray, Color Spray, Color Spray. 9 spell rays flashed at Leylin's hands as if from rainbows, each one cast instantly. While a low-ranked spell had limited effects, a large enough number would result in a fundamental change unless one was completely immune to them. Evidently, these two hunters were swallowed up by these many spells, and they sunk into dizziness and hallucinations. Flaming Sphere, Flaming Sphere, Flaming Sphere, Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. Numerous rank 2 and 3 fire spells took shape in Leylin's hands, forming a scene like the stars in the sky. While they were all low-ranked fire-type spells, amassing them like this made them similar to the legendary spell, Meteor Shower. Even the two hunters that had broken away from the attack before still sensed immense danger and retreated quickly. Consider it an honor that you're dying under this move. Leylin smiled slightly. With the guidance of his spiritual force, the flames in the sky descended like meteors. Rumble. Continuous explosions sounded out, and the two hunters were drowned out by the multicolor spells. Hehe, the internet in my previous world also had the 5 fireball school, where they took over the world with 5 casts of fireballs. But this isn't just 5. Seeing the dazzling flames, Leylin continued to let his imagination run wild. Meanwhile, the wee creature priest saw the hunters who had exploded till there was nothing left of them, and now had a very grim look. So many spell slots, and you can even cast them instantaneously. Are you a legend? No, even legends can't do anything about the limit of 9 spell slots. The wee creature priest now looked to be in a complete mess, on the verge of a breakdown. Leylin smiled at the priest's reaction. Spellcasters suffered in this world. While they could use the weave, they were restricted by spell slots. On top of that, Mystra took something from them every time they cast a spell, holding a part of their spiritual force. For this reason, a few wizards could only cast some low-ranked spells. Even legends lost all battle power after casting a few legendary spells. But Leylin was different. He had completely analyzed the first 4 levels of the weave, and there were no restrictions whatsoever on rank 0 to rank 3 spells. As long as he had enough spiritual force, he would be able to cast low-ranked spells instantly. On top of that, he'd refilled his spell slots the day before. Leylin could cast spells now, but also had extra ones from before and therefore more spiritual force to spare. This resulted in his terrifying abilities in casting spells. In terms of the number of low-ranked spells, he surpassed regular wizards by several times, and could easily use the power of his low-ranked spells to drown his opponents out. As long as the opponent was not completely immune to spells, he had nothing to fear. Of course, this was his greatest trump card. If news of it were ever to spread, the consequences were obvious. Hence, all those who saw his trump card would have to die. With Leylin's previous identity, he had not dared use this without thinking it over. Now, this wee creature priest was fated to die here. Watching Leylin unceasingly drawing close, the wee creature priest now looked to have given up all hope. All of a sudden, his face twitched. I know. You're an arcanist. You must be an arcanist. Your companion is in my hands. I can. Terrifying spells flooded out once more. While they were merely low-ranked rank 0 to 3 spells, they were enough to drown out opponents. Watching the priest melting away in the flood, Leylin's interest was visibly piqued. What a surprise! I never thought a wee creature priest in a remote camp would know of the existence of arcanists. On top of that, a companion. It seemed like the priest had also met an arcanist before, and had even kept them captive. As long as he killed the priest, everything in the camp would belong to him. Why would Leylin bother trying to bargain with him? The misty barrier dispersed, and Leylin looked at the surroundings. The entire camp was in chaos. Numerous wee creatures and the bodies of their comrades had fallen everywhere, the flowing blood enough to even form little streams. Motivated by the great rewards, Leylin's underlings had gone all out, and they were all immersed in battle. On another battlefield, however, even with near-legendary strength, Tiff was still on a disadvantage. He was facing 5 high-ranked wee creatures, and looked to be in a sorry state. Let's go. With Leylin's arrival and the disappearance of the wee creature priest, the high-ranked wee creature leader's expression changed, and he abruptly waved his arms. He was intellectual, and could obviously tell that his spellcaster had been taken down. Now that the other side's high-ranked spellcaster could attack as he wished, there would be a calamity. While he was unwilling to do so, he still gritted his teeth and sent down the orders to retreat. But how could Leylin give him this chance? While he could not cast a torrent of spells again, as someone who was nearly a high-ranked wizard, he could still turn the tables. Greater entanglement. Hold person. Greater vertigo. After taking a casual glance at the battlefield, Leylin flew over to Tiff's battle. Debuffing spells rained down like a storm. Damn it, he has so many spell slots. What's up with the priest? He didn't even make this person use up that many spell slots and died so fast. The wee creature leader roared, but no matter how hard he thought about this, he could not guess the truth. He could only fly into a rage and then welcome the attack from above and around him. After seeing the death of the high-ranked priest, the were creature's morale had already dropped, and Leylin was now even more ruthless. Considering the circumstances and taking one of them captive, Leylin then began to crush the wee creatures. Moon bow. A dazzling lightning bow and arrow descended from the skies, piercing through the orc leader's chest. Even with this terrifying attack, the leader could still persist for a while before it crumpled to the ground, exhibiting its powerful life energy. After the deaths of the spellcaster and high-ranked wee creature, the entire wee creature camp lost all courage to continue resisting them. Numerous wee creatures howled as they left, while some were hacked to death by some underlings who had gone mad in the fun they were having in the slaughter. Clear out the camp and maintain order. Prepare a few slaves, I have uses for them. After handing the only surviving high-ranked Werebeast prisoner to Tiff to tie up, Leylin did not care any longer and headed into the core of the camp. The ground still had bloodstains that had yet to dry, and it was still slightly sticky when one walked across. However, the battle had ended quickly and the main infrastructure had not been damaged. Boom, boom. With Leylin's lead, the statue of Malar and the altar was destroyed. Traces of dim golden rays were still shining from the fragmented pieces. Even a true god will still have restrictions. For instance, they can only sense the surroundings of the altar up to a certain distance, and if they were to descend, they would need to cooperate with the priests here, where they would offer sacrifices or even trigger a holy tide, but there's nothing here at all. Coming down here forcefully would result in damage to one's divinity. Why would that happen for a few high-ranked Werebeasts? Leylin guided the underlings outside, and only after Malar's statue was destroyed did he enter the range of the altar. Once it's completely smashed up, he won't be able to sense anything around it. Until now, the altar had been the safest place. With a wave of his arms to send away a few men who were quivering on tenterhooks, he arrived by the altar. While there's no divinity here, I can still sense the god of the hunt. Leylin closed his eyes, caressing the shattered giant cyan rocks of the altar and sensing the divine force left behind by Malar. An aura filled with bloodlust, death and hunting lingered around him. While this is a lesser god, the accumulation isn't half bad. Leylin sighed, the darkness in his eyes expanding. Devour. Traces of golden divine force surged out of the remains of the ruins, and Leylin devoured it all. While it wasn't quite possible to grasp divinity like this, he could still ingest some divine force. In the world of gods, gods still sent down their divine force to help their followers advance in their professions on occasion. But Leylin was different. He was not Malar's follower, and Malar would not bestow his grace upon him. Since the god wouldn't give it on his own, Leylin would take it himself. This was the kind of person he was. As the divine force entered his body, a terrifying, fragmented conscience slowly awakened. In Leylin's sea of consciousness, turning into a huge incomplete ape monster. Helen devouring divine power like this was a very dangerous thing. Even if incomplete, even legends couldn't resist a divine conscience. If any idiot devoured the power of an existing god, he would either go crazy due to the huge conscience or get devoured by the divine force instead and become an incarnation of that god. Yet Leylin was different. His original body was equivalent to a demigod to begin with, and he had the conscience and memories of his host body. He wasn't the least bit afraid of this incomplete conscience. Hiss! An unnerving phantom of a winged snake emerged from Leylin's soul, glaring at the disabled monkey in front of it. Even if it was only a conscience, the monkey screeched in fright. The monkey screeched out of fright despite that it only being a conscience. Boom! The Targaryen looked at the monkey with disdain before swallowing it whole. Leylin's body trembled involuntarily as the AI chip made a report. Beep. Unknown energy absorbed by host body. Determined to be divine essence, near high grade. Spirit increasing. Beep. Energy fully absorbed by host body, spirit +1. Leylin's spirit force increased to a stunning 13 after devouring Malur's divinity. His spirit was raised substantially, and he could make contact with more of the weave. Meanwhile, the AI chip was still giving him feedback. Host body's spirit stat has reached 13, host has advanced to rank 13 as a wizard. Host has received 1 rank 6 spell slot, 1 rank 5 spell slot, and 1 rank 4 spell slot. Did I finally break through? Leylin looked at his updated stats. Leylin Fallen. Age: 20. Race: human, rank 13 wizard. Strength: 10. Agility: 10. Physique: 10. Spirit force: 13. Condition: healthy. Feats: sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots: rank 6 2, rank 5 4, rank 4, 6, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Weave analysis progress. Level 0, 100%. Level 1, 100%. Level 2, 100%. Level 3, 100%. Level 4 56.77%. Level 5 12.15%. Level 6, 0.01%. A 20-year-old rank 13 wizard. I reckon there aren't many like me in Silverymoon City. I'm almost on par with a chosen now, though I guess I did advance with the grace of a god. Leylin had fully digested Malur's energy, and whilst the god himself realized that he'd lost some of his divinity, he had no idea why. Well, it seems like I'll be entering an eternal feud with the god of the hunt now. Even if he hadn't devoured Malur's divine force, Leylin would have made an enemy of the god's church anyway. He had killed too many of his Werebeasts followers. I'll have to face a god sooner or later anyway. The god of the hunt. Interesting domain. Leylin smirked. Ellipsis. My lord, Tiff, who was waiting outside the altar, was aware that Leylin had changed. However, he didn't point it out. We've detained and imprisoned a group of captives according to your orders, and I found something in the cell at the core of the campsite. Oh, bring me there to have a look. Adrenaline rushed through Leylin as he came to a securely sealed cell with Tiff. I'm the only one who's entered the place. I thought it would be better for few people to know about this. Tiff bowed before positioning himself beside the door like a loyal guard. Can it be? Leylin had a few guesses in his heart, but he was still hesitant as he pushed the door. Clang! The thick and heavy door bellowed. The light inside was dim, and it was covered in the distinct runes of the Werebeasts that gave off a barbaric aura. Leylin could tell that it was a high-grade anti-demon spell formation to block off contact with elemental energy in the weave. It evidently a trap, and the person within the cell moved suddenly and raised their head. You're not a Werebeast, they mumbled, so softly that Leylin could barely hear. Cling clang. The chains scraped against each other as this prisoner moved, and Leylin noticed the unique cuffs on their hands. Anti-magic cuffs. Looks like they were really wary of you. Leylin sized the captive up. They were humanoid, but looked like a half-elf. Beneath their long viridescent locks were a pair of pure obsidian eyes and translucent fair skin. Their aura was distinct in spite of the long imprisonment. A faint energy was emitted from their body, but restricted by the anti-magic cuffs on their hands. It was clear that this captive was a wizard. A female half-elf wizard. Tell me, why did the Werebeasts imprison you? Leylin asked. I heard screaming and slashing just now. Have you eliminated all of them? The female wizard raised her head and shot Leylin a glance with her unreadable eyes. I guess you can say that. Leylin nodded in agreement. Then aren't you going to release me? She waved her cuffs in question. Nope. Law says you're now my captive, unless you have something of value to exchange for your freedom. Leylin shook his head. Besides, you're a half-elf wizard, you should know your value. This was the standard practice in the mainland, but things were different in Silverymoon. The city's leader was good, and if she heard of the situation she might even have redeemed the half-elf with her own money. But Leylin didn't plan on reporting it. Redemption. Ha, I guess you came because of that, too. Ignorant idiot, you don't know the suffering it will bring you. The female wizard laughed, her eyes brimming with complicated emotions. Leylin saw a brief moment of regret. Are you talking about the inheritance of the arcanists near the Nether Mountains in Red Dragon territory? Leylin was sick of beating about the bush, and as expected, the moment he mentioned the Nether Mountains, Red Dragon, and arcanists, her expression changed. So you knew. Actually, I know more than what you think I do. Leylin looked at her robe, which was evidently different from the regular robes of other wizards, and snapped his fingers. A scorching light struck between her hands and melted the anti-magic cuffs. Boiling molten iron dripped to the floor and sizzled, producing white fumes in its wake. But the female wizard had better things to pay attention to, as she stared at Leylin unbelievingly. Instant cast. It can't be. You are an arcanist. An arcanist? I've yet to become one, I just have a few incomplete arcane spell models, just like you. Leylin smiled at her. The use of arcane spells was obviously different from that of normal spells. The biggest difference was that one didn't need the help of the weave to use them, instead using the elemental particles in the air. Leylin had made these plans long ago, but the AI chip was busy with the weave. Still, he'd managed to build a few arcane spell models in his leisure. The scorching ray that he casted just now was one of them. Given his abilities, it wasn't impossible for Leylin to completely reconstruct the arcanists given enough time. Still, it could take tens of millennia. The transformation of normal spells into arcane spell models would be enough to keep him busy. When there were ready-made ones, why would he continue to make them himself? Leylin's real interest lay in the research of those arcanists and the inheritance from those magi who had comprehended laws. There was more than one magus who comprehended laws in the final war, and countless rank 8s who were similar to the Mother Core. An understanding of their paths and laws would be extremely beneficial to Leylin. Being a localization of magi, arcanists must have received the teachings of the ancient magi. It was quite possible that they possessed information in those fields. Observing the different paths of law will be a great benefit. Though the ultimate path of every magus is definitely different, it can at least give me a general direction. Leylin looked at the female wizard as multiple thoughts ran through his head. On the other hand, she let down her guard after seeing Leylin cast that spell. Her expression loosened up, and a sense of pity and reliance overcame her. It was as if she had found her own kind. Bam! A ball of green elemental particles started burning on the tips of her fingers, and she made a bizarre gesture, looking cautious. In the eyes of the arcanic fire, I will comply with the path of truth and abandon confusion, weakness and suffering. I will succeed the path of the arcanist. The light of Netheril will never be dimmed. My name is Helen. May I know who you are, my lord? Helen looked over to Leylin after the ritual with expectation. Is that how ancient arcanists greet each other? I'm sorry, but I really don't know how to do this. Leylin spread his hands out and laughed helplessly. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary wizard who got some fragments of arcanist inheritance. After a round of confusing explanation and using the arcanist notebook as proof, Leylin finally proved his identity. Helen's own origins gradually grew clear before his eyes. Pretense the half-elf in front of Leylin was called Helen Carter. She claimed to be a survivor of the ancient arcanist empire who dabbled in the arcane arts. The inheritance of her family had been badly damaged by the oppression of the churches. She was actually a rank 11 wizard, and other than arcane fire which she used to prove her identity, she knew no other arcane spell models. If things were put in perspective, she was weaker than Leylin. As for her motive in going north, she'd found something akin to the inheritance of an ancient arcanist in her old family tome. She was hoping she could find something there to revive her bloodline. Even with this world's strict prohibition of them, arcanists still exist. Leylin touched his chin. As a matter of fact, this was a very good thing. It meant that even if he managed to become an arcanist in the future, he wouldn't have to work too hard to conceal his identity. Yes, even with the disapproval of the churches, any wizard that has reached the rank of legend will have to set foot into the essential step of webless casting. The Netheril Empire didn't leave their inheritance in a single place. Even though most were destroyed in war, some people have managed to luck across remnants of it. Helen tucked a few strands of hair neatly behind her jade-like ear. Her beauty was really on another level. That being said, Legends still have to do their research on arcane spells in secret, and once non-legendary wizards are found to be affiliated with any form of arcane spells, they're absolutely done for. Helen laughed bitterly as she spoke about it, as if she was reminded of something she didn't want to be. It seems like she and her family had endured their fair share of suffering at the hands of the gods and their churches. In any case, thank you for saving me from the weary creatures. I can tell you everything my family knows about the arcanist inheritance in return. Helen told Leylin sincerely. That was a wise choice. Even if she rebelled, Leylin would have his own methods of achieving what he wanted, such as spells like memory retrieval. Helen wasn't a match for him. Additionally, she recognized that Leylin was someone related to the arcane arts anyway. That alone had led to her lowering her guard against him. Thank you. When I find the documents and information, I'll make a copy for you. Leylin didn't reject her offer. He certainly thought that he deserved it all. Before I discover any remnants of the arcanists, I'll need you to move within range of my detection. Is that okay? Yes, that will be all right. A consequence like this was already a whole lot better than being imprisoned by the weary creatures, where she might eventually become a sacrifice. Helen readily agreed to Leylin's request without any negotiation. She was aware that her life was in his hands now. My lord, Tiff showed no signs of surprise when he saw Leylin bringing Helen out of the room. Right, this is Miss Helen. You can consider her our client, Leylin said ambiguously. Helen wasn't pleased about how she was being introduced, but she chose to not voice it out. We've cleared the entire campsite. The high-rank weary creature and tens of normal ones that we've knocked out have been put aside. Tiff resembled a hard-working housekeeper, reporting everything to his owner. There's enough food for 200 people here, and enough weapons to equip an elite combat squad. I also found some half-done high-grade magic potions and other magic items in the leader's room. They're all very strong, probably intended to kill the dragon. Got it, take away all the weapons and armor and leave half of the food. Leylin kept the high-grade ingredients that Tiff handed him. These materials were valuable even outside their use for killing dragons. Bring me all the captives, I have some use for them. Things got simpler after he saw the people who participated in the battle and helped transform their bloodlines. He then asked Tiff to bring Helen along and lead the rest to bring the supplies away before changing his appearance back to how he looked before. Why took you so long? Raphaniah's grumble could be heard the moment Leylin returned to the campsite. If you were a little more late, I will already be on my way to find you. Something cropped up. Gather everyone now and prepare for attack. Leylin was flushed with excitement. Why? Raphaniah mumbled to herself, but the rest of the men had very quickly assembled themselves. I recce'd the area just now, and I found that the Were Creatures campsite was completely transformed. Leylin sounded ecstatic. There were attacked and a few of their leaders died. If we go there now, we will be able to wipe them out completely and uproot them. We can finish this damned mission. All the eyes of the soldiers lit up upon hearing Leylin's words. Alec opened his eyes, and that wizard's face surfaced in his mind once more. Damn it, my head Alec stood up with much difficulty and saw his almost destroyed campsite and collapsed captives. Looking at the few survivors between the corpses, even if he wasn't that intelligent, he knew that the mission had failed. He kicked the fainted captives violently in an attempt to wake them up and ordered them to do the same to the others as he sat down. His head still hurt, and messed up his already chaotic thoughts. Human, wizards, attack, captives. Where's the captive? Alec ran to where Helen was imprisoned before, only to arrive at an empty cell. Those bloody humans, Alec growled in anger, causing everyone around him to cower in fear. I'm the biggest here, I'm the head of you all. He struck a few of the stronger weary creatures to show his authority. The rest could only whimper in submission. He was a high-grade weary creature after all. He exceeded the rest in both strength and speed. We go back, Blackblood. Alec made a decision. He could only abandon the campsite in its current state. But before anyone could object, a voice sounded in his head. Don't go back. Those darned humans, I haven't made my revenge on them. The others will mock me if I go back. The voice circled his head and overtook his previous decision. Alec got dizzy for a bit and decided to abandon his decision and gathered all his subordinates. Those despicable humans, me, Alec, your new head will avenge. After announcing his decision, he received stares of fear instead of excited growling. Leylin's previous attack had frightened them. Before Alec could think of anything else, chaos erupted at the entrance of their campsite. A group of human adventurers barged in. No, It was the city guards, but they seemed to be few in number. Alex scratched his head. He'd attacked both guards and adventurers before. The only distinction in his mind was that guards were greater in number and had more tender flesh. They want to attack us just based on that amount of people. Alec was triggered despite his low intellect. Kill them, he bellowed before charging forward in front of the rest. The first person he saw was an armored young female knight emitting a dazzling aura. A strong one from the humans. Alec was taken aback, but that didn't last for too long before he charged at her. Kill them. The remaining city guards were filled with bloodlust, charging forward for their future in life, as well as for vengeance. They burst forth with bloodshot eyes and the last remnants of their strength. The wee creatures who had endured the previous battle were only at half their strengths, and the rest carried injuries that made them weaker than before. Perhaps we really can win this time. The soldiers watched Leylin, who ran before all of them, with a glimpse of hope. Mass bull strength, cloudkill, enchant weapon, charge, victory is ours, Leylin roared, spells shooting out from his hands as the knights slashed at the wee creatures with their swords, sending the were creature's skull rolling to the floor. The paralysis effect is still not over, especially on the high-ranked wee creature. The spiritual suggestion is still working though. Deep inside, Leylin was actually observing the battle quietly. He'd left these captives behind on purpose, to give the city guard some achievements. How else would he return? Light from a large-scale spell shone, and Raphania noticed in shock that her strength had increased greatly. A mass buff, rank 6 spell. She looked at Leylin in confusion. Reward? He's actually broken through. Raphania's eyes widened slightly. She obviously knew what the casting of mass bull's strength implied. It was a rank 6 spell that only rank 13 wizards could cast. This sort of spell that could boost a group was very popular in the army. As a noble, Raphania knew more than regular people and definitely understood how terrifying this was. He's only 20. Raphania glanced at Leylin, who was so young that it was ridiculous, and suddenly felt down. While she was considered a genius, she was nothing in comparison to him. However, getting distracted during battle was very dangerous. The female knight had made this exact mistake. Alec thundered from opposite her, his muscles bulging bit by bit. His claws swept forth, seemingly severing even the air itself. Wild burst. He had clearly obtained this power from Malar. Boom. Raphania felt a burst of strength from his hands, causing her double-handed blade to whistle sharply as it flew off. Crap. She wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The high-ranked wee creature charged forward, his coarse pores and nauseating skin distinctly visible to her. Alec snarled, only having one thought in mind. Tear. He would tear this knight in front of him apart. Am I going to die? Raphania slowly shut her eyes. How could I let myself get distracted in battle? However, the pain that she anticipated did not appear. Raphania opened her eyes and found Leylin's tall figure in front of her, blocking the attack. A saber fell, and the high-ranked were creature's head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out of his neck like it was a fountain. Woo-woo, the other wee creatures saw that their new leader had fallen at the hands of a human, and the emotions of terror that had been accumulating ultimately exploded. They whimpered and turned to escape pathetically, yet were easily pursued and killed by the human warriors. Most deaths in battle came when one fled in chaos, as such opponents were the easiest to take care of. Is he a hero like in the legends? Raphania got up, gazing at Leylin with his saber. Something glinted in her eyes, causing a slight flush to rise upon her cheeks. A meeting was being held in Silverymoon, regarding Leylin and his men. I'm against this. Cassidy slammed the table, causing a small earthquake. There's something wrong with Squadron 5's mission completion. His face was flushed. A huge camp with numerous high-ranked wee creatures, as well as an altar of the god of the hunt. How could they have defeated them all? He'd seen Leylin before. I firmly stand against them being given credit and promotion. Cassidy was almost on the verge of shouting at this point. Such ungentlemanly behavior caused all of the other members to frown slightly. He's a sorcerer after all. He's far too emotional. Not like a wizard at all. What a fortunate guy. More than one high-ranked wizard was silently thinking of this. We've already gotten our men to take a look and verify the bodies of high-ranked wee creatures and the others. What else do you want? The elven wizard whom Leylin had seen once before asked coldly. Besides, did you only just find out how dangerous this mission was? Who was it that had guaranteed at the beginning that it was only a tiny camp? Unusually, the elf wizard was obviously out to get someone. Looks like Cassily's side is at a disadvantage. After seeing this, the other big shots all nodded, now having a better understanding of the struggles and strife between the elf wizard and Cassily. But this was the truth. When both sides' strength were about the same, it was impossible to deny or fake anything. You've seen the report. The camp had already been raided by some unknown organization before, which was why Squadron 5 got it easy. Cassily still did not let up, therefore, we can't consider this as Squadron 5 completing the mission. We need to investigate this carefully. Gods, how could you not distinguish what's right and wrong here? The elf wizard was so furious that he was trembling. Our Silverymoon has never banned anything like that. Even if Leylin got external help, that's because he's capable. Enough. A deep voice sounded from the person sitting at the head of the table. He had an immense presence that seemed to have gone past some sort of boundary, entering the domain of legends. Commander. Cassily and the elven wizard were immediately discouraged as they saluted and apologized. The reason we have gathered is not to discuss the achievements of a subordinate squadron. There are more pressing matters at hand. The old wizard spoke slowly, looking like a regular human. He had muddy eyes and wore a simple gray robe. There was nothing special about him whatsoever. However, it was this old man that had control over all the high-ranked military officials in the hall. Silverymoon is an open city-state confederation. Obeying rules is the basis of our existence. Even if Squadron 5 overstepped any boundaries, they still completed the mission and should therefore get what they deserve. The old wizard made the final decision. Cassily's lips twitched, but he did not say anything in the end. After all, if Leylin had truly succeeded and completed the mission, he could at most only fault him for the process. Legitimacy belonged to the victor, and that had always held true. Seeing the elven wizard opposite him look all smug, his heart blazed even more. He had brought up this issue and taken care of everything in the shadows himself. He'd thought that he could ruthlessly give Leylin a setback, but the result had surprised him. The defeat this time would mean the people in the faction would view him less favorably, and the effect on him was practically destructive. Leylin, is it? Cassily thought over this name ruthlessly. In a situation where the captain had to return with grievous injuries, he still finished the mission resolutely. On top of that, he was even lucky enough to get the wee creatures at their weakest. If he's trying to be a hero, Leylin had gotten just a bit of attention before, but henceforth Cassily would ferociously attack this little wizard. As a person in a leading position, he was now seeing a pawn have the guts to move in a way he had not planned it to, and one that was even baring his fangs at himself. Even if that was the current situation, Cassily would never imagine that the fellow he treated as a pawn would be hiding something terrifying. Our next topic is the allocation of funds for the perpetual fortification on Sunrise Mountain Range. Cassily perked up again. One loss meant nothing. What was more important was the orcs' upcoming attack. This is all thanks to you, Leylin. The sunlight shone through the windows of an infirmary room that was obviously of a high grade. The motes of dust floating through the air were rendered visible. Allin looked slightly pale as she lay in bed, surrounded by the group of officers who had survived. With saving my life and completing the mission, you've helped me twice. I will remember it, Allin guaranteed. It's nothing, I did it for myself too. Leylin smiled. Allin now looked nothing like she had been as a soldier, instead seeming rather delicate. It seemed like the matter with Lancashire had given her a huge shock. After this, I'm no longer fit to stay in the city guard. I've already submitted my resignation. I hope you can take care of our brothers for now. It won't be long before you get your rewards. Allin smiled bitterly. Squadron 5 is my foundation. I'll never give up on them. Leylin guaranteed, looking enthusiastic. That's good. Cough cough. Allin began to cough violently for a while, and then eyed Leylin. As for your rewards this time, you'll definitely become a battalion commander. That's a high-ranked officer in the city guards, and you might even be granted a hereditary title. Even in other countries, you will be recognized. At the mention of this hereditary title, the other officers began to look envious. Once one became a noble whose title could be succeeded by his descendants and held his own land, he would truly enter the upper classes of society. His children and grandchildren would become noble youths above the rest. That was the dream of all the officers at the bottom tier, but in less than 2 years of entering the city guards Leylin had won it all. While some jealousy arose, these feelings melted like ice in the sun after seeing the wizard emblem on his chest. This was a rank 13 wizard at such a tender age. That achievement was more than enough for him to get everything, and the huge gap caused the feelings within them to dissipate. By the time Allin returned, Leylin had gotten his newest appointment and rewards. As expected, I'm now a battalion commander and a baron. Leylin sent the soldier who had come to send the order away, and then glanced at the parchment paper with an enchanted imprint on it. He smiled as if thinking about something. Individual strength was rather powerful in the world of gods, especially the city guards of Silverymoon. It had a powerful army made of practically all sorts of professionals. Having the authority to command over 200 people was already rather powerful. If this was times of peace, Leylin would never get this role. However, they were expanding the army in preparation for war, and Leylin was considered an old soldier from before, which gave him an advantage. From this appointment, Leylin could smell the war that would soon arrive. Illustrial to be given the title of baron, as well as receive a hereditary title, it was usually necessary to meet with the city's ruler. To tell the truth, Mistress Chosen was also the Lady of Hope from Legends Illustrial. Leylin was rather excited to meet her. In his 2 years within Silverymoon, he had never met with her. He had only caught sight of her a few times from the sidelines. Rumor had it that this lady had a very good temperament and even enjoyed blessing the celebrations of ordinary citizens randomly. She was even willing to help beastmen. Leylin's judgment of her was like this: a political idiot, an empty-headed and hot-blooded fellow like Raphania who, if not for her formidable power and the elders in the city hall wiping her ass, would bring down the entirety of Silverymoon. Leylin felt that Illustrial was more suited to be a humanitarian than a politician. Her naive and natural personality was ill-suited for politics and court, just like Raphania. That hot-blooded and righteous Lady Knight was a very good companion and friend, but she was not a good superior. If she was allowed to run a city, it would all end in disaster. Now, however, Illustrial governed Silverymoon City properly, and the most impressive thing was that she possessed even more formidable personal power. In times of peace, everything had been good. However, Silverymoon now faced the orc invasion, which amplified every flaw in her governance. Leylin gradually grew aware that a great calamity would soon be upon them. Court etiquette was a very big problem for newly promoted nobles. They could not be lacking in manners during the ceremony to confer titles as well as their audience with the city's ruler, else the other nobles would mock them. Nobles who had risen from nothing had always found this process very difficult. It was also the main reason why those old nobles despised the new ones. In their eyes, those country bumpkins did not deserve such a position, and neglected the vitality that came with interactions between different social classes. In the end, they had only slowly declined. Fortunately, Leylin had received instruction from an etiquette teacher. He had learned it quickly, and after a single afternoon, the etiquette teacher, who had been specially sent by the court, had left satisfied. Illustrial also wanted to meet him before the ceremony. This sort of private meeting did not matter much to him, as he did not feel she would be able to see through his false identity unless he was face to face with her god's true body. Leylin had seen Silverymoon's imperial palace in the distance several times. However, he did not care much about any outstanding wealth in the palace. He was only interested in the rumored legendary spell resources that it could contain. However, once he truly entered the palace, he drew his spiritual force firmly back into his body and did not dare to carelessly investigate. There were at least 5 high-ranked magic probes at the gate. There will be many more high-ranked wizards guarding the palace itself. Leylin lowered his head, but something flickered in his eyes. Silverymoon's palace and the Wizards' Guild were the most well-defended and strict places. It was rumored that the strongest in these places could not be bribed, and even legends did not dare to provoke Silverymoon City, who had the backing of the goddess of the weave. However, Leylin never had the intention of robbing the place, and was thus very calm. He was currently clad in the splendid attire of a noble, the clothes which were embroidered in gold thread stifling him. He looked like a peacock who had spread its feathers. There was nothing that could be done. The clothes of a noble were rich and garish, as if they wished to put everything he had on display. Leylin normally wore robes or leisure clothes at home, but it would certainly be inappropriate to wear those now. Her Majesty the Queen wishes to receive her guest in the side palace hall. At this moment, a female official trotted over and announced in a steady voice. Leylin then followed her to a separate part of the palace. Here it is. Leylin was not left waiting for long. In a moment, he felt the security around him had increased to its utmost, and there were even 2 powerful soul forces near him. He immediately contemplated them inwardly. "Good day, Sir Leylin Fallen." A peal of laughter rang out like a silver bell, and Leylin finally saw Illustrial. Her eyes were like moonlight, and she seemed like the very embodiment of beauty. She only wore a simple gown, but she was naturally breathtaking. I do apologize for my lateness. I went to Uncle Cooper's roast meat banquet, and I brought a blueberry pie that he personally baked for you. It can't be a more appropriate congratulatory gift for you. Illustrial fixed her gaze on Leylin with a smile on her face, passing a basket of roast meat to Leylin. Your Majesty. Leylin rather speechlessly accepted the gift, and respectfully bowed exactly as he had been taught by the etiquette teacher. Your Majesty, how could you see your vassal in such a manner? There are still a few more items on today's schedule to address as well. A white-bearded old man chased after Illustrial into the palace, with thick sheets of parchment and quills in hand. After seeing Leylin, he even smiled helplessly. Scholar Buren, full name Buren Eustace. Illustrial's clerk and the leader of the elders, as well as her most trusted subordinate. He's actually the Prime Minister of Silverymoon. A string of information flashed across Leylin's mind. Naturally, what drew his notice were the powerful magical undulations coming from both Illustrial and Buren. It meant that they had both broken through mortal limits and had entered to realms of legends. Illustrial's body possessed a trace of divinity from the goddess of the weave, and it in particular attracted a deep interest from him. I really want to devour her. Such a pity. If I did that, the weave goddess will be the first to hunt me down, Leylin sighed in his heart. Haha, Baron Leylin, you don't need to be so formal and stiff, you don't seem like a 20-year-old youth at all. Illustrial undeniably had an aura that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Conversing with her made Leylin loosen up considerably. Her charisma was great. Your title ceremony will be held in 3 days' time. Tell me, Leylin, tell me like a friend, do you have any requests? Illustrial gently said as she looked at the wizard before her. If it's like this, Leylin took a deep breath as his eyes filled with determination. I hope I can freely read through the court's collection of wizard resources. You may. Illustrial agreed very readily, surpassing Leylin's expectations and filling him with astonishment. Hey, wasn't she meant to ask him to climb to her inner circle before finally being allowed to peek at those documents? Was it really all right to give it to him so happily? Cough cough, Your Majesty. At this moment, the savior of the show appeared. Scholar Buren coughed with all his strength, attracting Illustrial's attention over. Although Baron Leylin is a genius, legendary spells will only pose difficulties for his current state. For his own good, we can give him those resources that are below the rank of legends. Oh, I apologize, I've forgotten that point. Illustrial looked at Leylin. Because of the rigid nature of legends, the legend-ranked resources would not be beneficial to your growth now. I can first give you those resources below that rank, and once you advance to become a high-ranked wizard. Cough cough, Scholar Buren looked at this failure of a queen and began to cough like he was choking to death. This is more than enough already. Thank you, Your Majesty. Leylin smiled as he bowed, and his elegant demeanor astonished even Buren. Disappointment had indeed flitted across his heart, but he did not show it at all. For those wizards below rank 15, research materials that are above the legendary realm really was too complicated, and Illustrial had meant well when she restricted them. However, Leylin was different. He was not some low-ranked wizard, and he could even understand information on godhood if it was given to him. However, he could not admit this. Buren's actions could also be understood. If this sort of thing was handed out now, then how would he be rewarded for outstanding service in the future? Just because he could understand the reasoning behind the forceful interruption did not mean Leylin's heart was not ill at ease. After chatting with Illustrial for a while and receiving the visitor's pass for the palace library, Leylin left the palace. It had to be said that Leylin had developed a new understanding of Illustrial after meeting with her. It could be said that he had a favorable impression of her, but maybe not of Buren. What did you think of him, Buren? Illustrial asked with interest as she cupped her face with her hands. Even if she was naive, she had changed with the polish of many years of experience, although the changes were not particularly big. He did not have any traces of evil intent or the aura of a devil on him. Buren's eyes turned crimson, looking extremely terrifying, and his thirst for knowledge is sincere, not faked. If it's like this, then how come you didn't allow me to give him the authority to view those resources? Illustrial said, feeling hard done by. Resources ranked legendary or above must be exchanged for contributions. This rule is the cornerstone that protects our Silverymoon city. Buren looked at Illustrial, who was acting like a little girl, with a helpless and bitter smile. Also, giving an insignificant wizard like him those high-ranked and above resources is more than enough. After he reaches rank 15 and swears the oath of eternal loyalty to the Styx, then we can pass on the legendary ranked resources. Alright, Illustrial waved her hand, you can make the decisions. Oh, tonight I have to attend Mr. Nudu's dinner party. Please forgive me, but I must remind your majesty that as the ruler of our Silvery Moon City and the Alliance, it is highly inappropriate for you to suddenly turn up at the party of our ordinary citizens. Beginning Buren's warning was serious, but Illustrial seemed to have had enough of him. She waved her arms, and a teleportation gate flickered into existence as she disappeared. Watching this irresponsible queen, Buren could only roll his eyes speechlessly. Under the terrifying magic formation in the castle, only the chosen of their goddess could make use of teleportation gates at will. Even though Buren had already reached the realm of legends, there was nothing he could do. Leylin used this period well, staying in the library to copy all of the information on under legendary magic. After a series of long and complicated arrangements, he was conferred his title. He obtained some uncultivated land next to the Moonwood. He changed its name to the Violet Territory, and he became the Violet Baron. There was no way around it. All lands that were fertile, rich and safe had long since been taken up by the nobles. Getting them to spit it back out was far from an easy task. The area surrounding the Moonwood was filled with danger and the front lines for the battles with the orcs. That was why it was being given out. However, it was only a wasteland now. The only good thing about it was that because the intention was to compensate Leylin, the area was 2 times larger than the land given to normal barons. I have no plans to live here permanently anyway, so it doesn't really matter, Leylin thought as he fiddled with the noble coat of arms he had designed himself. The main body was a violet with intricate plant decorations around it. If Baron Jonas were to know of this, he would definitely be delighted. A title and land was something the upper-class people in the world of gods desired the most. Leylin could not only gain the title as Baron Fallen, but also be the master of the Violet Territory. Once he had a son, he would let the boy take over and help the Fallen family branch out. That would count as expanding the power of the family. With joint marriages and swallowing up of families, there would be changes and exchanges in titles. Once the scattered territories linked together, a huge noble family would be formed, maybe even a kingdom. Such a rise usually took a few centuries. Of course, the possibility of such a thing was very low. At most, the later generations themselves would begin to bicker amongst themselves. This had nothing to do with Leylin. The only thing that left him more satisfied was that he was now a true noble, and no longer had to work in the name of the next in line. The power and treatment a true noble and an heir had were completely different. He was quickly appointed as a captain of the city guard, and he was assigned a complete troop. The army expanded from the 5th Legion, and had 200 professionals and about the same number of troops and commoners. Altogether, there were about 500 of them. This power is sufficient for me to do a lot of things. Of course, compared to the orc army that's coming, it's not much. Leylin observed the dark clouds in the horizon, his brows gradually furrowing together. With the orc tribes maneuvering, the gloom of war was already enveloping the northern lands. Shops had closed permanently even in Silvery Moon, and pedestrians were moving hastily. The Sunrise Mountains and the orc tribes were practically synonyms of savagery and war. Not only were these orcs born with powerful bodies, but they also had the protection of their own god. Their god was powerful. In the world of gods, orcs and humans were huge races that each did not lose out to the other. Their gods had powerful divine force, comparable to peak rank 8 magi. This was practically the limit of what the universe could accommodate. Without the protection of a powerful god, the treatment one was given in the world of gods was entirely different. Under the huge incoming threat, even the fall of the entire northern lands was likely. Leylin had intel that the members of the mobilized tribes were very powerful, and it wouldn't be trivial like the simple fights and robberies before. With so many tribes banding together, there was a sense of a fledgling empire taking shape. If left unchecked, an orc empire would rise up. If they wiped out the Silvery Moon Alliance and took over the northern lands, then this empire would form atop the corpses of their enemies. Perhaps this too was a hope of their god. As for the human faction, Leylin had also heard about something that did not mean well for them. The Silvery Moon Alliance was too powerful, referring to Illustrial in particular. She was a legend who was also the chosen of the goddess of the weave. The influence of Silvery Moon had risen in recent times, and there were more and more cries proclaiming her to be the Empress. The Silvery Moon Alliance was an alliance amongst the Northern Lands organizations. This included all the human cities in the northern lands, as well as a few other large territories. At the beginning, the intention was to fend off the orcs more effectively, and they had built up offensive and defensive strategies. Illustrial had used her personal charm and the great strength of Silverymoon to keep her position as the head of the Silverymoon Alliance. With her lifespan and reputation, she could very well integrate the scattered federations in the next few centuries and form one terrifying empire. This was obviously something the orcs did not want to see. Of course, there were many amongst the nobles in the northern lands that approved of this and even helped to achieve it. Meanwhile, there were those strongly against it, doing what they could to hinder it in secret. How interesting, the accumulation of these conflicts is now allowing the orcs to invade them. Leylin chuckled as he glanced at the castle behind him. Powerful spell rays lingered eternally on the walls and magnetic bricks, giving it a unique beauty. The conflicts between humans and orcs, the contradictions of whether to be unified or to split, and even the conflicts between gods, with this spiral of events, I wonder how long the beautiful and fertile Silverymoon can last. Leylin's eyes flickered with wit. Beep. High-ranked wizard information has been recorded. Spell model database is now complete. Constructing hosts wizard spells. The AI chip suddenly showed this prompt. After he spent a lot of time scanning through all information below the rank of legend in the palace, the chip's database was now complete. At the very least, Leylin would not be hindered before he became a legend. Good. A high-ranked wizard, at rank 1-5, is publicly known to be someone powerful. AI chip, how long will I take to reach that point if I meditate as I do now? Leylin asked. Beep. Mission established. Checking compatibility with host. Proceeding with theoretical tests. The AI chip quickly calculated, numerous 0 and 1s flashing by in front of Leylin's eyes. In a few seconds, it gave an answer. Based on host's current stats, estimated time to reaching rank 15 is in 731 days 13 hours. Around 2 years. That's probably the time that the orcs will attack. All of a sudden, Leylin's expression changed as he looked towards the north. This undulation, it's from a legendary spell. And it's at the fort of the Sunrise Mountains. Could it be, north of Silverymoon, Sunrise Mountains? This was a huge mountain range that extended through the humans' northern lands and the boundless wilderness of the orcs. It allowed for a clear divide between the worlds of the two. The humans in Silverymoon had used spells and a lot of manual labor to construct a large defensive fort, and they deployed their military to guard it. Atop the black steely wall was the newest results of Silverymoon's research, the automatic magic cannon. The troops stationed at the garrison were the most powerful of Silverymoon. There were over 20 high-grade wizards there, and there were even rumors that there was a legend in charge. Over these many years, this fort alone had forced the orcs to return with their tails between their legs. No matter how crazed the attacks were, the fort had stood tall like a reef in a tsunami. For this reason, the original name that had been complex and awkward had been discarded. In its place, it was given the beautiful name of Unfallen Moon Fort. It represented the silver moon flag of Silverymoon that, at the front of the city in the fort, would never fall. Pock. However, at that moment, the beautiful and intricate silver moon flag had slowly descended into the burning flames, turning entirely into ashes. Roar, roar. Numerous snarling wee creatures shouted crazily as they crawled up the walls that were said to never fall. Werejackals, werelions, wereleopards, there were even gigantic behemoths, snakemen, and fox-woman priests. Numerous orcs with varying appearances arranged themselves in a square-shaped formation, crowding around a golden werelion as they cheered enthusiastically. Saladin. Saladin, Emperor of the wee creatures. Emperor of the orcs. This orc called Saladin had fur that pointed up like steel spikes, and his eyes were electric. Numerous legends, heads of their respective races, could only prostrate themselves before him. He was Saladin, Emperor of all orcs, and the chosen of the orc god Grumsh. He who possesses the divine weapon of the orcs, the thunder god's hammer. With the power of the divine weapon, he had destroyed the fort's defenses in an instant, and even killed the human legend. I, Saladin, Emperor of the orcs, King of all kings, shall conquer the northern lands as a jewel on the crown of my god. Saladin snarled, and the many orcs cheered together. Calendar of the gods, year 37,665. Unfallen Moon Fort fell to their enemies, after being completely invaded by orcs on all sides. War with their huge numbers, the orcs had many peak experts. The fort quickly changed hands. There weren't even many magic warnings issued, allowing them to have the time to lay low and wait for the reinforcements once the original guard was taken care of. After a few rounds, the teleportation rays no longer flickered, and the orcs controlled the fort with ease, setting up their own teleportation spell formations. The Unfallen Moon Fort had its own arrangements for escape routes. The wizards had left themselves teleportation gates that would allow for convenient access for assistance. The orcs in turn had messed up the spatial undulations here and sealed off all teleportation. Just as the camp was in a frenzy, a pair of golden eyes looked down from above. In that moment, the weave within tens of kilometers seemed to rebel, and powerful thunderclouds formed silently. "Mistra, what's happening? Are you trying to go against our contract?" A gruff voice sounded, and the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated to reveal shining moonlight. The orcs below did not even realize that they'd been at death's door, and they all silently gathered their loot. The dim golden eyes did not make any more movements, and instead seemed to streak through the sky and focus on an orc. Grumsh, the owner of the golden eyes, called out the name of the Werebeast, the flames of her fury growing. "You saw that. I didn't make the first move. It's a result of the guy's fight." The orc god chuckled, sounding gleeful. "Furthermore, we've gotten the support of many gods, for instance the guy who's been following you." Grumsh reported another piece of news and then was satisfied to see the anger in Mistra's eyes. The powerful conscience left, looking exasperated at seeing such a conflict happen so close. "I can't suppress someone as powerful as the goddess of the weave even at my peak. However, the competition on this path is ruthless. Whether in the dusk of the magi and gods, or now," Grumsh mumbled, and then he disappeared after sending down a powerful oracle. With their priests, the maddened orcs seemed to spread throughout the north. Survival and reproduction were the two main goals of living beings. The orcs were like locusts as they looted all that they saw, and much blood was spilt. The states that were lucky to survive in the northern lands sunk into an arduous battle after being summoned by Silverymoon. The situation was in a deadlock. On one hand, the land that the orcs obtained needed to be governed, and the soldiers needed to be reorganized. On the other, with the sudden attacks, the Silverymoon alliance had suffered continuous losses and desperately needed some respite. Another great wave of attacks could burst forth, and small skirmishes were a constant thing these days. The mercenaries, adventurers and even dreamers of the human world risked their lives to come to the northern lands, hoping to get some part of the glory. More merchants and commoners fled, which was a huge headache for the country. In this chaotic world, a name that had been in the shadows before began to grow in intensity and shone in the battle with the orcs, thus earning the name of a hero. Unwittingly, a year passed. Year 37,666 of the calendar of the gods, Silverymoon City. A handsome black horse galloped along the road, its bloody hooves evidence of it having passed through a battlefield. The troops following behind it held orc ears, proof of merit and rewards. The knight at the head was astonishingly a female. "It's the Knight of Light, Raphania." An adventurer along the road saw the female knight, their eyes filled with obvious admiration and worship. I heard that the lady became a high-ranked knight at a young age. She's been shining in battles with the orcs as of late." A young girl's eyes twinkled. Even more worthy of admiration is the fact that Lady Raphania is like the personification of justice. She treats commoners and nobles all the same and does her best to protect the interests of the weak, just like the city master. That's why so many adventurers are coming from all over the world. Someone who was obviously the leader beside the girl supplemented, though he was critical on the inside. Few agree with the city master's ideals and want to participate in battle. Most people prioritize benefits. Although he knew this, he wouldn't say such a thing aloud. Merit was the best way for adventurers to become nobles. The city master of Silverymoon was known for her generosity, so what harm was there in keeping mum? Her commander, Baron Violet, seems to be a great example of this. The adventurer leader thought inside and urged his people on. "What are you looking at? Go to the mercenary guild and get the rewards from the mission." Due to the war and the surge of many mercenaries and adventurers, Silverymoon strangely seemed to be prosperous. The citizens who had lived calm and comfortable lives had disappeared, and in their place were mercenaries and adventurers who reeked of blood. Besides hotels and the shops at the sides of the streets, there were many shops that sold all sorts of steel weapons and low-grade potions and the like. In general, they were items that would raise one's battle might. The mercenary guild's business was going so well that they were filled with adventurers every day. Mercenary missions can only give money. Who knows, after a period of time when the war eases up, I'll want to take a walk amongst the city guards. The leader was still considering his plans for the future. These were the true thoughts of unimportant characters in a chaotic world. They did not care who was in charge and only bothered about their own benefits. The female knight naturally did not care about this group of adventurers by the road. This was a common thing in Silverymoon. The procession entered one of the camps, and Raphania took off her armor to change into a casual outfit. She entered Leylin's tent. He was blanked out while looking at a huge map of the northern lands, as if he hadn't noticed Raphania entering. Upon noticing this, Raphania suddenly had a mischievous look on her face and sneakily ran to Leylin's back. "Stop playing around, Raphania." Leylin spoke unenthusiastically, causing Raphania to deflate like a ball. "Come on, can't you just let a girl have her way? What happened to your gentlemanly attitude?" Raphania expressed her discontent to Leylin, who seemed to have grown a pair of eyes on his back. Haha, with the spiritual force of a wizard, she wouldn't be able to escape the detections of the AI chip no matter how cautious she was, unless she was a high-ranked assassin or thief. "Have you completed your mission?" Leylin was now the main commander here, and Raphania was his underling. "Yes, I've completely wiped out that group of scouting orcs. What bastards! They massacred 3 whole villages," Raphania exclaimed, feeling indignant. This had always been a life-or-death struggle between 2 races, and Leylin merely raised his eyebrows a little but did not say more. In addition, he had another thought in mind. They're killing so much in the areas of their enemies. Leylin sighed. His intel said that old, ill, weak, and disabled orcs were already entering the areas that had been taken over, and clearing the land for cultivation. They had scattered seeds and were clearly trying to restore life to the land. What surprised Leylin more was that these orc villages already had signs of human slaves. There's someone capable among the orc invasion. This was not a short-term policy, and that caused fear among the higher-ups of Silverymoon. Leylin, however, was unperturbed. As their desires and goals were different, their worries varied. Watching those nobles down on their luck, Leylin even felt refreshed. "AI, chip, show me my current stats," Leylin commanded. The AI chip loyally carried out Leylin's orders, and showed a group of stats. Leylin Fallen. Age, 21. Race, human. Rank 14 wizard. Strength, 12. Agility, 11. Vitality, 10. Spirit, 14. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Spell slots, rank 6 3, rank 5 5, rank 4 7, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Progress of analysis of weave. Level 0, 100%, level 1, 100%, level 2, 100%, level 3, 100%, level 4, 68.88%, level 5 37.91%, level 6 12.36%. Leylin had risen by a rank in the past year, which the other wizards found unimaginable. If not for the war, he might even have advanced faster. Given his continuous outstanding military service, he'd even obtained legend-ranked information. It had to be said that the World of God structure of the high-grade magic strength system was still a great inspiration to Leylin. "I've already checked the Nether Mountains a few times, and can confirm that the Red Dragon's Cave and the ruins of the Arcanists are there." Leylin's eyes glowed brightly. Contract Leylin had never forgotten his original objective. His long-term goal in the world of gods was to ascend to godhood and allow his main body to enter this world. On the other hand, his short-term goals included advancing to the rank of legend as quickly as possible, and obtaining enough power to protect himself. His main purpose in coming to the north was to find the inheritance of the Arcanists, as well as information on legendary spells from Silverymoon City. Compared to these goals, reputation, territory, nobility, and riches were nothing but dog shit. Although he now looked as if he was pursuing those things, it was only to give others the wrong impression. When it was time to abandon it all, he would do so without the slightest trace of hesitation. What were those things compared to eternal life and freedom anyway? "I always thought you were a fellow with a lot of secrets," Raphania mumbled to herself as she glanced at Leylin, sitting down with a melancholic air. Such keen perception, she really is a first-rate tool. Leylin inwardly smiled to himself, but it was a pity that this lady knight had such an exceedingly pure soul. She had not seen past the facade into his true nature, else she would have been scared to death, forget daring to stay by his side. "All right, what are you looking at the map for? Is it time for us to act?" Raphania nibbled at an apple, propping up her toned and slender legs directly on the table. After serving in the army for a year, this lady knight had thrown her aristocratic grace and reserved nature away to the outer seas. It looks like we're in trouble, Leylin replied, adding emphasis on trouble. Is it that Cassidy? I want to chop him up. The lady knight exclaimed. The day will soon come. Leylin stuck a small flag onto the map, marking down several lines of letters. Tell me, how is he going to trap us this time? Raffania rolled her eyes. It can't really be called a trap. He needs troops to go and defend the territories of several noble families near the Moonwood. Those orcs are acting up again. There have even been rumors of the Blackblood tribe colluding with the Orc Empire. Then why is he demanding that we go? He's asking us to die. Raffania shouted. Just the Blackblood tribe was enough to challenge Silverymoon City, and if orcs were added into the mix then it would be a complete death trap. We don't have a choice. Those nobles whose territories are being threatened are getting anxious. Additionally, my Violet territory is also near there. Leylin's lips curved into a mocking smile. If he was truly a minor noble, then it would have been imperative for him to go. Otherwise, neither Silverymoon City nor Cassidy would let him off. The secular world's shackles as well as strict martial law could not be joked around with. In Leylin's view, however, what did they matter? Naturally, he'd put some effort in on the surface. He also had no choice in actually going to the Moonwood, but it was entirely up to Leylin whether he wanted to fight sincerely. Send the command. All personnel have had their holidays cancelled. They must go into standby mode, prepared to set off at any time. With Leylin's order, the entire barracks was immediately thrown into chaos. Against such powerful enemies, even the officers trembled in fear. However, Leylin didn't bother with his subordinates. After he had gave the command, he mounted his horse and traveled alone to his residence in Silverymoon City. Mr. Leylin. Only Bethany remained in the vast residence's laboratory. She appeared to be very cold and cheerless. After the news of the Great War had erupted, Ina and her sister had been strictly ordered by their families to return. Only Bethany had stayed. I'll run the bath for you, sir. Also, the funds from the previous business deal have already been transferred to your bank account. Here is the receipt. Bethany immediately left the alchemy table and bowed to Leylin. She had kept everything in good order while he was gone. It had to be said that this young lady took her work quite seriously and worked hard. After all, she's a seedling that I raised myself, Leylin thought. No need for that. Leylin waved his hand. Bethany, I have something that I would like to ask you. Leylin looked at Bethany attentively. She had grown up very well, and had even reached the realm of a rank 5 wizard. It was a shame that her power was nothing but a speck of dust in front of the great army of orcs. Please tell me, sir. Bethany clasped her hands and seemed rather ill at ease. After spending such a long time with Leylin, she naturally understood that he was enigmatic and impossible to predict. Questions that even the high-ranked wizards of the colleges could not answer were easily solved by him. She had only been able to break through to a rank 5 wizard under his guidance. Compared to her, Ina and her sister were still lingering in the realm of rank 3 wizards. For all this, Bethany knew that she had to pay the price. It was only that when the moment came for her to do so, she seemed rather uneasy. With the orcs pushing the battle closer to this place, Silverymoon City will become very dangerous. Don't you wish to go home to your family? Leylin looked at his apprentice and asked with great interest. My family? Bethany smiled rather bitterly. I don't want to go home. I want to continue walking the path of a wizard and advance. If I go home with my current strength, I'll have to serve my family until I die. As a low-ranked wizard and alchemy apprentice, Bethany's family would absolutely not allow the goose who laid golden eggs to marry out of the family. Bethany's only future was to be a sacrifice for her family, and silently devote her life to them until she died of old age. Or perhaps her family would want to carry on the bloodline of a wizard, and adopt several men she disliked into the family. Just envisioning this sort of life made Bethany feel like she was going insane. Then, do you wish to continue receiving my instruction? Leylin asked, looking deeply into Bethany's eyes. If that's possible, then my gratitude will know no bounds. After hearing the thing she wished for the most, Bethany felt that she was the most fortunate person in the world, and almost fainted in happiness. All right, I would now like to hire you as an alchemist for the fallen family. Have a look at this contract. Leylin passed a scroll of parchment to Bethany. A contract? Bethany opened the parchment, looking at the contract which had been written in black ink. It stipulated that she needed to serve the fallen family for 50 years, and through that obtain Leylin's financial assistance and advice as a wizard. It was a spirit-binding contract, and there was a beautifully intricate pattern around the parchment. I have no problem with this. I agree. Bethany scanned through the contract and confirmed that she had no issues before gritting her teeth and agreeing. All right, then sign your name in your own blood. This demand was a little strange, but Bethany still bit her thumb and signed her name at the end of the parchment. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the entire scroll floated into midair and spontaneously combusted. Bethany's eyes grew dazed as she felt herself losing something she could not name. However, she also felt like nothing had really happened. Good, the contract has been established. On behalf of the fallen family, I welcome you into our ranks. Leylin smiled as he placed several items down on the table. Here's 100 gold coins, as well as several scrolls and magic items. Take them with you just in case. Tomorrow, you will go to the south, to the Fallen Islands. There you will find Wizard Ernest, who will set up arrangements for you, scrolls. Alchemic materials. Bethany gently stroked the magic scrolls with her fingers, and the powerful energy in them made her quake in fear. Leylin had personally smelted these magic items, and they were absolutely priceless. Compared to that, the gold coins were worthless. Why must I leave? Could it be that Mr. Leylin is not optimistic about the future of Silverymoon City? Leylin answered without the slightest hesitation. His answer made Bethany's body sway on the verge of collapse. How is that possible? The city is under the protection of the goddess of the weave. Our enemies have their own gods. Additionally, only the ruler of our city can survive. It doesn't mean that you ordinary people will. Leylin's cold voice shattered her delusions. Of course, after Silverymoon City, it won't be possible for the battle to spread further south. Your family won't be in danger, so there is no need to worry. Sending this rather distracted young lady away, Leylin smiled as he looked at his right hand. A trace of the purest soul origin force had arrived in his palm. Even if Bethany died now, her soul would belong to him. This was the power of a devil. My young lady, if you don't pay attention when you sign a contract, it's difficult for you to not lose out. Putting tricks into a contract was the favorite method of many devils from all dimensions. The decorative border around the parchment was the simplest trick. Naturally, even if Bethany had heard of such a thing, she didn't regard Leylin as a devil. As a result, she most likely had not even considered that he would do such a thing. It's just child's play, whatever happens will happen. Leylin could easily educate many alchemy students to her level, but since it seemed that Bethany was innately gifted, and her luck was rather good, he didn't mind helping her a little. Silverymoon City, Leylin sighed softly. What he had said earlier wasn't just fear-mongering. The possibility was real. The Silverymoon Alliance has already threatened the central human kingdom, and those kings do not wish for a powerful human kingdom to rise in the north. There are many nobles who share this thought in the north, and as a result the support that the Silverymoon Alliance will receive is limited. This was still the material plane after all. The gods of human factions could not unite in solidarity. Mystra could only rely on herself to take on all the orc gods. Even with the assistance of several gods she was on good terms with, the city did not have hopeful prospects. Rescue on the contrary, Leylin felt at ease when gods held conflicting views and were petty. If the gods all presented a united front, there was no way he could have been able to survive and grow in the main world. His alternatives were either the deep abyss or hell itself. The consequences of the will of the world of gods, the overgod, falling into slumber had encouraged many gods to harbor their own agendas. Leylin recalled the world's will in the world of gods. The gods were the children of the world, and the world's will was their leader. The one and only overgod. In Leylin's opinion, the will of the Magus world and the world of gods had reached the realm of rank 9. Omniscient and omnipotent, they were but one step towards eternity. Back then, not only did the Magus and the gods exchange blows, but even the wills partook in the battle, with both sides perishing and entering a heavy slumber. Before its slumber, the will of the world of gods had completely sealed the world with a layer of crystallized wall that isolated the world from any form of communication. This move had effectively protected the world of gods and allowed the growth of newer gods. However, after they had finished dividing up the faith they had, the limited source of worshippers had caused a huge conflict between the gods. Having lost their foreign enemies, the gods had now turned inwards into fighting against one another. At the very bottom of Leylin's heart, he held a strong conviction that there were gods who had coveted for the seat of the sovereign. After all, Gods will fall with the dwindling of their worshippers, unless they were able to directly extract the world origin force and surpass the existence of a god. The only thing standing in their way was the world's will. Isn't this ironic? To nurture a child that would eventually oppose you. Leylin's eyes narrowed with a gleam of determination. Wizard Cassidy, good morning. Outside the city walls, Leylin bumped into an entirely unexpected person. Good morning, Wizard Leylin. Cassidy nodded at him. Perhaps I will ride out with the troops with you, so when the time comes I hope you will cooperate. Cooperate? Leylin's eyes narrowed, but the smiling expression on his face did not change as he slowly left. Although he was slightly less powerful than Cassidy, their status was almost equal. He no longer had to give way to the other wizard as he had been forced to do in the past. Since the troops were mobilizing, coordination was purely organized between the mid-ranks and not an order given by the higher-ups. It was important not to underestimate this point, as it could be used to devastating effect in the midst of true battle. At the very least, it would put an end to Cassidy's informal and unnecessary orders, and eliminate the possibility of him sending the troops off to die. Damn. After Leylin's back disappeared from view, Cassidy's gently smiling expression completely collapsed. It was substituted with the most chilling intent. Leylin fallen. This name had grown offensively conspicuous ever since the orc invasion. Most notably, Cassidy's several retaliatory attempts against the wizard had all been played down by him, and even served to enhance the other man's reputation. In the end, many people had gradually come to lump him and Leylin together, likening the two of them to the brightest new stars in the sky. From Cassidy's point of view, the fact that they had gone as far as to place someone from the younger generation on the same level as him was a bold-faced insult. Additionally, after he had suffered defeat, the faction backing him had gradually withdrawn their support. This was something that he absolutely could not stand. There was only one way to resolve this mess, and that was to make the source of trouble, Leylin, disappear entirely from this world. I look forward to the face you'll show me before you die. A trace of darkness flashed across Cassidy's eyes, and he returned to Silverymoon City without looking back. 2 days later, nearly 1,000 troops slowly left Silverymoon City. I've always found that Cassidy an eyesore, and now he's even deliberately riding out with us. He's trying to make trouble for us, I'm sure. The Lady Knight seethed next to Leylin. I'm afraid that he won't simply cause trouble for us. Leylin was well aware of the murderous intent that his companion was so clearly radiating. Only, I'm not sure what will happen in the end. A strange smile curved at the edges of Leylin's lips. We're now entering the danger zone, stay alert. As they drew closer to the Moonwood, even Cassidy became even more vigilant as it was possible that the Werebeasts could attack. After the orc invasion, the forces near Silverymoon Alliance began to get restless, especially the Blackblood tribe who had immediately occupied the entire Moonwood. In the past, the patrol rangers had previously been able to routinely enter and collect intelligence there, but entering the forest now was a death sentence. The alliance between the Werebeasts and the orcs now seemed entirely possible. After all, humans all thought that they had similar looks and characteristics. Working together was natural when the conditions were right. Once the Blackblood tribe joined the orc faction, however, Silverymoon City would suffer an inconceivable setback. The queen of the city, Her Majesty Illustrial, must be in distress, Leylin indifferently thought to himself. A loud chirping sound abruptly sounded. It came from a gray and white eagle, an animal companion of a druid scout in their troops. I've seen Baron Andrew's castle. It's now under siege, the druid immediately reported to Leylin. A siege? Leylin furrowed his brows. He could faintly see smoke and ash rising at the edge of the horizon, by orcs or by ogres. It's the orcs, I'm very certain, as I've seen the Blackblood tribe's flag there. The druid nodded vigorously. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Raphania drew her longsword. Ever since she had seen the village massacres of the orcs and the ogres, she had become the resolute believer in human superiority. Wait, we should at the very least inform Cassidy. Leylin helplessly grabbed Nick's reins and led an orderly inform their allies. There was a rather begrudging expression on his face as he said, I've known you for so many years already, but you haven't even matured a little. Before long, the orderly had already brought back Cassidy's reply. Commanding Officer Cassidy says that he is in charge of the Defense Corps, and he will leave these matters for you to resolve. The orderly announced loudly, and bowed as he left. Before they had set off, he had not known what tricks Cassidy had employed, and in the end he had unexpectedly obtained the mission of defending a few nobles. The mission Leylin had received was to attack and push the orcs' frontlines back into the Moonwood. Far behind the front line, Cassidy was in charge of defense. He had even incidentally blocked his grain supply channels. The impression he had gotten was that Cassidy's true mission was to defend the area when Leylin had completely failed. His mission was similar to defending the city walls, but Leylin had been the pioneer who had taken the initiative to attack. This fellow is already thinking of the unthinkable outcome behind my back, Leylin shook his head. If an ordinary person was in his position, perhaps they would die playing Cassidy's game. It was clear how deeply Cassidy hated him from how readily he had issued the command. Those who are meant to back me haven't supported me at all. Is it a question of loyalty? Leylin sighed a little. He had risen to power too abruptly and had not truly won their trust. Otherwise, they wouldn't have behaved so passively. Once a high-rank wizard of Silverymoon City reaches rank 15, they sign a very powerful contract to pledge their loyalty. Its effect can even extend all the way until the wizard reaches the realm of high-ranked and legend. Leylin suddenly thought of a rumor which now appeared to be true. Once I reach rank 15 and become a high-ranked wizard, something similar may befall me. In comparison, however, Cassidy, who had signed the high-ranked wizard contract, seemed to be trusted more easily. The troops under Leylin saw a look of unswerving determination on their leader's face. Onwards, Leylin finally issued the command. A besieged castle rapidly appeared before them, and the village next to it had already been burned to the ground. There were corpses strewn everywhere on the ground, and many of them were badly damaged. Charge, leave none of them alive. At the sight of this scene, the soldiers immediately saw red. Leylin duly issued the command to attack. Kill. Raphania led the way on horseback as the captain of a small squadron of knights. She and her subordinates fiercely advanced like black jackhammers into the orc army. The people in the castle let out a cheer at the sight of the reinforcements' arrival. There are very few orcs here, and they have spent their energy attacking the castle. If we coordinate with those inside the castle, they'll have no luck in defeating us. Leylin's gaze swept across the entire battlefield as he demonstrated his natural leadership skills. The army made up of 200 professionals became the most precise and accurate tools in his hand, calmly and efficiently reaping the lives of the orcs before them. When Cassidy finally arrived from the rear, he only saw the scene of the auxiliary troops sweeping the battlefield clean. His eyes narrowed at Leylin's abilities, and afterwards a dense killing intent leaked from him. I am Baron Andrew, and I thank you all for coming to our aid. At this moment, the securely shut castle door was flung open. A middle-aged noble walked out with his retainers, with a trace of fear still lingering on his face. I am Cassidy from Silverymoon City. You and your people have been saved. At this moment, Cassidy stood at the forefront and willingly took the credit. He looked as if he had no qualms about doing this, and Leylin's subordinates were extremely angry at the injustice. Haha, this is reality. Even geniuses must be restrained by the rules. Cassidy had absolutely loathed this rule in the past, but now he felt very carefree. Unscrupulous at the sight of Cassidy stealing his credit right in front of him, Leylin subtly lowered his eyes and concealed the strange expression within them. Then I have to express my thanks towards you, sir. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome everyone as well as rooms. Please come back to the castle with me and rest. Baron Andrew naturally would not be able to tell what had happened in a single glance, and attentively received the guests. After following the Baron into his castle, Leylin saw many refugees within with panicked expressions on their faces. These damned wee creatures, our harvest this year is ruined, Baron Andrew grumbled as he walked in front of them. Afterwards, he instructed his housekeeper and his wife to make preparations for the feast. A magnificent feast was held within the castle's enormous great hall. Roast chicken which looked a little scorched, wine as red as liquid ruby, and mountains of white bread were brought out. It could be said that to host Leylin and the men, this Baron Andrew had taken out what remained of his store of quality items. Naturally, no matter how the world changed, the lifestyle of those in the upper classes would always be much better than those below them. Leylin swayed his wine glass and watched the dark red wine swirling within it, a strange smile on his face. Please be assured, Baron Andrew, Silverymoon City will not sit idly by and watch these wee creatures attack. The tax exemption is an entirely different matter, and you will need to contact the city hall. In the position of the guest of honor, Cassidy was cheerfully chatting with the Baron. His manner of speaking made Baron Andrew nod slightly, looking completely convinced. Even those young ladies near him who were clearly his daughters had peculiar looks in his eyes. Wizard Leylin. Just at this moment, Cassidy called out Leylin's name. Lord Cassidy, how can I help you? Leylin did not move from his seat and nodded slightly to indicate he had heard. His action filled Cassily's eyes with dissatisfaction. This fellow, he should have died long ago. Cassily raged within his heart. On the surface, however, he still wore the smile he had on earlier. According to military command, I will organize the nobles, defenses in the rear. I'll leave the fighting on the front lines to you. Baron Andrew looked at Cassily, then at Leylin, his eyes filled with astonishment. He wasn't a slow-witted person, and now he seemed to see something different. This wizard Leylin, he seems to have rather good standing. However, he seems to have some conflict with high-ranked wizard Cassily. Baron Andrew would normally exploit this relationship for his own gain, however he was now worried. In these times, infighting will just exacerbate the wear and tear on one's own troops. What are those fellows in Silverymoon City thinking? Baron Andrew grumbled, and at the same time thought of his previous actions. Only until he had confirmed that he had not neglected Leylin and his faction did he secretly let out of a sigh of relief. At the same time he also decided to disregard the situation between Leylin and Cassily. Of course, that is my original mission after all. Leylin very readily agreed to Cassily's demand, which went completely against his expectations and left him feeling rather astonished. Then, I'll ask you to go towards Vaughn village and station the men there, Cassily replied, as if this was all as a matter of course. Please forgive me for this, but you have no right to interfere. The front line is under my command. Leylin smiled as he rejected him, which made Cassily flush bright red. Very well. After rudely huffing a few times, Cassily began to forcefully pressure him. However, to maintain our line of communication, I need to send a contact member out with you. Your troops also need support in terms of rations from my group. This was a restriction and also an unspoken threat. I can agree to this. Leylin expressed his approval after thinking for a bit. Cassily watched Leylin's troops slowly depart from the top of the castle, his expression immediately becoming malevolent. 2 days later, amongst Leylin's troops. Lord Leylin, I feel that we should not continue towards Cade village. A gorgeously dressed fellow broke formation and came to Leylin, a highly arrogant look on his face. Raffania watched him walk over with a look of loathing, and urged her horse ahead to leave them behind. This fellow was named Malfoy, and he was the communication liaison that Cassily had forced on him. He reportedly was the heir of a marquis and was well placed in Silverymoon City. Unfortunately, he had Cassily backing him, so he was rather unscrupulous. He did not even address Leylin with the minimum amount of respect. Oh, what do you propose? Leylin calmly looked at this impertinent fellow. I believe we should follow Lord Cassily's previous proposal. Going to Vaughn village is the correct decision, Malfoy replied fearlessly. He had the backing of a formidable faction and was a knight of Silverymoon. How would a bumpkin like Leylin dare to do anything to him? I refuse. Leylin looked at this fellow with a trace of ridicule. Perhaps the strength of a faction would be useful in times of peace. Since they were in an era of war, however, the man who held greater military might would be the stronger power. This fellow who couldn't even understand that would just die. What? Sir Malfoy's anger was out of this world. You actually dare? His fingers trembled as he looked at Leylin, as if he was seeing his greatest enemy. Malfoy never thought that he would meet such a rude person, and thoughts of Cassily flew out of his head. Perhaps he did not realize that his life lay in Leylin's hands. In this situation, how could Leylin dare to rebel against him? Thump thump. Right at this moment, an enormous dust cloud swept over them. The dust had been kicked up by a great number of troops and their horses. Stay alert. The alarm rang. Malfoy almost fell to the ground in fright, his face paling rapidly. His behavior made those knights around him smile disdainfully. The deafening sound of hooves clopping against the ground was followed by a huge squadron of troops appearing in their field of view. The purple flag of the Violet family was dazzling as it hung on the carriages. It's the Violet flag, the insignia of the commander's family. The soldiers all cheered. This is. Malfoy trembled as he saw the massive squadron ahead slowly integrating together with their own troops. An old man who looked like a housekeeper even personally came to pay his respects to Leylin. Almost 500 personal troops, as well as so many carriages full of grain. Leylin's carriages were full of elite soldiers, and there was even an enormous cart in the fleet with sacks filled to the brim with grain. At this point, his power is really. Malfoy's face grew pale. With this assistance as well as Leylin's original 200 professionals and 300 auxiliary troops, he commanded over 1,000 soldiers. He could even provide rations for his troops by himself, and he did not need to Cassili's support at all. The most frightening part is that if these men only answer to Leylin, and if they decide to rebel with him, then perhaps it's enough for them to. Malfoy grew even more frightened, and his voice grew shrill. No, that's impossible. How do you have so many men? Perhaps you've forgotten that my violet territory is here. Leylin taunted him with a smile. Violet territory? Malfoy stared at him blankly, and immediately thought of Leylin's fiefdom, which was only a huge wasteland. Even savages did not live there. Looking at Malfoy's stunned expression, Leylin laughed inwardly to himself. Although his violet territory indeed possessed nothing, it served well to boost his position and aid his pretense. After receiving this title, Tiff and the others in the organization all became Leylin's vassals. They could even transport their previously hoarded resources and rations, as well as weapons and other military materiel to this place. Everything had happened in one go, resulting in this. Young master, we've received the news. Tiff's expression grew somber as he murmured into Leylin's ear. Oh, that, I understand. Leylin looked at Tiff, who had broken through his limits to become a legend. Spread word of my command, we will go west. Our target is the Nether Mountains. What? Malfoy was the first to blurt out. Lord Leylin, please take note of the orders you are under. Don't tell me that you're thinking of disobeying Silverymoon's army. Even if I disobey, what can you do? Leylin smiled as he ridiculed the man, watching as blood drained from Malfoy's face. Did you really think that martial law and Silverymoon's noble title would tie me down? Originally, Leylin's subordinates were all Silverymoon's men. Whatever plans he had could not be realized unless he left by himself, and he would become a wanted criminal. Now, everything was different. The private vassals of a noble would be absolutely loyal to him alone. With this power in hand, Leylin could now completely coerce all his subordinates. In the beginning, he secretly controlled over half of this unit. After a year of leading them, he now no longer had any problems. What? You dare to disobey orders? I've always found you an eyesore. Drag him down and behead him. Leylin waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Two bulky and muscular vassals immediately hoisted Malfoy up from under his arms, wringing him like a chick. Since you're about to meet the god of death, I'll tell you some news. Leylin drew closer to Malfoy, a malicious smile on his face. The orc hordes have already launched a surprise attack on Silverymoon City, and have completely surrounded it. In other words, that privileged noble status which you have been so intensely proud of is about to disappear. Nether Mountains. The orc armies had launched a surprise attack. Silverymoon had been besieged. This was the earth-shattering news that Tiff had given Leylin. Tiff was a legend of the Dark World, and the network under his control passed this information to him even faster than Cassili did. Leylin counted on this news when he made the decision to abandon everything. After all, the so-called martial law, the rules and nobility of Silverymoon, was built on the basis that it still remained. What about when it was no more? Looking at the larger picture, even if the defense of the city was ultimately successful, the chaos of war would continue to spread. In times of such disorder, what were the deaths of 1 or 2 knights? Given his power in the region, those in Silverymoon could still be forced by the circumstances, giving out numerous rewards for Leylin to send his troops out to save the country in times of danger. However, the situation doesn't seem good with the goddess of the weave. I'm afraid there might already be traitors in the alliance. Leylin muttered to himself. She's still a powerful greater god, and she will definitely be unscathed. With her status as a chosen, Illustrial will probably be safe as well. The ones who suffer the most in war are the commoners, who are at the bottom of the hierarchy. Of course, none of these had anything to do with Malfoy. The pitiful knight had been rendered completely lifeless after hearing Leylin's words. Only when the soldiers began to drag him out did he begin to yell, "Ah, forgive me. Please forgive me, Sire Leylin. Lord Leylin, Silverymoon needs you. I guarantee that as long you bring me back, I'll tell my father to give you everything you want, everything." Ah! After a short period of pained cries, Malfoy's voices came to a stop with a grunt. Leylin's underlings had gotten used to these scenes and were expressionless. Only Raffania looked slightly disturbed. In her eyes, no matter how hateful the other party had been, Leylin had gone too far, and her heart was a little shadowed by the traumatic experience. What was he saying about Silverymoon at the end? Since Leylin had whispered those words directly into Malfoy's ears, the girl did not know the full story. Just some nonsense. Leylin carelessly chuckled. My butler has already given me the newest information. Thanks to the goddess, those simple-minded wee creatures only have thoughts of occupying the moonwood and then come out and rob people. They have no interest in allying with the orcs to eliminate the Silverymoon Alliance, thank the gods. Upon hearing this, Raphania heaved a sigh of relief. She hated the idea of this beautiful city being destroyed just like this. In that case, what was it you said about the Nether Mountains? That's nothing. Since it isn't that dangerous here, I'm planning to do something private and explore some ruins that I found a while ago. Leylin now looked relaxed and satisfied as he flung the horsewhip. Didn't you hear my orders? We're changing directions towards the Nether Mountains. Leylin's authority had solidified over the year. Even in front of these ordinary troops, it was necessary to emphasize the need to obey superiors, much less one like Leylin. The troops of Silverymoon had planned to risk their lives against the wee creatures, but with Leylin's personal troops inciting them, they soon went with the flow and obeyed the orders. The army of men and horses changed direction, heading west towards the Nether Mountains. Cassidy, I hope you like the present I left behind for you, Leylin snickered inside. In this sort of situation, it was difficult to understand what exactly the wee creatures were thinking. In addition, once his main forces retreated, Cassidy would face with the brunt of the pressure from the wee creature armies. When the time came, too would he retreat to Silverymoon and ask for support or stay behind to take care of the wee creatures. Leylin anticipated his choice. He's changed. Raphania watched absent-mindedly as the groups of men and horses brushed past her, looking to be in disbelief. The Leylin just now was very different from the one she was used to. While he was as handsome, straightforward and refined as always, he had a domineering aggression to him. Or rather, the aura of impetuousness and a devilish charm. He's like a completely different person. Why? Raphania's mind was now turning black as a huge sense of fear appeared. Captain, are you all right? A knight nearby asked in concern after seeing how she was acting. I'm fine, Raphania managed to spit out. She urged Nick to catch up to the troops ahead, but her brows furrowed further. The Nether Mountains were a straight vertical stretch in the north. While there was nothing horizontal across it that created a divide between the northern lands and the wilderness of the vast Sunrise Mountains that belonged to the orcs, it was an important dividing line in the northern lands. It clearly divided the Moonwood and the orc organizations. The mountains had a terrifying spell pollution and energy isolation. Even the weave was a little weak here, and in some areas it was even impossible to detect. These places were known as magic dead zones, and whether they were wizards or priests, everyone turned useless in these regions. Due to the terrifying contamination, the plants and animals in the Nether Mountains went through a bizarre transformation. Not only were they more powerful, they were also more savage and bloodthirsty. Legend said that this was a result of the battle between two divine soul saints which completely changed the geography, turning the place into a forbidden zone for life. A group of human soldiers had abruptly entered these mountains on this day, cutting the trees and thorns as they moved on, relying on the strength of powerful spellcasters and warriors to enter the depths of the mountains. The weave seems to be much better here compared to those dead magic zones. Leylin had gathered all the senior officers in the heart of their camp at night. There were two factions among them, Leylin's personal troops and the officers of Silverymoon. I have gathered you to discuss our current target, a fully grown red dragon. Leylin announced in a low voice as he looked at the huge Nether Mountains map on the wall. Tiff did not voice any objections upon hearing this, evidently knowing of it. However, the officers of Silverymoon caused a storm of protest with Raphania at the head. An adult dragon, that's a legend, a powerful being. Never in Raphania's wildest dreams did she think that Leylin harbored such insane thoughts of slaying a dragon. A dragon was in the legendary realm, and they were normally more powerful than human legends. It's not like we don't have any legends on our side. Leylin pointed towards Tiff, and he exploded forth with terrifying energy. It was like the might of a dragon itself, the roars of an ancient beast. Legend, Raphania gaped, looking towards Tiff and then at Leylin, suddenly feeling bitter. Is that what you've been preparing for? The wealth and glory of slaying dragons? All I need is for you to do is deal with some dangers in the surroundings to restrict it from a distance. You don't need to deal with it head-on. How about it? Leylin sighed ruefully. If not for having an army of 1,000 professionals, it would be difficult to enter the Nether Mountains. The endless monsters they had met on the way were already enough for small adventuring groups to be wiped out. Understood, Commander. The officers who had come from Silverymoon looked towards each other. While it wasn't surprising that senior officers of the army would use their troops to do personal work, it was rather rare for people to be so brazen and unbridled. However, after watching Tiff, who seemed to be a regular fighter, let loose his aura, as well as Leylin's personal troops staring at them intently, they decided to submit. This actually was possible thanks to Leylin gathering all communicative tools from them. Because of the geography of the Nether Mountains, this group temporarily had no contact with the outside world. If not, and they learned that Silverymoon was in a siege, they could possibly have descended into complete chaos. Leylin could suppress the dragon with his own troops when the time came, but this obviously would weaken his battle power. "Alright, I'll assign your roles now," he ordered without inhibition, especially satisfied with this situation. Once the meeting was over and the officers had left, Raphania stayed back alone. The female knight stared at him. "You haven't answered my question." "Oh, that," Leylin nodded, coming to a sudden realization. "I came to Silverymoon to obtain more information on spells. After finding out about the existence of the red dragon, I started to make plans regarding it." "Is there a problem?" Leylin's utter honesty caused Raphania to be at a loss. It felt like her heart broke at this moment, and it hurt. The female knight bit her lips. "All right then. I'll help you this time, but I'll leave after that." Is this girl finally aware of the cruelty of reality? Leylin's quirked up in a slight smile. "Of course. I'll also give you a portion of the wealth from slaying the dragon." "I don't need it. Take that filthy wealth of yours and die." Raphania flipped the entrance of the tent and jogged away, leaving Leylin scratching his head. While she knows this is cruel, she's still not practical enough. Whatever it was, Leylin's plan was still carried out well. With a legend in charge as well as the temptation of glory and wealth from slaying a dragon, these officers and their underlings were very enthusiastic. The good news came soon enough. The exact location of the dragon had been found. Slaying a dragon roar. A huge silhouette streaked across the sky, and a huge monster that was tens of meters long immediately pulled its terrifying meaty wings before disappearing into a dark cave. That truly is the red dragon." Leylin nodded. Dragons in the world of gods were like huge lizards with wings, though they looked far more sinister. Their eyes that looked like spheres of lava left an especially deep impression on him. Yes, my lord," Helen answered from next to him, her body trembling. "Is this because of the dragon's aura?" Leylin looked at Helen, suddenly understanding and shaking his head with regret. "Looks like the professionals under rank 10 shouldn't come. They can't handle the intimidation from the aura," he concluded. In his view, this fearful draconic aura was a weakened version of a spiritual force domain. Just facing the dragon would be a problem if one lacked a strong mind or spiritual force training, let alone attacking it. As expected, the regular troops can only fight in the surroundings. Without alarming this huge creature, Leylin brought Helen secretly back to the camp. Following that, the team did as Leylin ordered. Like a huge, intricate robot, they began to work automatically. "My lord, it's done." Tiff brought a group of elite professionals to Leylin. In each of their hands were weapons with high-grade enchantments, and they seemed to be coated with something else as well. This magic potion we got from the Werebeasts tribe is meant to deal specifically with dragons. It should hopefully be useful." Leylin could not help but think back to the Werebeasts camp. They had obviously been making preparations to slaughter the dragon, but all their materials were now Leylin's. Now, what they had gathered would serve the same purpose. Give the dragon intoxication potion and other items to the high-ranked scouts to sprinkle at the dragon's cave. Hopefully, it'll fall for the trap. While there was a large distance between the camp and the dragon cave, it was still unsafe considering the range that the red dragon could see. On top of that, it wasn't hibernating like many of its kind, which left Leylin on guard. This camp was too eye-catching. It would be found the moment the dragon flew out on patrol, and its fate then would be obvious. Hence, Leylin did not count on the high-grade assassin's poison trap working. The next day, he brought 50 people to the entrance of the dragon cave. The bare ground had not even a blade of grass growing on it, and seemed very solid. There was also a strange smell lingering in the air. This is the smell left behind by the dragon. Most animals wouldn't dare approach this place. Leylin glanced at the group behind him. They were all high-grade professionals, including Tiff and Raphania. Based on the observations of our thieves, this is the time that it usually rests. Furthermore, the red dragon has also eaten the goat with special ingredients that we especially prepared for it, Leylin muttered to himself. At this moment, a dark shadow emerged from the sides, calling out in a low voice, "Boss. How's the situation?" A high-ranked scout began his report. I can confirm that the red dragon is inside, and our route is very simple. There is only one pathway, and there's a possibility of other creatures in the way. Good. Guide the way in front. Leylin let the thief walk ahead, and a procession of excited people clutched the weapons in their hands as they entered the cave. The passage was long and seemed to go all the way to the belly of the mountain. It was very vast, and the walls were dry. It's up ahead. The thief ran to Leylin's side as he spoke. Leylin nodded and ordered the group to stop. They were now extremely quiet, making no sound at all. Bring me there. Leylin and the thief went forward. After they passed through a curved path, they came upon an even larger karst cavern. Boiling hot light flickered at its entrance, with some quartz and shiny items present within. 2 other strange creatures were standing guard at the cave's entrance, as if on sentry duty. Earth dragons, a subspecies of the dragons. But it's not exactly similar. Leylin looked at the 2 which were obviously subspecies with auras that greatly resembled those of purebloods. His eyes glinted with wit. Rumor has it that once an adult dragon gains intelligence, it normally enslaves some members of other races into working for it. Ancient dragons can intimidate entire races. I never thought the red dragon would do this as well. Past the 2 earth dragons, Leylin sensed an even more powerful life undulation in the cave. It was heaving with rhythmic breaths, evidently in a deep sleep. In this situation, any sounds could wake it up. Tiff. Leylin immediately called the legend in his team. Young master. Tiff arrived by his side and bowed slightly. Can you kill them without alarming the red dragon? Leylin asked. It will be slightly troublesome. This type of subspecies have very tenacious life force. I can make one disappear without a sound, but I can't take care of 2 in an instant. Tiff frowned slightly. That's all right, I'll help you in that area. Leylin answered lightly. Then that's fine. Tiff's eyes flashed with strands of black, and he quickly disappeared. By the cave, a red earth dragon was loyally protecting its place, occasionally looking towards its comrade. All of a sudden, it saw something that appalled it. A dark figure seemed to appear from the air, raising its arms as if opening up a black hole to devour its comrade. Shadow jump. Singularity. Just as this earth dragon was about to howl out in warning, it was surrounded in light that rendered it immobile. This was Hold Monster. The dark figure darted out, and the giant black hole swallowed its body as well. The whole process was a hair-raising experience, yet only happened within a few seconds. Not even a peep was made. Noiseless casting. Helen's pupils shrunk from behind Leylin. She'd witnessed the whole process. Let's go. Leylin made a sign, and entered the cave with Tiff. Inside, they found the target of their expedition snoring. The red dragon had dark red scales with smooth murky patterns on them that shone like metal. Its 2 meaty wings were ashen brown and hidden on its back. Its neck twisted sinuously like a snake's as it buried its vicious head into its chest. Its nose occasionally puffed out 2 streams of white smoke. A dense spiritual might was being emanated from its body, enough to cause the cowardly to break down. It really is a dragon, and it's an adult that's reached the realm of legends. Raphania's palms trembled slightly, and she could not help but hold tightly onto her longsword. Only she, Tiff, and Leylin were in the cave right now. The rest were standing guard outside. Even asleep, the dragon had powerful senses. Based on its detection abilities, only Tiff has the ability to attack it once. After that, it'll definitely awaken. Leylin gave Tiff a look with his eyes, and he immediately understood. Tiff drew closer to the giant, holding onto a golden dagger. Raphania and Leylin also prepared their own attacks. Begin. Tiff's golden dagger pierced into the triangular scale under its neck. That was its reverse scale, and the largest weakness. Roar. In that moment, blood splattered everywhere. The red dragon roared abruptly. It was now awake. Pock. Tiff was sent flying by a red tail, his figure wrapped up by many shadows while in midair. You despicable mortals. How dare you harm the mighty Sylvester? While the injury Tiff had given it with its dagger was much smaller than the area of its body, the red dragon still snarled in its fury, preparing to give these little ants a lesson such that they'd repent in hell. You're even thinking of using something like a toy, it roared, eyes like fireballs trained on Leylin. All of a sudden, its voice disappeared. My strength? What's going on? You wretched worms, what have you done to the mighty Sylvester? The red dragon's voice was filled with astonishment and anger, while Leylin was very pleased with the results of Tiff's attack. The golden dagger that he had held was a dragon-slaying dagger Leylin had specifically prepared for this. The powerful toxins and curses were something even a dragon could do little against. AI. Chip. Leylin ordered calmly. At this moment, the AI chip immediately showed its stats. Name: Sylvester. Race: Red Dragon. Adult. Strength: 21-25. Agility: 10. Vitality: 19-21. Spirit: 16. Status: weakened from curse. Strength: Vitality weakened. Feats: 1. Intimidating Aura. 2. Dragon Scale. Defense. 3. Dragon's Breath. 4. Suggestion spell. Description: this is a creature that has reached the realm of legends. It possesses extraordinary strength and can even destroy a small city or army. It has acquired the magic and memories of the pure-blooded dragon race, and there is a chance that its bloodline can improve further. Do it, Leylin yelled, his attack in Raffinise reaching the red dragon's body at practically the same time. The longsword was edged with sharp chi. The enchanted weapon glinted as it ruthlessly tore through the dragon's huge meaty wings. Leylin's attack struck just then. Secret Pathway. Chain Lightning. Freezing Sphere. A burst of powerful light appeared from Leylin's hands and struck the two wings on the back of the red dragon in an instant, causing a chilling cold in the air. Leylin proficiently controlled the power of the spells, launching attacks on the wings with powerful spells. Dimension Hop. At this moment, Tiff's figure flickered behind the dragon's back, and two curved knives ruthlessly slashed into the base of the red dragon's wings. With added support from powerful spells, even the defensive dragon's scales began to show signs of damage, scalding dragon blood spurting out. Damn it, you bunch of wretched worms! The red dragon exclaimed, blasting crimson flames from its throat that were hot enough to smelt metal. Let's go! Leylin summoned numerous walls of ice in succession, but with the dragon's breath, they could only hold on for a few seconds. That allowed him to escape from the cave with Raffinia. Their strategic goal had been reached. Staying behind any longer for a fight to the death would be foolish. Dragons possessed wings, and once they soared into the sky, the others could only blink and watch with a dumbstruck expression except for Leylin and Tiff. That was why Leylin had chosen the battlefield to be in the cave and focused entirely on the wings. This would cripple the red dragon and render it unable to fly. Once it no longer had the advantage of flight, he would use his men to tire it out and then kill it. Quick, attack! Seeing that Leylin and the other two had run out of the cave, Helen immediately launched huge fireballs from her hands, targeting the red dragon behind them. Attack! Are you all deaf? With Leylin's yell, those high-ranked professionals jolted to awareness, brandishing the large weapons in their hands and charging forth. You darned worms! I will tear you to shreds! The red dragon Sylvester continued to shout. These human mercenaries seemed to have come prepared. Not only had their weapons been smelted with special methods, there were also toxins smeared on them. Even its thick hide and muscles could do nothing against them. Roar! A huge figure flashed past, and the red dragon flung its tail. A few professionals who could not dodge in time were sent flying, spilling blood in midair and fated for death. Rumble! The red dragon opened its mouth once more, and a powerful cone of flames spewed forth violently. Tens of professionals who could not evade were incinerated into ashes in that moment. You will pay for your foolishness, mortals! The red dragon roared, its mouth full of sharp teeth holding a professional within. Horrifying sounds of chewing could be heard, and great chunks of the corpse's flesh and bones tumbled to the ground. The poor fellow still had half of his body hanging outside the dragon's jaws and was shrieking blood-curdling screeches. It was only at this point that the professionals came to their senses. The being in front of them was a legendary dragon, and while slaying it would give them abundant wealth, it was not something they could even begin to set their sights on. With the dragon's fear aura, terror weighed down on their rationality and sanity. A professional howled and quickly ran in the opposite direction. Pooh! The light from a blade flashed, and that professional's head fell. Following which, Tiff's figure was seen in the air. Based on military laws, all deserters will be executed. Tiff had a cold look on his face, and strange flaming scales appeared on his body. A sorcerer! I never expected Lord Tiff to be a legend in sorcery. Tiff soared into the air, eyes trained on the giant red dragon in front of him. With a raise of his hand, numerous spells flickered into existence. Dimensional imprisonment, absorption. As expected, these professionals are only passable with someone guiding them. Leylin was not surprised by this sight. As he watched Tiff guide the other close combat professionals to stall the red dragon, his expression was calm. Pay attention, shoot. Under his guidance, many archers released the spellslayer arrows in their hands. With powerful magic held within, the arrows landed on the dragon's body like raindrops. There were terrifying devices. mixed into this rain of arrows. Beep. Surrounding physical environment data has been successfully scanned. Trajectory calculations complete. Leylin was now controlling a ballista, aiming the crossbow that was 4 meters long and as thick as a person's arm at the red dragon. Thump. The entire ballista thundered when the mechanism was pressed down. An explosion rang out as black lightning streaked through the air and penetrated into the red dragon's chest. The huge groove on the arrow tore at its injuries, causing boiling dragon blood to flow unceasingly, forming a dark pool on the ground. Dragon's laying arrow. How could you have the blueprints to it? The red dragon spat out in disbelief. Someone gifted it to me. Leylin glanced at the ballista that had fallen apart, not looking to find this a pity at all. These items were prepared by the high-grade Werebeasts, and this was their final attack. It was a pity that it only had a one-time use. The red dragon Sylvester had a bad feeling that it was really going to die, and suddenly began to fight harder, all its might put into the constant use of powerful magic. It was a pity that with Tiff in charge and Leylin the wizard around, it had no chances at all. Even the dimension was completely sealed off, giving it no chances of escape. Let me go. In the name of the dragon god, I, Sylvester, vow to give you all my wealth and never seek revenge. The red dragon thundered. Hee hee, a dragon's promise. Leylin snickered, grabbing a large vorpal sword and charging forward. Tiff. Leylin yelled. The legend had also launched his last attack now. Terrifying corrosive energy struck the dragon, causing a large portion of its chest to wither up. Ha! Leylin's sword pierced into the wound from the dragon's slaying arrow, ferociously splitting it open. Chain lightning. Freezing sphere. Disintegrate. The terrifying wounds tore apart once more, and the flesh and blood even glinted as they charred up. Huge amounts of scalding blood splashed onto Leylin's body, practically drenching him. The dragon race will not let you off. The light in the red dragon Sylvester's eyes gradually weakened till it disappeared. Its enormous corpse that was like a hill crumpled to the ground, causing a small earthquake. You won't let me off. Leylin snickered, and then sensed an aura similar to a vengeance spirit spilling out of its body and pouncing onto him. Is this something like a revenge mark? Hee hee. Leylin's eyes glinted, and in that instant he wiped this mark out thoroughly, leaving nothing behind. The hot dragonblood bath still continued, and the AI. Chip's voice sounded out. Beep. Host has been baptized by dragon blood. Strength +1. Vitality +2. Skin has increased resistance. Matches with part of perfect body and has been combined. The power within dragon blood. Leylin experienced the burning with his senses, it holds so much strength. Even the Devilblood dagger wouldn't be able to devour everything. This sort of dragon blood was basically poison for all with a vitality below 5. They could not handle the corrosive energy within and would only be fated for death. However, for high-grade professionals, this was a pretty good boost, though only if they could withstand it. Gather the dragon blood. Do it fast. Dragon blood was a very precious magic ingredient, and wasting all of this had even Leylin feeling a tinge of regret. Afterwards, the red dragon that was like a hill was dismembered by Leylin's underlings. Its blood was gathered first, followed by a complete layer of its hide. This would be a great material to make armor out of. There were also the dragon bones, dragon crystals and the like, which were pretty good. When Leylin's underlings saw the treasures in the red dragon's cave, the excitement in their eyes could not be concealed as they began to cheer. Dragons like to collect shiny objects, and while most would be quartz and glass, there were also many precious metals and even magic items which must have belonged to some poor fool. I want the materials from the red dragon's body. As for the gold and silver, divide it amongst yourselves. Leylin kept the materials from the red dragon in his bag of holding, not even giving the various metals piled like a mountain there a second look. After hearing this order, all the troops' cheers increased in intensity. In the night, the soldiers set up a feast to celebrate their success in slaying the dragon. Being able to witness the birth of a dragonslayer was something they would be able to brag about for their entire lives. The participants would receive even more glory. The celebration went deep into the night. Besides the guards on duty, everyone was completely drunk. A few dark figures arrived at the dragon's lair at that time. Are you sure it's here? Leylin gently touched a black wall, the traces left behind from a great battle still vivid in his mind. Yes, I can confirm that the gate to the ruins is here. Helen crouched down and found a twisted rune at the corner of the wall. The inheritance of the arcanists was under this red dragon's lair. Is this a coincidence or an intentional arrangement? Leylin's eyes had a searching look in them. Some arcanist flames then blossomed from his hands, disappearing into the twisted rune in the corner. Rumble. A secret passageway appeared. The fact that it had been undiscovered by the Red Dragon for such a long time exhibited its terrifying concealing abilities. This should be some sort of space-time technique. Leylin nodded and entered the passageway with Helen, while Tiff stood guard outside. What is the difference between arcane spells and those of magi? Leylin's eyes glinted, holding within them a trace of hope. Ruins, where is this place? Helen asked as she touched the solid metallic walls in the surroundings. They had a silver-white luster, making them look like a product of science fiction. It seems like it is a pocket dimension made by an arcanist, though it's quite small. Leylin closed his eyes, and his astounding senses spread out. They allowed him to feel the undulations connecting the dimension. This place is already on the verge of disappearing. It was always sealed, but now that we've activated the dimension, we've started the countdown to its demise. Leylin had an interest in this spatial overlay technique that sprung from the depths of his heart. These preparations showed that once the Magi who comprehended laws showed them the path, they'd combine those experiences with advanced technology to do amazing things. What a pity, there was a trace of regret in Leylin's eyes. The pocket dimension was incredibly tiny and only as large as 2 football fields. It was on the verge of being destroyed now, so it held no value. If not for that, were this pocket dimension to be revealed, all wizarding legends would try their utmost to obtain it. A wizard tower constructed atop this place would make for a covert and stable den. Once they became a god, this pocket dimension could even be transformed into a divine realm. Of course, with the current state of the plane, it was impossible to remodel it. A pocket dimension, destroyed by this sort of spatial storm. Helen shivered. A dimensional storm caused by destruction of space was something even legends weren't guaranteed to survive. But we should still have 3 hourglasses worth of time. Leylin snapped his fingers, and light flashed as an endurance spell enveloped him. The environment in the pocket dimension would not be the same as in the prime material plane, possibly more extreme. Of course, this place shouldn't have been that way given that it was prepared by an arcanist, but Leylin liked to be ready just in case. After seeing what Leylin had done, Helen suddenly came to a realization and did the same, adding another layer of protection. Rumble. The silvery metallic door was pushed open to reveal rooms that were arranged like in a honeycomb. The floor was spotless, and even one's image could be reflected in it. That's all the information I have. How about you? Leylin looked at Helen behind him. I only managed to see some fragments left behind in my ancestor's notebook. Helen smiled wryly. Looks like we can only check them one by one. Leylin glanced at the flickering chandelier. The core energy is still working, so there might be some traps left behind by the arcanists. Be careful. While it was possible for arcanist inheritances to be here, Leylin wasn't sure if arcanists shared the eccentricities of wizards. Don't worry, my lord. Helen nodded, her slender figure disappearing into the passageway. Looks like she's going to rely on luck to get her through. Leylin nodded before shaking his head, and then he placed his hands behind his back and entered a random room. The two of them went their separate ways. Inside one of the secret labs in the arcanist's pocket dimension, a light blue screen brightened to show images of Leylin and Helen. Lines of red text streaked across it. Beep. Invaders discovered. Activating rank 1 defensive measures. Arcane spell elemental reserves 1.09%. Unable to activate. Legendary golem. Dimensional banishing spell formation scarce. Implementing plan B. Scanning of alchemic golem complete. Is 34.17% intact. Beginning charging. Charging complete. Starting preparatory defensive mechanism number 0331. After the lines of text appeared, a door that had been closed for a very long time opened up. One of the rooms, and an alchemic golem that was almost 3 meters tall walked out. Number 2133 awaits commands. Received mission. Beginning task. Blood red light brightened in its eyes, and a screen appeared with a projection of Helen. Sounds like the cracking of knuckles rang out, and the golem charged in her direction. Rumble, rumble. Leylin was reading a book, and the slight vibrations caught his attention. He put down the incomplete draft in his hand, and thought hard. Looks like the defensive mechanism of the laboratories aren't completely damaged. That makes things much easier. Besides deducing the existence of arcanists, Leylin knew nothing about the ruins. With the time limit till this place would break down, he would be unable to take too many things. However, as long as there was an intellectual core or tower genie, the laboratory would be the most valuable region. Setting aside the items in his hands, Leylin headed in the direction of the vibrations. Leylin, save me. Running for her life, Helen saw Leylin walking over and brightened up. She cut a sorry figure. There was a beast-skin scroll in her hands, with the energy undulations of high-grade magic on it. This wasn't an enchanted item, the energy was similar to those of magic artifacts from the Magus world. With the way Helen refused to let go of it, this had to be something good. Still, Leylin as he was now thought nothing of it. Thud, thud. At this moment, the alchemic golem that had been pursuing her appeared before Leylin's eyes. It was like an armored knight from the medieval ages, though there were two small barrels on its shoulders that looked to be a fusion of magic and science. Beep. Discovered primary target, annihilating. After seeing Leylin, its eyes emanated a terrifying crimson luster. Beginning charging of miniature magic honing. Cannon. A layer of terrifying energy undulations condensed within the barrel on its shoulders, causing Leylin to feel a slight sense of danger. This is completely different from the techniques used before. Leylin looked interested, and he moved abruptly. A rumble sounded out as the miniature cannon fired, hot light causing even the metallic groudon to show signs of melting. Pooh! Leylin was struck by those bright rays of light, but then turned into dark shadows and exploded. It's a high-grade illusion. Helen hid aside. A battle of this level was something she had no say in, but as long as we hold on for some time, Lord Tiff who's guarding us on top should be able to come down. With his legendary strength, Helen was still making calculations as she grasped the scroll tightly. However, she then gaped in shock. After tens of thousands of years, it's still preserved to this extent. Not bad. Lights flashed, and Leylin appeared behind the alchemic golem, noting the damaged armor, adamantine runes and other lines. A pity though, the energy here is about to be completely consumed. Even legendary teams can't come in. The passage of time was the most terrifying of attacks. With its tempering and developments, even the stuff of arcanists would leave holes behind. A completely different tower genie from the world of gods and the structure of this intellectual core, they're all like decorative items in front of me, Leylin sighed. With some light at his finger, he pressed the puppet. Beep. Attack beginning. Target interface scanned, searching database, cutting off information the AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded. Arcanists were mostly born of magi, so of course they would have used or improved upon the ideas of many magi. They were like kids playing house to Leylin, especially with the help of the AI. Chip. Connected with the puppet, Leylin's soul immediately reached the core control room through the network in the pocket dimension. At this moment, a piercing giant red font filled the screen in the hidden room. Warning. Warning. External information attempting to rewrite core authorizations. Rejecting. Activating defensive wall. Activation of defensive wall failed. Beginning self-destruction. Countdown. 3, 2, beep. Core authorizations modified. Leylin Fallen is now the absolute master. Self-destruction halted. Wow, what's going on? From Helen's perspective, what just happened was like a magical show. Once Leylin made contact with the alchemic golem, the entire pocket dimension had begun to tremble, and the lights had flickered unsteadily. Huge blue arcs of lightning had sparked out, making it seem like the end of the world had come. A moment later, however, everything returned to normal. With authority over the laboratory's core, Leylin now had a different aura on him that compelled Helen further. She was astonished as he brought her all the way to the core of the laboratory, as if this was a familiar route. Be it the password-locked door or any other hindrance, all obstacles were easily taken care of in his hands. It was like he was the owner here. Identity verified. Welcome, Master. A door with a statue of an angel on the left and one of a devil on the right opened with a rumble. Helen followed Leylin inside, watching the door with fear. He passed through a legendary curse so easily. This ease was unbelievable, and it made Helen realize that Leylin had an increasing number of secrets to him. Arcanist. Who on earth is he? He's just a minor noble of Silverymoon City on the surface, but secretly he possesses the power of a legend. Besides, he seems to be very familiar with this place, so why did he lie to me earlier? Helen was completely puzzled, but she carefully hid all her thoughts. After all, Leylin now held the right of life and death over her. The core of the control room was unexpectedly small, and it only had an area of 5 or 6 square meters. At the center was a strange hexagonal prism with all sorts of strange screens next to it. Some of them had already lost their glow or were filled with a grayscale static, while others were working. Open. The outer shell of the hexagonal prism opened with Leylin's command, revealing a blue crystal structure within. Helen looked at the splendid and magnificent blue crystal which sparkled beautifully. It was like she had been bewitched. This core port controls half of the laboratory and is also a communication terminal. Many resources can be downloaded here, Leylin said lightly, unconcerned as to whether Helen understood him. He pressed his palm to the surface of the blue crystal. Beep. Spiritual force interface established. In a split second, Leylin seemed to have become a demigod, and nothing in the pocket dimension could be hidden from him anymore. Weapons, live specimen libraries, database. Various images and words appeared before him, and it was only at that moment that Leylin realized how fortunate he was to grasp it all. Its energy reserves haven't even reached 2%, and its powerful weapons cannot be activated at all. The magic and spell formations are also damaged, and half of the golems have been destroyed. It looks like I can only send out 1 or 2 defective items, Leylin sighed. He believed that this pocket dimension would have been able to hinder even high-ranked legends at its peak. Now however, of course, it would have been very difficult to seize control of the entire core back then. Whether it was a legendary wizard, thief, or even an elf, they would not be able to attack the lab's intelligence core through the communication terminal. After all, they were on completely different planes. However, Leylin was different. He was very familiar with this type of structure in the ilk of those made by Magi, and the AI chip supporting him had even more knowledge reserves. It was purely because of this reason that he managed to seize the entire core unharmed. Beep. Laboratory's power source reserve has reached its critical point, and is unable to absorb more energy from the abyss. Time before collapse. 1h 13 minutes. The AI chip displayed yet another message in front of Leylin. As expected, the demoplane has deteriorated with age and is about to collapse. Is it too late to stop it? If it's like this, then the most valuable thing here is. Leylin's eyes were filled with regret at first, but then his expression brightened considerably. AI chip, record all the information from the terminal. Beep. Mission established, initiating download program. The AI chip executed Leylin's task immediately. The magnificent light shining from the hexagonal prism was projected onto the walls all around him, as well as onto all the screens. Leylin was bathed in its light, and a multitude of data and characters flashed across his eyes. The most important bits about the arcane arts and spell models, various alchemic experiments, research, improved meditation techniques, and anatomical records were presented to him. There were also diaries and other useless news from the terminal, and that too was fully copied by the AI chip. The extensive library of data was transferred in a split second. Compared to this, the tiny little bit of information Helen had almost given her life for to obtain was worth nothing. Beep. Information about the arcanist profession has been collated, and overlaps with the host's wizardry. Combine. Yes, Leylin replied without the slightest hesitation. Afterwards, his aura began to change. An arcane flame began to burn, and powerful force poured into his sea of consciousness and began to remodel and process his profession. Leylin soon saw his status change from that of a wizard into that of an arcanist. Snap. Leylin almost blacked out at the acute pain that came from his very soul. He felt his connection with the weave instantly break off. Fortunately, this severed state lasted only a moment before it reconnected once again. However, the connection was now somewhat different. In this split second, there seemed to be a pair of golden eyes focused on him. However, it was immediately deceived by Leylin's grasp of the first 4 layers of the weave. The AI chip's reminders continued to ring out. Beep. Host has become an arcanist. Profession changed. Beep. The host has gained arcane specialties, energy detection, amplification. There was a detailed description beneath each of the specialties. Arcane energy detection. Arcanists are able to supersede the weave's restrictions and directly perceive the arcane energy in the environment, drawing it into form arcane spells. Arcane amplification. Arcane energy is amplified by 10 to 20% when an arcanist casts a spell. Beep. Host spiritual force has broken through, spirit +1. Host has advanced to become a rank 15 arcanist. Leylin's mind suddenly jolted, and afterwards his spiritual force directly made contact with the 7th rank of the weave. Looking at the weave from an arcanist's perspective gave him a completely different feeling. The feeling of jumping out and watching the weave from afar increased the speed at which the AI chip analyzed the weave. Leylin's stats had also changed. Leylin Fallen, age, 21, race, human, rank 15 arcanist. Strength, 13, agility, 11, vitality, 12, spirit, 15, arcane energy. 150, status, healthy, feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body, specialities, arcane energy detection, arcane amplification. As expected, the greatest benefit of becoming an arcanist is to break away from the weave's method of performing magic. Additionally, arcane energy has replaced my spell slots, Leylin nodded. Moreover, his separation from the weave affected only that aspect. This meant that Leylin could now also prepare rank 7 spell slots, and wait to use them the next day. Naturally, due to the restrictions of rank, he only had one rank 7 spell slot. Using arcane energy to cast arcane spells would perhaps consume more energy than using the weave to instantly cast low-ranked spells. However, it will use up fewer spell slots. Leylin stroked his chin in thought. After fully analyzing rank 0 to rank 3 of the weave, he could instantly cast low-ranked spells. Overwhelming his opponent with a torrential number of spells had always been his killing move, but it was of course established within the authority of the weave. It was equivalent to stealing Mystra's power for himself. If he only used arcane spells, then he wouldn't have this benefit anymore. However, the greatest benefit of being an arcanist was that he could retain wizard spell models instead of forgetting them, and at the same time he could use the weave. As a result, I'm now outside the system, but I can still enjoy the system's benefits. Just using its power without any of the obligations, it's so straightforward. Leylin sighed. It's a pity that if more people like me are born, then the weave would fall apart. You've broken through. Although Leylin had only taken an instant to advance, Helen distinctly felt that something was different. I have, Leylin smiled. What he had gained today couldn't just be described as a breakthrough though. I'm now an arcanist, and I have a great number of arcane arts with me. My improvement from now will be rapid. As a rank 15 professional wizard, I'm of the highest class. Leylin was turning the idea over in his mind. He was a genius, who had advanced to become a high-ranked wizard at the tender age of 21. Apart from the gods, chosen or demigods, he was near the peak of the prime material plane. This place is very dangerous. It's best that we leave as quickly as possible. Leylin furrowed his brows and took Helen away from the core database. The trip had gone fairly smoothly, and he had obtained resources from the arcanists as well as many arcane arts. It all saved him a lot of effort, but he hadn't accomplished his most important goal yet. He didn't get the inheritance of those magi who had comprehended laws. The AI chip hadn't found anything related to such magi amongst all the resources it had scanned, and it filled Leylin's heart with disappointment. The direction and experiences of the ancients would have been of great help to him. It's a matter of course. Not every arcanist can receive the instruction of a being like the distorted shadow, and even if he left an inheritance it wouldn't be here. Leylin comforted himself. The profits this time are sufficient. Just what the AI chip has stored in its database would be enough to fetch an extremely high price. Let's hurry up, there isn't much time before the pocket dimension collapses. Leylin suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head in astonishment. He discovered that Helen had disappeared into thin air without his notice. Impossible. I've always paid attention to my back, and I even have an arcane mark on her. How can the AI chip sweeps not discover her? AI chip, sweep the entire laboratory and find Helen. Leylin immediately ordered. He had seized the core authority in this place, and even if most of the equipment was depleted or damaged, a basic search was still possible. Very quickly, the results were sent back to him. However, Leylin's expression turned even more unsightly at the information. Nothing. There isn't a single trace left of her, and she didn't even leave a corpse. It looks like she just disappeared suddenly. He had not felt such a powerful sense of déjà vu for a very long time. Distortion, is this the effect of a high-ranked magus radiation? Leylin murmured. To achieve this even after thousands of years, only someone at rank 7 or above could do such a thing. Leylin stood by himself in the empty and desolate passage, slowly shutting his eyes. He slowly found traces of energy from a completely different world. The power of distortion. As expected, its distorted shadow, over there. Leylin's eyes were filled with excitement as he suddenly advanced in another direction. He had sensed a clue to the inheritance of an ancient magus who had comprehended laws. Such an incredibly precious treasure was enough for him to brave the risks that surely lay ahead. The ancient distorted shadow's path of laws should deal with space or distortion, or something related to that. No wonder he could make so many dimensions overlap. As he ran, Leylin instantly thought of the fold in space he had encountered just before. legend states that Distorted Shadow was at least a rank 8 magus, and he was a peak rank 8 who had perfected his own path. Bang! He followed his instincts to a laboratory, and a strong gust hit his face when he opened the door. Arcane Missile. Leylin's fingers shot out a more powerful version of Magic Missile. The thing was full of arcane energy, and it smashed the metal gears that were wrapped within the strong wind to the ground, leaving behind dents in it. This place, he looked around him. The room was modeled like a giant workshop, with many metal lathes and machine arms tidying and moving things back and forth. Some of the machines had a layer of green rust on them. Is this some golem processing workshop? Leylin followed his instincts and found a trace of distortion left behind. Mr. Leylin, save me. Just at this moment, Leylin suddenly turned his head and he heard Helen's voice came from his side. Helen, he suddenly shouted, and several layers of protective light glowed on his body. Save me. The only reply he received was her weeping. Leylin gritted his teeth and walked towards the direction of her wails. He passed through a tall fireplace, and saw the back of a silhouette that seemed like Helen sitting in the darkness and crying. I can't get up. It was only then that Leylin discovered that the originally smooth floor had become spongy. There were several black hands spouting out of it, holding firmly onto Helen's ankles. A faint black shimmered in Leylin's pupils as they widened, and he called out in the ancient Byron language. Malicious intent, get lost. SS's. His soul essence had already transformed into a phantom Targaryen, and it suddenly began to roar. Puff, puff. The sound reverberated in the room, and those enormous black hands suddenly swelled as sarcomas boiled out from under their skin. These tumors grew larger and larger until one could see veins within before finally exploding. Ah! Helen let out a blood-curdling shriek. The giant black hands had disappeared, but a layer of skin on her ankle had been torn off as well, leaving behind a horribly infected wound. The black pus seemed to have great corrosive ability, and it ate away half of Helen's clothes in an instant. SS's. Great quantities of the black rain landed on the metal surfaces nearby, corroding everything it touched. Cure moderate wounds. Leylin immediately cast a healing spell and raced to Helen's side. Are you all right? I'm all right. Helen sluggishly turned her head, and Leylin's eyes narrowed. What appeared before Leylin was a strangely distorted face. Her facial features were screwed into incorrect positions, and it was full of distorted veins and scars. It was more disgusting than the most disgusting monstrosity. What on earth are you? Leylin immediately moved away from it, watching this freakish monster who was undulating Helen's soul force. Sir Leylin, it's me, Helen. The monster let out a panicked voice, but its distorted face wore a malevolent expression. The huge mouth on its forehead opened, revealing sharp yellow teeth and a barbed green tongue. It looks like Distorted Shadow never had the intention of leaving an inheritance behind. Perhaps he had only come here and left an evil spiritual parasite. Now that the pocket dimension is about to collapse, the evil intent has awakened. Leylin was startled as he thought of this possibility. An evil intent left behind by an ancient rank 8 magus would put him in grave danger, and could even kill him. Fireball, 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 scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray. Leylin launched his killing move in this life or death situation. Many rank 2 and 3 fire spells combined to form a meteor shower from the sky. Spell torrent. The violent surging blaze submerged the monster in its flames. The effect of many low-ranked spells piled up on top of each other to reach near legendary power. Bang! The blazing fire melted the surrounding lathes and mechanical arms considerably, forming white-hot molten iron that slowly pooled to form a stream on the ground. After the torrent of spells, Leylin saw a bare passage appear before him. The monster had already disappeared without a trace, and seemed to have been burnt to ashes. The molten iron was red through and through now, making the black material look even more unsightly. It hadn't been corroded, instead bobbing up and down unsteadily. That's the beast skin scroll Helen had before. Leylin was suddenly alarmed, and a stony gray hand emerged from the scroll. The black hide was stained with blood, but it did not dissolve in the molten iron. This made a strange expression appear on Leylin's face. Leylin, save me. As the voice sounded, the hand suddenly broke through Leylin's spell defenses. A power of distortion struck Leylin's shoulder. Crash. Whether it was his robe or armor, or even his body's own defenses, everything was torn apart like paper by this hand. Damn it. Leylin's expression grew fierce. Fuck off. The Targaryen phantom felt the danger as well, and its vertical eyes narrowed. A formidable devouring power spread into the surroundings. Blink. Leylin's silhouette flickered and he arrived outside the workshop. He didn't even bother looking back at the monster within as he broke out into a run. Several haste spells flashed on his body as he dashed out of the exit. Although Leylin would take risks to obtain a rank 8 Magus inheritance, he definitely wouldn't court death for it. The moment he discovered that the danger here far exceeded the benefits he could gain, he made the prompt decision to leave. Chirps and honks sounded as a twisted laughter rang out from behind him. He felt a terrifying force pursuing him as the entire passage began to distort, like a rag being twisted to pieces. Freeze. The torrent of spells appeared once more, and many freeze and create water spells formed a mountain of ice behind him. The enormous ice mountain immediately blocked off the entire passage, and stopped the terrifying creature's pursuit. Still, crack after crack formed on it without end. Leylin seized the chance to suddenly rush to the exit, throwing himself outside. Furry green claws distorted as they swiped at Leylin's back. Thankfully, he'd managed to make it out in that instant and they only managed to cut the corner of his clothes. A loud rumble suddenly sounded. Leylin immediately jumped out of the secret entrance, and soon after it was submerged in a silver storm. The pocket dimension had already begun to collapse, and many disasters had arisen within. Young master. Tiff walked over to him with a worried expression. I'm all right, I only ran into a storm in the plane. I was rather lucky. Leylin smiled, a healing glow already spreading across his shoulder. Lord Leylin, he heard a woman's voice and trembled at the sound of it. He turned his head rather stiffly and was greeted by the sight of Helen. Helen stood there, hale and hearty, with a concerned expression on her face. What, weren't you still in there? Leylin's eyes narrowed. What? Helen's astonished expression deepened. You had me leave first after we exited the core control room, my lord. You said you wanted to continue exploring alone. I indeed saw Miss Helen arrive first. Tiff testified for her. Then the Helen I saw earlier. Who was it? It even distorted my senses. Then this thing. Do you recognize it? A black blood-stained scroll made of beast skin appeared in Leylin's palm. He had used various methods to verify that Helen was really made of flesh and blood. The soul undulations were the same, and she was not disguised by some evil intent. My scroll, Helen exclaimed, touching the bag of holding at her hip. Her face slowly paled. Gone. It's gone. I had it in my bag of holding, as expected of the distorted shadow. Leylin sighed deeply. Having already grasped the concepts of distortion, space, and time, he even managed to distort my senses. Young master, is there an enemy? Tiff now realized that something was wrong. He stood on alert next to Leylin, his eyes fixed on Helen. If she made the slightest wrong move, he would kill her where she stood. It's nothing, just a mishap. Leylin waved his hand. He had experienced far stranger things than this in the Magus world, and developed some immunity to this sort of thing. Dying in the line of duty, this was a peak rank 8 Magus with the power to twist time and change the future. The thought of himself reaching that realm left Leylin with a sense of longing. Whatever it is, this operation ended well. Let's talk after leaving this place. Leylin swept his eyes across the information in the AI chip. The plethora of data about arcanists in there was real. Leylin's complexion only improved after they left the dragon's cave, once he breathed in the chilly air that smelled of nature. While the pocket dimension crumbled completely, there's a possibility of something being left behind. I shouldn't get too involved with this sort of thing before this body rivals my main one in power. There was fear in Leylin's heart. If the distorted shadow truly had malicious intent towards me, that one streak of intent would be enough for me to die there. So why did he let me off at the end, and even give me this scroll? Leylin glanced at the black scroll in his hands and then at Helen, who clearly kept peeking in his direction with a terrified expression. Do you know more about this thing? No, I don't. I found out from an ancestor that the distorted shadow had some manuscript in one of the rooms in the ruins that recorded some information about arcanists. Under Leylin's gaze, she trembled as she spoke the truth. I'm afraid this isn't what you were looking for, and it's very dangerous. Just leave it with me for now. Leylin did not seem to have any plans of returning the scroll. The distorted shadow had too many ways to mess with a little rank 11 wizard. He could have distorted her memories and implanted a fake, which were all easy tasks. All right, my lord. Helen felt a little discontent with his decision, but still agreed. After all, what had happened had truly scared her. Leylin looked towards this half-elf wizard and suddenly exclaimed, I'll compensate you based on an agreement. Let's say the way for arcanists to rank up and a portion of an arcane spell model. Tell me what you want. Helen had developed a very good understanding of Leylin over this period of time. He would never do anything that would not benefit him. Of course, once an agreement was reached, he would treat all equally. Vow me your loyalty for 100 years. Swear it upon your soul and with the Styx as the witness. Leylin spoke nonchalantly, watching the conflict in Helen's eyes. She was undoubtedly clever, though. All right. After struggling over the decision for some time, she agreed and immediately swore to it. Her soul is real, so she should be the real Helen, Leylin nodded inwardly. The vow of a wizard's soul when resonating with the river Styx was something binding, and it could not be faked. As he was now, a rank 11 wizard was dispensable to Leylin. The key point was the verification and authentication he obtained from the vow. This Helen truly seemed to be original, though her emotions were all over the place. Then, what did Distorted Shadow want to tell me? Did he manage to survive the dusk of the gods, or did he fall completely? No, with his strength he'd leave some soul fragments behind if he died. They would await resurrection for a long time. At this thought, Leylin's expression grew somber once again. After killing the Red Dragon and exploring the ruins, there was no point in lingering on the Nether Mountains. Leylin hence ordered that they return. The group, which had dropped to around 700 in number, brought with them the immense glory and wealth of killing a dragon. Raphania, however, looked sullen. It seemed that after she would part ways after they left the Nether Mountains. Slaying the dragon and exploring the ruins took less than 10 days. The outside world must be in chaos now. No. Leylin's thoughts were filled with delight at this disaster. He didn't care about the female knight's mood. Such was reality. What's going on? Why have they imposed this level of martial law? After leaving the mountains, Raphania could obviously tell that something was off. Many of the surrounding villages had been completely abandoned, and there were sometimes some who were very guarded, extremely alert against strangers. Could the wee creatures have invaded again? Or have the orcs launched a huge attack? Raphania quickly came up with two possibilities, beginning to get anxious. Leylin's explorations will definitely have him accused of being a deserter. The female knight suddenly begun to get worried, but then she shook her head. A sly person like him must have long since prepared an escape route. Even without that, why do I have to worry about him? At this moment, a scout ran over. Report. A friendly force has launched a signal up ahead. Launch the signal. We'll go over. Leylin nodded calmly, knowing who was coming. In the dark forest, there were no other people besides him. As expected, after the scout sent the message, dust could be seen flying in the distance, and a human figure was like a black falcon swooping in from the sky. Leylin fallen. Cassily's neck bulged from his immense fury as he arrived in front of Leylin. Why did you leave your battle zone? Also, where's Malfoy? After seeing the group of over 700 people behind Leylin, Cassily froze a little, but that was then drowned out by his anger. Did you know that because you neglected your job, I had to deal with the wee creature attacks and give up on helping Silverymoon? Stop. Wait, I still don't know what's going on. Saving Silverymoon? Why? Raphania felt a little dizzy. You don't know yet? What a terrible excuse. Have you all been hiding in the woods in the past few days? Cassily had a mocking look on his expression. The orc armies have already surrounded Silverymoon. While I, high-ranked wizard Cassily, was engaged in a bloody battle, your wretched new recruits dared to give up on the area they were supposed to be defend. You should all be hung. Orcs surrounding the city. Raphania staggered backwards, eyes full of disbelief. She was now completely disheartened. You must have known that this would happen, right? Then, why, mighty high-ranked wizard Cassily, did you not bring your own troops, and the volunteer army belonging to nobility and help them? Leylin did not bother himself with Raphania and instead looked towards Cassily, ridiculing him. That's because I need to guard against surprise attacks by the wee creatures. Cassily glanced at Leylin haughtily. While you neglected your duties and thus committed a crime, I won't pursue this. Baron Leylin, in my capacity as the chief officer of the Northern Lands, I command you provide support to Silverymoon now. Immediately. Till this point, Cassily still had no plans to stop setting him up. Hee. Leylin looked straight at Cassily till he was almost exasperated, and then answered slowly, Why? You mean you even have the gall to go against my orders? Are you forcing me to execute you right this instant? Cassily narrowed his eyes slightly. His strength as a high-ranked wizard was what he prided the most. His opponent was at most a rank 14, and even with his own troops and other men, he was nothing. Furthermore, the documents that appointed him as the chief officer of the northern lands had been sent over through urgent channels. With his status now, it should be fine to kill a baron, much less one that had committed the crime of neglecting his duties. Yes, killing a genius wizard myself seems to be a good idea. However, I have to wait first. When Andrew sends the troops, and I take over Leylin's army, they even have a great deal of rations, which is pretty good. In the northern lands right now, it's best to have both rations and men. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Cassily's mind, but before he could come up with another plan or decide if he should temporarily be nice to the other wizard, Leylin suddenly chuckled. If you want to kill someone, do it. Why overthink it? What? Cassily suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest, and his body stiffened. He looked down and found that a black dagger had pierced through his chest. That's impossible. I have a high-ranked wizard armor and instantaneously casted mishap. Enemies definitely won't be able to break through my defenses in an instant, unless, legend. Cassily crumbled down, and what he saw last was Tiff's expressionless face. Trying to control me once the organization collapses and using its might for that, should I say you're stupid, or stupid? You killed him. Raphania's voice was hoarse. No, Cassily died at the hands of we recreatures, on the line of duty. Leylin laughed without the slightest of scruples. Pay attention, all on guard. Leylin looked towards the friendly army that had finally arrived, and then shook his right hand with a sardonic smile. The light of sunset looked like blood. Andrew and a few nobles were respectfully speaking next to Leylin. High-ranked wizard Cassily died at the hands of we recreatures. Our northern lands are really in a pinch. After saying this, they could not help but wipe off the tears. What happened that afternoon had scared them stupid. Oh, also, the clash this afternoon, Leylin spoke a bit louder. That's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Andrew immediately took the initiative to say this, astounded and fearful of Leylin's ruthlessness. Scheme, since that's the case, could all of you please sign this report of battle merits? Don't forget to stamp it with your seal. Leylin produced a document and waved it around, laughing sinisterly like a big bad wolf. We're already at this stage. Who would dare go against him? Baron Andrew laughed wryly inside and signed it. Good. After all the barons and officers present signed their names, Leylin was all smiles as he kept the document, changing his attitude entirely. As the subordinate of Officer Cassily, I do feel regretful and sad about what happened. Divide his team amongst yourselves as you see fit. After hearing this news, everyone's eyes brightened. The army that Cassily had brought with him was composed of a few nobles' personal troops along with those of Silverymoon. Just the regular soldiers, horses and rations were enough for them to go green with envy. After getting us to surrender, he's having us divide the ill-gotten gains amongst ourselves. How evil. Baron Andrew sighed inside, but did not have the guts to voice his objection. In reality, they were now prisoners of the sort. Leylin's personal troops had completely defeated their allies this afternoon. After all, his underlings were battle-forged high-grade professionals. It would have been strange if they had won. Leylin didn't force them too much at that time, instead, inviting them to talk peace. After returning to the northern lands, we still will have to see how he decides to proceed. Andrew tried to console himself. Have you finally gotten what you wanted? Raphania glanced at Leylin, her gaze icy. You're talking about this. Leylin lifted the joint declaration of the nobles and waved the document around. No, this is just all in name. Essentially, with the chaos of war and there being even a question of whether the Silverymoon Alliance will still exist, who would care about the death of a wizard? Leylin wanted this in writing because it was better than nothing. Its presence would make a huge difference in any cases. Silverymoon Alliance not existing, are you that pessimistic? Raphania was rather astonished by Leylin's conclusion. That's how it is, Leylin sighed. The might of the Silverymoon Alliance already threatened the status of the human countries in the south. Mystra is facing all the orc gods practically alone. Raphania paled at his simple analysis. There had been many who realized this in the past, but none had the courage to reveal it so clearly. Leylin was now breaking all pretense, revealing the naked truth to Raphania. You saw it in Silverymoon, didn't you? The Queen only has control over the land of Silverymoon. The Silverymoon Alliance states might support her when things are going well, but now, Raphania's heart dropped at Leylin's words. She'd long since known that this was how nobles acted. Since things have gotten this bad, let's go back to uphold the justice and peace I desire. Raphania took a deep breath, eyes showing her emotional state. You'll help me, won't you? The female knight had already guessed at the outcome, but still watched Leylin full of anticipation, hoping for a miracle. I'm sorry, this girl was practically shining, the true model of a hero. It was a pity that Leylin would never do anything like seeking his own death. Silverymoon has now been surrounded by the orc armies, and they even have several high-ranked legends in charge. This level of strength, Leylin presented his reasoning point by point, causing the light in Raphania's eyes to dim. The Leylin in her memories and how he was right now were two completely different people. But, you are the hero of Silverymoon. At this point, Raphania gave it one last try. Oh, please don't call me that, Knight of Light. Leylin's obvious rejection caused Raphania to finally give up. Even knowing that this will take my life, I will not give up on my sense of justice. This is my path as a knight. Raphania's voice resounded in the tent. Watching her back as she left, Leylin stroked his chin and muttered to himself. What conviction she has. It'll be difficult to make her fall. She planned on using her strength alone to turn the tide of the losing battle, to become a shining hero. When he was young before, in his previous life, Leylin had read many novels of that type. He'd thought them to be chock full of emotion and hot blood, but in the end only bitterly smiled at it. Reality and imagination were two completely different things. Turning the tables under such terrible circumstances was something only possible in stories, and it was just an author trying to please the readers. In reality, such a thing had less than 100 millionth of a chance of happening. Such shining heroes who were full of fiery passion were indeed worthy of respect, but Leylin would never join their ranks. Besides, such an impulsive person like Raphania will probably die halfway to her goal. In the end, will her achievements allow her to be reputed as a hero? The next day, Leylin received word that Raphania departed without informing him. Using her own charm, she had even persuaded some people and taken about 20 with her. Leylin merely rolled his shoulders back in answer, since they're fools, let them go. After gathering Andrew and other nobles, Leylin discussed their next move. Silverymoon is now under siege. As part of the Silverymoon alliance, I grieve and lament the situation. I've already dispatched my knights to bring people to provide support. If there's anyone here who wants to go, please announce yourselves. Leylin exclaimed with a smile. What came next was a difficult silence. The nobles who were seated all knew that the orcs were extremely determined. Their elite army of 100,000 had surrounded Silverymoon thoroughly, and going forth with the small numbers of people and horses they had was just suicide. On top of that, Leylin's army had low morale, and it had recently dropped even further. Hence, all these nobles wanted to do was bury their heads in their chests like ostriches. The personal troops of the nobles will only be able to do as they please in their own territories. Leylin shook his head at this and then clapped, good. Next, let's discuss the direction of my army. The nobles looked at each other when Leylin acted like the master here, but nobody dared oppose it. The term, my army, obviously included them as well. Officially, Silverymoon had pulled back all of their forces. Leylin's army basically had the highest power. Illustrial had personally invested him with the title of a baron whose power extended over generations. He was a noble who had been granted territory near the Moonwood. Who else had more power than him? Most importantly, when it came to strength, Leylin alone would be able to eliminate the rest. The reason he had gathered them was only to nominally receive their agreement, and the nobles had all sensibly chosen to consent to this silently. This was what Leylin had prepared. The moment any of the nobles dared go against him, he'd just slaughter them. In the turmoil of war, what would the deaths of a few people amount to? A large military map was hung up on the wall. At the center of it was the wizard city, Silverymoon. The Jewel of the North already had multiple red arrows around it, showing how it was surrounded. The map also showed the surrounding terrain. Most of the lands in the north had fallen to enemy hands, colored black. In the west were the Moonwood and Nether Mountains. As the orcs had expended most of their strength in surrounding Silverymoon, or perhaps because of the Were Creatures' Blackblood tribe, the humans were still somewhat in charge there. However, the terrifying Were Creatures were already a huge threat, and these nobles were fleeing with all their might. There were now 3 routes for Leylin and the rest. One was to provide support to Silverymoon selflessly, clashing head-on with the orc army. The second was to stay here and pray that Silverymoon could hold on. After the war had ended, they could then settle their accounts. The last was to move to the south and abandon the territory and people here. Leylin was more inclined towards the third. Silverymoon is the wizard city after all. The queen is a chosen, and even if the orcs can breach Silverymoon, they would have to pay a huge price, and that would make it difficult for them to go south. Such an explicit declaration put the nobles on the spot. Lord Leylin, Silverymoon won't be able to hang on with its strength. While many of the nobles were greedy, despicable and shameless, there were also many who were clear-headed and unwilling to part with their territories. This was the only source of their power. In order to protect their interests, nobles could even make a deal with the orcs or devils, and disregard the threat to their lives. It's best to let the orcs and Silverymoon harm each other. This way, nobody would be able to bother with us. There were also many who thought the same. Leylin made a quick scan of the surroundings and understood their thoughts. How childish, do they think they're out of the woods if they bury their head in the sand? Leylin snickered inside, though he knew that getting the nobles to abandon everything was not reasonable. Thankfully, with the report just before and the joint declaration as well as the document, there was no change in whether they stayed or left. Besides, the negative effects of bringing these people along far outweighed the benefits. All right, all of you can leave alone if you wish to. Any who are willing to head south with me can stay here. Yorkshire, with Leylin's current reputation and the nobles now seeing his true colors, they politely spouted a whole pile of meaningless words. They then sped off as if their rear ends had been set on fire. Soon enough, the tent began to seem a little desolate. Only a few figures chose to remain, one of which was someone Leylin was on familiar terms with. Baron Andrew, I never thought you would make such a choice, Leylin said calmly as he looked at the middle-aged noble, who was constantly taking his silk handkerchief out and wiping his face. The orcs are attacking extremely ferociously. Even the wee creatures were not so easily dealt with. The ration stores in my territory aren't enough to get us past this winter famine. Baron Andrew laughed wryly. I only have a humble request. When we pass by my territory, may I bring a part of my family along? Leylin nodded, as long as the numbers are within 100, and if you bring your own supplies. Thank you very much. Andrew lowered his head. While it was tough losing his position as the leader, Andrew could clearly see the situation in the north. Those fools and swines wanted to compromise with the orcs, or had the hope that the other side would let them off lightly. That was as impossible and laughable as the sun rising from the west. Great then, I'll give you a day to prepare. Once time is up, we will depart immediately. Leylin decided. A large army slowly marched across the scorched wilderness. A few knights dashed ahead on horseback, their bodies stained with blood and filled with a valiant aura. The knights darted to a giant carriage, speaking respectfully, "My lord, we've taken care of the troubles in front." It was a wave of goblins and dwarf bandits. There are no casualties. All right, order the troops to quicken their footsteps. Leylin said slowly from within the tent, his eyes closed. He stopped his deep contemplation, and the group's speed increased with his orders. This is really quite massive. Leylin opened the windows of the carriage and watched the lively crowd, especially the disorderly refugees following next to his people, and sighed. The orcs' main forces were focused in the direction of Silverymoon, while the Werebeasts were occupied with the territories that Leylin and the rest had abandoned. They were more than glad to see all these people leaving. Including the people of Andrew and the other nobles, Leylin had over 1,000 in his entourage. That was enough to intimidate others. Large military armies would not think much of them, and they were able to deal with the harassment of smaller groups. Hence, the trip to the south was very safe even though these refugees were rather unexpected. The fierce attacks of the orcs and other large organizations completely broke Silverymoon in the regions to the north. It resulted in a tremendous wave of refugees. Many humans were fleeing south, and quite a few were bringing their families along. Things were very chaotic. There was wave after wave of bandits, thieves on horseback, and goblins committing all sorts of crimes in the autumn wilderness, be it fighting, raiding, or plundering. It could be said that reaching the south safely without any military protection was just a pipe dream. Along the way, it wasn't as if commoners or nobles did not come over and beg for his protection. However, Leylin himself had very few rations left. It didn't make sense to give them to people he did not know. Besides taking in a few nobles as external support, he did not accept anyone. However, there were refugees who tagged behind Leylin's group and made use of their might. There was no way around that, and as long as they posed no threat, Leylin could not be bothered to deal with them. The glory of the north is now consigned to history. Leylin walked out of the horse carriage and got onto a handsome black horse, surveying the entire group. Everywhere he went, Whether it was the family of the nobles or the original troops, everyone lowered their heads in respect. They knew that Leylin was their leader, their shield as well as the one in control of their lives. If he grew hostile and chased them away, they would be like those pitiful refugees. On top of that, this high-ranked military official was also a high-ranked wizard. In this chaotic world, those with strength gave one a sense of security. Tiff was more aware of this. After leaving the Nether Mountains, Leylin intentionally had him hide himself. Even though there were rumors, most people expressed their disbelief in it. How powerful was a legend? Why would he suddenly serve under Leylin? On top of that, most of the legends in the north had risen to fame a long time ago. Tiff was an unfamiliar face, and on top of that he was using an alias. Lord Leylin. Andrew brought a handsome white horse to Leylin's side, seemingly wanting to curry favor with him. After seeing his mount, Leylin had the urge to laugh. Commanders who rode white horses were normally very unlucky in his previous life. White was the easiest to spot after all. It was the same now. If there were assassins or archers here, their first target would definitely be Andrew. His mount and the ornaments indicating his status as a noble were far too obvious. There's about 3 more days left. We're about to reach Yorkshire already. What are your plans? Leylin asked. Yorkshire was the human territory to the south of Silverymoon. It was also the place where Leylin predicted the orc waves would stop. The expansive regions in the north were already more than enough for them to take, and there were other organizations unwilling to see the orcs and their gods expanding further. I have a few relatives there, so I'll seek shelter. Andrew now had a forced smile on his face. Perhaps I'll be able to buy a villa in the city and a few manors outside. It would be impossible to live as luxuriously as I had in the north though. The extravagant lifestyle of nobles all came from their territories, with the taxes squeezing the people dry. Once they lost their territories and troops, they had basically lost all their power. This was why many nobles had stubbornly stayed behind in the north. It wasn't that they could not see the obvious outcome, but they could not bear to leave. In comparison, Andrew's choice was more sensible and firm. Yorkshire. Leylin had a ruminating look. Yes, that is Marquis Lancet's territory, Andrew said, but he did not continue. That Marquis was an important power in the Silverymoon Alliance. However, his stance was rather dubious in this calamity, and he had been stuck in a rut. He also had good relations with other human kingdoms in the center. Of course, Leylin's method of escape was not particularly impressive, so there was no use criticizing Andrew for his decision. No matter what world we are in, as long as nobody is foolish as enough to threaten the central nobles, the chances of placating the regional nobles is still very high. Even in the world of gods, this holds true. Leylin deeply understood the thoughts of those who held power. After those in the south struck the Silverymoon Alliance, they definitely would not want the orcs to grow stronger. Hence, after Silverymoon collapsed, they would regain control of the orcs again. This was what Marquis Lancet wished for. He definitely did not want his territory to turn into a battlefield, instead making use of this time to gather more strength. While it was impossible to pacify everyone by dividing up the territories in Yorkshire, it was very likely that he'd give away the area surrounding Yorkshire as a buffer for the escaping organizations. They'll give us the territories at the north of Yorkshire and let us become the front lines and cannon fodder to fend off the orcs. Leylin stroked his chin, a peculiar smile lingering on his lips. Who knows, after entering Yorkshire, someone might draw me into a marriage proposal. Stripping a noble of territory was just too ugly. Doing this through a joint marriage was a far more gentle and acceptable way. The large nobles would definitely not want to be accused of doing something so terrible, so this was basically inevitable. 3 days later, the large group entered Yorkshire. Order had been re-established here, with well-equipped elites patrolling the entire area. There were even batches of cavalry on occasion. Evidently, Marquis Lancet did not dare believe the orcs at the north. After all, they were simple-minded, and it was natural that they might suddenly have a change of heart. Compared to orcs, these refugees would pose a threat to security. At the very least, after seeing Leylin's organized troops, the soldiers looked wary. Leylin nonchalantly showed his noble and military rank pass, and then let them do what they needed. I finally see it, the power of the churches. Leylin could see many huge tents set up in an orderly manner outside the city. Numerous priests with differently colored church emblems and symbols were hastily walking around and helping refugees. With a calamity on the horizon, this was the time for a huge harvest for faith. Leylin saw many crying ugly tears and repenting after obtaining oatmeal for emergency relief, and then entering churches. It was rare to see them in the north when there was a calamity, but they're all gathered here. The thoughts of humans and gods are obvious, Leylin thought inside. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't other types of priests in their midst. For instance, Leylin saw a small group of holy warriors and mercenaries rushing towards the north. These are the paladins and priests of the god of justice, Tyr. They're rushing to the battlefield in their own name, Leylin thought to himself. The gods with human factions are usually the most neutral. How could the god of justice allow his own followers to participate in the battle in their own name? What a ridiculous internal power struggle, Leylin snickered. However, this was a chance for him. Falling to the enemy, table manners, were very important. Even Leylin needed something to cover up Cassili's murder. Those large noble families often investigated these things thoroughly. Due to the racial conflicts, the rulers of various human nations had sent their armies to help in the north. However, even the most ferocious armies could only push the front lines of battle closer to Yorkshire. There was basically no difference even with them around. There was a solemnness and tragedy to the paladins who were heading north alone. Leylin didn't dwell on it long, though. Soon enough, the troops of Yorkshire brought the conditions of the city. Leylin and the nobles could enter, but the army would have to stay outside. That was their bottom line. Leylin merely rolled his shoulders back and accepted this condition calmly. The surge of nobles from the north had inflated Yorkshire's prices greatly, to the point that even nobles found it hard to stomach it. Of course, there were still benefits to holding power. A luxury villa was arranged for Leylin, with everything free of charge. Leylin then met the Marquis Lancet he had heard about so often in rumors. Baron Leylin, I've long since wanted to see the rare wizarding genius of the north. Lancet had a head of silver, curled hair, and a poised appearance. After seeing Leylin, even the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. He had evidently conducted a thorough investigation before meeting him. I am extremely grateful for the Marquis' generosity when the north has fallen into enemy hands. Leylin's behavior astounded the Marquis. Most geniuses were arrogant, but Lancet saw none of that in Leylin's expression. On top of that, he lacked the inflexible thinking and apathy so common to wizards, and instead seemed more like a scholar. His bearing even surpassed a few of the grandmasters he had paid a great deal of money to hire. Lancet poured Leylin a glass of dark red wine, looking sorrowful. Before we get to the formal discussions, I wish to tell the Baron something with regards to the north. Has Silverymoon fallen? Leylin's eyes glinted as he asked indifferently. Lancet's hand halted pouring the wine for an instant, causing the stream of liquor to break off for a while. He then sat in front of Leylin as if nothing had happened, a profound look in his eyes. It seems like you have your own intelligence channels, Baron. Indeed, Silverymoon fell just yesterday, 1 day ago, the north. Silverymoon City. As the chief advisor to Silverymoon, Scholar Buren, who was like the Prime Minister, was watching Illustrial with worry in his eyes. She looked tired, her brows furrowed. The sight was heartbreaking. Forgetting her real age for a moment, if one were to judge her based on her mental age and outer appearance, the life and death of the city had been put into the hands of a little girl. Scholar Buren thought this was just too cruel. While Illustrial had great reputation and charm, she was not a qualified leader. The stress of war practically overwhelmed her. No, the goddess has yet to give me an answer. Illustrial now seemed to have ended her meditation, the wrinkles on her forehead deepening. The goddess of the weave, being a greater god, was the cornerstone that maintained Silverymoon's existence. Now, however, she was rejecting Illustrial's prayers and requests for help, which made things clear. It's not just any god. Has even the mighty Mystra abandoned us? Seeing this, even a powerful legendary wizard like Buren felt his heart sink. Roar. The cries of distant beasts traveled into the palace, causing Illustrial's expression to change. It's starting again, Scholar Buren sighed. A teleportation gate opened up, and Illustrial stood on the city walls next to Buren. Long live Her Majesty! Long live Her Majesty! Seeing her appearance, the morale of the city guards soared. They were now full of hope. Illustrial had displayed her might as the goddess, chosen these past few days. Only the Orc Emperor Saladin could contend with her. But the Queen is the leader, her responsibilities do not lie here. Battling the opposing high-ranked professionals should be the job of the military wizards. Scholar Buren sighed inside. While Illustrial had immense charm and strength, this queen was still too inexperienced. Buren watched the orcs, formation under the city. There were huge siege vehicles and terrifying behemoths with them, and the worry in his heart increased. Even with the aid of all sorts of smelted items, as well as high-ranked and legendary wizards in charge, they were now at a disadvantage. We have too few men, few in the Silverymoon Alliance contributed much, and the troops that were sent out with orders didn't bring any others back. Less than half of the original city guards that could take on the most rigorous missions returned. Scholar Buren thought it over, and then proposed to Illustrial, "Your Majesty, things have gotten this bad already. Please consider my suggestion." "No need for that, I can't abandon my people, especially at a time like this." Illustrial resolutely interrupted Scholar Buren's words. "Look," she pointed downwards, "there are still so many of my people, so many of those who believe in me here. How could I abandon them and leave?" Illustrial's face flushed red, and even greater might exploding forth from her body. Raphania quietly looked in the Queen's direction from a corner of the crowd. Powerful energy undulations were radiated outwards, and the golden light shining on her made her feel comfortably warm. "Is this grace?" "No. It's a large-scale buff." Raphania's face flushed, and she felt as if she could slay a dragon right at that moment. Illustrial's little face was now pale. Even with support from the large-scale magic formations under the city walls, such a large boost was still difficult to cast. She had even used up some divine force for this. However, she wouldn't appear frail. The young, girlish voice resounded, "We will achieve victory. Victory, victory, victory." Countless troops roared. Raphania was moved, her eyes glimmering with sparkling tears. As she watched the paladins around her whose faces were just as flushed as hers was, eyes showing their firm resolve, she felt as if she had truly chosen the perfect path for herself. This is the work of justice. Fighting for well-being and happiness. Raphania clenched her fists tightly. "Leylin, someday, he'll definitely come to realize his mistakes and regret this." Roar. At this moment, the Orc Emperor Saladin had arrived at the front lines. A large-scaled buff. There was no emotion in Saladin's eyes right now. The maids and other Orc leaders beside him all lowered their heads respectfully, not daring to move at all. "All preparations are done. Our master's strength can descend at any time." A few high-ranked priests headed over as they reported. "Very good." Saladin suddenly took a step forward. The earth's surface seemed to tremble as a terrifying might burst forth from his body. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Saladin's body abruptly increased in size, and in an instant he turned into a miniature giant, 5 meters tall and still growing. His clothes, armor and all items shattered with the violent movements. This was the legendary spell War God's possession. Finally, Saladin turned into a terrifying giant over 50 meters tall. Only one item scaled up with him, the Thunder God's hammer. Lightning strike. Raphania heard Saladin's voice loud and clear. The loud, horrifying sound caused her eardrums to tremble, with a stinging pain. Afterwards, berserk lightning filled the skies and tore the clouds apart as everything gathered at the battle hammer. Lightning from the highest of heavens rumbled as it seemingly turned into a terrifying dragon, releasing the most powerful flames of its fury. Violet. As if a new world was being born, violet light quickly spread around the area. Under this light, the city gates and everything else completely melted away. Just like that, the Orc Emperor Saladin brazenly went against the agreement in the continent and used a terrifying legendary spell. With the boost of a divine weapon, he defeated Silverymoon thoroughly in one shot. Marquis Lancet narrated calmly. However, from how he suddenly gulped down a mouthful of wine, it seemed that this strength of legend still caused terror to well up within him. Leylin listened to everything he said. While he knew this would happen, he was still unclear on the exact process. Then, where is Her Majesty Illustrial now? Seeing Leylin getting the main point, the Marquis' eyes were full of praise. It is said that her whereabouts are unknown, but there is a large possibility she survived. After all, the vitality of those with divine force is frightening. With Illustrial's strength, few would be able to find her if she truly wanted to conceal herself. However, based on her personality, she was unlikely to get back on her feet quickly after this. She would probably require a long time to recoup. At the end, Lancet intentionally brought up something. "Leylin, I have a wine reception here the day after tomorrow. I hope you can come." Feast of Power. Has the feast for the division of power and party after the war already begun? After walking out of the Marquis' mansion, Leylin sighed inside. After the fall of Silverymoon, the chaos in the north could be said to have ended. With powerful defensive spells and numerous strong beings, Silverymoon did cause huge damage to the Orc forces. Even the Orc Emperor Saladin had sustained grievous injuries and was now in a coma. It was said that he had only been able to retain his life because of the god's possession. After swallowing up Silverymoon and the surrounding regions, the Orc armies now had no more strength to carry on south. With the trials and unions of war, an Orc empire took shape and slowly established itself in the skeleton of Silverymoon. This was much more important than expansion. Once they succeeded, this would also be a boost for the Orc god Grumsh. After all, he was the god of all Orcs. The human gods wouldn't let the Orcs head south anyway. Leylin sat in the horse carriage, his eyes dark. Mystra is far too powerful, and that caused the reservations of the gods from her faction. The numerous conflicts that amassed in the north combined to give this result. All the scheduled plans have succeeded. Weakening the goddess of the weave is enough, and the human gods would probably not want the Orc god to get stronger. Leylin was rather surprised by Mystra's tolerance. That she could even disregard her daughter in name and Silverymoon showed how immense the stress on her was. In general, the Orcs have gotten a pretty good opportunity. It'll be hard to get them to spit up what they've already gained, but they also don't have more strength to stir up trouble. Leylin had a keen grasp on this, something far too few in the world of gods understood. The gods here were held high and untouchable. With tens of thousands of years of praise from the churches, regular humans now treated gods like true saints, believing them to be emotionless. They forgot that these deities were merely stronger versions of regular people, and had it in them to feel happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. On one level, the gods were even more emotional than regular humans. It's not that they can't recognize it. It's more that they're afraid to do so. Leylin snickered. It's not as if I haven't seen people who blindly make excessive declarations and fool themselves into believing it while they're at it. This was an exaggeration caused by the environment, and a limitation from the era they were in. If not for Leylin coming from another world and having had experiences in the Magus world, he wasn't guaranteed to have seen through this either. Not everyone dared tear off this pretense, looking down on the gods with contempt. The terror of burning at the stake for disrespect had long since shackled the original occupants of the world of gods. The few who were aware of the situation could not make any changes to it, and could only grieve and go insane over this, master. A dim light enveloped the cabin in an instant, creating a noise-isolating barrier. A small figure jumped out from within the cabin, bowing to Leylin respectfully. Even with Leylin's strength, it was impossible to create a tremendous intelligence network out of nothing in a short period of time. However, with Beelzebub's generous aid, things were different. Leylin had taken control of all the worshippers of the sovereign king of gluttony in the north. The methods he'd used were the same as always. The name of Kukulkan had long since been blacklisted by many churches, marking him a wanted man. Did you investigate properly? Leylin flicked his nail, producing a crisp sound. Yes, the human nations in the south have already passed a secret motion regarding the division of land amongst the feudal vassals in Yorkshire and other places. Marquis Lancet seems to be backed by the Church of Wealth, though he is also colluding with devils. Working with devils did not mean believing in them. Who knew, it could even be someone under Beelzebub. In reality, other archdevils were doing quite well in the prime material plane. While gathering his forces here, Leylin had met followers who believed in other devils as well. After all, the worshippers who had lost Beelzebub's protection were the best prey. While everything was done on the sly, our men managed to find out about it. The tiny figure sounded smug, but Leylin was not really happy. After all, it was easy for devils to discover other devils. Do you know which devil it is? Leylin asked dully. Archdevil Mammon, in charge of the third level of the 9 hells of Badr. I've seen one of the devils under him, and he's appeared near the Marquis Manor, the small figure answered surely. Greed, that does seem to suit Lancet. Leylin chuckled as he spoke. The world of gods had a huge dimensional universe. The outermost layer was the terrifying crystal sphere, tenaciously rejecting all communication with the outside. Within it, the prime material plane was the foundation of the rest. There were tremendously vast dimensional spaces both above and below it, greatly surpassing it in scale. If the world of gods was compared to a meat pie, then the prime material plane was definitely the filling. The top was the land of the world of gods, while the bottom layer was the boundless abyss in hell. Around the pie were many semi-planes, littered around like sesame seeds. While this description had some errors to it, it was pretty accurate. The prime material plane wasn't just connected to numerous semi-planes in the dimension's core. It was also the world's main source of faith and souls. Thus, The gods, demons, and devils all coveted it, launching into wars for its control. This had already happened numerous times. The hells of Badr had originally been one with the abyss, but they'd separated for some reason. The devils and demons had turned into mortal enemies, occasionally breaking out in huge bloody wars. The hells now had a total of 9 levels. However, as the devils were in charge of order, they usually had the upper hand in battles. The archdevil unlucky enough to fall at Leylin's hands, the sovereign king of gluttony Beelzebub, was the master of the second layer of hell. The first layer of hell is a public area, where many huge, ambitious devils try to gain control. There are even some humans and other races living there. The second level is Beelzebub's territory, though it now lacks a master. The third belongs to Mammon. Leylin immediately recalled the intel he had on the hells. That was only possible thanks to Beelzebub's selfless contributions. Greed, Leylin sighed. As devils could control human hearts, these archdevils' laws were usually inclined towards emotions. Forget it, don't do anything for now. Leylin shook his head. Anything else? Master, I bewitched another follower on my way here. She wanted my help to protect her status as a noble, and I've already agreed. The tiny figure's voice became tender, like a little girl acting coquettishly. Don't even think of doing that in front of me. Leylin warned her, a dark luster shining in his eyes. That immediately caused the figure to start quivering. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. A noble, who is it? After disciplining her, Leylin asked with interest. Miss Mila of the Shump family. Her father and brothers all died at the hands of horse-mounted, and their territory is coveted by her other relatives. Without support, she'll probably await death in a monastery. Based on what I know, she will appear at Marquis Lancet's wine reception. The figure added, an arranged marriage. While this might be a terrible custom, it really is the best method. Leylin nodded. Thieves still had to observe table manners when sharing the loot. It was far too difficult to allow the poor to directly become nobles, and the resistance was far too powerful. A marriage would make things easier, making the other nobles accept things more comfortably. In a situation like this where all the direct family members were dead, the daughter they left behind was a target that a whole group of wolves would drool over. She's rather smart. What does she want? What can she give? Leylin asked calmly. The Shump family has the hereditary title of Viscount, and they have land north of Yorkshire. She can take in our people and allow them to hold office in the territory that will belong to her husband. However, only heirs of her bloodline will succeed the noble title. That's not too harsh. I'll agree once I see her. Leylin nodded. However, taking her as my bride at this point would seem like I'm showing off. Getting the title of Viscount while my father is still a baron makes things awkward. More importantly, I can't stay in the north permanently. Leylin sunk into deep thought. Seems like Miss Mila should look for a husband from among my underlings. Tiff's not that bad. It's not like we can't change things in terms of his appearance and age, and I can use this opportunity to give him a new identity. Leylin promptly decided the fate of this noble lady. This was how cruel the real world was. If not for Leylin taking over, she would be in a more pitiful state. I'll also need to help my men settle down and reward them. Leylin knew fully well that the reason they were following him was because they believed he could bring them wealth and status. It was the basis of their loyalty. Most of the time, what those at the bottom yearned for was to have his leftovers after he took the juiciest benefits. It was only because of their existence that Leylin could participate in this feast of bandits, getting his share of the profits with difficulty. Return trip. An enormous ship sailed across the ocean, its black bottom making it look like a floating castle of steel. Leylin sat in the most luxurious room of the ship, looking at a scroll made of beast skin. It's already been over 5 months, Leylin sighed. A lot of time had passed since the feast where they had divided Silverymoon's power. Tiff had followed Leylin's instructions and married the Viscount mistress, forging an identity and becoming a glorious noble. As for their feelings, that merited a chuckle. Many noble couples disregarded all that. Afterwards, Leylin had cleansed and reorganized his own troops. He had hired trusted aides and the elites, leaving the rest for Tiff to settle in his territory. He would give them wealth and land. In the end, he had circled back to finish what he had started. The northern territories had gradually grown more stable, and the Orc Empire had been established without incident. Saladin had become the first emperor, which caused a sensation in the world of gods. After seeing that there were no benefits left for him to pick up, Leylin happened to receive a letter from his family and chose to return home. If I hadn't been backed by a legend, then I would have been completely. Unable to participate in the inner circle's feast, Leylin sighed, his eyes filled with a thirst for power. The changes in the Northern Territory had led to the orcs emerging as the fully deserving winner. The other human gods had also won what they wanted, and Leylin had also arrived in time to ruthlessly cash in on the opportunity. The only losers were Mystra and Silverymoon itself. However, competition between gods were very slow. The goddess of the weave was very powerful, and this recent defeat couldn't harm her fundamentally. She would be able to lick her wounds in silence and could make her comeback in the future. However, all of this no longer affected him. Leylin looked outside the translucent closed glass windows at the boundless azure sea. There were even a few white seagulls circling in the distance. I've gained enough from this trip to the northern lands, Leylin silently counted up his profits. In terms of power, he'd received a great deal of material on the arcanists and even raised his power to rank 15. He was now a rank 15 arcanist cum wizard. At his age, it was universally shocking for him to have attained so much in such little time. Even before the dusk of the gods, in the times of Netheril, no genius could be compared to him as he was now. Moreover, he'd exchanged military merits for Silverymoon's collection of resources for legendary wizards. It was enough for him to grasp the path of wizards as well. If his wizard tower on Fallen Island had been completed, Leylin was certain that he would be able to increase his wizard ranking further. It wouldn't be impossible to become a legend, although it would need both innate talent and luck. In actual fact, Leylin had also thought of going to Silverymoon City while he was in the Northern Territories. When the city walls had fallen, he had considered wantonly making a killing, but he had given up on this idea in the end. Although it was quite possible for him to make a profit, the dangers were similarly extremely high. Having obtained so much already, Leylin didn't intend to take more risks. As for organizations, the Northern Territories, Beelzebub Worship Network has already been subdued. With Tiff Viscount, the territory can be considered a gathering point for the organizations, and more can be done there in the future. Leylin stroked his chin, and as for goods, I have legendary red dragon materials, as well as this. A bag of holding flashed, and a black scroll of beast skin appeared in Leylin's hands. It still had traces of dried blood on it. Leylin paid attention to the scroll, growing somber. Why did Distorted Shadow leave this scroll behind? Leylin felt a lingering fear as he thought of the dangerous experience he'd had. Distorted Shadow was an ancient rank 8 magus who had found his own path, and if his true body had appeared, it would have been bad. As for that pocket dimension, even if it had fallen already, the thing left behind would certainly be profoundly interesting. The remains of Netheril must still hold some secrets, Leylin muttered to himself. As he had been tempted into opening it, that pocket dimension had already collapsed. However, Leylin believed the ruins weren't that simple in layout, and Helen, after careful consideration, Leylin had decided not to bring the half-elf arcanist and mid-ranked wizard along. He had left her in Tiff's territory in the north. The power of the law of distortion, the intent Distorted Shadow had left behind, had been extremely terrifying. More so was the power of distortion that it wielded, which could affect even time and space. It completely exceeded Leylin's expectations, which fueled his interest further. If not for that, he would long since have disposed of something like this beast skin scroll. No matter what these ancient magi had prepared for him, wouldn't it all be useless if he did not take the bait? The ancient Distorted Shadow, even in the Magus world, there exist very few records of him. It is only known that he is not a native of the Magus world, but a formidable power from another world. No one has ever seen his true body. Leylin thought of the research that his main body had seen. As for his path, clearly the law of distortion is his main one. It has the power to melt time and space, and even has illusory abilities. Is it inevitable that the path of a rank 9 magi must touch upon laws dealing with space-time? Leylin's eyes flashed as he rose to his feet, moving in front of the desk beside him. The mahogany desk was mottled with black dots and marks, as well as numerous nicks. The debris on top of it had already been cleared and the desk was clean, leaving behind only a distorted pentagram array. He put the beast skin scroll into the center of the array and his eyes seemed to glow blue. AI, Chip, pay attention to scanning and record all the information down, Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established, initiating scan of experimental data. The AI, Chip loyally executed Leylin's commands. The world of gods rejected the laws of the Magi. Because of this, Distorted Shadow couldn't use his full power. The risk of contamination should be low. Seawater, Salt, petals, dragonblood stones, feces of a nightmare bat. Leylin threw everything into the corners of the pentagram, occasionally spitting out incantations. The power of the bat and the dragon's blood, adding in the blessings of the petals. It had to be said that even though it was an improved version, his spell models were filled with the style of a magus. If other wizards saw this, perhaps they would be scared to death by this strange ritual. Leylin finally snatched up a pinch of green sand and sprinkled it down lightly. Bang! The grains of sand spontaneously burst into green flames in midair and rained into the pentagram array. Little by little, the flames wrapped the beast hide scroll into itself. In the name of the devouring serpent, reveal the truth within the illusion, Z's. Z's. The scroll seemed to melt into the green flames, and the bloodstains on it grew even brighter and more real. Drops of beautiful blood began to drip down, bringing with them the power of distortion. Warning! Warning! The power of another world's laws has been detected, reaching the limit of the world of God's suppression. At this moment, the AI chip also issued a new red warning. Wait! Leylin's face was flushed. He suddenly made up his mind and plunged his finger into the array. A warm feeling spread into him the moment his finger touched the red bloodstain. Afterwards, Leylin saw his hand grow endlessly old and rot. The skin grew wrinkled, yellowed and even rotted black. The aging process spread unceasingly, extending from his fingertips to his shoulder, his chest, then his entire body. Z's. The skin was followed by his flesh and bone, the red and white wasting away under the force of time. Time seemed to speed up in the region, and the world seemed to transform. In the blink of an eye, several thousand years had passed. I am the distorted shadow. Your devouring serpent shall feed my heart. In the end, all that was left of Leylin was a pair of eyeballs. It was at this moment that he finally saw a formless mass spreading everywhere. This was distorted shadow who lacked a true body. Beep. Energy has been exhausted from law probe, process automatically terminated. Leylin looked at his hand. His white fingers were bright and clean and filled with the vitality of youth. There was not the slightest trace of age and decay. Nothing in the room had changed, as if everything that had transpired had only been an illusion. The pentagram array's green flames had already burnt themselves up, and the blood-stained scroll rested nicely in the center of the array. However, the dragonblood stone and other items had already disappeared without a trace. The belongings of ancient magi are very dangerous. As expected, it's strange enough to be terrifying, Leylin muttered. Did I immediately get cursed after I opened it? Did Distorted Shadow use this method to resurrect himself? Or did he make other arrangements? After pondering the matter for a long time and meticulously examining the AI chip's records, Leylin sealed the scroll and put it away. At the very least, it had the traces of a rank 8 magus craftsmanship and his power of laws, so it was a great inspiration to him now. No matter what, I'll still continue to walk down my own path. Growing stronger is always the right thing to do. Leylin's goal had always been extremely steady, and did not change under any circumstances. There's still some time left before I reach the outer seas of the Dambrath Kingdom, which is just enough for me to completely read through the arcanist materials. I can record all the arcanist spell models as well. Leylin tidied up the desk and sunk deeply into his thoughts once again. Path, a noble youth with curly golden hair and blue eyes, lay on a soft silk bed in a dim room, a contemplative look on his face. Arcanists, magi who comprehended laws, descended into the world of gods during the final war, and created them to adapt their power into this world's laws. They attempted experiments to make themselves like natives, and this was the result. They were the founding fathers of wizardry. Leylin viewed the materials he had obtained from the ruins of Netheril. With the AI chip's powerful capabilities, he had copied all of the ruins' information and begun to arrange them into categories. Arcanists weren't simply battle spellcasters. There was a whole lot else to them as well. Alchemy, botany, enchanted architecture, force fields, arcane runes. It was almost an all-inclusive package. If arcanists were used as the standard to select the best wizards, then the number of wizards would drop by over 90%. After all, arcanists were magi who had localized themselves to the world of gods. They couldn't be compared to the wizards who used the weave. Among all this data, what Leylin cared most about was the magi who comprehended laws. These ancient magi were gloriously powerful, and Leylin admired them deeply. He longed to learn from them. Although it was difficult to perform research on arcanists, Leylin didn't think much of it. The only thing that he needed to focus his mental and physical efforts on was the paths of those ancient magi and their inheritances. Their thoughts and reasoning spilled forth from the arcanist inheritance. This was the truly valuable aspect and the greatest guiding light for him. The inheritances of the Magi had been damaged due to the ancient final war. Only the inheritances of mysterious and powerful ancient Magi circulated in the world of gods, but there had been very few truly crucial and pertinent ones. Although Leylin's original body had risen to near rank 7, only after meeting ancient existences like the Mother Core did he truly begin to come into contact with Magi who comprehended laws. Even those existences did not truly comprehend the paths walked by other rank 8 Magi. Far too many Magi had fallen in the final war, and few had been able to leave behind inheritances. Leylin had completed integrating everything he'd gleaned from the arcanists' inheritance. With this he could finally form an image of an ancient magus, and acquire a general idea of the path walked by those who comprehended laws. A magus needs to surpass an enormous threshold every 3 ranks. Rank 1 to 3 Magi cultivate their spiritual force, and rank 4 to 6 Magi expand their soul force. For rank 7 and above, one needs to grasp the power of laws. Leylin's eyes gleamed. A rank 7 magus needs to grasp a complete law, and rank 8 Magi need to grasp several different ones. To break through the threshold of rank 8, one needs to refine all the laws they've grasped to form their own path. And in one's own path, they need to leave enough leeway to grasp the power of space and time, else they will never be able to advance to rank 9. Leylin's eyes glowed even more brightly. The path cannot be walked twice, and perhaps a peak rank 8 existence like the Mother Core walked down the wrong path. Her powers cannot extend to control space-time, and she can't advance. As for my path, how should I plan this? Leylin muttered to himself. His path of advancement had to remain steady, and the choice of what laws he would refine was even more important. This was just like the ancient distorted shadow. Although Leylin could not confirm what laws he grasped, he understood that the power refined from them was one of distortion. The power of distortion held the law of spacetime within it. As a result, distorted shadow had been extremely close to the realm of rank 9. Even having fallen thousands of years ago, he could still cause some trouble today. It is very important to have a stable foundation of laws. The feeling that I get from Mother Core is one of stability and gravity, so her foundation must have something to do with the power of the earth and fire. Perhaps it's too difficult to extend that to control spacetime. After his worldview was expanded, Leylin held a deeper understanding of the strength of the other Magi who comprehended laws. The Snake Dowager is different. Although she has not advanced to the peak of rank 8, the power of shadows she has chosen is rather good. At the very least, the power of shadows is more compatible with space, so if she truly obtains the world origin force of the shadow world and breaks through to the limit of rank 8, she'll be stronger than Mother Core. Still, it'll be difficult to advance to rank 9 since shadows aren't related to time at all. One needs to choose a path compatible with spacetime before advancing to rank 9. Leylin stroked his chin. Then, is it possible to directly refine the laws of space and time in rank 8? No, impossible. Someone who has yet to form their own path cannot touch the power of spacetime at all. Normal refining methods cannot touch the laws of spacetime. As his understanding of the paths of ancient Magi grew deeper, Leylin's knowledge of his own path also furthered. With the arcanists as a guide, I'll advance rapidly. The ability to break away from the weave will allow me to overcome its restrictions. Although instant casts of legendary spells will be impossible, it won't be a problem to use rank 9 and below spells if I pay a bit of the price. Even if I am discovered by a god, they would most likely think that I'm an arcanist's descendant or perhaps a fortunate person who discovered the inheritance of an arcanist. This will always be better than being thought of as a visitor from another world. Since it's like this, I can put many of my earlier plans into action. The news came at just the right time. Leylin's eyes grew more serious. Having become a high-ranked wizard, the legendary realm would not be a bottleneck to him. He could later prepare to ascend into godhood. At the very least, he would have to be careful in choosing his divinity in the future, making sure to pick one that was compatible with the path of his original body. The path of divinity will affect my ascent to godhood and my church. So it must be considered carefully. Leylin's expression grew somber. Many divine wars had broken out between gods due to opposing paths. He did not want to cross swords with other powerful gods the moment he ascended to godhood. I'm currently a human. Those of us who ascend to godhood automatically join the human faction, so the best thing to do would be to ally with the pantheon of gods. This eliminates many divinities and territories. It's also necessary to find something that would be compatible with the future path of my original body, Leylin massaged his temples, and found all of this a headache. However, if a god dares to stand in my way, then I can only ask them to die as soon as possible. Gods such as these did not have the qualifications to stand in the way of someone like Leylin, someone who had grasped the path of laws and truth. From his point of view, these gods would only have mastered one or a few powerful laws at the very most. There was too large a gap between them and a magus who comprehended laws. This was the limitation of godhood. Since their power came from the world and their followers, there would naturally be limits to it. A god was like an officer. They could use their divine force to wield power on par with magi who comprehended laws. In their own divine realms, they could even surpass such magi. It was just that, once they left their realm or their followers lost faith, they wouldn't even equal peak legendaries. Magi were different, however. No matter where they were, their strength would at most be suppressed. However, their power could not be stolen or exchanged, it belonged to them and them alone. Consequently, there were rank 9 magi who managed to find their own path. However, the most powerful amongst the gods with greatest divine power was the overgod, who was also the incarnation of the world of God's worldwill. Once I ascend to godhood, I will only be a weak god comparable to a rank 7 magi in the magus world. If I were to encounter a mid-ranked god or rank 8 magi, or other gods who are like peak rank 8s, then it won't be possible for me to win. As a result, it's best to avoid those two. I should also avoid clashing with any chosen. This leaves me very little wriggle room, but luckily it's not like I'm out of options. Leylin's lips curved into a rather strange smile. As he drew closer to Dambrath Kingdom, Leylin's studies had also increased in speed. Beep. Arcanist build has been recorded, spell models collected. Legendary. 3, rank 917, rank 823, the AI. Chip's prompt caused Leylin to nod in satisfaction. He still saw many of these arcane spell models using wizard spells as their base, and several of them were similar to the spell models of magi. If he relied on the AI chip's slow analysis, perhaps he would need thousands of years to deduce all of this. However, he had relied on own power to achieve this knowledge, and did not need the AI. Chip's deductions. Rank 8 arcane spell models have been completely recorded. Record rank 8 spell models. The AI. Chip issued yet another prompt. Yes, Leylin now had the power of a rank 15 arcanist, and could use rank 7 spells without consumption. Rank 8 spells on the other hand needed some extra effort. For a rank 15 professional to use rank 8 spells, a traditional wizard would have their requests completely rejected by the weave. Arcanists however would use their arcane knowledge and some preparations to successfully cast such spells after paying a certain price. As it was like this, rank 8 and rank 9 arcane spell models would become Leylin's strongest trump cards. It was comparable to the spell torrent that he released using the weave. Transmitting rank 8 arcane spell models. The AI. Chip loyally fulfilled Leylin's orders. Sensing that his sea of consciousness suddenly possessed even more data on arcane spell models, Leylin nodded as he looked at the other benefits he had gained. He had found other interesting things in the data from Netheril. A multitude of data and news flashed before his eyes, before it stopped at several short poems. Strength. Leylin had found information regarding the Arcanist ruins in the Dambrath Kingdom, using a book he'd found from decoding a map. Leylin now found something else from the information the AI chip had copied. The information that the AI chip had recorded was complete, with the information on the spell models that arcanists had used among others. This included even personal diaries of some arcanists and the like. There was some short poetry in the disordered data, something that most people would probably overlook. No, in the short span of time it took for the pocket dimension to collapse, most adventurers would find it difficult to even find information on the arcanists, having to turn their heads. Only someone like Leylin who possessed the AI chip could copy this information. Along with these few poems were some recipes that caused Leylin to look disconcerted. Even if adventurers unknowingly found the resources that had this information, they would quickly ignore it, but he was different. With his previous experience breaking code, he immediately saw that there was something different about these poems. They were encrypted the same way, and likely came from the same arcanist. Such high-level encryption and difficulty in getting the resources, the secrets hidden must be astounding. Leylin transferred the information into his mind with interest. With his previous experience breaking code, he made much quicker progress. It took just a few hours for the information hidden within the incomplete phrases to be laid bare before him. The coordinates of a location and a specific time. Leylin scratched his head. If I calculate it, year 37,670 of the calendar of the gods. That's 3 years from now. When the black crows cry out to the blood moon, it's in the Simishal Canyon, slanting to the east of Cygnus. This again, a specific time and location. What appears will be, this method of stacking space caused Leylin to frown slightly. He associated it with distorted shadow. Only he could warp space and hide his items as he wished, waiting for people to unearth them. But, distorted shadow has already passed down his path. It might be possible for a legendary arcanist who was his disciple. Leylin pondered over this as even more information was decrypted. What will appear as a floating city? Leylin stroked his chin, seemingly in disbelief. A floating city didn't seem like much to his eyes. The Magi of Sky City had already developed such a technique. The city floated eternally using the powers of the Adept Scepter, something that could even boost one's vitality a single time. Leylin had made use of that feature, and even toured the core control room of Sky City to personally touch the scepter. He hadn't found it all that amazing. No, that's not it. It mentions a floating city. It might be due to an arcane spell that the legendary arcanists came up with by themselves. It's a fort used by arcanists to fight gods, and one of the major accomplishments of arcane spells. How could it be that weak? Leylin's expression changed, and he then looked through the descriptions of the arcane spells. Soon enough, he learned that the arcanists, floating city and Sky City's floating vessel were two entirely different things. I see, a true floating city is powered by a My's energy core, and needs the strength of a pocket dimension. At its final stage, it's a dimensional fort. In such a floating city, legendary arcanists would be comparable to gods. So terrifying, even divine realms aren't much in front of this. Sky City's floating can at most be considered a weakened version that lacks this amount of power, Leylin muttered. It now seemed like the arcanists, floating city had truly inherited the design concepts and core of the ancient Magi. Sky City was probably a copy from incomplete information and not authentic. It was like a clumsy version of a toy made by a child. Interesting. When my main body awakens, I should get the monarch of the skies to do research on my behalf for a few days. Leylin quickly made up his mind. Given his strength near rank 7, the monarch of the skies had no power to resist whatsoever. As for this, Leylin eyed the resources in his hand, sighing a little. The information hidden in the short poem said that an arcanist who was performing experiments during the fall of the Netheril Empire had made a mistake. Due to it, he'd jumped the floating city to a lost plane. The legendary arcanist, his students, and all other life forms had died in the floating city, but that plane might still exist. Due to this incident, the floating city evaded the gods' investigations and luckily got away. That was probably the only one in the world of gods. The arcanist who had left this trail behind had spent his life pursuing the peak of arcane arts, and had found this treasure in a ruin. He had successfully deduced the time and location that the floating city could return. However, he had been born far too early. There were over 10,000 years till the floating city leapt back. Evidently, unless he successfully become a god or turned into an undead lich, he would not be able to wait that long. Hence, he chose to leave the information and related clues behind for others to discover. From the inheritance left behind, the arcanist that discovered the clues must have died long ago, Leylin sighed. After the destruction of the Netheril Empire, the churches went all out in persecuting the arcanists. To be able to find this, the arcanist must have reached the legendary realm himself. That led to more fear from the gods, and chances of him still surviving were far too low. However, that made things easier for Leylin. A floating city that can rival the gods' realms. Leylin stroked his chin, eyes full of wonder. Ancient floating cities were very powerful. There had even been records of legendary arcanists piloting them to attack divine realms even if it wasn't for defensive purposes and just research. Leylin was very interested in the design, My's energy core, and magic cannons. A floating city without a master that can independently operate for tens of thousands of years and even automatically leap back to the world of gods. The intellectual core in My's energy core must be incomparably perfect, treasures from the peak of arcane culture. Interesting. I'll have to give it a go if I get the time. Leylin made up his mind. Tens of days passed by. The weather was exceptional that day, and Leylin had left the hold of the ship and arrived at the deck. The sea breeze had a clean, salty smell, and the warm sunlight felt very comfortable. I've already made records of the arcane spell models. Information on the floating city has all been deduced. with these 2 parts done, Leylin was in a good mood. The calculations say I should reach Port Venus today. He'd left home for many years, and was finally returning. In that moment, Baron Jonas, his wife, Ernest, Jacob, and many other faces appeared in Leylin's mind, causing him to feel emotional. I was only around rank 10 when I left, but now I'm a high-ranked wizard. Master Ernest will be shocked. Leylin took a look at his stats. Leylin Fallen. Race: Human, rank 15 Arcanist. Strength: 13. Agility: 11. Vitality: 12. Spirit: 15. Arcane Energy: 150. Status: Healthy. Feats: Sturdy, Erudite, Elementary Perfect Body. Specialties: Arcane Energy Detection, Arcane Amplification. Becoming an Arcanist had changed his stats greatly, and the window had grown more concise. He could still use spell slots like before, and he also had the spell slots for a rank 15 wizard, but after becoming an Arcanist, Leylin now had another card up his sleeve beside the analysis of the weave. After somewhat breaking away from the weave, the AI chip's analysis of the weave has increased in speed. Seems like the weave has a very tight hold on wizards. Leylin took a look at the AI chip's analysis report of the weave, lowering his head in thought. At this moment, the AI chip's prompt rang out, and Leylin's stats changed once more. Beep. Analysis of level 4 weave. 100%. Obtained all rank 4 spell models. Spell slot limitations removed. Host is now immune to forgetting rank 4 spells. No materials will be required to cast them. Analysis of weave. Level 0 weave 100%. Level 1 weave 100%. Level 2 weave 100%. Level 3 weave 100%. Level 4 weave 100%. Level 5 weave 55.21%. Level 6 weave 33.89%. Level 7 weave 17.22%. Spell slots. Rank 7, 1, rank 6, 4, rank 5, 6, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Rank 7 spells were considered high-ranked spells. The Ring of Wizardry had now lost all its effect, increasing only a single spell slot for spells below rank 6 originally. I'm advancing too quickly. My equipment isn't keeping up with my needs. Leylin muttered to himself. Thankfully, I still have many ingredients from the legendary Red Dragon that I can use to make a new batch of items. Welcome Port Venus was right up ahead. With the pirates tied in the fall of the Baltic archipelago, the port was now booming. Countless shipping routes were opened up, and the closer one got to the port, the more ships they could see. The port had already expanded several times, and there was no issue with accommodating over 100 ships now. This had been something Leylin had considered when choosing the location. His choice of a wide deepwater port showed his foresight. The dock was crowded with people, though there was also a gathering of some who were out of the ordinary. A few people in the front were wearing gorgeous noble attire, and Leylin's excellent eyesight allowed him to vaguely see some familiar faces. Right in front were Jonas and his wife. Madame Jonas was waving a white handkerchief in his direction, occasionally wiping away her tears. The moment he got off the boat, Madame Jonas pounced into Leylin's arms before he could even greet her. "Oh, child. My child. How could you be so heartless as to leave us behind for so many years?" Upon seeing this, Leylin could only nod towards Baron Jonas and begin to console his mother. "All right, that's enough, darling. Leylin's return is something to be happy about." Baron Jonas looked much older now. The hair on his temples was already graying, but he seemed to be in good shape. The stern decisiveness he had from his time in the military had dulled. What was left was grace, calmness and the steadiness of power. "Father, I've returned." Leylin smiled and bowed. "It's great that you're back." Baron Jonas nodded, and then led a pair of children who were around 5 or 6 years old over. "These are your brother and sister, Jake and Sherlin. Come, meet your brother." "Brother, brother." The two pairs of eyes held innocence and fear within them. They were still at an age of ignorance, but still listened to their father and sweetly called out for him. Leylin nodded. Leylin sensed his father's bloodline in these children, but they didn't have his mother's blood. However, this was common among nobility. Children born of concubines had no status whatsoever, made obvious just from the fact that their mother had not come along. As children of concubines, the most they could do was enter a god's church or become the housekeeper of another noble family, unless of course Leylin was willing to divide and hand over part of his territory to them. As they posed no threat to Leylin's status, Madame Jonas was not hostile to them. "Hello Jake." "Hi, Sherlin." Leylin now acted like a gentle big brother. While had not known this would happen, he still managed to produce gifts quickly. A beautiful rag doll and intricate moccasins he produced caused the children to cheer. Leylin had long since prepared a ship full of presents to distribute, and naturally wouldn't mind giving out 2 more. Seeing you being so friendly puts me at ease, Baron Jonas nodded in satisfaction. What Leylin was doing was making his stand clear. At the very least, he would not need to worry about how his children would be brought up after he passed away. Based on his understanding of Leylin, he definitely knew that when it came to scheming and strength, the pair definitely could not match up to him. Now, I can only hope Jake and Sherlin know to be content with what they have, Baron Jonas sighed inside. Jacob, Leon, Leylin greeted a few other people, passing them their presents. Young Master Leylin, Jacob and Leon bowed respectfully, looking emotional. They looked to have aged a fair bit, and it was about time they retired. It's been hard on you. Leylin scanned the area, and then saw the gold priest of the goddess of wealth, Xena. And Priest Xena, long time no see. It's really been a long time. Xena still maintained her appearance as a young girl. The glory from the gods allowed her to slow her aging, to the point that she would retain her youthful looks even at death. The look in her eyes, however, showed how she had matured. I have many things to discuss with you regarding Port Venus and our future cooperation. By the looks of it, I think it'll be better for me to visit you in the future, the priest spoke considerately. Leylin nodded. There hadn't been change in the management of the Church of Wealth here, but there was in the 2 others. There were new bishops for the god of knowledge, Ogma, and the god of suffering, Ilmater. They met up with Leylin individually, getting to know him as he did them. Come to the wizard tower tonight. I have something to show you. Ernest was still the same as ever, leaving after throwing him a few words as if he had an important experiment to attend to. The corner of Leylin's lips quirked slightly. At this point, the wizard tower should have been about finished. He was sure that his master wanted to discuss something related to that. When the time comes, I hope my progress doesn't scare him. After the complicated and disorderly welcome ceremony, Leylin returned to his villa in Port Venus. With the maturation and development of this area, the core of the entire island had shifted to this area, turning the manor into a resort. Young master, 2 beautiful maids lay in wait inside the villa, their eyes reddening as they saw Leylin. Clara, Leylin nodded. The pair seemed to have matured quite a bit, and looked on the verge of tears. The decorations in the room haven't changed at all. Leylin placed his hands behind his back and looked around. The arrangement of the furniture, carpets, curtains and the like were the same as when he'd left. Madam was afraid that young master would feel uncomfortable after your return, so we maintained the appearance of the room. Claire spoke softly. She had now grown into a strong woman. Leylin sighed inside. At this age, most maids in the manor would probably have gotten married. The fact they were still here definitely had something to do with him. Before he said a word about this, even the father of these 2 beautiful sisters, the old housekeeper Leon, would not dare make any decisions. Sometimes, a mere idea by someone with power could cause a huge change in the lives of the people below. However, Leylin had no other thoughts about this. What was past was past. At the most, he could just give them some more compensation. Boil some water, I'm going to take a bath before bed. I've had enough of life on the sea. Leylin ordered, and the sisters quickly did as he said. Well, Leylin didn't have much time left after a brief rest. Far too many things had piled up when he was gone. First was the wine banquet at night to welcome his return, and it also included interaction with a few other powers he had to go attend. After that, Leylin went to Baron Jonas's study room. The Baron's study room was much larger than before. There was a faint aroma from the dark red semen Hovenii, and it was illuminated with magic lights. The conditions were much better than before. Baron Jonas sat at the desk and watched his son. You did well, my child. You are my pride. It's a pity about the north. We've no choice but to let go of the Violet territory, but the title of the Violet Baron can be passed to your other heirs. Leylin had mentioned his title in the north to the Baron before. His Violet territory was in the hands of either orcs or were creatures, having become a part of the Orc Empire. It was impractical to expect to reclaim it. However, what Baron Jonas prioritized was the title of Baron that could be passed on through generations. This was much better than the titles of the nobles in the court, and could also be passed down through generations. Leylin had lost his territory through the chaos of war, but his title had not been robbed from him. A loss of territory was an unspeakable humiliation for many nobles, but they still retained their titles. Already passing the threshold of status, they could climb up the ranks much more easily elsewhere. Even with the loss of the land in the north, it wasn't difficult to gain it in Dambrath. There were still many deserted islands in the outer seas, and with some work Leylin's hereditary barony could well be transferred to Dambrath. In that case, the fallen family would have 2 baronies to pass on, so in a sense their strength would double. Perhaps the baron viewed the ability to pass down land as something worthy of being happy over. With our family's current strength and trade relations, it won't be difficult to influence the king. You're also a noble, and as long as your land is in the outer seas and doesn't affect the interests of the other nobles in the continent, there shouldn't be many going against you, Baron Jonas spoke confidently. Even now, his eyes were still trained on land of the nobles, as well as the profits from trade. Leylin listened on, declining to answer. His only target was immortality, but different people had various paths and ideas. He would not force anything on the Baron. How about Marquis Tim, has he made any trouble for us? Him, after coming back from the capital, he's become more honest. I actually called you back for other matters. Baron Jonas turned serious at this point. What is it? The letter had only said that some issues had come up, so Leylin had no idea what this was about. Traces of devils and demons are becoming more common in the outer seas. Syric's church is rising, and the barbarians have returned and are expanding, Baron Jonas spoke unenthusiastically. Wizard Tower everything was happening in secret. The Baron's enemies were not so easily dealt with, and the person most qualified to do so was Leylin. He now had control over the Scarlet Tigers and had even gotten rid of the Baltic archipelago. Baron Jonas had his suspicions about this, but the father and son maintained a tacit understanding and did not lay it bare. I understand. Leylin nodded. In his opinion, the return of the barbarians and the rise of the devils and demons was only to be expected. The period post-calamity was a golden period for churches to expand, but so it was for demons and devils as well. The ripples caused by the pirates' tide still hadn't faded. In Cyric, Leylin's eyes shone. He had some things to settle with this church. What they had done before had left Leylin slightly discontent. I'd be at ease handing all this over to you. If there's anything you need, do tell me. Prioritize your safety. I don't want to lose an outstanding heir. Is that understood? Baron Jonas spoke seriously. Yes, father. Leylin nodded. Good. Go meet your master Ernest. He has a surprise for you. Baron Jonas had a smile on his face. Spend more time with your mother now that you're back. We can't delay your wedding either. At the mention of this, Leylin felt a headache coming on. He found an excuse to leave the study room. It was night, and Port Venus still had lights everywhere. At the very least, there were huge torches burning at the pier, where ships hurried to unload their cargo. This would have been unimaginable in huge cities. With the labor and physical resources in the Dark Ages, the cost of illumination in the night was a huge burden. Till now, Leylin had only seen one city capable of using lights to brighten the area, and that was Silverymoon. Port Venus was now added to that list. It was a pity that the port was several times smaller than Silverymoon, so it wasn't comparable. It's beautiful, isn't it? Ernest watched the pier that seemed to glow with stars, his voice showing his awe. This is the result of the effort of father and everyone else. Leylin spoke in a very humble manner. He could tell the delight and fondness in his master's tone. Ernest probably treated this like his second home. The more prosperous Port Venus is, the more people will come. The crime rate here is now almost at a stage that even the guards can't deal with it. The Mercenary Association and the Warriors and Thieves Guilds will definitely increase the pressure on public security, as will the requests of other churches, Ernest stated calmly, while Leylin listened close. He was controlling the situation from afar, and what he knew was surely less than what the wizard who had been staying here all this while did. That's why we plan to build this, right? Leylin looked at the main part of the huge wizard tower, a smile on his face. Once the wizard tower is built, those mice in the sewers should stop. Ernest nodded in agreement. The two of them were on a mountain next to the Port Venus, one that had a clear view of the port. The general structure of a wizard tower had already been built at the top of the hill. With the power of wizard towers, even the most low-leveled wizard would still be able to control Port Venus without trouble. It would also serve to intimidate others. After all, a wizard tower was comparable to a high-ranked wizard. This was a loyal slave that was fully controlled and knew no exhaustion. Thanks to the batch of resources you brought back in our investment later on, we've finally built the main body." Ernest caressed the sturdy body of the tower, a smile on his face. "Want to see her?" "Of course." Leylin smiled and nodded. The construction of a wizard tower would require an investment of at least 2 million kronas. Some high-ranked wizards might not be able to amass so much wealth even if they worked hard for centuries. There were plenty who were willing to sell themselves for it. If not for Leylin looting the Baltic archipelago and retrieving the materials meant for the wizard tower, as well as the fallen family's investment from Port Venus, the wizard tower would not have been built so quickly. The main material for the wizard tower is granite and wizard's alloy. It's a total of 32 meters tall. Ernest brought Leylin into the wizard tower, making introductions as they walked. The strengthening runes and defensive spell formation of the tower have been completed. The mithril and adamantine that you brought have been completely used up, and we've even had to buy a new batch. The tower itself has 7 floors, with the basement, drawing room, storage room, laboratory, leisure room. Ernest seemed to be very invested in the tower. He abruptly pulled a large door open. It was empty and very dry. "This is the storage room. It can hold enough rations to last 200 people a year. There's eternal warmth and maintenance spell formations, so the food won't go bad. You can cultivate fruits and vegetables in the garden." Also, the spell formation connecting the 4 main elemental pools has been completed. Energy can be unceasingly drawn from the 4 elemental pools, and the pure water from the water elemental pool can create a water cycle. At this point, Ernest looked to be hesitating, but still spoke. "Also, based on what you said you wanted in the letter, the dimensional summoning spell formations and negative energy pools have been set up in the basement." As a traditional wizard, Ernest had a natural hatred for these things, but could not prevent this. Advancing from higher ranks to the realm of legendaries definitely required research in these 2 areas. He believed that Leylin knew to restrain himself and not deal with devils and demons, and was rather at ease. "Of course, with your current strength and talent, you'll be able to use these facilities within 10 years, Ernest spoke with confidence. In his eyes, the strength Leylin displayed gave him a very good chance of becoming a high-ranked wizard within 10 years. That speed alone would have been shocking. After all, the advancement of wizards was not similar to other close combat professions or priests. There was a lot of accumulation required, which was also why many young wizards were weak. "You didn't call me here to discuss this, right, Master?" Leylin smiled. He had not placed his wizard ranking emblem at his chest. He hadn't verified that he was rank 15 even in Silverymoon, so he was being treated like a rank 12 to 13 wizard. For Leylin's age, that was already outstanding. "Yes, how do I explain this?" Ernest had a flush on his face. "The structure of the tower has been completed. What's next is vitalizing the energy core and the constructing the tower genie," Ernest muttered. "You know that vitalizing a tower requires at least a rank 7 spell. A high-ranked wizard is necessary. While we can discuss this after you've advanced, the safety of Port Venus is of immense importance. We have to activate it immediately. I think we should consider inviting a high-ranked wizard to cast and activate intelligence spell. Of course, they'd have to join the fallen family, sign an oath with the sticks and hand over the tower afterwards. However, that would only be used for observation for a while. This level of strength alone will arouse the interest of many high-ranked wizards, and can greatly increase the number of trump cards we have. After all, a wizard above rank 15 is a true high-ranked spellcaster." Ernest was very inarticulate at the beginning, but he spoke smoothly later. The control of a wizard tower was a sensitive subject, and anyone would hope for their own people to have it. Sadly, both he and Leylin were quite a distance away from meeting that requirement. "While I'm still a low-ranked wizard, I never thought there'd come a day that a wizard's tower would be right in front of me, yet I'd be unable to control it." Ernest laughed wryly as he spoke. "Bring me to the core room." Leylin nodded calmly. Upon hearing this, Ernest brought Leylin to the top floor and entered a narrow room. "Everything has been prepared. All that's left is a high-ranked wizard who can cast a rank 7 spell." Ernest sighed, but it was followed by a look of surprise as Leylin walked to the core of the spell formation. What are you doing? Did you think you can start the tower?" Ernest was stunned as he watched Leylin place his hand on the core control crystal. "While what you say makes sense, it's too dangerous to let others control the wizard tower. Even with the restrictions from the oath, it can't be guaranteed that the outsider won't have their own methods. This could be fatal to the safety of the family's land." Leylin spoke. While an oath to the sticks was binding, in his experience there were many ways to find loopholes. Of course, that would have been their course of action if left with a choice. However, he already met the requirements, so why would he give the control of the tower away? All right, little Leylin, I know you're not resigned to this, but, Oh, God, Ernest had been advising him while finding this hilarious, but then gaped immediately after. Activation powerful spell light shot forth from Leylin's body, to Ernest's shock. He'd only sensed this sort of terrifying, imposing aura and pressure from high-ranked wizards before. Now, however, this had appeared on Leylin. A high-ranked wizard. Haha, I'm definitely dreaming. This is a dream, right? He slapped himself so hard his face was swollen, but that didn't allow him to wake up. He could only choose to accept this reality grudgingly. A rank 7 intellectual activation spell. Leylin had chosen to hide his energy undulations before, and Ernest obviously did not have the ability to see through it. Even high-ranked priests would not be able to discover it. While this spell can illuminate the entire wizard tower, the tower genie that's generated will only be a low-ranked kind which won't be all that intelligent. It won't be able to become a wizard's right-hand man. Besides, I didn't memorize this rank 7 spell yesterday. The spell slots of a wizard had to be prepared a day in advance. Leylin only had one rank 7 spell slot now, and he obviously wouldn't have saved Activate Intelligence. However, with the numerous arcane models in his hand, Leylin now had more choices. The rank 7 arcane spell Activate Construct is better than the rank 7 wizard spell. Arcanists naturally had their own wizard towers, and they had invented countless methods to activate them. Every genie born of their processes was far more exceptional than the alternative, so Leylin easily made his choice. In my name is Leylin Fallen, activate. Leylin silently chanted in his mind, multicolored lights flashing at his hands. Through the crystal, it spread out. These energy undulations, this is definitely a rank 7 spell, but it doesn't seem to be Activate Intellect. Ernest had yet to become a high-ranked wizard, and obviously could not tell the difference between an arcane spell and a wizard spell. Arcane spells looked just like wizard spells on the surface, they just weren't bound by the weave. Forget Ernest, even if high-ranked wizards were here they wouldn't have been able to see the difference. The dazzling light first lit up the core control room, spreading in all directions. The 4 elemental pools began to rumble as they began to draw continuous streams of energy from the 4 great elemental planes. Level after level of the wizard tower lit up, the powerful magic light like bright torches in the darkness. A wondrous scene was created at Port Venus. This wave was sensed by many powerful beings. Be it priests or other exceptional powers, everyone lifted their heads in the direction of the wizard tower, concentrating on the scene. Bishop Xena of the Goddess of Wealth gazed at the wizard tower in the distance, looking stunned for a moment before regaining her usual calm. I never expected that you'd already hired a high-ranked wizard to look over us in secret. Congratulations, Lord Baron, it looks like the security problems we were worried about can be set aside. Oh, not at all, Baron Jonas had a professional smile on his face. While he was saying something so modest, he was just as confused. Where did Ernest find a high-ranked wizard to help out? I wasn't even greeted before. The Baron couldn't believe that a child like Leylin could advance to rank 15 either. Many swears were uttered among the crowd at the port. Many shadows snuck out of the sewers, darkness, and even private houses, disappearing quickly from the harbor. Damn it, how did the Fallen family activate the wizard tower so quickly? The intel isn't accurate. Leave quickly. The detection abilities of a wizard tower are not to be trifled with. With the powerful suppression from the wizard tower, all the schemes of these people had failed disgracefully. Inside the wizard tower, a hazy image of a girl's face formed in the crystal. Her eyes gleamed as she smiled at Leylin, Master. In more vulgar terms, the tower genie was the seed of the wizard who'd activated it. The natural brand extended deep, and changing the master of the tower was a troublesome matter. All right, report the operational state of the wizard tower. Leylin commanded. Defensive spell formations completely activated. The 4 elemental pools are operating normally and have amassed 12.15% energy, the female tower genie reported to him in a formal tone. Start the detection spell formation and set the scope to be Port Venus. The Baron's residence and City Hall are to be inspected thoroughly. Immediately report any energy undulations above rank 10. Understood. The tower genie quickly carried out Leylin's wishes. Leylin then brought Ernest away from the core control room, layers of powerful luster enveloping the area. Ernest seemed reluctant to leave. He knew that once the tower genie was activated, nobody could enter this place besides Leylin. What's going on? When did you become a high-ranked wizard? Ernest shouted after they returned to the drawing room, unable to hold himself back anymore. It's a long story, Leylin smiled slightly. The considerate tower genie then ordered for a few stone puppets to send over some cups of clear water. This potable water was sourced from the water elemental plane. Since it was a new construct, the daily commodities would only be moved here the next day. However, neither Leylin nor Ernest minded this. The stone puppets are at most comparable to rank 5 professionals, which is a little low. They can only be used for odd jobs. Leylin took a sip of the pure water that had a sweet taste. After drinking all the cool water in front of him from the jar, Ernest finally regained his calm. However, his 2 eyes were firmly trained on Leylin, like huge searchlights. Enough. You'd better give me an answer now. All right. Leylin laughed wryly. He raised his hands in surrender before giving a brief account of his experiences. Of course, he withheld quite a bit and added some fake information. He was great at telling stories anyway, and many of the details were still hair-raising. So that means, my son has already become a high-ranked wizard. Leylin was inside the Baron's study room, left with no choice but to retell the story in front of the Baron and his master. Yes, he really is a wizard genius. I don't doubt his ability to become a legendary wizard at all. Who knew that I, Ernest, would be able to guide a legendary apprentice? The next time people see Leylin, they'll first think, oh. So it's Leylin, the wizard that Ernest taught. Ernest was obviously immersed in his fantasies, while Baron Jonas was more practical. Good, I wouldn't feel at ease handing over our family's wizard tower anyone else anyway, so this is the best scenario. Leylin bowed. Yes, father. However, please announce that you invited another high-ranked wizard to keep this secret. I would like to take this opportunity to help the family solve some issues at one go. Do as you please, I support you all the way. Baron Jonas found that he had nothing to say to Leylin. From childhood, his son had never given him anything to worry about. Sometimes, he even wondered if this child of his was a genius or a freak. The port seems a lot more peaceful ever since the wizard tower began monitoring it. Leylin sighed. That's normal with a wizard tower. Ernest rolled his shoulders back. I'm planning to leave for a period of time after this. I've handed most of the permissions of the wizard tower to Master. There shouldn't be any problem with controlling it for now. We should also begin to take in wizard apprentices from our territory. Leylin stated his thoughts. With the wizard tower and a high-ranked wizard around, there would be no difficulty in nurturing apprentices by themselves. Even Ernest would be able to do this well. Don't worry. I discovered a few good seeds here, and only lacked resources and an environment to teach them. Ernest's eyes showed how emotional he was. If a high-ranked wizard could improve by using the wizard tower, the benefits to a middle-ranked wizard like him would definitely be immense. It could be said that the existence of the wizard tower made him believe he had the opportunity to become a high-ranked wizard in his lifetime. I've also left behind some foundational and high-ranked wizard information in the wizard tower's library. Master can take a look. Be it Ernest's advancement or gaining a few wizard apprentices from their territory, everything would increase their strength. Leylin would be more than happy for all this to happen. Information on wizards. Ernest's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Leylin was snickering inside. Though no wizard organization would allow wizards who had studied with them to leak high-ranked information, wasn't Silverymoon City already destroyed? Well then, still, he kept back the information for legendary wizards. It would be far too shocking, and Leylin did not want to get too much attention. Alright, do you want to solve the issues with the barbarians? The devils and demons? The churches? Do you need any help? Baron Jonas muttered. Leylin thought about it for a while. He then leaned his head to the side as he spoke. The pirates first, then. Legendary item. The barbarians had once been Leylin's ally. However, with the defeat of Marquis Louis, the relationship between them had gradually turned into a competition. Leylin had no guilt whatsoever of beating them. If they had a chance, he was sure that they would do everything in their power to destroy his own organization. This was the law on the outer seas. Cruelty and logic prevailed, not allowing for a whit of emotion. The barbarians are a large issue. When the Imperial Navy still existed, they lay low for a period of time. Now, though, they're suddenly appearing and even attacking our commercial groups. Any huge merchant would hate these pirates to the bone. Only nobles could plunder. How dare those barbarians steal their things? Although there was a bias here, this was the general thought process. Don't worry, they won't be active for long. Leylin promised. Good morning, Lord Wizard. In the blink of an eye, numerous days had passed. Within the wizard tower, a freckled girl saw Leylin approach and put down the book in her hands, shyly greeting him. Good morning. Your name is Dahlia, right? Work hard. Leylin answered without thought, and the girl instantly turned red. Yes. I'll do that. Leylin was not surprised by her attitude. Her rough skin and hands full of calluses made it obvious that this apprentice was a commoner. If not for Ernest finding her talent at wizardry by coincidence and Leylin just finishing his wizard tower, it was impossible for her to get here. However, with all these coincidences piling up, the girl's fate had changed. She was destined to work the fields, marry someone, endure the rough treatment of her husband, and rack her brains over her children. However, now there was another possibility. She could become a wizard, serving a noble master and changing her fate. This hope alone was enough for commoners to fight hard for. As he thought about this, Leylin placed the spellbook he had copied into the shelves, and then left the library. The wizard tower had become more lively. After gaining permissions to a few laboratories and a pass to go around most areas, Ernest had moved in and brought 5 or 6 apprentices. The tower had been constructed like a fort, so it could guard 200 people inside it for numerous years without much effort. It was completely possible for a few apprentices to live there, and even very comfortable. Not bothering Ernest, who had become slightly deranged, Leylin came to the core smelting room at the upper levels. Tower Genie, how's the progress with the items? Leylin asked indifferently. A projection of the Tower Genie's appearance formed, and it spoke to Leylin respectfully. Master, the red dragon sword has already been completed. What's left is the last bits of processing and poetic nourishment. Good. Leylin nodded, lips curving at an angle. He'd evidently thought of Ernest's look when he gave him these legendary materials. This was a dragon, a peak being in the world of gods. Killing a legendary mature dragon required one to brave perilous dangers, and if not for the 1,000 elites and Tiff, who was a legendary himself, it would have been basically impossible for Leylin to eliminate the red dragon. His life would probably have been lost as well. Of course, once the dragon was successfully slain, the profit was immense. Just the legendary materials from the red dragon was enough for any alchemic wizard to go green in envy. The ring of wizardry and a few other items before now give me very little benefits. I'll need to crush the barbarians as well, and things might be troublesome if I don't have a few items I can use. Leylin came before a large petri dish, producing a red long sword from the silver solution. The slender blade of the sword emanated piercing light, and it had a beautiful arch. The hilt even had carvings of the red dragon. By design, this was a sword for women, the draconic pride that was its motif causing a content smile to arise on Leylin's lips. The AI chip projected the related information to Leylin. Item name: Red Dragon Sword. Length: 91.5 centimeters. Weight: 2512 g. Materials: red dragon bones, dragon scales, refined metal. Item effects: 1. Armor break. 2. Sharpness. 3. Fireball. 3 uses a day. Description: this is a sword made with materials from a legendary red dragon. Based on the categorization of this world, it has entered the ranks of legendary items. This item has a terrifying sharpness and ability to pierce through armor. In the face of this sword, most defenses are frail. The blade also seems to have a mysterious magic that thirsts to drink the scalding blood of its enemies. A legendary item, not bad. Leylin nodded and wiped the sword clean. He then sheathed it in the dragon scale scabbard. This was not for him, but a gift for someone else. With Leylin's attainments as a grandmaster in alchemy in the Magus world, and mixed in with his skills of the world of gods and the runes of the arcanists, there was no difficulty in creating legendary items. But it consumes so much magic, I can only complete it with the help of the wizard tower. Leylin then headed to an area outside 2 glass rooms. Through the thick, reinforced crystal glass, he could see a dark red leather armor and a magic staff with a strange shape at the middle, enjoying the powerful force being channeled into them. The effects of fusing alchemical methods from the 2 worlds has quite good. Leylin pondered over this once he witnessed the scene. If he were to do this based entirely on the methods in the world of gods, creating a legendary item would require a lot of time. It would be astounding for him to make even one. Now, however, the progress and innovation in production techniques was definitely a huge source of motivation for him. Leylin suddenly recalled something from his previous world and shook his head. Memories of that time were far too distant from him. Perhaps the techniques there aren't entirely useless. With my capabilities, I can begin to attempt fusing different laws together with various techniques. The antimatter experiment at the end would be very powerful even in the world of gods, the AI chip continued to twinkle, and the attributes of the two items were projected in front of Leylin. Item name: Dragon Armor Incomplete, weight 1599 g. Materials used: dragon leather, dragon scales, siren's hair, rainbow feathers. Magic effect: can materialize mage armor twice a day. Description: this is a powerful defensive armor. As the leather of a legendary dragon was used in its making, it is immune to most low-ranked spells. It can also adapt well to the spells of a wizard. Though a legendary red dragon had a lot of leather, not much of it was the true, essential portion. Leylin had extracted the best parts to make this legendary armor, and the rest of the leather could only be used to make regular exemplary items, even if their defense wouldn't be too bad. Leylin then focused on the staff in the alchemy room, which had a strange structure. It had slender red scales on its body, and at the head was something similar to a dragon's claw that held onto a large red crystal. Within it was the faint image of a red dragon, roars still resounding. Item name: Snarling Red Dragon Staff Incomplete, rank: Legendary 1. Length: 91.5 centimeters. Weight: 3500 g. Materials: dragon crystal, dragon soul, dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon scales. Item abilities: 1 storage. This staff can store spell slots. Currently empty. Rank 7, 1, rank 6, 3, rank 5, 5, 2. Spell: can materialize dragon's breath thrice a day. 3. Ability: Dragon Aura Domain. 4. Burning. By extracting the power of the dragon's soul, one can create a single-use legendary spirit attack. This will harm the dragon's soul. Description: this is a magic staff made entirely with materials from a legendary red dragon. Its creator has unreasonably confined the dragon's soul inside it, giving it unbelievable strength. However, this will lead to the hostility of the dragon race. It was evident that this snarling red dragon staff was the true star of the show. Many wizards would covet this legendary staff, but few would have the gall to use it. Even Leylin had made up his mind not to use it unless things were dire, and then he would silence those who saw it. The dragon race in the world of gods were quite powerful. Those ancient or primordial dragons were beings the gods themselves did not have the courage to provoke. The essence of a legendary dragon gave me the materials for 3 legendary items. Leylin stroked his chin. This is a very high yield. Other alchemist grandmasters would not be able to do this, and even I feel quite emotional. In addition, its bloodline seems to be quite useful. Even Leylin had to admit that everything on the legendary dragon's body was a treasure. It was no wonder that they were coveted by all sorts of races. These 2 legendary items should be enough to allow me enter the realm of legendaries. Leylin was rather satisfied with his work. Once they're complete, I should head into the outer seas and settle debts with the barbarians. Leylin's eyes suddenly glinted with a chilly look. He had plans for the outer seas, and it would be a great foundation to build on in his ascent to godhood. No outsiders could get a share of this. Dragon warlock for many sailors, the deep sea regions were fearsome areas comparable to the abyss and the 9 hells. In the darkness under the peaceful blue surface were numerous strange sea monsters, greedily staring up at the ships. Or rather, at the beings on the surface. If a ship was destroyed and a sea monster were to be around, there was basically no chance of survival. For sailors, those who had conquered the deep seas were the truly strong, worthy of reverence. Night deepened, and the gloomy surface of the sea was like a terrifying monster opening its mouth, waiting for its chance to devour everything. Its peace was broken by a tremendous pirate fleet, cruising along with the might of a conqueror. On the largest magically armored ship was a crimson flag. The flag seemed to be dyed by blood, and had the symbol of a skull and dagger on it. In the Dambrath outer seas, this was a terrifying legend. The Scarlet Tigers. They had wiped out the original Tiger Shark pirates and Black Skeletons, and were a large-scaled pirate group that had taken over the outer seas. It was rumored that the leader of the Scarlet Tigers, the Scarlet Witch, was a demon of the abyss. She bathed in the fresh blood of the living, using their pumping hearts to maintain her strength and beauty. At this point, the Scarlet Witch's name had even reached the mainland, terrifying little kids into tears at night. This Scarlet Witch, whose fearful name had spread far and wide, was currently on deck, looking into the distance with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Long time no see, Cousin Isabel. A dark figure descended from the skies like a night hawk, bringing with him furious winds. Leylin observed his cousin, who seemed to have changed a lot yet not at all. She greeted him with a smile. So you only remember me now. It's been 4 years. 4 whole years, Isabel exclaimed maliciously, though her eyes seemed to be glimmering. Afterwards, she yelled at the pirates who had been alerted, "What did you come out for? This isn't an invasion. Get back, or I'll hang you on the flagpole tomorrow for 3 whole days and then cut off your dick to go with some alcohol." It was evident that Isabel held high prestige here. After the roaring came the sounds of doors and windows closing. "Hee, you haven't changed at all." Leylin rubbed his nose and laughed. Isabel was still the same as she had been years before, though her long golden hair became much shorter, and she was specifically hiding an area on her forehead. My lord, my lord." A few other leaders rushed to the deck, looking emotional. Karen, Robin Hood, Ronald. Have you all been well?" Leylin called them by name, one by one. "Gods, everything is going well." Robin Hood had been a soldier of Leylin's family, and was the first to speak. "Good, let us have a meeting after this." Isabel rudely sent the other leaders away and stared at Leylin, causing some fear. "Where's my gift?" "This." Leylin laughed wryly and produced the red dragon sword. "I think it suits you well. I already told you when we talked, Rumble." Isabel didn't even listen till the end. The moment she saw the dragonscale scabbard, her eyes twinkled with a wondrous look. She was almost barbaric as she snatched the sword from Leylin's hands before moving back. Roar! A slight draconic aura burst out, accompanied with the enraged howls and roars of a dragon. Red light flashed on the blade, bringing with it traces of flames. Legendary. A legendary item that has even gone through an excellent enchantment. Isabel had been a pirate for many years, and her judgment was much better than before. She saw through it instantly. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Leylin asked. "It's mine." This question didn't need answering. Just Isabel's expression alone was enough. It's good that you like it. Also, we have some things to discuss. Shall we go to your room?" Leylin suggested, and he saw the flush that rose on her face. He could not help but rub his nose awkwardly, feeling like he had been impudent. However, Isabel still did as Leylin wished and brought him to her bedroom. The pink curtains, the canopy, the crimson carpet, and works of art with varying styles mixed together to form a unique look. These were all the treasures that Isabel had stolen. A pungent incense entered Leylin's nostrils, concealing the smell of the sea. Females were obviously more attentive than males. "Actually, I've come prepared to solve the issues with the barbarians in one go." Argentillan seemed to be stepping out of line lately. Leylin's eyes were trained on Isabel, but by the looks of it, there's something more important that we have to deal with now. He went forward, lightly pushing away her fringe. A few strange scales had already appeared at the edge of the girl's fair forehead. Has the demonification already come that far? Leylin frowned slightly. Don't worry about it, I'm actually feeling the summons from the abyss even more. Who knows, I might just fall at any moment. Isabel had a resolute look on her face. I feel that as well. But this doesn't seem difficult to solve. Leylin stroked his chins, and saw the hope in her eyes. Well, do you trust me? Leylin sincerely looked into her eyes. Who if not you? Isabel lowered her head. Good. With a flick of Leylin's finger, a barrier silently appeared. I need you to cooperate with me fully and do as I tell you to, all right? He instructed her carefully, a test tube containing golden red blood appearing in his hands. Isabel nodded her head slightly, suddenly blushing a little. The morning sun rose from the east, shining golden ripples looking like fish scales on the sea surface. How do you feel? Leylin looked to be slightly tired, though his eyes were still bright. I feel better than I ever have before. Isabel touched her forehead. The scales had disappeared, and her original short golden hair had turned a dark red like fire. Thankfully, you didn't choose to sell your soul and were only corrupted by the demonification. That can be concealed and neutralized with a more powerful bloodline, Leylin evaluated. I never thought you could even transform people into sorcerers. Isabel looked towards Leylin, as if remembering something embarrassing from the night before, and lowered his head. In front of her cousin, she truly no longer had any secrets. Not a sorcerer, but a warlock. A dragon warlock. Leylin corrected her. Warlock. Isabel tested out this word. I've never heard of it before. I've combined the legendary red dragon's blood with your body. From here on, you will control the power of the red dragon, and can even awaken magic abilities. Leylin had no plans to explain further and handed a meditation technique to Isabel. You can try training in this, Dragon King's mystic might, in the future. It will do you good, Dragon King's mystic might. Do sorcerers know, warlocks need to train? Isabel expressed her confusion. Of course. Leylin nodded sternly. This Dragon King's mystic might was obviously not the high-grade meditation technique Leylin had gained in Twilight Zone. It was one he'd refined with that as a foundation. Leylin had actually found information on it from the ruins of the Arcanist, and with the AI chip's help integrated the two. It could be said that with the meditation technique and bloodline modification, Isabel now had the potential to surpass sorcerers. In addition, the blood of the legendary Red Dragon would be enough to suppress the demonification for a long time. Alright, let's go meet your cute underlings. Leylin got up to leave, and Isabel followed closely behind. For high-ranked professionals like them, a night without rest was no issue at all. Pulling the door open, they arrived at the deck and saw the dubious smiles on the faces of Robin Hood, Karen and the others. Evidently, news of Leylin spending a night in her room had spread and given rise to some associations. Unexpectedly, Isabel had not gotten mad but instead rejoiced inside. However, she still glared at them icily. Alright, there's a lot to do, so let's discuss it over breakfast. Leylin had long since passed the age of caring about this, and waved his arms with vigor, bringing everyone to the dining room. Making use of this opportunity, he got more familiar with the leaders under Isabel. He knew some of them very well, but was complete strangers with some others. They must have joined some time after he left. We've been developing well in these few years, especially after the Imperial Navy left. There are no opposing organizations left in the outer seas, Isabel spoke with pride. We now have 20 large warships with over 1,500 men. You did very well. Leylin listened closely and got a better understanding of the recent growth of the Scarlet Tigers. How about the barbarians? At the mention of this, Isabel immediately turned grim. Conspiracy? Those darned barbarians are the only forces with the guts to oppose us. Half a month ago, they even launched a surprise attack on one of our fleets and sunk 3 of our pirate ships. Isabel looked glum. Also, they even control Pirates Cove. We're barred entry. That's not all. I have a feeling that they have something to do with the cause of turmoil in the outer seas recently. I mean the power of the abyss in hell, as well as the church of the god of murder, the half-drow assassin, Karen, supplied. The female assassin had hidden her aura and would now be a professional of at least rank 10. Now, she was impatient to show off in front of Leylin. This was obviously inappropriate, and under Isabel's gaze Karen quickly fell back. Interesting, Leylin sat upright. His devilish ability to grasp the hearts of others allowed him to understand his underlings' state of mind easily. Karen, she was discriminated against because of her background and prior relations with me. What is she trying to show me? That's not all, I have a feeling that she's hiding something. This anxiety, is her race trying to rely on me for protection? Leylin sent her a cursory glance, but this only made the half-drow nervous. My apologies, master. The half-drow apologized miserably, tears almost flowing from her eyes. Leylin's nonchalant gaze seemed to look straight into her heart, causing her little schemes and calculations to disappear. The half-drow suddenly had a thought, perhaps even the matriarchs in the Underdark don't have such terrifying gazes. Isabel is the person I've assigned power. Before she gives permission, none of you are to speak out. Is that understood? Leylin's voice was low. If this happens again, no, I swear. I promise that there will never be another time. Karen immediately knelt down, kissing the back of Isabel's hand. Please forgive me, forget it. Isabel nodded. Leylin's attitude satisfied her, and that was enough. There had been a slight mishap with the female assassin, but after that the scope of the discussion returned to the barbarians. Pirates Cove. Though the Imperial Navy had tried to wipe out this place several times, Pirates Cove still showed no signs of weakening. Due to the fallen family quickly taking over trade of the Baltic archipelago, the original golden shipping routes had not been abandoned. There were still merchant ships with all sorts of wealth on them traveling here, and the environment after the chaos of war made this a playground for pirates. Pirates Cove even showed signs of gaining more prosperity. In a secret room in the Barbarian Inn, the Barbarians' leader, Oj, was seated imposingly with the eternally beautiful Madame Tillin at his side. Now, however, her eyes were wary, and the fox tail at her back had been tucked in. Her fur stood on end, as if she was on her guard against some terrifying enemy. Facing these two was a young noble with a head of black hair wearing gentlemanly attire. Well then, are the two of you interested in my proposition? The young noble had a kind smile on his face, the manners showing his noble education. It felt refreshing, but Madame Tillin did not seem to be at ease. This was because the youth in front of her was a devil. Compared to those evil beasts that specialized in seducing human souls and leading to their fall, the barbarians and goblins were great people. To Madame Tillin's knowledge, devils were always the synonyms of swindling and craftiness. This made her even more vigilant. The young noble in front of her did not seem to notice her fluctuating thoughts, and still continued on coolly, based on what I know, the genius wizard and successor of the Fallen Islands, Leylin Fallen, has returned. He also seems to have roped in some external support and activated their wizard tower, making Fallen Island a natural stronghold. A port with a wizard tower guarding it was entirely different from one without. Even Oj began to look grim. Leylin had become a high-ranked wizard in the Netheril ruins, and had met with the chaos of war with the orcs. There was no way to determine his ranking. Naturally, this news did not spread. Leylin, Madame Tillin suddenly thought back to that little imp that had repeatedly caused her trouble, and could not help but tighten her grip. He was like the devil in front of her, they were all very elegant and slippery characters. When it came to their own profits, they would never budge. No, Leylin Fallen, the heir of the Baron, seems to be more terrifying than this devil. This thought suddenly rose in Tillin's mind. This was a woman's intuition. There was no reason at all, and she frowned. Not only does he have large armed fleets, he also has help from the pirates. On top of that, with the Fallen family's current status, they obviously would wish to attack the pirates in the outer seas to ensure that trade routes and trading remain unimpeded. Hence, you shall be their first target. You need my strength. The young devil spoke slowly, traces of darkness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, he was also astonished at the pressure the return of this noble caused to these two. It was above his expectations. Your name. At this moment, Oj suddenly rose from his seated position and watched this devil from above. Neville. You can call me Neville. I would be happy to serve you. The devil named Neville had a sincere smile on his face. Behind his handsome features that could cause young noble ladies to go crazy, Madame Tillin saw a poisonous snake. She could not help but shiver. Blood-red flames rose, and the young devil bowed elegantly, disappearing with the teleportation flames. After determining that he had left, Madame Tillin set up an isolation spell formation. I think we shouldn't work together with devils. You know how they are. Madame Tillin had a worried look, expressed with her eyebrows. We have no choice. Leylin's faction is too powerful. We can't go against them. Oj spoke seriously, resulting in a wry look on Madame Tillin's face. When it came to the strength of pirates, the barbarians had no fear regardless of how the Scarlet Tigers emerged as a force to be reckoned with. However, the Fallen family was not just about the pirates. With their trade control and immense wealth, they'd rapidly set up terrifying armed fleets surpassing even Lewis's old ones. They were nobles, and in the name of protecting the shipping routes, Leylin could openly expand his forces without restriction. Soon, it would surpass what Pirates' Cove could control. In the face of the purge on the surface and in the shadows, the barbarians' might in the outer seas had already begun to plunge. While it wasn't a devastating decline, it wasn't anything good. At the very least, mobilizing another pirates' tide was impossible. The benefits of the barbarians in the outer seas are never to be seized by outsiders. Never. Oj thundered, his gigantic enchanted saber seeming to sense its owner's feelings and beginning to buzz along. Oj was not just the captain of the barbarians. He was also the protector of the barbarian race. The entire barbarian race relied on his protection to survive, which was why he would not fall back now. Dearest, I will help you, even if it will send me down to hell, I'll go there with you. Madame Tillin had a tender look in her eyes as she hugged Oj's arm. Just as the scene was beginning to get comfortable and soft, Madame Tillin's body suddenly trembled, rays of high-ranked communication spells shining. There's another guest. It's a priest from the God of Murder's church. She quickly rubbed eyes. Let him in. Oj was blunt. Soon enough, they saw the emissary. He was an old friend, the priest Leylin had seen in the Thieves' Guild. I've brought the newest information regarding that devil. It had to be said that when it came to scouting out information, the bunch of people under Sirik had exceptional talent. Speak. Madame Tillin's expression was icy. While we aren't sure what their main body is, we can be certain that Neville comes from an organization in the Third Hell, the priest spoke slowly. The Third Hell, is he the underling of the Master of Greed, Mammon? She looked to be deep in thought. Mammon, or whatever it was, wasn't the devil's real name. It was only something similar to a nickname, and calling it would not alert him in any way. Yes, the continent has been noisy lately. The devils in the Dambrath kingdom seem to have gone through some reshuffling of power, and it's said that this has to do with the disappearance of Beelzebub. The Church of the God of Murder seemed to have worked with the barbarians more than once, to the point that they even shared such classified information. Also, we are working hard on making inquiries regarding the location of the Scarlet Tiger and where they get their supplies. I'm sure that there will be results in the near future. Under the gaze of my God, everything they do is clear as day. The priest's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little sinister. This quickly dissipated. Sigh, even the God of Murder can't be trusted. After the priest left, Madame Tillin lamented, looking worried. Could it be that powerful greater gods have fallen to the lower planes like in the rumors? This is truly a period of great unrest. Emissary Sirik was an ancient and very famous god. His divinities were in murder and conspiracy, and he was a powerful greater god. He was an ancient god that had even outlived the dusk of the gods. It was said that he knew numerous ancient stories, and had an undefined relationship with the gods, though it was one more of hate. However, there was a strange rumor in the past few hundred years. It was that this god had gone insane, and was even becoming a demon. This deviancy could be like a matter of life and death for the gods. Such a situation was growing more and more obvious in recent times. He was sending down all sorts of contradictory prophecies, and the priests could not get used to it. Sigh, the god of murder has gone insane. The orcs in the north are building an empire, and there are traces of devils and demons in Dambrath and on the outer seas. Perhaps only the Dark Ages are comparable to this, Madame Tillin sighed. I see a future with devils and demons around. On the Scarlet Tiger, Leylin observed a crystal ball on soft goose leather padding. He was in a dark cabin, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. Using the power of magic to foresee the future was something only astrologers and oracles could do. They had their own methods. Some used tarot cards, while others used the trajectories of celestial bodies. Arcanists had a similar skill, and with his experience in the Magus world Leylin could do so as well. The opponent's main forces should be in Pirates Cove. We will obtain absolute victory in this operation, and we'll find traces of a devil there. Leylin put the crystal ball down and used a white silk cloth to wipe at his hands, speaking with conviction. I think there's something wrong with you. Isabel was reclined on the door, looking like a loyal bodyguard, her eyes now filled with curiosity. I don't remember you training in prophecies. Also, the oracles don't do as you do. Hee, this is a method I saw in Silverymoon. Don't think too much into it. Leylin laughed slightly. While the fact that he had become a high-ranked wizard was a secret, he had already told Isabel about it, giving her confidence. Marquis Louis had been able to do as he wished in the outer seas with just the power of a high-ranked wizard as well. He had also absorbed the black skeletons and tiger shark pirates, pushing the barbarians to the brink. If not for Leylin's appearance, he would probably have become the sole tyrant of the outer seas. But things are different now. The disaster of the pirates, Tide has attracted the attention of too many powerful beings, Leylin sighed. The outer seas had not been developed that much in the past, and the terrain and organizations were very simple. A barbarian tribe was already terrific then. However, in current terms, they were nothing. This was why Leylin was a little uneasy, attempting to predict the future. While the world of gods' ability to screen this type of spells was too powerful, gods and legendary beings could do this easily. Leylin did not believe that the barbarians could do the same. That's good then. Isabel was all smiles as she spoke, before her expression abruptly changed. Rumble, Kachak. A slight noise sounded, along with voices of the pirates, distress. Seems like they found something on the deck. Let's go. Leylin smiled as he followed Isabel to the deck. At this moment, the pirates were circled around two figures. One of the two was Karen, while the other was an assassin dressed in black form-fitting clothing. Sharp blades clashed endlessly, and the winds they produced left the pirates with no courage to go forward. Karen, stop playing around. Leylin tapped his finger, and a terrifying cone of flames blasted forward, accurately hitting one of the figures. The raging flames immediately devoured it. That was just a puppet. Leylin looked towards the mast. Is that right? Hoo-hoo. As expected of the one who established the Scarlet Tigers and defeated Marquis Louis, Sire Leylin. Laughter that sounded like an owl could suddenly be heard, and a distortion emerged from the side of the mast to form a human figure. We meet again, Lord Leylin. Let me introduce myself. This humble servant is Arfo, a priest of the mighty god of murder. We met once at Pirate's Cove. Arfo was currently dressed impeccably like a priest. It was unknown when he had arrived on Leylin's ship. How dare you? Karen had noticed that the figure in the flames had disappeared, revealing the original appearance of a high-ranked illusion, and turned grim. Wait, just as Karen was about to charge forth, Isabel beamed as she pulled her back. You must be very gutsy, huh? How dare you play tricks on my people? Isabel stared at Arfo, her eyes narrowing dangerously. The great name of the Scarlet Witch has spread in the open seas. I never thought it would be such a beautiful lady. Arfo looked to be somewhat intoxicated. Good, good. Isabel took 2 steps forward, a smile on her face. All of a sudden, she made her move. The red dragon sword was instantly unsheathed, and faint draconic roars sounded out. A tremendous spiritual force field extended and caused all the pirates to back off, while the priest looked alarmed. Dragon aura. The fiery red sword produced a clear cry, flames spilling over in the air. HS's. The priest took several steps backwards, looking terrified at the charred marks on his wrist. Karen is one of mine. It's not up to you to bully her. Isabel looked to have no intentions to kill him and slowly sheathed her sword with a snort. This immediately gave rise to gratitude in Karen's eyes, as well as some shame. I never thought the Scarlet Witch wasn't a demon sorcerer. You're someone who inherited the bloodline of a red dragon, and even have a legendary item. Arfo looked somewhat awkward while pondering over this. Such a huge difference caused him to flare up at the thieves that had collected this information. While there's a similarity between demonification and becoming a red dragon, it shouldn't be to this extent. They should be killed. Just a slight deviation or mistake in intel could cause irreversible consequences. Such a huge change immediately put Arfo on his guard. Who do you represent? Leylin asked while snickering inside. Using Isabel's status as a dragon warlock to hide her demonification had also been one of his plans. After all, red dragon sorcerers also had the ability to manipulate flames and grow scales. This would be enough to confuse people. Demons were beings the churches would always crack down on ruthlessly. It was better not to have dealings with them. Sorcerers, on the other hand, were fine. Most importantly, Leylin had not explained anything himself. Everything had been assumed. I come representing the will of my god. Arfo looked serious as he spoke. Do you have a prophecy from the mighty god of murder? Leylin looked at him, a teasing glint in his eyes. However, that only scared Arfo. And no, but our bishop has received intent from my god. When it came to his faith, Arfo naturally did not dare lie as he recalled the order he had received. Have the outer seas descend into chaos, just for a massacre. You provoke the 2 largest pirate groups. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, ever since the bishop received God's grace, he's become more irritable and crazy. However, as a subordinate, he had no right to make any suggestions and could only carry out the orders of his superior. Since it's the intention of the church, let's have a listen, shall we? Leylin brought Arfo to a meeting room. The pirates automatically stood at 2 sides, eyes trained on Arfo. It was as if the moment Leylin gave the order, they would chop him into mincemeat, and that gave him immense pressure. Well then, emissary, what are your suggestions? The dark world of the outer seas needs to be unified. We believe that the Scarlet Tigers are more suitable for this than the barbarians. Arfo did his best to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, saying words he did not mean. Wizards could easily detect any changes in mind or mood, and he would be seen through. To show our sincerity, we are willing to provide intel regarding the barbarians and help you achieve victory. Arfo placed a sheepskin scroll on the table as he spoke. Oh, Leylin found this hilarious as he took a look. This was an exquisite map of the sea, marking out the location where the barbarians resupplied. One large island had obvious blood-red marks. These are the areas where the barbarians resupply. The last mark is where the barbarian tribe resides. Arfo glanced at Leylin and spoke with confidence. The island where the barbarian tribe stays. Isabel gasped, are you trying to create a lasting enmity with the barbarians? Since you're already enemies, why not take it to the extreme? Arfo spread his arms like a scoundrel. Ha ha, ha ha. After a long period of silence, all he was met with was Leylin's crazed laughter. You said it well. You said it well. Since we're already enemies, how about we take it to the extreme? Just as a smile bloomed on Afro's face, something happened. Island, kill him. Leylin indifferently waved his arm, as if he were chasing a housefly away. Why? Arfo's expression immediately changed. his body flashing with the undulations of a teleportation scroll. However, the bright light shattered immediately, leaving him in despair. Numerous weapons struck out, one filled with red chi, which was almost on par with a legendary dragon, immediately made mincemeat out of this emissary. Only after they subconsciously acted did the pirates respond, bodies beginning to tremble slightly. Dear gods, they had actually killed the priest of an actual deity. While the pirates were capable of anything evil under the sun, they still held reverence for the gods. Isn't this just a priest? If he's dead, he's dead. There's something more terrifying than this to deal with next. Leylin clapped his hands indifferently. Red flames descended and burnt the body to ashes, causing the pirates to feel as if they were in a dream. So, his information was false. Isabel's attention was on something else. No, the information is true. Leylin shook his head and rolled the map up. Give this to our navigator and have him go on the offensive while we head along this route. You still? Isabel found herself unable to keep up with her cousin's thoughts. While the map is real, he has malicious intent. I have enough strength now, so I have no choice but to kill him. Leylin laughed as he spoke, his eyes cold. He had been too weak during the pirates' tide, and had even needed help from the barbarians and the thieves' guild. At that time, he had to tolerate these people's sneaky actions. But things were different now. He was a high-ranked wizard and an arcanist, far exceeding others of the same rank. He had Tiff under him who had legendary strength, and Isabel had become a dragon warlock which allowed her strength to increase rapidly. While her bloodline limited her, it wasn't an issue until she became legendary herself. On top of that, the fallen family was not the same as before. They might not rule the outer seas, but their power controlled most of the seas, regions. With such strength, Leylin was the king through and through. Was there a need to make compromises? On top of that, if the priests of the god of murder truly were powerful, why would they still scheme and plot to stir up more tension between the two sides and not take over this region themselves? Hence, Leylin was sure that they did not have favorable impressions of neither himself nor the barbarians, and should be making plans to eliminate them all at one go. The god of murder, Leylin used the AI chip and instantly found all the information regarding this greater god. While he is very old, he's known for being temperamental. There have been recent rumors that he's going insane. Given that he's like this, he will probably find it difficult to react quickly even if a branch with a bishop in charge were annihilated. Also, Leylin looked through the description displayed on the AI chip's screen, a look of fear flashing across his face. He once fought with Distorted Shadow and announced that he killed this great rank 8 magus. Leylin now had a profound understanding of the might of Distorted Shadow. It was impossible for him to fall so easily at this god's hands. Things started changing from that time. Cyric started to become more insane and unreasonable. Leylin stroked his chin, looking to be deep in thought. Was he seriously injured in battle, causing the change in temperament, or was he tricked by distorted shadows and affected by the power of distortion? While the dusk of gods was over, the shadow magi left behind in the world of gods were not easily dispersed. Whatever it is, the claws that the god of murder extended into the outer seas must be cut off. Leylin decided and announced, "Let us set off." The tremendous scarlet tiger thundered, like a deep-sea giant monster advancing to a battlefield. Such a huge movement of the scarlet tigers had naturally attracted the attention of many organizations in the outer seas. The barbarians had also assembled all their warriors in Pirates' Cove, and a life-or-death battle was coming up between these groups. This would determine the ruler of the outer seas. Such an enormous change immediately made many people fear the consequences. They knew full well that no matter the winner, this would be doomsday for them. Even more crazed beings were making preparations in the shadows, hoping to get some benefits from the battle. They hoped to wipe out the two large pirate organizations so that they could become the kings of the dark world. "He killed my child, Arfo." Rumble. The flames suddenly rose several times in size, reflecting the distorted face of the bishop underground. "Why yes, my lord." The thief's voice quivered as he made the report. Ever since the bishop had gotten their god's grace, his personality had also been affected. He had become very stubborn, and crazy. For instance, the bishop would definitely not provoke the two pirate groups into a deathmatch to wipe them out together before. "Ha! How despicable, I want to kill him. Kill Leylin." In the hidden room was a statue of Cyric. There seemed to be a layer of dark red smoke around it, causing some changes. At times, the bishop looked sinister standing under the statue, and at other times poised. He was basically a madman. Hee, it's also good that he's dead. Arfo should have gone to hell long ago. He did well, because that saved me a lot of trouble. My lord, I'll take my leave now. Seeing the bishop in this state was also very stressful for the thief. He reported all this with fear, trying to shuffle backwards. Since Arfo is dead, why are you alive? The bishop turned back, glaring at the thief. His gaze was so chilly the thief felt like he'd fallen into a house of ice. No, that's none of my business, my lord. Knowing that things did not spell well for him, the thief turned and ran, but it was too late. The black flames rumbled around and swept through the area, enveloping the thief and causing him to squeal like a dying pig. Seeing the thief gradually disappearing in the flames, a sick smile appeared on the bishop's face. After he was done executing the thief, he knelt before the statue and lowered his head, beginning to pray, Kiki, soon, my master. I will sacrifice more flesh and souls to you. The statue gazed at the bishop below coldly, the dark red rays around it becoming more dazzling, its fire slave island. This is it. It was impractical to get the pirate fleet to completely encircle the island. However, with the help of magic, it was not difficult to seal off a few shipping routes. Leylin gazed at a completely red island through his telescope, one that had a volcano on it. Based on the intel, Aj's barbarian tribes should be staying back and increasing their numbers here. He put the telescope down. All fighters are to leave the boat. We will massacre this place, he ordered. One could be completely unscrupulous in war, but this was still taboo. Leylin would not have the courage to do such a thing in the past. The moment he did, the other party would also head over to Port Venus and attack his family. Now, however, he had the wizard tower. Leylin even hoped Aj would take the initiative, and seek his own death at Port Venus. The order was sent down quickly. Numerous pirates got on little boats and headed to the shore like ants. Robin Hood, Ronald, Karen. Leylin spoke more slowly. Boss. Robin Hood came to Leylin's side and respectfully waited for instructions. Take the fleet and leave. Only come when I send out the signal. Leylin ordered. He could tell that once news of him attacking this area got out, the barbarians would definitely pounce here like madmen. When the time came, Leylin definitely did not want his pirate fleet to be damaged. It would be too troublesome to attack Pirates Cove, so if he could draw the opponent out here, why not? I can't even imagine the heat and terrible environment here. Why did the barbarians choose this place? Isabel cut apart the vines blocking her way. There were broad green-leaved plants that dropped dew with a pungent smell. It caused her to frown. These barbarians migrated here. The safety of the tribe is of the utmost importance. Since you think they won't like this place, they can do as they wish, Leylin explained. He had nothing to worry about once they were on the large island. As long as he knew the general location, large life force undulations couldn't be hidden from him. Boss, we've encountered resistance on a mountain pass up ahead. It's barbarians, a pirate said, having just run over. Kill him, we don't need prisoners. Leylin nodded indifferently. The pirates wouldn't mind killing them even if they were the same race, much less people of another. Soon enough, Leylin passed through the stronghold and saw the ground full of barbarian corpses. Many wounds were still leaking blood, and these ones looked smaller and weaker than average. Seems like these are the old and weak, females and children. Aj must have pulled all the strong youths to his crew. Leylin nodded, no longer having any doubts about destroying the tribe. Honestly speaking, Aj was a very wise leader. Not only did he resolutely bring his race to the outer seas, he had also survived tenaciously. A tribe like this needed external help and resources to develop, and for that reason they were forced into piracy. He was very capable, able to mold them into one of the 3 large pirate groups in the outer seas and even gain control of Pirates Cove. It was a pity that he was in Leylin's way. His only fate was to be purged. Alter the raging flames continued to blaze. The piercing screams and wails never ended, accompanied by the roars and manic laughter of pirates. Barbarian corpses piled up in this place one after the other, the blood splitting to form little streams. Once Leylin decided to attack this place, the barbarian tribe was completely done for. As Aj had taken most of the strong and the young, all that were left behind were a bunch of frail, elderly, female or children beings. It could be said that in front of these vicious pirates, resistance was pointless. This barbarian tribe seems to hold some secrets. Leylin touched his chin, a devilishly charming smile on his face as he arrived at the heart of the tribe. The sacrifices were made here, but it was to some unknown god. A large piece of obsidian was carved into a firm altar, on which there was a large animal skin flag and strange crimson runes. In front of the altar were a few struggling barbarians, all of them unbelievably old. "You of another race, do not come here," they exclaimed. They were so frail they looked like reeds. A few youths next to them held on to the last spears and weapons they had, trembling as they aimed at the invader with eyes full of fear. A barbarian priest, a sorcerer. Leylin watched these barbarians who already had one foot in the grave and sensed the power of their bloodlines. He could not help but nod to himself. Scram! Arcane spells burst forth, forming terrifying large elemental hands that tore the few sorcerers into shreds. Their stubborn resistance was futile, and such strength instantly left them at a loss. A few arcane fireballs rumbled forth, burning the rest of the barbarians to ashes. Leylin stepped over the corpses to arrive at the altar, nothing in his way. Spirit, soul, or is it without a conscient? As he felt around the coarse notches carved into the stone, Leylin closed his eyes. Are these barbarians trying to gather divinity with the power of their community? With tons of experience, Leylin immediately saw through their plans. The power of faith far exceeded extraordinary force. With years of worship and sacrifice, this place had already begun to develop traces of a primal power. The altar had strong faith within it. There were spirits of powerful beings mixed in, those who had died over time, and the foundation was currently very firm. Just a bit more time could really have given birth to divinity. This was how many ancient tribal gods had been born. A high-ranked barbarian could use this bit of divinity to cross the threshold of becoming legendary. They could even become a demigod with their advance, combining that with their faith to ignite god fire. As he too had plans to become a god, Leylin could comprehend this thought process. As for the person chosen to become a god, it should be Auj, or do they have another powerful pawn? How ambitious! Leylin stroked his chin. There had always been many intelligent people in this world. As the outer seas did not have the attention of too many gods yet, becoming a god in the outer seas was much less difficult than in the continent. For this reason, Auj had set his sights on this area, which coincided with Leylin's plan. Is this a god of the barbarian race? With how weak the outer seas are, a demigod would immediately unify the place, making it a playground for the barbarians. Leylin's eyes glinted. Very creative, but it's a pity that you met me. Leylin had long since treated the outer seas of Dambrath as his territory. While the barbarians had their own plans, he would have to disappoint them. The spirits are valiant, guarding the tremendous power of faith and soul origin tightly. Leylin observed the obsidian carvings and animal skin runes, and an enthusiastic look on his face. Seems like every barbarian that dies will return to this place. This was the hope of a race. In the world of gods, a race without protection from a god would not have a future. Mixed with their hot-bloodedness and sacrifices, it was both inspiring and tragic. Leylin shut his eyes, and he felt like these spirits had encircled him. A tremendous malicious intent descended. Scram! Scram! This was no illusion, but the power of rejection from the altar itself. Tisk tisk! How powerful does the unified heart of an entire race get, with blood sacrifices urging it on? Such strength! I wish to defeat it. I shall strike down the ascension of your race, and crush your hopes completely. A deep and dark power could instantly be seen in Leylin's eyes. Devour! Leylin willed it, and the altar creaked like it couldn't bear the weight. The ground began to shake as if there was an earthquake, creating numerous dark holes. Heat, lunacy, energy that was filled with soul force surged out from the altar like a tsunami. Leylin's expression was incomparably sinister for an instant, all sorts of emotions flashing in his eyes. The barbarian spirits were extremely crazed and vengeful, launching forth with all sorts of snarls and counterattacks as they began their last struggle. It was a pity that this was a minor issue for Leylin. After all, he was experienced with souls. The phantom of a Targaryen emerged in Leylin's mind, and in one mouthful devoured the numerous souls and conscients. In the face of Leylin's soul origin, the attack from these valiant souls were as weak as ants. Varied soul force burst forth as they shattered, carrying berserk emotions and numerous memory fragments. A soul is a small matter. The issue is that there's still these berserk emotions within the soul force. Leylin sighed. The basic requirement to absorb divinity was that one was legendary, and this was not without reason. Those who were yet to cross that threshold wouldn't even be able to live through the attacks of these souls. God, I pray that you protect our barbarian race. You must make the barbarians the most powerful race. Please ensure the survival of the barbarians. I want to have meat. I want meat every day. Such chaotic thoughts appeared in Leylin's mind that they could cause a regular person to go mad. Even someone with legendary strength could acquire a mental disorder, the chaotic soul energy causing cracks in their memories. However, Leylin had the AI chip. He also had prior experience in this area, and his own soul origin was near rank 7. He could still take this. HS's, I am the limitless Jormungandr, the master that devours all things. The Targaryen phantom appeared in Leylin's pupils, and the power of devouring appeared, forming spirals that devoured all the chaotic soul origins at one go. After being converted, the strength surged into Leylin's sea of consciousness. The AI chip's prompt sounded at this moment. Beep. Host has taken in a large amount of energy, determined to be soul origin essence. Absorbed. Large amounts of icy streams of air converged in Leylin's mind, allowing his spiritual force to revolve rapidly. Beep. Host has absorbed soul energy. Spirit +1. The accumulations of the barbarian tribe over countless years had made things easy for Leylin, and even allowed him to raise his spiritual force. Leylin looked at his hands and murmured, my spiritual force has increased a bit. I feel like every small increase in stats past 15 points is a huge advance. The AI chip's prompts continued. Beep. Host spirit has broke through, becoming rank 16 arcanist. At this moment, his stats were refreshed. Leylin fallen. Age 22. Race human, rank 16 arcanist. Strength 13. Agility 11. Vitality 12. Spirit 16. Arcane energy 160. Status healthy. Feats sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Specialties arcane energy detection, arcane amplification. Progress on weave analysis. Level 0, 100%, level 1, 100%, level 2, 100%, level 3, 100%, level 4, 100%, level 5, 67.35%, level 6 minutes 41 seconds and 91 milliseconds percent, level 7 minutes 22 seconds and 33 milliseconds percent. Spell slots available. Rank 7, 2, rank 6, 5, rank 5, 7, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. The advancement of arcanists required growth in both spiritual force and soul force, as well as the comprehension and sensing of arcane energy. However, with Leylin's attainments in magic with his main body, he already surpassed many legendary arcanists. There was practically no bottleneck for his advance, and his spirit breaking through automatically led to a rise in his rank. The barbarian tribe hasn't formed a divinity yet. Just a bit of the power of faith mixed with soul energy can help me increase a rank. Perhaps I should focus on finding information in this area. In Leylin's eyes, the power of faith was the power of emotion, and also soul force. There had been no bottlenecks in his advancement, and all he needed was enormous energy and his ability of devouring. When all the conditions were met, he could quickly advance. For Leylin, this was also a shortcut to more power. As long as there were barbarian worshippers, it was possible that they had formed great soul energy like this, be it in the outer seas or various other areas in the continent. Of course, if an altar had truly gathered divinity, Leylin would not dare devour it. If not, his own temperament could change, and that was not something trivial. Becoming the patron saint of the barbarians would be even worse than killing himself. Mages soared outer seas, on board the barbarians' ship. Oj suddenly dropped to his knees, roaring in pain. Dear, what's the matter? Madame Tillin rushed to his side and helped him up. My family's sacrificial altar, it's gone. The response has been completely cut off. Oj spat out the words through gritted teeth, and the implications in his statement made Tillin pale in response. We haven't caught up to them. After they had received the news, Oj had immediately set off. However, they had to conceal their movements, and the barbarian lands in Fire Scale Island were very far from Pirates Cove. Originally, this had been done for their own safety. But something like this happening would make it extremely difficult to mount a rescue. We must avenge them. Tillin bit her lip so hard that a trickle of blood spilled out. Since their sacrificial altar had been destroyed, it was obvious what had befallen the members of their tribe. Her heart dropped. It wasn't just one or two barbarians that had fallen. Everyone in the tribe, be it the elderly, the frail, the women, or the children, had perished. The souls of hundreds of years of the tribe's experts, their sacrifices and devotion, had been completely destroyed. Even if she wasn't a barbarian, Tillin could imagine how this sort of aftermath would lead to the barbarians going berserk. "Ah, in my name is Auj, the king and leader of the barbarians, I vow to the gods that I'll wrench that damned wizard's skull off." Auj roared, slicing his cheek with his dagger. Boiling dark red blood rolled down from the cut, making his boorish face seem even more malevolent and terrifying. "Oh, kill him, kill him." The barbarians below him all saw red, as their family and children had all been at Fire Scale Island. There was no chance that they had survived. The fox woman Tillin gritted her teeth, but spoke out in the end, "Auj, I believe that now isn't the best time to fight him, he must have prepared a trap for us." After the words left her mouth, she could no longer continue speaking. This was because she saw the expression in Auj's eyes, that look of undying, frightening hatred. After what had happened, forget a trap, Auj would traverse hell and high water without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, even if she had come to advise on the situation, her persuasion would not have the slightest effect. Is this part of his plan? Using the power of hatred to lead these barbarians into a trap? At this moment, Madame Tillin suddenly felt a deep chill in her heart, caused by that noble wizard. Fire Scale Island was within their sights. Dense black smoke continued to pour into the horizon, and the entire island seemed to have descended into hell. Seeing their tribe's land wrapped in a great fire, the barbarians all descended into frantic roaring. "Find them, tear them apart." Auj tightly gripped Madame Tillin's shoulder. Rivulets of blood appeared on her skin. "I will," Madame Tillin vowed. After saying this, however, she realized that she did not need to use tracing spells. This was because several ships from the Scarlet Tigers appeared in her line of sight, and they seemed to have not left in time. Tens of small barbarian corpses were hung from the mast as bait. Roar. After seeing those corpses, the barbarians collectively went berserk. Auj brandished his enormous saber and the other sailors rowed with all their might. There was only one wish in the barbarians' hearts: to find those damned robbers and get their revenge. The barbarians were the only ones allowed to bring death and suffering to other races in these regions of the outer seas. Now, they were suffering the fate that they handed down to others. Madame Tillin's heart suddenly grew sorrowful, and a single tear rolled down her face. She could already see the shadow of her own death, and could not escape from it. The deep sound of a bugle horn could be heard, bringing to one's mind the coming siege. The Scarlet Tigers' elite troops emerged and completely surrounded all of the barbarians' ships. They were like an enormous pocket wrapping around its goods. In their fury, these simple-minded barbarians did not sense the danger before them at all, and immediately took the bait. "Kill. The boss is giving 5 gold coins for every barbarian's head," Ronald loudly ordered, and the reward was spread widely through the use of signal flags. Boom, boom. The goblin cannons boomed without end, and near them were the sounds of dwarven artillery firing volleys of gunfire. Under Leylin's command, the Scarlet Tigers had slowly come up with their own style of combat. Roar, roar, row after row of barbarians collapsed in a flicker of flames. Even their tough skin could not withstand the combined power of gunpowder and magic. Auj grew even more berserk at this presentation. After the long-range battle had ended, it was time for the traditional methods of jumping and boarding ships. Auj immediately ignored the charge of a pirate towards him, lifting the fellow up by his head. Crunch, crunch. The human pirate's complexion twisted, and rivulets of blood flowed down from his forehead. Crazed roars sounded as this unfortunate pirate's skill burst like a watermelon in Auj's palm. Chhh. Blazing hot white light flashed past, and the surrounding pirates were directly slashed into 2 halves by the saber's chi. As the strongest in the barbarian tribe, Auj was a high-ranked warrior. His barbarian bloodline and the support of magic items allowed very few below the realm of legendaries to rival him. It was a pity that all of this was as negligible as a grain of sand in the face of the Scarlet Tigers. A scarlet-red figure suddenly flew from the opposing ship, letting out a powerful clear cry in midair. Roar. A domain of intimidating draconic power extended from the ship. This oppressive power stemming from a bloodline made Madame Tillin take a few steps back in fright. After, she saw a winged half-dragon creature swoop down at great speed, a longsword burning with raging flames intercepting Auj's saber. An enormous crack appeared on his blade. A human demi-dragon. No, it's a dragon's disciple. This power. Madame Tillin dumbly looked on at Isabel, who was covered in red scales, with a despondent expression on her face. Is this the bloodline of a legendary dragon? But how is this possible? Wasn't she corrupted by demons? Madame Tillin did not know what power a successor of a legendary dragon's bloodline could wield, but now it was made clear to her. The Scarlet Witch. Oj looked at the crack on his enchanted saber with a pained expression on his face. This was the weapon he used most after all, and it had helped him cut off the heads of many troublesome enemies. Now however, a crack had appeared on the enchanted saber after just one clash with the witch. A legendary item. Oj looked at the blazing red longsword in Isabel's grasp with an increasingly ugly expression. He sensed an unknown danger coming from that weapon. Don't let her weapon touch you, and be careful of her dragon breath attack. I'll help you. Madame Tillin's expression was very anxious, and she readied several amplification spells in her hand and was about to cast them. I am your opponent. We meet again, beautiful lady. Rumble. The raging flames of a fireball engulfed them, blocking Madame Tillin's way. The entire area was thrown into chaos, with barbarians and pirates fighting wildly. One of the barbarians fell on occasion, and their head would be chopped off immediately. Blood stained the ground, but even in this hellish scene Leylin had nary a speck of dust on him. He even greeted Madame Tillin in a refined and courteous manner, as if he was the most respectable noble. Leylin fallen, Madame Tillin called out the wizard's name through gritted teeth, her eyes slowly filling with fear. That man's grasp of human nature was even more terrifying than the devil's. It had not been long since she had seen a true devil in Neville, but the feeling that he gave her was not as evil and as profound as what she felt in Leylin's presence. It has been 4 or 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? Madame is still as beautiful as before. A sincere smile broke out on the noble baron's face, and Tillin felt that if she gave him her hand, he would have kissed it in greeting without the slightest hesitation. However, the eyes of the wizard who stood across from her were ice cold, and he looked at her with a face utterly devoid of emotion. I apologize, my beautiful lady. I don't have much time left, so can I ask you to hurry up and die for me? In a single second, the light and breezy conversation turned dangerous. Wind howled, and Leylin smiled slightly as powerful magic converged. An earth-shattering attack was cast resolutely, ignoring all the beauty that Madame Tillin possessed and indifferently sending her to her death. This sorrowful feeling made Madame Tillin's heart feel depressed. Her feelings lasted only for a moment though, and afterwards she no longer had the capacity to reflect on it. Berserk energy particles converged into a splendidly brilliant longsword. The sword point had a spiritual quality to it, and it was directly thrust at Tillin. A strong wind seemed to directly slice at the skin on her face. Mage's sword, a rank 7 spell. You're already a high-ranked wizard. Trickles of blood dripped down, but Madame Tillin's face was still filled with incredulity. She finally knew how she had lost. A high-ranked wizard could completely crush the barbarians here. But he's only a little older than 21 years old. With this power, he must be a genius that even the gods will envy. Madame Tillin was unable to think any more after this. The sharp mage's sword pierced through the layers of her defense, directly running through the fox woman's bosom. Even though she had been a sorcerer and the chief wizard of the barbarians, Tillin's attainments in magic were only on par with Ernest. She had only achieved that through her bloodline power. She was simply unable to endure a single blow from Leylin. Kill at this moment, the victor of another battle had also been decided. Dragon breath. Isabel was still in the state of her draconic transformation. The flame-red scales on her body were just like a dazzling armor that looked like freshly cut flowers. She looked like the incarnation of a Valkyrie. After she saw that the fight would drag on, Isabel activated her bloodline abilities without the slightest hesitation. Dragon disciples would inherit the spellcasting abilities of a red dragon. The bloodline that Isabel possessed was indeed that of a legendary red dragon. Her spellcasting abilities would gain an extremely powerful boost. The frantic flames consumed Oj in a flash, and no matter how determined and how tough a barbarian he was, he now let out painful wails. Sharp. Break. From the looks of it, Isabel had immediately activated the abilities of the red dragon sword. In a flash of light and a crisp snapping sound, Oj's peak-ranked alchemized saber suddenly split apart. With its obstacle removed from its way, the red dragon sword unhesitatingly pierced through Oj's heart. The blazing flames destroyed all the vital organs in his body immediately. Oj lowered his head with great difficulty and looked at the scorched black flesh on his chest. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Madame Tillin let out a mournful wail. She summoned energy from some unknown well of strength and unexpectedly struggled to crawl next to Oj's body. My beloved, she held Oj's huge lifeless hand, her eyes filled with content as if she had grabbed hold of the most precious thing in the entire world, and slowly shut her eyes. What a sad and beautiful romance, isn't it? Looking upon them, Leylin and Isabel did not try and hinder them in any way. They quietly watched this pair of eternal soulmates pass into the afterworld. I really do feel that it's rather unlike you to say that sort of thing. After hearing Leylin's idle comment, Isabel speechlessly rolled her eyes. Also, why are you this impatient? Isabel looked all around them. Now, all of the barbarian pirate crew had been forced into a weak position. After Aj and Madame Tillin had been slain, the remaining barbarians grew even more frantic. In the end, however, they were ultimately left to struggle in the throes of death. After the final few barbarian shamans had died, the entire barbarian pirate crew's destruction was inevitable. Under such heavy suppression, the remaining barbarians crumbled at last. They jumped into the sea one after another to flee, but they were shot dead by Robin Hood, who had long anticipated their retreat. This was the trouble of naval warfare. Once they had lost, it was difficult to flee. One could only win absolutely or lose completely, but once you lost, it was very difficult to free oneself. Leylin's luck had always been good. Rather than calling it luck, it was better to say that he had the support of planning well-devised strategies. Isabel turned towards Leylin. Since he was the planning type, seeing him choose to pursue a fast-paced fight and unhesitatingly massacre the barbarian tribe and even use their own people as bait was unexpected. His method stank of short-sighted vision. You could tell. Then there is no harm in you guessing what guards have prepared in advance. Seeing his cousin mature, Leylin's heart was rather gratified. She could be considered his greatest helping hand in the outer seas. It can't be the priest and thief from last time. Isabel only needed to think about it for a moment before her eyes flashed in understanding. Leylin nodded, waving his hand carelessly. A translucent wave rose, with a small water screen floating atop it. Although there was no indication of their identity, the sailors on board radiated a uniquely murderous aura. Are these pirates? Ones which were groomed by the god of murder? They've always been hiding in Pirates' Cove, I never thought, Isabel breathed in sharply. Until now, she had always believed that the pirate crews in the outer seas now only consisted of the Scarlet Tiger and the barbarian pirate crew. She had neglected those fragmented little pirate crews. In reality, however, these fragmented, small-sized pirate crews were the most important strength of Pirates' Cove. They formed the majority of the ships within the tide of pirates. Even a small part of those in service could assemble into a power force to reckon with. Luckily you discovered them already, otherwise after we engaged in mutually assured destruction with the barbarians, these locusts would descend. The consequences would have been unbearable, Isabel said, with a grave expression on her face. She now no longer had the slightest doubt in her mind that the Church of Murder were not just ordinary fishermen. You're absolutely correct. Leylin agreed with Isabel's point. In reality, the reason why I avoided using Pirates' Cove as the place for this final battle, apart from not wanting the barbarians to have a favorable location, was to avoid these maggots of the dark. The corners of Leylin's lips quirked up into a sneer. However, now that we've discovered their plan and made the preparations after destroying the barbarians, what have we got to worry about? What do you mean? Isabel hesitantly asked. She stood by Leylin and smelt the special scent of bloodthirst. Let's welcome them and kill them all. Leylin's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. Now is the best time. The entire Church of Murder in the outer seas have all assembled here. Once they're all dead, it will deal a great blow to the church. A blow? Isabel had never thought that Leylin's ambition would grow so large to the point where he would dare to strike down a true God's church. Without getting rid of them, how can I spread my own religion? Leylin smiled coldly to himself. There is a dead calm here in the outer seas, and the dark world's greatest religion is Sirik. Once he is cut off from his lackeys in the secular world, all the faith in the outer seas will belong to me. In reality, this wasn't a question of benefits. Leylin had long taken a fancy to the outer seas as his base, and had prepared to establish it as a base for his followers. Thus, there had been a clash with the existing religion here. The first was Sirik, because he had the biggest influence in the outer seas, and even had quite a few of the pirates as his followers. In addition, this god was an evil god. Publicly fighting him wasn't an issue, and on the contrary it would perhaps earn him favor from the benevolent gods. It was possible to predict that in the future, Leylin would sweep across the outer seas and possibly eliminate all the native religions and evil gods in one fell swoop. Don't worry, cousin, the god of murder's influence isn't that strong in the outer seas, and he is suppressed by many other benevolent gods. Additionally, even the thieves' guild is not entirely under his control. Leylin had acquired a lot of inside information on the three great guilds after traveling in the continent. Sirik could only considered a shareholder in the Thieves' Guild and not a chairman. There were still many other gods supporting the organization from the shadows. The Warriors' Guild was the same, and those gods would not permit some true god to monopolize their channels. Even the narrow-minded Wizards' Guild was not monopolized purely by the Weave Goddess, and still had the god of Noajogma and others dividing up the goddess, believers. Consequently, his fight against Sirik and attacking the Thieves' Guild were two entirely separate matters. So it's like this, after all, he's a powerful true god. Isabel's eyes were full of anxiety. Needless to say, not even a weak god would willingly relinquish his own territory, let alone suffer a big loss to their believers. Even if Sirik's influence in the outer seas was very weak, he wielded great power on the continent. He controlled many high-ranked military powers from the shadow. Dispatching one or two legends over to fight for him was something that was entirely possible. Legends were the ultimate decisive force in the entire prime material plane. Once such a high-ranked expert arrived, Isabel was very aware that there was no one on her side who could offer the least resistance. Ordinary people could not reach the realm of legend. Everything that the fallen family possessed was nothing in the eyes of a legend. Even if a legendary comes to hurt my family, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Isabel declared firmly, tightly grasping her red dragon longsword. Leylin was naturally aware of the resolution in her eyes, but did not speak of his intended plans to her. Sirik could possibly be fly into a rage and send legendary over from the continent. However, this required time. Perhaps by then, Leylin would have already advanced to become a legend himself. In addition, if one wanted to develop, it was absolutely necessary to forcibly plunder the benefits that originally belonged to others. Naturally, this would lead to conflict. Leylin had chosen the outer seas, and it was already the least controversial decision he could have made. If he had chosen to start developing in the continent, perhaps he would have already attracted legend-ranked experts over to take him down. Ultimately, it's all a question of strength. With enough strength, even if I take over the outer seas and slay the priests of the Church of Murder, what else can I do? Sirik and Malar, these chaotic evil gods, were already held in poor opinion by the public. Leylin could thus use any means he wanted to deal with them. Choosing the right faction is of the utmost importance. Since the good faction is out of the question, I must not lose the lawful faction. Leylin stroked his chin as he pondered the situation meaninglessly. My lord, the barbarians have been destroyed. Only 5 ships have been sunk, the rest are now under our control. Just when Leylin and Isabel were about to speak, Ronald had completed his mission and bounded over to excitedly report to them. There were still traces of barbarian blood on him. Prepare to launch Plan 2. Take all the heavily damaged captive ships away. We must prepare to fight the next battle, Leylin lightly ordered. We still have enemies left. According to Ronald's thoughts, after destroying the barbarian pirate crew, the Scarlet Tiger was now the strongest crew in the entire outer seas. Assassin, as long as we are the kings of the outer seas, our challenges will never cease. Leylin smiled. This time, it's only a few little mice who overestimate themselves. Ronald, how do you think we should deal with them? Of course we should mercilessly cut off their heads and claws, and store them in oil bottles. Ronald answered with a murderous spirit. For those that challenged their status and profits, there was only one answer, as was law of the pirates in the outer sea, to kill them all. The shadow of the sail danced. Numerous sailors and pirates yelled as they controlled the sail and steering oar, allowing the pirate ship to sail more quickly. Amongst them all, on the largest ship, a bishop was frowning while having a bad feeling about this. Rogers, make the ship faster. We need to hurry there as soon as possible. Understood, master. A pirate captain next to the bishop answered respectfully, but this is the fastest we can go, is that so? Then why is it that the Scarlet Tiger and the barbarians, Tsunami, can go faster than 18 knots? The bishop frowned. That's because those are large pirate groups. Those two are also the main battleships that have been enchanted. Rogers thought inside but did not dare speak his thoughts. After hesitating for a while, he answered as if put in a spot, those are individual abilities and nothing to do with the speed of the fleet. No. You're all trying to deceive the mighty god of murder and his priests. The bishop watched Rogers, facial muscles contorting to become incomparably sinister. No, that's not it, master. My loyalty to the god. No, please forgive me. Please forgive me. The captain of the pirates, who had seen the ruthless methods of the bishop, immediately knelt while looking absolutely terrified. This accusation was not something trivial. Recently, this bishop had become strangely bloodthirsty and insane, and would occasionally kill people because of small matters. The captain, Rogers, was now beginning to regret responding to his recruitment. Pooh. However, before he could plead and beg for forgiveness, a black dagger had slashed through his throat and cut apart his windpipe. Large amounts of blood spurted out. Rogers' eyes rolled back, hands grasping at his throat tightly. Blood unceasingly flowed from between his fingers, causing guttural groans from his throat. The struggles of a dying man ended quickly. The captain, who had been lively and frisky all this while, had turned into a corpse in an instant. The surrounding pirates froze, beginning to wish they could hide their heads in their chest. Dispose of him. Also, increase the speed. Any questions? The bishop glanced at the assistant pirate next to him. No, none at all. I guarantee you, my lord, that there's no issue at all. The assistant had been scared stupid, but after seeing the chilly glint in the bishop's eyes, he immediately felt sober and shouted. Then go, or else this is how you will end up. The bishop waved his arms, no longer caring about those pirates who were doing everything in their capabilities. Gazing into the distance, he had a profound look in his eyes. Damn it, that darned little noble, I shouldn't have let him off during Pirate's Tide. The bishop's plan had been perfect, where he would provoke both sides and help the weaker one. Once the Scarlet Tigers and barbarian pirates weakened, his team would gobble up these two organizations and become the king of the Outer Sea. He even had plans to unify the Dark World and make the Outer Seas independent, and even construct a godly realm on the ground here. However, all of this had been wrecked by the darned noble. Veins began to show in the bishop's eyes. He'd never thought that the noble would be so gutsy as to kill the emissary he had dispatched. Such a fearless and disrespectful being must be executed immediately, and then nail his soul on the wall of the faithless as he howls in anguish. As a religious person, the bishop immediately loathed Leylin with all his heart. A person who held no respect for the gods could never become a lamb of his master. If Leylin could not be subdued in terms of his mind, then he would have to destroy his body. From ancient times, this was how power worked. However, he had no idea that when the gods started out, they were also just as fearless. This was the joint belief of all those heroes whose names remained in historical records. If they could not succeed, then they could only roll off a cliff and turn into the corroding soil underneath. While he did not know of this concept, the bishop determined to have blood. He wished to eliminate this being as soon as possible. There's still time. The barbarians must have just fought them not long ago. Even if my plans are slightly affected, the barbarians' strength should be enough to cause immense damage to the other side. When the time comes, while the bishop was immersed in his fantasies, he suddenly gaped at the dense number of sails in the distance, at the horizon. The Scarlet Tiger ship took the lead. The bloody skull and dagger symbol had all of the pirates becoming restless. Gods. The Scarlet Tigers was the finest pirate organization in the Outer Seas. He had basically heard them expand and gain reputation, and now that they were going to fight them, it was impossible for him not to feel stressed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Scarlet Tigers unhesitatingly opened fire. Like table knives, the many ships cut the huge fleet apart into numerous fragments like butter. Compared to how the pirates at the lowest rung depended on their elite troops and morale, the Scarlet Tigers wanted to leave their opponent far behind. This was an unequaled confidence in themselves from cutting off the heads of countless enemies. Do you see it now? Leylin handed the commanding to Ronald and Robin Hood. After all, he was more proficient in casting spells. From the many years he had not been around, he was also unfamiliar with the group. Knowing one's flaws and doing his best to make up for it was the attitude of those looking to improve themselves. While I'm not suited to some roles, I can choose people who would do better and control them. If not, someone wanted to do everything well would only tire themselves to death. Seems like Robin Hood and Ronald are doing very well, Leylin said to Isabel next to him while laughing. They are the people you've nurtured. Are you trying to brag about your extraordinary foresight? Isabel was actually very astonished. Leylin seemed to have a pair of special eyes, and he would never go wrong when it came to judging people. However, in order not to make Leylin too cocky, she worded her answer huffily. No, I just as Leylin was preparing to answer, his expression suddenly changed and he abruptly pushed Isabel aside. A translucent figure arrived before him, as if traversing through space. Shadow jump. The powerful ability of a high-ranked assassin, and a high-ranked technique that could only be comprehended by assassins nearing legendary. It allowed one to shift locations through the shadow dimension and attack enemies instantly. This ability was basically everyone's nightmare. When a wizard like Leylin was in close quarters with a thief and was the one who was being attacked in surprise, the result was obvious. This high-ranked assassin did not have any excess movements, and lacked even the elation of completing a mission successfully. There was only an apathetic and dead look in his eyes. The black dagger that held a powerful curse inside had already pierced through the defenses and into the area where Leylin's heart was. No. Isabel immediately went crazy, transforming into half-dragon form and pouncing over. The feeling of meeting flesh and the scalding blood spurting out finally gave rise to a glimmer in the eyes of the assassin. With a burst of strength in his right hand, he planned to draw the dagger out and leave. After all, fighting with a high-ranked swordsman was not something for an assassin to do. He had assassinated the leader of the opposing side, and that was enough. Surprisingly, he was unsuccessful in plucking the dagger out. The assassin froze, and was stunned to see flesh sprouts appearing in Leylin's chest. They were like the vines of plants that bundled up the dagger tightly. Just that moment of being stunned left him no chance to flee for his life. Boom! Leylin's chest exploded, and numerous bloody tendrils burst towards him and bound the assassin tightly. Like suckers, they were already trying to pierce through the skin and absorb fresh blood. Necromancy. No, no, a shocked, coarse voice sounded from under the assassin's veil. That's just a flesh puppet, a spell I made just for you. A teleportation door opened to reveal the real Leylin. You should be the high-ranked assassin who tried to assassinate numerous bishops of varying churches during Pirates' Tide, right? This is a rather great gift. So, you've already become a high-ranked wizard. The assassin's eyes did not fluctuate at all, allowing the bloody vines to take over his body. It seemed that he had lost all will to escape. Stop pretending. All of your methods are visible before my eyes. Leylin spoke coldly. Numerous spells shot out. With dimensional anchor locking on, even the shadow plane had been sealed. Damn it, you. Now that his last trump card had been seen through, the assassin was now no longer as relaxed before. He was then killed with Leylin's finger of death. Bastard, do you know how worried I was for you? At least discuss this with me beforehand. Pendant, I'm sorry, dear cousin. At this point, it's better to get things done before we discuss things. Leylin waved his arm, and another teleportation door opened. Isabel stepped out of the teleportation door and immediately heard the uproar from the surroundings, as well as enraged shouts. Without any excess movements, she activated her bloodline abilities and the hidden techniques of the Red Dragon Sword Dragon Aura domain. Fireball. The legendary dragon's spiritual domain in blazing fire rumbled, causing all the pirates to cry out miserably as they were sent flying. There were traces of charring all over their bodies. The other pirates in the distance were also shrieking as they lay immobile on the ground. There was no way out for the weak in the face of the spiritual domain of Dragon Aura, and they would only be massacred by their enemies. In actuality, the Dragon Aura of a regular dragon was still just average. One from an ancient or primordial dragon could take out even most high-ranked professionals, and even affect legendaries to a great degree. Teleportation doors, high-ranked wizards, and a dragon sorcerer. The god of murder's bishop cried out in alarm, light shining around his body. After seeing Leylin step out of the teleportation door as well, his pupils shrank. It's you. You've already advanced to become a high-rank wizard. Cut the bullshit. Leylin gave the bishop a disdainful glance, the arcane spell he'd already prepared launching forth. Mage's Disjunction. Boom, boom, crackle. Numerous spell rays shattered, returning to form the original magic item. They returned to the ring in the bishop's hand, then his necklace, followed by his luxurious clothing. One after another, magic items exploded on the bishop's body. As he had too many on him, he was unlucky enough to have to flee naked. A rank 9 disjunction, a high-ranked wizard above rank 19. Uncaring of his own image, the bishop sunk into shock. In a few years, the opponent had become a high-ranked wizard, which shocked him to no end. On top of that, he was already a rank 19, very close to becoming legendary. However, the power of Mage's Disjunction had been shown right in front of him, which was something he could not understand at all. This is the might of arcane spells. Seeing the bishop who was now completely in the nude, Leylin sighed inside. He was a high-ranked priest who was at least rank 17, and his wizard ranking would not be enough to subdue the priest. The opponent possessed a large number of powerful magic items. However, being an arcanist allowed him to bypass the limitations of spell slots in the weave. As long as he had enough arcane energy and the correct spell models, any spell under the legendary realm could be cast for a price. This rank 9 Mage's Disjunction, for example, was a spell used specifically to deal with magic professionals. Its focus was very powerful, and all items below legendary would be undone under this spell. It could be said that arcane spells were the bane of all wizards. Most of the battle might of wizards depended on their magic items, and being stripped of them would be a deadly blow. On top of that, the heartache of having the magic items formed with blood and tears, made of materials and resources that had been gathered painstakingly, was enough for wizards to cough up blood. A prime example of this would be the bishop now. With his wealth and the numerous spells and items to aid his escape, Leylin's surprise attack alone was not enough to kill the opponent. Now, however, all of the preparations he had made had been unraveled under Leylin's spell, completely losing their effects. Most high-ranked priests' divine spells were for buffs and healing. There were few that were meant for killing. Leylin's spell had taken out most of the bishop's strength. Damn it, how did you advance so quickly? The bishop's face was almost green, eyes now bloodshot. No matter how much he had overestimated Leylin's strength, he would never have imagined that Leylin was extremely close to becoming legendary. It was this huge oversight that led to his failure. This is just the effect of a Mage's Disjunction spell. If it's the legendary version, that would be the nightmare of all legendary wizards. Not only legendary items, even divine weapons could be damaged. Leylin's eyes showed his thirst and intoxication. He then landed his gaze on the bishop. What do you want? The bishop still held no fear for Leylin. There was only immense regret that he had not prepared more. What I want, that's what I should be asking you, my dear bishop. Leylin answered with a slight smile. At this moment, Isabel had abruptly sent out a few dragon's breaths and burnt a few high-ranked assassins to ashes. Upon seeing this, the corner of the bishop's eyes began to twitch. These high-ranked assassins had been great helpers that he had nurtured with care. While their power was lacking in comparison to the one that had attacked Leylin, they were all elites. Now, however, their corpses lined the area, destroying all of the bishop's hard work over the years. The defenses of a dragon warlock's scales were exceedingly terrifying. On top of that, she had a legendary item in the red dragon sword. These assassins, high-ranked enchanted daggers were no match at all, and once they crossed swords their lives were easily ended. Meanwhile, the battle between the Scarlet Tigers and the bishop's pirates began to show who was on the winning side. The high-ranked pirates that had been hastily gathered were no match for Leylin's elites that had gone through countless battles. The sounds of yells closed in, and even the warship that was the main force was caught up to and surrounded by the pirate ships. Numerous fleeing pirates surged out like the tide. Leylin seemed unruffled in the situation, a confidence inherent to his very being. Bishop, I haven't dealt with your church before, but you show malicious intent against us. Care to explain? Leylin watched him, the glint from the AI chip strengthening. This bishop gave him a very different feeling from many priests. He'd seen his fair share, like the gold priest Xena who was in charge of the Church of Wealth on Fallen Island. The bishop wasn't like that. Beep. An abnormal energy reaction has been detected within the host's body. The AI chip performed a full-body scan in front of Leylin's eyes. Many dark red spots had appeared on the translucent model, making it look demonic. As expected, is this the contamination from abnormal energy? Leylin wondered inside. It's a high-ranked priest, so this contamination should come from divine force. In Leylin's eyes, the holy light of a high-ranked bishop had now been contaminated so badly that it was beyond recognition. No matter what kind of god, divine force was better when it was pure. However, what Leylin saw was divine force that had been contaminated and warped. Has the god of murder really gone mad? He doesn't even care about his priests. Also, this power of distortion, Leylin felt a chill in his heart. Legend said that Sirik, the greater god of murder, had begun to go insane. He was even planning to transform into a demon. His divine realm had signs of falling to the abyss, and it looked to be a possibility now. The only being able to influence him that greatly would be Distorted Shadow. As expected of an ancient peak rank 8 Magus. Even after falling, he can still cause his opponents so much trouble. Leylin could not help but sigh inside. The bishop's eyes raised slightly. In this situation, Leylin's words sounded like he was amenable to persuasion. This, I can explain. the bishop immediately gave Leylin a reason. Backing him was a true god, and a greater god at that. It was understandable that Leylin feared him. In the prime material plane, there had never been anyone with the guts to go against a greater god. This was his belief in his god. The plan to use military force has completely failed, but it won't be bad if I can pull him to my side and make him a follower. Traces of dark red light flashed in the bishop's eyes. He could not help but unclench his fingers from around a pendant he'd been clutching tightly. Now, Leylin's eyes flickered, and an invisible spatial undulation flashed with a bright light. The bishop was stunned, and immediately felt a sharp pain at his wrist. Pock! His right hand fell to the ground, bright red blood seeping out. A miniature statue of a god fell down. He had no plans of complying. The bishop's eyes went wide, and insanity flashed within. The only hand he had left began to grab towards Leylin's heart. It's too late, finger of death, Leylin sighed. The dark rays from his hand disappeared into the bishop's forehead, causing the light in his eyes to dim. Thud! The bishop's corpse fell heavily to the ground, causing the pirates to break down. The rest of the matter was naturally left to his underlings. Leylin stood beside the bishop's fallen right hand and saw the small pendant, looking deep in thought. God descent. The material is strange, and it's even immune to the mage's disjunction attack. With this thought, Leylin picked the pendant up. It was rather small. It was a miniature statue of a god, with thin silver chains threaded through it glimmering brightly. Greed buzz. The statue of the god began to rumble, divine force rippling like waves in water. It was as if it was about to come alive. However, with the external activation not coming forth, the pendant restlessly shook a few times and then unwillingly stilled, losing its sheen. The divine summoning failed. Apart from the divine force here, there is also the presence of the divine realm's coordinates and even the conscience of a god, Leylin muttered. At this moment, he felt an extremely bitter conscience radiating great power from the pendant, as if its rage was about to overflow. I'd need to worry if this was the true body, even if it's an avatar, but what's a trifling conscience like this? Leylin harumphed, and a Targaryen phantom appeared in his eyes. HS's. The conscience of a near rank 7 descended, annihilating all signs of the conscience lingering in the pendant. Just before that conscience dissipated, the raging divine force calmed down like a wave in a tranquil sea. Not bad at all. The divine force contained in here could perhaps give me an unexpected surprise. An expression of glee spread across Leylin's face. The divine force of gods, to put it bluntly, was just a high-ranked power in a different form. It was considered venomous to others, and clerics could only receive the divine force of the gods they worshipped. However, it was all a supplement for Leylin. What a pity! If not for those powerful gods, I would have long since broken into many churches and robbed them of their divine force. Leylin began his deductions. Divine force, divinity, god fire, worshippers, divine spark, these were what the gods needed the most in increasing order. With his current strength he could barely absorb some divinity, but it would destroy the foundations of his own cultivation. Needless to say, god fire or divine sparks were even more destructive for his body. As for divine force, that was still well within Leylin's absorption capabilities. Moreover, Leylin had deliberately digested the divine force of certain gods. Until now, he had only managed to have chance encounters with Malar and Sirik. These two crazy and sinisterly evil gods had overlapping domains, which laid out a foundation for Leylin's future plans. Looking at the divine force stored in this pendant, it should be enough to increase my spirit a little, or even balance the other aspects of my stats. Leylin rubbed his chin. After eradicating the original conscience in the pendant, the divine force was now ownerless. Leylin could now absorb it slowly, with the greatest efficiency. Through digesting this divine force, Leylin would be able to analyze the process, helping him understand Sirik's divinity. If he met other gods of different domains, he would be able to create a whole new divinity all for himself. After tossing away this thing, even if this bishop managed to survive, he wouldn't have a happy ending, no. He would be even worse off after his death. Leylin looked at the corpse on the floor and sighed. Gods held control over the souls of their worshippers, and this was a high-ranking priest on top. Leylin hadn't completely destroyed his soul just now. Once it was inspected by the god of death, this priest's soul would definitely be sent to Sirik's divine realm. As for what punishments the cleric would receive, no more words had to be said. What a pitiful fellow. Leylin was, of course, not sympathetic in the slightest bit. He quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind. It seems like they were small crews roped in from Pirates' Cove. Apart from the elites of the churches, there aren't many forces would could execute something like this. Isabel trod on the face of a pirate captain, using their robes to wipe clean the red dragon sword as she grumbled. With the activation of the bloodline, she'd also inherited a warrior-like thirst for war. Yes, had they been given time to train we would have had a much bigger problem. Leylin nodded his head in approval, very soon ordering Ronald to clean up the mess. As dusk approached, the sky above the sea was dyed a crimson red. The entire region was littered with the remnants of broken ships and boats. Splintered masts and flags covered half the place, and not too far from that scene were many floating corpses, blood continuing to ooze and trickle from their bloated bodies. The enormous pirate crew slowly left, leaving a trail of destruction behind them. From this day onwards, everyone would know that 2 epic battles were fought in this forsaken region, devastating and annihilating 2 giants of the seas in one stroke. This atmosphere and scenery, I really want to lift my voice in song. Crash, rumble, a figure wearing lavish noble robes descended from the sky. He exuded an aura of charisma and elegance, yet a pair of black wings spread from his back. Apart from the difference in color, this figure looked just like an angel, with many beautiful features. However, his image was shattered the moment anyone looked into his eyes. That Baron Leylin, he rules the outer seas from today, I really am looking forward to it. This person was obviously Neville, but his pupils had now turned a silvery hue, with no traces of affection in them. With just one glance into his eyes, one would feel their soul turning frigid. Neville's black wings shook slightly as they supported his weight. At this moment, this demon looked at the Scarlet Tiger ship sailing away, as he pondered deep in his thoughts. Strong, determined, decisive, brave, once a soul with these qualities falls, the strength that would manifest would definitely be able to give birth to a greater devil. As expected, it's a devil, huh? An indifferent voice sounded behind him, which turn made Neville freeze in his motions. He turned his head around slowly, looking at the young noble wizard that should have left. Yet he was now floating in the air alongside him with his arms crossed, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Hello, mighty wizard, ruler of the outer seas. I am Neville, of the third hell. I hereby extend my greetings to you, with utmost respect. After giving Leylin a once-over, Neville greeted Leylin decorously, with his right hand on his chest. I believe that in the future there will be a day where you'll require my services. One cannot trust a deal with devils. Not to mention that you tried to lure me into a ploy. Anyone who tries to challenge me will never live past the day. Leylin uttered his words icily, and a silver spell formation wrapped Neville up. Wait, I can still give you many things that you would not think of. Material possessions of the prime material world, authority that cannot be challenged, and also many beauties. The silver spell formation seemed to be able to suppress devils. As his black feathers came into contact with the light barrier, they burned up to release a charred smell. The promise of a devil. Ha ha ha. Leylin smiled faintly, his golden pupils turning a deep hue that was darker than the abyss. The phantom of a Targaryen appeared behind him. A terrifying devouring energy burst forth from the spell formation, completely engulfing Neville within. This devouring power, as well as laws, you are. Neville's eyes flashed with understanding, but before he could utter the truth his body vanished into the spell formation. The ruler of the third level of hell, the Duke of Greed, Mammon, huh? Leylin uttered his breath and closed his eyes, relishing in the energy that he was absorbing. Beep. Host absorbed a large amount of energy. Agility +1, Vitality +1. The AI, chip voice, intoned. Very soon, another notification appeared, and it caused Leylin to become gleeful. Host has devoured a devil from the third hell. Laws of devouring have been activated. Obtained information on laws of greed. Isn't this the devouring technique of my main body? Leylin muttered. His main body controlled the laws of gluttony, and through constantly devouring these laws he would gain a higher enlightenment of them. The devil from the third hell had enlightened him a little in that aspect. My main body's injuries have begun to heal faster than normal then, its support has increased. Leylin was elated. His stats had now changed. Leylin Fallen, age, 22. Race, human, rank 16 arcanist. Strength, 13. Agility, 12. Vitality, 13. Spirit, 16. Arcane energy, 160. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, elementary perfect body. Specialties, arcane energy detection, arcane amplification. I have also absorbed some information on the laws of greed. It seems like Beelzebub was indeed one of the dukes of hell. Even after making changes to it, it is still highly adaptable to the laws from the abyss. Leylin gazed towards the horizon. The outer seas are now my base, impenetrable to outside forces. Be it from hell or any divine realm, no threat. A high-level flight spell lit up, and very soon Leylin's figure was just a black dot in the distance, slowly disappearing into the horizon. More repercussions were brewing and intensifying in the aftermath of this event, in another part of the continent, in the midst of a gloomy valley. An aura of death permeated the air, and there was a black church at the valley's center. Magical light filled the area, and even legendaries would perish within it. Just as the bishop was about to perish, a white-browed priest raised his head in the church. "Men, your holiness." Several dark-robed priests answered immediately with reverence in their eyes. Standing in front of them was a core member of the Church of Sirik, a legendary priest. Divine Force, Jesphano, that piece of trash. Not only did he die, he also lost the Master's token. The old man's voice was incredibly hoarse, and it held an unendurably strange tone as he pointed out an earth-shattering fact. What? That happened at the Dambrath Outer Seas. These black-robed priests exchanged glances, seeing shock in all of their eyes. They were unwilling to think about what had happened to Jesphano. In the Underdark, the druid elves that angered the Spider Empress Lolth would turn into terrifying half-spider monsters. For Jesphano, whose soul was in the hands of his god, he would be in a worse state. Even the black-robed priests felt sorrowful on his behalf, but it didn't last for long. The old man slowly scanned them, the whites of his eyes brightening slightly. Jesphano was already a high-ranked priest. We'll have to dispatch a legendary to be able to find out what happened. Who's free right now? One of the priests muttered to himself, then continued, Lord Shadow Mosk's whereabouts are unknown now, while Crimson Eye is at the Barren West. It'll be very inconvenient for them. As for my own subordinates, the north is still rather unstable. A few lords have been pursuing Queen Illustrial, and there still haven't been any results, another black-robed priest reported. This was the pain of large organizations. While their influence was spread throughout the prime material plane, it was not so simple to make use of their high-tier forces. How's the cadaver collector doing? Since the old man had ordered this, he must have his own plans. The last one hesitated for a while before speaking. He has yet to complete his experiments. Tell him to rush to the outer seas once he's done. I want him to skin the scalp of the sinner who had the gall to kill my master's priest. The elderly man spoke slowly, and then knelt in front of the idol and began to pray, immovable. He was like the most solid statue himself. The black-robed priests glanced at each other and retreated. Leylin was completely clueless about the matters on the mainland, but he had his own predictions. He had returned to Port Venus undisturbed, and hid in his wizard tower. This serenity should be maintained for a period of time. Even if the god of murder's church wants to take revenge, the time taken for them to investigate and dispatch men should be enough for me to advance. Leylin was now seated in the core of the wizard tower. There were terrifying isolation runes on the walls around him, and the tower genie was strictly monitoring everything. With its help, Port Venus had become the harbor with the best security. Crime rates were currently very low, which attracted even more merchants into business here. Leylin knew very well that even more trade was coming in. That was the result of eliminating the barbarians. Cousins should know that they can attack Pirates Cove and treat that area as an eternal base. Leylin placed the steaming cup on the table, a ruminating look on his expression. I never thought I would become the source and driving force of chaos in the outer sea. At this thought, Leylin could not help but look at the other item on the table. This was a pendant of a strange make, containing surging strength within. Yet, it had lost its own spiritual nature and turned into an enormous source of energy that anyone could use. Now that I've removed the conscient and sealed it, the god of murder shouldn't be able to sense it anymore, no. Leylin did not mention Sirik's name. This was cautiousness on a fundamental level. Just mentioning a god's name would allow them to sense things. The information in the Wizards Guild stated that greater gods can obtain 15 to 18 words of information on the ones who call their true names, regardless of where they are. Leylin stroked his chin. This ability was somewhat similar to a part of the abilities of great rank 9 magi, who were capable of everything and knew everything. It was a pity that this was just a part of it, and was a unique law that had been generated specific to the world of gods. There were far too many ways to evade it. Also, such a tremendous divine force, what a huge gift. Leylin spread his fingers and began to rub on the surface of the pendant. Threads of chaotic energy had been transformed by his devouring power, becoming the purest dark gold. Leylin absorbed it unceasingly. Leylin now had given up the vulgar method of devouring everything at one go, and had switched his method to making fine adjustments and changes continuously. While the divine force of the god of murder was powerful, it seemed to him pure, and the power of the distorted shadow was continuously seeping in from it. What Leylin needed was to refine the purest divine force and use it on himself. As the divine force was poured into himself, a golden mist formed around Leylin, like he was a god cast of gold. The AI, Chip's prompts kept sounding out. Beep. Host has absorbed large amounts of energy essence. Determined to be a greater god's divine force. Effect similar to eternal grace from the god. Host stats have increased, strength +1. Agility +1, vitality +1. As the AI, Chip's robotic voice sounded, Leylin felt like his body had been enhanced. Terrifying strength burst forth from all his cells. As expected of a greater god's divine force, Leylin sighed with satisfaction. AI, Chip, assess the value of all the divine force. He commanded. Beep. Mission established. Constructing model of host's body. Beginning simulations. The AI, Chip loyally carried out Leylin's orders. Within seconds, it had a comprehensive conclusion. Beep. Preliminary results show that the pendant will be used up completely in 145h12 minutes. Host's average stats estimated to reach 15, will advance 1 rank as an arcanist. Is that so? That's not bad. On top of that, Leylin saw the AI. Chip's prompt below. Beep. Analysis of level 5 weave at 100%. Host has obtained all rank 5 spell models, is now immune to forgetting spells. No materials needed to cast rank 5 spells. There was a new change to the AI, Chip's interface, in the portion related to the progress on the weave. Analysis of weave. Level 0, 100%, level 1, 100%, level 2, 100%, level 3, 100%, level 4, 100%, level 5, 100%, level 6 53.33%, level 7 34.97%. So divine force is also effective at deciphering the weave. Leylin nodded. It also seems to have something to do with me becoming an arcanist. Now that I've somewhat broken away from it, the analysis has quickened quite a bit. Becoming an arcanist was a huge advancement for Leylin. It wasn't just a change in combat ability, he could now completely break through the weave that limited wizards. With the restrictions of the weave, high-ranked wizards after rank 15 would find advancing extremely difficult. Becoming a legendary was also incomparably harsh. It was easier for legendary warriors. Becoming a legendary wizard before turning 300 would already make one extremely young. Leylin had a feeling that, after experiencing the dusk of the gods and the rise of the Netheril Empire, the gods had consciously limited the abilities of the spellcasters and prevented them from improving and growing. However, this did not apply to arcanists. As long as they had the theories and a foundation, as well as enough resources, there was nothing stopping arcanists from advancing. However, the difficulty for arcanists lay in constructing theories applying to the higher ranks or even legendaries. This was much harder than for wizards. In ancient times, the difficulty in arcanists advancing far exceeded that of the wizards. But Leylin was different. His main body was a near rank 7 magus of laws. His foundation was extremely solid for the non-limited arcane arts. With enough capabilities, he could constantly improve. With the recuperation of his body and restoration of his law of devouring, as well as Cyric's bishop's altruistic offering, he was pushed into the fast lane of advancement. Only legendaries are high-end battle powers in the prime material plane. I must become a legendary as soon as possible, only then will I have the confidence and capital to separate the outer seas. When it came to his future development and plans, Leylin practically had a complete set of steps to follow. Before this, I need to crack down on the faith of the natives and the various devil and demon worshippers, as well as the followers of evil gods. Leylin got up slowly, the great energy in his body turning into terrifying streams of air in the private room. I'll need to alter my outer appearance. It wouldn't be fun to be misunderstood as related to the god of murder. With a thought, all of Leylin's divine force was converted into the purest energy. The faint golden light on his skin completely disappeared. Master, the guests have arrived outside the tower. The tower genie spoke respectfully, her little face appearing at this moment. I'll greet them myself. Leylin nodded. He headed outside the wizard tower and saw the figure of gold priest Xena. Beside her were the priests of a few other churches, though they were only around rank 10. Bishop Xena, everyone else, welcome to my wizard tower. Leylin had a cordial smile on his face. In that moment, it was as if spring had arrived and all sorts of beautiful flowers were blooming. This power of influence, how terrifying. What state is his spiritual force in now? While having shock in her eyes, Xena similarly revealed a smile. Lord Baron, you're too courteous. As guests, our gifts are lacking. This isn't good manners. Meeting after giving them a tour of the tower, Leylin brought the priests to the drawing room. The metallic golems arrived quickly, presenting tea and snacks in elven porcelain. May I know why Lord Baron invited us here? Xena took a look at these golems that were about as strong as rank 10 professionals, and increased Leylin's rating in her mind. Beside her as a representative of the goddess of wealth's church, there were also priests from the gods of knowledge and suffering. However, Xena was the highest ranked, and the influence of the goddess of wealth was the greatest here. It allowed her to act on behalf of the other two. Before all that, I'd first like to give you 2 gifts. Leylin clapped, and another golem came forward, placing 2 boxes in front of them. Once they were opened, a pungent smell wafted out with large amounts of lime powder. It caused Xena to furrow her brows. She slowly drew closer. She suddenly took several steps backwards after seeing what was inside. It's actually, if Xena had reacted that way, the other 2 priests had even larger reactions. Lord Leylin, are you using this to scare us? Xena's tone was of dissatisfaction, as the box contained 2 sinister heads. Showing heads to these priests was no sign of goodwill. I'm obviously not offending you. Please take a closer look. Leylin had an easy smile on his face. After confirming that Leylin would not fall out with the Church of Wealth, Xena endured the nausea and discomfort and began to observe the sinister faces in the box. After taking a closer look, she found something was wrong. The 2 other priests also seemed to have noticed something as well, delight showing on their expressions. Lord Leylin, the priest of the god of suffering, Avdonia, began sounding unsure. Indeed, this is the high-ranked assassin that killed numerous men of the clergy during the pirates' tide. Leylin pointed at the box on the left. As for the one next to him, it is the bishop of the god of murder hidden in the outer seas, Jesfano. On behalf of all my comrades that met harm, I thank you. Xena covered the boxes and sighed. The 2 other priests also thanked him happily. During the pirates' tide, the god of murder had dispatched his subordinates to assassinate those of godly duties without regard. This had resulted in massive losses on the gods' end. The churches that the 3 priests in front of Leylin represented were also included in the scope of the attacks, so it could be said that they had a feud with these 2 people. The fact that Leylin had given them these 2 heads as gifts made them rather pleased. Well then, what does Lord Leylin wish to speak about? The priest that had come in the bishop of the god of knowledge's stead was one that looked like an elderly scholar. The man called Salilus questioned Leylin with an intelligent glint in his eyes. After hearing his words, Xena and Avdonia focused on Leylin. Actually, these 2 heads were surprises that I obtained when exterminating the notorious barbarians, Leylin explained slightly. The barbarians? You mean the culprit that started the pirates' tide causing heavy casualties in the outer seas? They've been wiped out. Xena was rather surprised, while Leylin snickered inside. By defaming the barbarians over the long term, especially with the king's announcement, the barbarians were now complete criminals. There was no way to absolve themselves of this reputation. They weren't just pirates, they were connected with the god of murder's church, Leylin declared, which then earned him flattery reserved for young heroes from Salilus. But, when Leylin continued however, his tone completely changed, which made the 3 priests aware that Leylin was about to come to the main point. I believe that the outer seas as they are right now are in urgent need of a purge of faith in evil gods. This applies especially to those pirates and natives. Leylin spoke in a low voice, his true intentions now revealed. A purge of faith. The 3 of them exchanged glances in their surprise. Yes, a purge. Leylin nodded resolutely. While he treated the outer seas as his trump card, he could not offend all of the gods. Sirik and Malur's reputations were rotten to the core, so that didn't matter, but the few churches on Fallen Island needed to be roped into his side. They could be considered as the fallen family's natural allies. As for the unlucky bishop of the god of murder, Leylin was sorry to say that he could only be treated as just another stepping stone. Also, when it comes to dealing blows to the devils and demons, there are many ways we can cooperate in the future. I myself have come up with many new spell formations to detect demons and devils." Leylin looked extremely furious. Getting the favor of the good faction via proclaiming his wish to attack the devils and demons was a part of his plan. He could keep subduing them in the shadows to expand his strength, which made it like killing two birds with one stone. "Oh, please allow us to discuss this for a while." Xena looked towards the priests beside her and answered, finding herself put in a spot. From Leylin's actions, it was apparent that he was making a declaration to dominate the outer seas. Most importantly, with the annihilation of the barbarians and uprooting the god of murder's church, there now seemed to be no other opposing forces on the sea. As those of the clergy, they would first have to consider the benefits to their churches. Everything else was secondary. Unifying the outer sea and cracking down on faith in evil gods and devils was unquestionably beneficial for the gods they had faith in. Of course, this was only if they stood on the same side as Leylin and worked together with him. He has the ability to destroy the barbarians in secret. Seems like the rumors that the fallen family has control over the Scarlet Tigers is true. Xena glanced at Leylin, who was all smiles, and pondered over this. With huge armed fleets on the surface and a pirate group in the shadows, as well as huge trade benefits and shipping routes supporting him, it is undeniable that he shall be king of the outer seas. Rejecting his goodwill at this time is very unfavorable to the goddess. Upcoming plans, Xena was actually very unwilling to see a single organization becoming the dictator of the outer seas. She would rather this region be a place for free trade. However, she was currently left without choice. The moment she infuriated a large organization like this capable of unifying the outer seas, there would be a huge blow to trades in this region. This was also disadvantageous to the spread of faith in the goddess of wealth. Xena kept weighing her options. But, attacking the evil gods, devils and demons. Zona shot Leylin a glance. While she had no clue what he was actually thinking, doing this meant she could tell what faction Leylin was in. At the very least, he was not on opposing ends with the goddess of wealth. In this regard, please give me some time, my lord. I need to discuss this with other members before I can make a decision. While she already had a general inclination to agree, Xena still answered this way. The same goes for us. At the other side, Salalis and Avdonia gave the same answer. Of course, this is just my intent. My family also has no plans of sending out troops on a large scale as of yet. Leylin knew that these priests needed the permissions of their churches and even gods, which was why he didn't pressure them. Whatever it was, this would be beneficial to them. He was sure that those with foresight could see this. As for the new detection spell and spell formations that you mentioned, before leaving, Zona displayed her strong interest in what Leylin had mentioned. Those are things I put research into and created unwittingly. They're about half a fold more effective than ancient detection techniques, and the same goes for the range. Leylin spoke indifferently, but that only caused the priests' eyes to glint. Demons and devils were the most hated beings in the prime material plane of the world of gods. Altars and spells that could detect and distinguish them, especially those as effective and with as large a range as Leylin had said, were definitely the dreams of the churches. To be able to create new spells alone, I was actually doubtful of my lord's talent in spells, but my doubts have been set aside. The priest of the god of knowledge, Salalis, spoke with conviction. Even if it was the simplest distinguishing and detection spells, being able to create a whole new spell model meant that Leylin's knowledge in terms of spells had reached a very profound level. Wizards like these were more capable of reaching the realm of legendaries. This was how it was recorded in many documents. Leylin had exhibited his abilities here, and Salalis could not help but brighten up. Many thanks for the praise. I can discuss matters related to this more comprehensively if you wish to. Leylin was, on the surface, still a follower of Ogma. Naturally, he had to give this bishop preferential treatment, as well as give the other two some pressure. Of course. Salalis nodded with his eyes wide, while the other two looked wary. After sending the three priests away, Leylin strolled back to his room. There aren't any more issues in persuading them, he thought. I'll have a reason to purge the outer seas and call for help. All that's left is to make preparations. By purging the faith of the natives in the outer seas and stealing their soul strength, he could constantly advance, speeding up his contact with the legendary realm. In the meanwhile, he could also expunge the devils and demons. This was Leylin's main plan that would never change. Demon Experiment Fallen Island, the basement of the Wizard Tower. Within the negative energy pool. This was a place where wizards conducted taboo experiments, with dimensional spell formation specifically to summon demons and devils. Hence, a powerful binding formation was an essential protective measure for this place. Researching demons and devils. Obviously, once priests or paladins found out, he would become a wanted man, a sinner that all the humans would call out. It was a pity that most high-ranked wizards had to make use of negative energy to advance. There were few who followed some lesser-known paths. After becoming a legendary wizard, those madmen might even completely disregard the gods and brazenly go against their ban, becoming involved in the domain of arcane spells. In the eyes of those strictly forbidden scholars, the gods were merely a group of powerful wizards. Who exactly was up there was a function of luck in one's birth. Due to their pursuit of truth in their research, wizards often harbored thoughts of becoming treacherous, and were hated by the gods to the bone. They had then done all they could to create the weave in order to limit the spellcasters. Unfortunately, even with the annihilation of Netheril and the crippling of most wizards through the weave, legendary wizards still walked the path of doubting the gods. The immense pressure they exerted caused even more vigorous backlash, which was in a way very ironic. A dimensional summoning spell formation. While I can only summon beings from various planes within the crystal sphere, it's still not bad. Leylin now stood at the edge of a spell formation with various runes drawn all over it, possessing an inquiring look on his face. After sending the 3 priests away, he focused entirely on research in arcane spells. He was already a ranked 16 arcanist, and it was obvious that he would perform practical experiments in this area. There seems to be a very powerful limitation in summoning spells within the world of gods. There are also different factions. Of course, anyone can summon demons, as long as they are controlled well. After that, Leylin murmured to himself and activated the runes on the spell formation. Though it's my first time using this, I guess I'll summon demons. After all, I've gotten familiar with devils, but haven't gotten the chance to observe demons myself. Demon summoning. As this was the first time, Leylin had not planned to summon a particularly powerful demon. However, after casting the spell, he suddenly found his spiritual force connecting with a large, deep, dark and chaotic plane. Is this the Abyss? This power of space and chaos, the Abyss was currently known to have hundreds of layers, and most of it was definitely undiscovered. There were even rumors that the 9th level of Hell had initially been part of the Abyss and been separated. With Leylin's current spiritual force, it was impossible for him to advance too far into the Abyss, even with spells and spell formations supporting him. He could only tour the surface layers. There's a confusing and chaotic soul aura here, but it feels infinitely tiny. This should be a type of abyssal worm. That's too weak, but then this one is too powerful. I think it's approaching the rank of legendary. Everything is so different. I give up. With his fine spiritual force control, Leylin had more choices than other wizards. Finally, after generally searching the area, he found his target, a powerful soul aura and a strength that isn't too strong or too weak. It's you. Summon. The planar coordinates locked onto the target, and Leylin saw a teleportation gate opening. A strange, terrifying demon was teleported over. Kukaka. What entered Leylin's sights was a huge demon that looked more like a bald eagle on 2 legs. It was completely naked and had large wings on its back, the disgusting red chicken skin evident. Its human arms were tipped by incredibly sharp claws. It did not hesitate to attack once it saw Leylin. The bloodlust, chaos and insanity within the soul caused his eyes to widen slightly. This should be a Virok. While evolved from abyssal worms, it should be considered a mid-rank demon. On top of that, this amount of chaos and level of attack, HMPH. Leylin huffed. The binding spell formation he had prepared beforehand flickered with dazzling light. Tens of lightning rays formed a huge prison. The Virok's talons clashed with the electricity, and it immediately caused a huge sound. Large amounts of black flames began to blaze within, causing even the Virok to retreat pitifully. There was finally some fear in its eyes. This guy only knows to be tough on the weak but is afraid when treated harshly. Leylin shook his head, his right index finger pressing on his temple. AI. Chip, scan it and gather data. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. The AI chip loyally carried out Leylin's commands. Soon enough, a 3D scan appeared in front of Leylin, detailing its stats. Name unknown. Race. Virok Tanari. Strength. 16 agility, 17 vitality. 15 spirit. 13 feats. 1. Demon skin 2. Flight 3. Corrosive aura 4. Ability similar to magic. Description. This is a mid-rank demon. There is chaos and evil of the abyss in its very soul. Unless its mind is controlled, one will definitely be met with a powerful counterattack. It's the model of a high-ranked professional, and its stats in all areas surpass them. Leylin evaluated dully, and then saw its faction lights and soul temperament. What kind of insane and chaotic soul is this? It even has such an evil feeling. It had to be said that while he'd heard of this before, actually meeting one had Leylin losing completely hope in demons. They're just a bunch of evil lunatics with power in their hands. After seeing its temperament, Leylin finally understood why the demons kept losing in the bloody battles with devils. While they were all evil existences, these beings that hid within chaos were just unworthy of his attention. The chaotic temperament from the abyss. Where is this coming from? Leylin had a searching look in his eyes. He observed the Virok trapped by the binding formation, the intense gaze causing even the insane demon to feel some fear. I don't have much time, but I do have patience for my first specimen. Leylin had an apathetic expression as a small, silver surgical knife and other tools suddenly appeared in his hands. While the flesh itself is filled with a filthy power of chaos, the temperament of demons seems to be rooted in the soul itself. The laboratory was now completely empty, and there were only blood-stained bits of bone left here. Some creatures' last wails seemed to linger in the area, filling the place with a frightening aura. However, this did not affect Leylin at all. After washing away the blood and dirt on his hands, he focused on studying the potion in the test tube he held. A dark red liquid could be seen in the test tube, a dark light within shining with varying amounts of intensity as he shook the tube. It seemed evil and frightening. This is the potion that was made from extracting the demon's energy. AI, chip. Leylin's eyes twinkled as he ordered. Beep. Item name, Middle Demon Potion. Effect. Raises vitality and strength of all beings below 10 points by 1 point. For those with these stats below 15 points, vitality and strength increases by 0.5. Ineffective for all professionals above rank 15. Description. This is a potion with powerful demonic energy. Drink it if strength is desired, although be fearless of the corruption to your soul. You might fall to the abyss forever. Not a bad result. What a pity, Leylin sighed. While this potion was pretty good at boosting his underlings' strength, the demonic corruption that would result was a huge issue. If he wanted to continue working in the prime material plane, then his underlings could not be a group of demons. However, his underlings could not be too weak either. He was preparing to nurture talents for the church he would build. What a bother. While I'm unafraid of such corruption, it won't be the same for others, Leylin muttered. I need to adjust the soul to remove the corruption, which would increase the costs too much. This can only be used as a reward, and not an ordinary potion to be passed down, and the abyss. Leylin stroked his chin, recalling that mighty surge of chaos he had felt before. Chaos is a rather powerful law. After grasping it, I might even be able to command strength even more powerful than greater gods and work together with the abyss. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit me at all. I should head to the abyss in hell after becoming legendary to take a look. With Leylin's abilities, the abyss and hell were good choices to reincarnate in. However, Leylin had pondered over this and then given up. Compared to the prime material plane, these two areas were far too dangerous. There were battles everywhere and basically no peace whatsoever. Right after reincarnating, Leylin would be at his weakest. How could he gamble on this? Even if I wanted to try my luck, would I, an invader, still be cared for by the world will? Leylin had a feeling that even while the world will was in a deep sleep, its malicious intent towards Magi would not disappear so easily. However, with his law of devouring, he would certainly be able to let his talents shine if he were to enter the abyss in hell. Leylin had no hesitations when it came to that. Mid-rank perfect body within a dim room. Powerful golden divine force was raging like stormy waves as it gushed out of a small statue. It was then absorbed by a huge black vortex in midair. Completely transformed, a pure energy gathered at the body of a quiet figure sitting there. Powerful divine force condensed to form a faint figure of light, a thread of divinity sparkling as it emerged. The analysis of divine force has slowly given me information over divinity, Leylin pondered over this. In the eyes of Magi, this so-called godhood was merely an elementary understanding of the power of laws. A true god had comprehended one law completely. From there, one would ignite their god fire to join the ranks of the other true gods, a process improving comprehension of laws as they grasp them. But the world of gods has unique rules of their own. With the power of faith, comprehension of the laws can be hastened. The power of laws possessed after becoming a true god can also be boosted through faith. With the comprehension of laws as the core, one can rob or present this divinity that comes from faith. It was extremely difficult for the inhabitants of the world of gods to surpass the limitations on their own bodies and obtain divinity. Unless one was lucky enough to get into the good graces of the gods or pick up a divine weapon with divinity hidden inside, this was basically impossible. However, having already grasped the true essence of laws, Magi didn't find it too difficult to create divinity as long as they had enough materials. Honestly speaking, divine force is actually the material to form divinity. It takes other gods too much energy to transform it, to the point that they're unwilling to do so. Leylin studied the statue in his hands. The divine force within was almost completely depleted. Even with all the divine force stored inside being able to raise my average stats, I still can't form any real divinity, Leylin muttered to himself. After absorbing all the divine force within the statue, his strength had improved just a bit. He now had a better understanding of Siric's godly duties and domain, but he still could not condense divinity. This was not an issue in technique, but just that there weren't enough pure ingredients. By his estimation, he would require all the divine force from a god's avatar to condense the divinity he needed. Eliminating an avatar, Leylin stroked his chin, beginning to ponder over the feasibility of this matter. It wasn't possible for a god to descend on the prime material plane in their true body. Their personifications were at most high-rank legendaries and saints, about as strong as rank 5 or 6 magi. They would also lose their holiness, and could therefore be killed. Of course, even the avatar wasn't someone Leylin could deal with easily. I completely understand Siric's divine force, Leylin reflected. With multiple domains like murder, massacres, conspiracies, and death, he has entered the ranks of the greater gods. An avatar from him would be the cream of the crop. In Leylin's eyes, however, of all of Siric's laws, the only ones Leylin found worthy were those of massacre and death. These two domains were very formidable, and they were what Ciric had relied on to enter the ranks of the greater gods. It would take a tremendous amount of divine force to condense a divinity in these domains. Even if he's gone insane, this is still far too difficult. I should change my target. Ever since Leylin had started out here, he had only offended two gods, the god of the hunt, Malar, and the god of murder, Ciric. This had naturally been done after some pondering. As the path he had chosen caused conflict with these two gods, becoming hostile was obvious. Malar is only a lesser god, and his avatar would be easier to deal with. I don't want anything to do with his domain of hunting, but it won't be hard to transform it into a divinity in massacres. Only middle gods and above in the world of gods could transform divinity between similar fields. However, any rank 8 magus could do so. This was the result of differences in comprehending laws. With Leylin's temperament, those benevolent and honest roles meant nothing to him. Not only was his soul unsuitable for that, it would also pollute his path to becoming a rank 8 magus. Hence, he had few choices. With research on ancient magi like Distorted Shadow, he now had a better understanding of his own path. My path is definitely inclined towards evil, for this world. Will I completely walk the path of a rebel? Leylin stroked his chin. Based on the novels from my previous world, rebels never lead good lives. That's rather interesting, but the power of devils will definitely gives rise to massacres and death. That's rather fitting. The corner of Leylin's lips suddenly turned up in an evil smile. He did not fear sin on his path to eternity, nor did he mind grasping evil laws. Boom! At this moment, the miniature statue in his hands exploded. His continued absorption over this period of time had completely exhausted the divine force within. Is it depleted already? Leylin closed his eyes. The cells all over his body greedily absorbed this pure energy that had been transformed, and there was even a huge improvement on a genetic level. At this moment, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded. Beep. Host has absorbed pure energy. Effect similar to eternal grace from the god. Strength +1, agility +2, vitality +1, spirit +1. Host's spiritual force has broken through, rank increasing. Host is now a rank 17 arcanist. Arcane energy +10. Obtained spell slots. Rank 8 1, rank 7 1, rank 6 1, rank 5 1. All his stats had now exceeded 15. Power erupted in Leylin's body, and it felt as if every cell was dancing in elation as if they had broken through their shackles. Beep. Host stats have all reached 15. Feat elementary perfect body has become middle perfect body. The AI Chip's prompt continued to show. Afterwards, the explanation of the perfect body feat was refreshed. Middle perfect body. Host's genes have been optimized. Characteristics of exemplary beings has been strengthened, and host has obtained mid-rank resistance to toxins, fire, cold, and corrosion. Endurance in varying environments has been increased by large degree. Leylin's stats changed. Leylin fallen. Age, 22. Race, human, rank 17 arcanist. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Spirit, 17. Arcane energy, 170 status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, middle perfect body. Specialties, arcane energy detection, arcane amplification. Spell slots possessed. Rank 8 1, rank 7 3, rank 6 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Analysis of weave. Level 0, 100%, level 1, 100%, level 2, 100%, level 3, 100%, level 4, 100%, level 5, 100%, level 6 53.33%, level 7 34.97%. Level 8, 0.11%. So all of the divine force and demon potions recently have allowed me to rise to this point. Leylin nodded, looking satisfied. The rise in his arcanist ranking allowed him to reduce the consumption needed for arcane spells. Besides, for rank 9 arcane spells, he would not need to pay any price at all. The rise in his wizard ranking also allowed him obtain a rank 8 spell slot, which was pretty good. And then, middle perfect body. Leylin wondered about this. The advancement in his perfect body meant he was transforming into a higher grade life form. Once he became a legendary, he would probably have a greater perfect body or even legendary perfect body as his feat. Even those old legends must have endured long periods of training to improve their stats, allowing them to possess a legendary perfect body. However, at the rate that I'm improving, my feat with the perfect body alone after becoming a legendary would allow me to catch up to the legends who have been amassing strength for so long. Also, a powerful vessel would allow me to make preparations to take on more power. Leylin had a feeling that once his perfect body reached the legendary domain, there would be huge advantages to absorbing divinity and even igniting his god fire to become a god. Whether it's the remaining evil organizations in the outer seas or dealing with the god of murder, all this would require me harnessing great power. The fallen family might have become a king of the outer seas, but lacked the power to completely control the situation. Only by quickly becoming a legendary could he fearlessly take on the attack from the god of murder's church, and therefore make the outer seas a solid foundation for him to become a god. My speed of advancement is already very fast. If I want to continue, the only method would be making use of the faith of the natives in the outer seas. Agreement. Leylin's progress slowed once he became a rank 17 arcanist. He performed experiments on negative energy and other planes every day within his wizard tower, and occasionally taught some apprentices. He led a leisurely life. As he possessed crucial techniques and strength, he was not in the least bit anxious. And just as he expected, others could no longer hold themselves back. Lord Baron, were you really the one to create these 3 spells? Detect Demon, Detect Domain, and Sense Devil. Xena did not seem to be in the best mental state. There were dark bags under her beautiful eyes, and it was apparent that she hadn't had a good rest in a long time. For her, this was something unthinkable. Yes, Leylin answered with a smile, and he then saw Xena's eyes that were full of shock and astonishment that she could not hide. The many gods will definitely notice your contributions to the world of gods. After obtaining an affirmation, Xena immediately guaranteed. This was because Leylin's invention was far too astounding. Even if the paladins had spells like Detect Evil, its categories and scope were far too narrow. After personal testing, Xena found that the spell models that Leylin provided far exceeded the detection methods from before, whether in terms of accuracy or scope. The effect it would have on the operation of dealing with demons and devils was obvious. Xena's eyes were now full of fervor as she watched Leylin. If she could offer up these techniques to her goddess church, she might even have the confidence to compete the next Holy Koan Church election. I've always had zero tolerance for evil organizations. Leylin's experiment showed how righteous he was, but he was snorting away inside. He himself was half an archdevil, so making a few techniques to detect devils was far too easy. Having met a high-ranked person from their faction, being betrayed and sold out was just the devils and demons being down on their luck. With this, Leylin could also Show his resolution in his faction. Of course, as the person who created these detection techniques, Leylin had long since come up with their respective defenses and counter spells. Of course, he had given all those to his own devil underlings. It's wonderful to use another's strength to eliminate your enemies, Leylin assessed to himself. If these spells grow widespread, then all the devils and demons hiding in the mainland will face heavy losses. It'll be a chance for my worshippers of gluttony. Thankfully, Xena had no idea of what Leylin was thinking, or else she'd definitely attack him. But I can only sell the spell scrolls and alchemic items related to this to you. The basic spell model has to be kept a secret. At the moment, I will only be selling them to you three and your churches. Leylin's next words caused Xena's expression to change. After all, my fallen family is merely a small power that's unable to go against the devil and demon forces of the whole continent. You wouldn't wish for our fallen family to be massacred by violent devils and demons, would you? Leylin watched Xena, looking helpless. While this gold bishop's expression changed, she still had no choice but to acknowledge this. Even Xena had no confidence to say that the Church of Wealth would definitely protect the fallen family, because this was impossible. Those devils and demons definitely did not care for the goddess of wealth. Alright, you will also need to swear that you will never leak news that I am the seller. Leylin spoke seriously. While dealing blows to devils and demons was good, he did not want to invite trouble. This was why it was necessary to take all these steps as well. Most importantly, there was a limit to the spell scrolls and alchemic items that he was selling, so that the effect could be regulated. With the ability of magi and arcanists to seal things, Leylin was confident that he could press this advantage for over a century. Even a legendary wizard would not be able to decrypt his spell models. In addition, with his pitiful speed, there was a limit to the spell scrolls he could make. Part of the time was also needed to be spent on research. Hence, the actual damage to the demons was rather slight. Based on his speculations, being able to wipe them out of the Dambrath kingdom within a decade was something very amazing. This would prevent certain powerful demons and devils from being driven to action in their desperation. With such a long period of time, they would have the time to come up with plans and deal with it. By selling this stuff, he could also rope in the three churches. He'd already considered the possibility of them joining hands to pressure him. Firstly, the three of them were in the lawful good faction, and would never use sinister methods. With their three gods controlling each other, he would also have the chance to benefit from them all. Only a legendary, with decisive power in the prime material plane, would be a sufficient foundation to protect the interests and safety of his organization. I understand. After this, I'll contact the other two churches. Xena gave Leylin a look. Having thought of many things in that instance, our Church of Wealth is very much in favor of the fallen family expanding in the outer seas. Thank you very much. Oh, I've already prepared the specific spell scrolls. The price is 10,000 gold crow, so please come and get it anytime. Leylin smiled winningly like an unscrupulous businessman. The Church of Wealth had money after all, and who was he to say no to that? They were more than capable of paying for this. After the exchange of benefits and agreement, the fallen family's inclination of unifying the outer seas was unstoppable. They'd already subdued other, smaller nobles, so they met no opposition on that front. The rest were like Marquis Tim of the Gold Thornblossoms, too afraid to oppose this. After seeing the three churches standing by the fallen family, he was already scared shitless. Tim knew how ruthless Leylin was. He had dared massacre the Baltic archipelago, and after gaining support from the churches he was fearless. If Tim had the courage to fight back, he would end up in an even worse state than the old Marquis. He was a smart man, and obviously made the right choice. In that moment, the outer seas belonged to the fallen families to do as they wished. Only the ships that had the family's flags could move around in the outer seas uninhibited. Recently, there were even rumors that Tim and his band of nobles were planning to petition to the Dambrath king to consider the fallen family's expansion and outstanding contributions, in hopes to raise Leylin's feudal rank and give him more land. With all the troubles on the surface dealt with, Leylin focused his attentions on what was going on in the shadows. There are actually only two forces in the dark world of the Dambrath outer seas. One is the evil force with the pirates in power, but with the annihilation of the barbarians, they now pose no threat. The other is the native islands with their faith in evil gods. Using a conjured water mirror, Leylin was now deep in a frank conversation with his cousin Isabel. She had already completely taken over Pirates Cove and turned it into the Scarlet Tyga's base. It could be said that the fall of Pirates Cove meant that the Outer Seas pirate world had been unified. There would no longer be any forces on the sea that could match the Scarlet Tigers. Also, the native tribes' belief in the evil gods is something very troublesome. They are rather ignorant, greedy, and savage, and believe in natural spirits. They rely on beings with great might to shelter them, and become a huge threat to passing ships. As the noble child of a merchant of the seas, Leylin had long since gotten a deep understanding of these native tribes. Even if the Dambrath kingdom had entered an age of discovery in the seas and gone through generations of migration, there were still few, civilized people, in the outer seas than natives. It was said that further into the deep seas, there was a large continent where an empire built by the natives existed. Hence, in order to completely unify the outer seas, he could not let go of these natives' tribes, especially since they had natural spirits that had formed after hundreds or even 1,000 years' worth of offerings. These primitive totems had, with years of faith from the natives, obtained immense strength. Possessing divinity or even igniting divine flames was nothing special from them. I hope you can head the elimination of the native tribes in the outer seas, in the regions that we know of. Leylin spoke to Isabel through the communicator. He now somewhat had a group of underlings with reasonable strength, and there were some things he did not have to do himself. In that sense, he'd turned from a pawn into the player. In order to truly leap out of the chessboard, he'd at least need legendary strength. To take part in the games of the gods, he would need to be a member. Make records of all the natural spirits and totems with legendary strength and above, and also the native tribes that believe in the goddess of the ocean. Let them off temporarily. Leylin had consistently been taking advantage of the weaker ones and afraid to go head-on with the powerful. Nothing changed here, I understand. As a senior pirate, Isabel knew full well the terror that the ocean goddess could inflict. There were many amongst her own men that followed her. Once she was provoked in the ocean, then one would only be engulfed by boundless storms. Isabel could even imagine that once she ordered those pirates to attack the ocean goddess church or altar, those pieces of trash would collapse in their fear. Mishap, first ensure the safety of the shipping routes. If there are those you can't deal with, make a record of them and leave them to me. Leylin went through things to take note of and then ended the communication. With the expansion of the outer seas, there should still be many left even after eliminating those too powerful or with powerful backings. Leylin's eyes glinted with wit, immediately recalling the barbarian altar from before. I don't need that many. As long as I find around 10 of the natives, sacrificial areas like that of the barbarian tribe, the accumulated energy should be enough for me to advance and even get close to the realm of legendaries. Leylin willed it, and the outer seas immediately grew lively. With the Scarlet Tigers taking the lead, numerous pirates yelled out as they swept through the native islands close to important shipping routes. Besides those with powerful backers or the protection of powerful beings, basically all the native tribes were purged. Most of the adult males in these tribes were killed, while the rest were turned into slaves. With abundant supplies, the price of native slaves in the outer seas fell steeply by 50%, causing many slave traders to go bankrupt. Of course, in this whole disturbance, the fallen family made use of prompt news and abundant resources to gulp down much of the share in the sales of the slaves. With such a storm, the little businesses could only be crowded out. The true big shots would use these methods to massacre the market and remove all competitors in their way. They could then monopolize the market. Leylin could be said to be very familiar with this. With the war, all sorts of loot and slaves were shipped to the fallen island. There were even totems and ritual items for evil gods here, which actually helped Leylin to learn a great deal. Within these items were some form of power of faith. Leylin found this useful. Through these years of hard work, the power he held gradually took shape. He need not bother himself with many things, because his underlings would take the initiative and do everything well. This was the advantage of being the master of a large organization. No wonder even gods would create churches and work hard to operate them. While they look like saints, the intent behind it is rather similar. Leylin found that he now had a better understanding of the methods of the gods. Afterwards, however, something snapped him out of his thoughts. Ka-cha, ka-cha. The faint sounds of shattering could be heard from Leylin's shirt tail, causing his expression to change. Leylin reached down and came up with several fragments from a crescent-shaped ruin. This was supposed to be a complete crystal, but had now shattered into numerous tiny pieces. The luster on it dimmed in an instant. Is there trouble? Leylin's eyes did not waver as he mumbled. This was a communication rune he had made especially for his cousin, which could bypass most spatial separation. This sudden alert meant that Isabel had met with a very problematic issue on the outer seas. She had no choice but to cut off all communications, a desperate step. Send down the message that I'll be leaving for a period of time, Leylin told the tower genie dully. The intellectual core quickly understood Leylin and carried out his order. Ernest headed to his drawing room directly. Why are you leaving now? Don't you know that our experiment has reached a crucial stage? Oh, also, the trade of your family is the best it can be. Poor Leon needs to calculate bills all the way till deep. In the night every day, Ernest spoke, as if blaming Leylin. We can set the experiment aside. Anyway, those gem kelp that we were observing need another 2 years until they have fully matured. There's also nothing to worry about with the family business. If anything happens, look for my father, Baron Jonas. The churches will also help you as much as they can. Leylin rolled his shoulders back. Fine, seems like you've made up your mind. Can you tell me why? Ernest looked curious. Let me guess, it's for a woman. Am I right? Only beautiful girls could make someone of your age more boyish. What do you mean by more boyish? Leylin stared at him, speechless. He was most worried about the scarlet tigers that he'd established suffering a huge blow. The safety of his cousin Isabel was also of utmost importance. Of course, she was a beautiful woman, but this had nothing to do with what Ernest was talking about. Oh, teenagers, don't worry, I'll explain to your father. Ernest winked suggestively at Leylin, a suspicious look on his face. Fine, fine. Leylin shook his head and walked out. He had a feeling that Master Ernest must have noticed something, and everything he was doing was on purpose. At the same time, a blazing fireball was launched from the red dragon sword. In that instant, all the thorny vines wiggling in the air were burnt to ashes. It's the 17th time, Isabel huffed. Though her gaze was still strong, everyone, retreat to the cave. Quick, red dragon transformation, dragon breath. Following that, Isabel unhesitatingly activated her bloodline force and turned into a half-dragon with fiery red scales and a pair of large wings extending from her back. The heated conical flames formed a triangular blank space. A few natives who could not evade in time were struck by the flames, and became huge chunks of ashes. Damn it, there's something wrong with this tribe. As she guided the surviving men into the cave, Isabel cursed and grabbed a black rock by the side of the cave. This operation had started swimmingly. The tribe they were going to wipe out did not have the protection of true gods like the goddess of the ocean. There were also no legendary natural spirits and totems here, so they were rather weak. However, just as Isabel prepared to destroy the huge tribe in one go and make all of them slaves, a series of unthinkable things happened. This tribe actually had relations with the rumored native empire, and they had coincidentally met with their support forces. At the thought of the unpredictable killings in the forest, Isabel turned glum. The black rock in her hand produced noises before ultimately shattering, turning into fragments of lime and sprinkling everywhere. Such a violent scene immediately caused the pirates to shrink back, afraid that her palm would arrive at their heads next. This was the most solid greenstone. Through the polishing and corrosion of an unceasing water flow, it had grown lustrous and hard. It felt indestructible, but it was like white bread in her hands. PFF'd, a bunch of cowards. Isabel disdainfully turned back. With her remodeling as a bloodline warlock and the fusion with the legendary dragon's blood, her power was increasing by the day. By using the Dragon King's Mystic Might meditation technique, Isabel could sense her strength was increasing. It was as if a dragon resided in her body. If not for her underlings dragging her down, she would find it easy to break out of here alone. The signal has already been sent out. HMPH. Once Leylin's here, I'm going to burn these disgusting monkeys to death. The sword in Isabel's hand glimmered with light. Crimson Chi immediately destroyed numerous tropical trees, revealing the elite native warriors and their summoned creatures. They were now in a gigantic tropical rainforest, and there were native tribal warriors everywhere. What attracted Isabel's attention the most were actually the elite warriors from the Empire. Based on their dialect, the reinforcements are the forest hunters and Amazon warriors. Isabel recalled the information she had obtained before. The system of professionals in the world of gods was huge. Besides the most common warriors, thieves, and so on, there were countless other hidden professions, such as the arcanists. There could even be systems of power from the Dark Era in remote regions. The native empire had their own system of professions, which Isabel thought to be a normal occurrence. I just don't know if there are gods in the empire of natives. Isabel suddenly considered this. While they were base and lazy, and the power of faith they offered less pure than even that of regular people, the amount was still pretty good. If they could find a new continent with the native empire with no gods, then even a god would go green in envy. Russell. The natives that had been scared off by Isabel's attack shrank back, while Isabel looked on every corner of the battlefield. A slender figure soon appeared behind a broad-leaved tree. How is it, Karen? Have you found their commander? Isabel asked without hesitation. No, this was the pirates' scouting captain, the half-drow Karen. She was shaking her head regretfully. The leader is very vigilant and seems to have great anti-detection abilities. I can't find their core, damn it. We can only wait for reinforcements, Isabel sighed. She began to feel deeply uncomfortable at the thought of being unable to complete Leylin's mission, though she couldn't quite tell why. Numerous elite natives formed a heavily guarded defensive line within the tropical rainforest. Behind them were several crudely constructed tents. Based on the traditions of the natives, these tents were adorned with colorful feathered decorations on the surface, as well as some runes smeared on with fresh blood. Has Special Envoy Agigikro caught them yet? Asked a native who was evidently their leader. He wore a large golden crown on his head, but looked rather slender, almost bony. It was a stark difference. This man was currently watching another white-browed native. This native called Agigikro had evidently experienced much over many years. His eyes showed his wisdom, and he was half a head taller than the leader, which showed that he had been raised in a more nourishing environment. They are very powerful followers of another religion. The elite forest hunters and Amazon warriors that I brought couldn't even take a blow from that monster in human form. To force them to come here, I've already lost 27 elite warriors. Agigikro was evidently not this leader's subordinate, and his tone made him sound like they were on equal terms. Also, I've only come here to accept offerings to the Empire and had no intentions of taking part in this. After seeing that this envoy was beginning to get mad, the native chief grew restless. But, with these outsiders and those of another religion around, my island is now getting increasingly unsafe. My people are losing their lands. If you weren't here, I might have chosen to abandon this place and find a land that those blue-eyed ones can't see. Seeing that his complaints and chattering did nothing to convince Agigikro and only made him more enraged, the head wrung his hands and looked to be in pain. Fine, fine. To thank you for your help, my friend, I can offer you some things privately. They're all. After hearing a whole bunch of promises, Agigikro's frown smoothed out. The islands around this place weren't much to those from the natives' continent. However, this one place was different. This chief in front of him was the only way they could procure the specialties of this place, and they were very precious in the empire. If not, Agigikro wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to help him fight off the invaders. Perhaps, I should find a chance to beat the method they get their tributes from out of them. Agigikro looked towards the head, eyes glinting with a chilly gaze like a poisonous snake hidden in the shadows. While this was a mere glance, the head was already beginning to get uncomfortable. Well then, about those invaders, what do you say? Them. Agigikro froze, and then looked furious. Those who have the gall to kill so many of my men will never be let off easily. I'm going to skin off their scalps and use their bones as musical instruments, eternally hung in front of the doorframe to my house. But they seem to be powerful beings who've grasped evil strength. If we go in with dull strength, we'll also have casualties. On top of that, the terrain is hindering us, hence, I believe we can push the timing to attack them back. What do you think about tomorrow night? Agigikro's eyes were filled with a sneaky luster. Tomorrow night, you mean? After hearing this, the head's eyes brightened. Exactly. With that around, those of another religion can only embrace the eternity of death, no matter how many of them there are. At this thought, the head applauded, now in a better mood. The tent was pulled open soundlessly, and then a group of girls with different colored fruit plates balanced on their heads flitted in like butterflies. They had eyes like black pearls, and their lips were extremely charming. Every part of their bodies held vitality that only youth possessed. The maids respectfully put the fruit plates down. There were all sorts of precious tropical fruits within, while the plates themselves also emitted a charming golden light. They were made of pure gold. Envoy, there's still much time till tomorrow. How about you take a look at what we have planned here? The head smiled and he clapped. A group of musicians began to play elegant tunes, and the girls began to dance gracefully. The provocative dance had a unique beauty to it, and in that moment the tent began to undulate with youth. Agigikro stared hard at one of the dancer girls, who was the most beautiful, and he began to peel a grape while looking intoxicated. The head, who was watching, snickered inside. On the surface, he looked ready to flatter the envoy more. While the natives danced to show happiness and prosperity, Leylin had secretly arrived at Pirates' Cove. This place had now turned into the Scarlet Tiger's main base, and any barbarians or organizations related to the Church of Murder had been uprooted. The Scarlet Tigers had conducted a purge after occupying this place. Powerful ammunition had exploded on half of the dock, blood still stained the port from that day. However, pirates lived like locusts. The scattered pirates reappeared after the purge of war, like bamboo shoots in the rain. The bars and dancing halls were open the whole night, and the place seemed dazzling and prosperous. This motivated more sailors to turn to the path of piracy. While most were killed, the lucky ones who survived did strike it rich and turned into a new legend. This encouraged generation after generation of pirates. My lord. Now, in the core residence of Pirates' Cove, Ronald and Robin Hood's foreheads were dripping cold sweat as they watched the young noble in front of them. While Leylin had not released his aura, the pressure he gave them was enough for them to feel like they were in front of a dragon. In this situation where Miss Isabel was heavily surrounded, it didn't matter if this was an error on their end, but they knew they could be hanged for this. Knowing how terrifying Leylin could be, the thought of fleeing did not even rise in their minds. They could only keep praying that Leylin could show them some benevolence. I took a look when I came. The construction of the harbor went well. Robin Hood, you've put in much effort. Unexpectedly, Leylin did not begin to reprimand them first thing. His approval immediately had Robin Hood feeling slightly better. Many thanks, young master. I only did what I had to do the best of my abilities. And you, Ronald? Leylin then glanced at the middle-aged pirate next to him. Through years of experience, this subordinate that he had recruited now had the aura of someone at the top. His strength had also grown by a large amount, as was expected of a seedling that Leylin had chosen himself. My lord, Robin Hood went down on a half-kneel. I am in charge of the sea routes. No matter what happened, I am partially responsible for this. Please forgive me. Much time hadn't passed since the establishment of the Scarlet Tigers, but a few groups and factions had already formed. While most were under Leylin and Isabel, there were still others. Compared to a general like Robin Hood who had come straight from the garrison, Ronald who had entered midway lacked confidence. Of course, this might also have to do with Leylin having too much power. Since this has happened, I'm not going to put the blame on anyone. I just hope we can solve it as soon as possible. Leylin waved his arms. He'd already had some expectation that this might happen. However, as long as there were people around, the losses could be quickly replenished, which was not an issue. I've looked through the records in the meeting, and you aren't in the wrong. You have no need to worry about it. This was the main point. Otherwise, Ronald might not even be able to walk out of this room. My lord, a warmth surged in Ronald's heart, and his chest felt stuffy, yet he could not say anything. Enough. Who are you putting this show for? Leylin stopped Ronald and then spread out a huge sea map on the table. This was the most complete map of the areas the Scarlet Tigers had gathered. There were also some areas added in that had been explored by the barbarians or other pirate groups. At a glance, the entire Dambrath outer seas could be seen vividly in his mind. This was a priceless treasure. Come, Ronald, mark the route that Isabel has taken this time. Leylin took a vernier caliper and moved it around, and then passed a red marker to Ronald. Yes, my lord. Ronald took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Meanwhile, after recalling some memories, he drew a crooked red line on the map. As most of the outer sea native tribes have been wiped out, Lord Isabel's hunting targets are now closer to the deep sea. In the previous sale, we communicated. Things had been normal up till this point. The Red Coral Sea, that's rather close to the outer regions. Leylin glanced at the area Ronald had marked out on the map. The red marking was the most southern part of the map, and extremely close to the boundaries of the outer seas. With a few days of sailing, she could sail away from the scope on the map. My cousin, I already reminded her not to go too far. Leylin sighed as he shook his head. There are far too many native tribes in the south, and things are complicated. There are even rumors of the native empire there. She was trying to wipe them out with just one pirate fleet. Sigh, ritual, ready a ship and men. I'm going to leave immediately. Since he had confirmed the location, Leylin would obviously go on a rescue mission immediately. Robin Hood and Ronald listened respectfully. Not long after, they had everything prepared. a day later. Isabel had just met her life's largest crisis in the rainforest. What the heck is this? A powerful draconic aura spread out, and a few black monsters were burnt to ashes. These black monsters had a strong, dark red fog around them. They were shaped weirdly, as if formed of soil. Rustle, even if it was burnt off by the flames, the dark red gas gathered once more to spawn more monsters. Damn it. They can't die. Karen used her dagger and pierced into a monster with 3 human heads, one each belonging to an elderly, a middle-aged man and a youth. However, the injuries quickly recovered and even swallowed her dagger. Sensing the immense danger, Karen could only abandon her weapon and leave. Only powerful attack spells or the explosion of chi from a high-ranked professional can truly hurt them. Isabel was now in her half-dragon form. Those fog creatures quickly evaded a powerful dragon breath, and that finally gave the two a path to retreat. I never thought that there would be such strange things in the forest. Isabel gazed at the moon on the horizon. The moonlight, which should be bright, was now stained with a layer of purplish red and looked incomparably evil. Things had originally been going smoothly. After withdrawing from the rainforest, the attacks and searches of the natives had weakened, and she was even considering escape routes. But the night held a huge surprise for them. It's like the whole forest turned into a ghost region. Isabel looked alert. The danger here far exceeded her expectations. Hee, play with me. The forest seemed to change under the purplish-red moonlight, dark red fog filling the area. A large banyan tree twisted abruptly, and numerous vines turned into flexible arms that grabbed at Isabel. A baby's face appeared on the trunk. Even my dragon aura is useless. What the hell is this? The crimson-red dragon sword exploded with burning chi. The conical flames from dragon's breath were launched unceasingly, causing the giant hands that formed webs to be ignited and fall off. This finally allowed Isabel to clear off an area to move into. Hee, it doesn't hurt at all. The large banyan tree had pulled itself out of the soil, the many roots turned into countless tendrils. Dark red fog lingered, and the vines that had been cut off and burnt regrew. I won't be able to hold on at this rate. Glancing at the other side, where her subordinates were heavily injured, Isabel could not help but force a smile. Many natives were gathered outside the rainforest, looking solemn. At their center was a tremendous altar. Twisted and evil runes, dark red in color, were present around the altar. Blood plasma was smeared on it, and the droplets of blood that rolled downwards along the cracks of the stone made it look exceedingly terrifying. Many of the natives now wore fancy feathers and hide. They kept chanting and praying to the altar. On the altar was the face of a young female native who seemed pure and holy. However, her eyes had lost all signs of life, and there was a large wound on her wrist. Evidently, an extremely evil sacrifice was being done here, and the target was no known god, devil or demon. The chief looked like a worthless person in imposing clothing to Special Envoy Agikikro. He glanced at the man and suddenly asked, "I never thought the enemy would enter this forest. That's a great help for us. I wonder if this will affect us from getting our offerings." "Please do not worry. Our ancestors have carried out the sacrifice numerous times. There won't be errors." The native head could do as he pleased in his tribe, but he did not dare show any sign of negligence to the envoy of the empire. Droplets of sweat even appeared on his forehead. "I've even invited our tribe's great priest for the sake of success. With a group of powerful followers of another religion being the sacrifices, the effects will be much better than before. The number of offerings might even be several times more than usual." The native head had a flattering smile in his eyes. "When the time comes, I can gift you a few extra." "Thank you very much then." At the thought of the miraculous effects of the product, Agigikro immediately revealed a smile. Meanwhile, however, scorn flashed in his mind. These darned swines who only roll around in the mud all day. If not for the offerings only appearing here and needing to be extracted with specific talents found in their tribe, the empire would long since have occupied this place. "It's beginning," the head called out. He naturally had no idea about how the envoy of the empire was scorning them. Agigikro focused on the altar. A layer of murky dark red fog shrouded the top of the forest, breaking through some boundary with the deaths of the pirates. It began to extend towards the altar, causing the chief to look delighted as the chants increased in volume. Dark red fog continued to spread, like a huge beast that had opened its ferocious mouth. A lot of it gathered to form a large 8-clawed spider. "Leave this place quickly." The great priest was the first to run upon seeing this fog spider, fast and nimble. The other priests did the same. "Ah, save!" a few native guards that ran a little too slowly were swallowed by the fog. Before they could even complete a sentence, they collapsed and died. Their bodies withered in an instant as if they had lost all life energy. The fog spider grew more vivid after swallowing all this life. It came to the altar, its terrifying, ferocious, and ugly mouth making contact with the girl. Ka-chok, ka-chok. With the fog spider's work, the young native girl's body made a few strange movements, like a puppet controlled with strings. Upon noticing this, the great priest halted and that focused his attention on the altar unblinkingly. All right. The mighty Balulakulu has already taken in enough lives. It will no longer be dangerous. The purplish-red moon was at its most dazzling, practically a little sun. The fog spider seemed to have met its goal, and it dove into the orifices of the native girl. Gulu, gulu. The girl's flat and smooth stomach strangely began to expand, and numerous warts began to move, as if a colony of mice was living under her skin. It's a success. The great priest cheered, and brought the other priests to the side of the altar. They flipped the girl over to reveal her stomach. She looked like a woman who was 10 months pregnant, with a dark red tattoo in the shape of a spider on her fair back. It was like a living image, and very vivid. The grace of Balulakulu. The great priest looked solemn as he took an obsidian knife from an apprentice and began some chants. After cutting his own forehead and thumb and smearing a few markings with blood, he placed the black blade at the swollen stomach of the girl. There was a cold glint in his eyes as blood spurted everywhere. Is this the sacrificial ceremony here? As heard from rumors, it's very unusual. After seeing something so bloody, a Gigicro could still converse with the head next to him at ease. Hee, this is the best method that my ancestors found after thousands of tries. The head now had a prideful expression on his face. Well then, envoy. Please accept my gift. With the chief's nod, a priest took a golden circular plate and brought it over. On it were a few blood-red crystals the size of chicken eggs, still stained with blood and pus on the surface. Balulakulu's crystals. A Gigicro's eyes were fixed on the item on the plate, and he looked intoxicated. This crystal was a specialty of the natives, only found on this island. If someone strong swallowed this, they would gain extraordinary strength provided they survived the aftereffects. That was not all. The higher classes in the native empire had even found that burning these crystals produced a unique gas. It would give rise to an incomparable ecstasy, and was a luxurious item that the higher class enjoyed. It was extremely expensive. Being able to obtain this on this trip makes it worth it. A Gigicro looked impatient and nodded to a warrior to take the golden plate. At this moment, however, an abrupt voice interrupted them. This really is good stuff. Can I take a look? It was as if an invisible force pulled at things in the air. The blood-red crystals flew from the golden plate, entering the hands of a noble youth. Who is it? Take him down. Having had such an important item stolen, a Gigicro roared hysterically. Immediately after, many native warriors pounced forward. Nightmare Island is a special envoy from the native kingdom. A Gigicro had also brought a batch elite fighters with him. This included the forest hunters and Amazon warriors. They were the ones who had attacked and held Isabel as well as her underlings back, and forced them into the dangerous forest. Now, however, a youth had suddenly broken through all these people's defenses and arrived at the core circle. He was even threatening the safety of the two leaders here, so how could they not be furious and terrified? Along with a Gigicro's enraged yell, countless forest hunters brandished the lances in their hands and, alongside the Amazon warriors with strange tattoos on their bodies, immediately surrounded Leylin. The sharp weapons even formed a storm that aimed to tear Leylin to shreds. However, Leylin's expression was rather interesting. He cared little for these enemies and instead stared unblinkingly at the crystal in his hands, as if it was the only thing that mattered. When I got onto the island, I already had a feeling that something was off. My instincts shouldn't be wrong. This power, Leylin's eyes glinted with wisdom. Kill him. At this moment, numerous natives roared as they pounced forward. Die, you weaklings. Leylin, who was immersed in studying the crystals, waved his hand in annoyance. Arcane spell missile storm. Explosive cloud kill. With immense penetrative force, the arcane missile ruthlessly went through the neck of an Amazon warrior, and then opened a gaping wound on one forest hunter's chest. Numerous spells were launched, giving rise to waves and waves of blood being spilt. After the cloud kill spell, it converged to form a black tornado that disintegrated all the natives that had fallen, and even caused the corpses to begin corroding. In the blink of an eye, the native elite fighters surrounding Leylin turned into one corpse after another. How is it possible? Is he a death god? Or a devil? Or demon? Agigikro watched Leylin, who was standing within the tornado, muttering in disbelief. He knew the strength of his subordinates very well. The Amazon warriors could use their bare hands and kill a sawtooth tiger, while the forest hunters could wrestle with pythons and alligators in the tropical rainforests. Now, however, they were falling in large numbers like grass being mowed, the speed at which they were going down far exceeding his expectations. Go, kill them, now, yells were sounding from all directions. The pirates that Leylin had brought along were beginning to make their move. Get here, Leylin pointed, and Agigikro as well as the native head was grabbed by a huge stone hand, pushing them till they were before Leylin. Agubaba, Cladula, at this moment, Leylin saw a native smeared with oil all over his body and feathers stuck on him. Like someone having epilepsy, he began to twitch while facing him. A spellcaster. Is this a curse? That's so weak. This is just too weak. He pointed lazily, and a ray of light struck the head of the great priest, white and red spilling everywhere. Seeing the honorable great priest's body falling headlessly, all the natives completely crumbled. Leylin, who was standing in front of them, was like an enemy that they would never be able to resist. He was as omnipotent as a god in the sky. The voices of the pirates outside gradually drew closer. In no time, Robin Hood and Ronald arrived before him. Boss, there are approximately a few thousand people in this tribe, but those here should be their military. They've been defeated, Robin Hood reported. Those who had come from Pirates' Cove could be said to be the best of the best, and there were already 1,000 powerful pirates. Compared to the natives, they had an absolute advantage. Clean things up here. Try to catch them alive if possible. I have uses for them. Afterwards, he sized up his own prisoners and the blood-red crystal in his hand. The crystal now emanated dazzling rays that gave rise to a look of intoxication in Leylin's eyes. My instincts can't be wrong. This is Dreamforce. While there are slight differences, this is power that belongs to Dreamscape. From the moment Leylin had gotten onto the island, he had sensed that the native island was enveloped by a layer of strange power. After seeing the dark red fog forest and the natives' offerings, he could confirm that there was actually Dreamforce here, a power that hailed from Dreamscape. This discovery immediately aroused his interest. My lord, please forgive me. I am an envoy of the Empire. You can't. At this moment, Agigikro, who was being grabbed by the large hand, suddenly spoke in the language of the continent. While he stammered, Leylin could somehow understand him. Leylin came before Agigikro, and as if seeing hope, he began to speak with as much energy he could muster. Let me go. I can pay the price of ransom. Seems like there really is a native empire. Leylin's palm landed on Agigikro's forehead. If it were me in the past, I might be very interested in this, but now, I think I'll do it myself. Memory retrieval. Leylin's pupils were shrouded in white in that moment, and Agigikro looked to be in incomparable pain, as if he was experiencing some torture. Grace of the Balulakulu, using this as anesthesia, what a waste. Leylin, who moved his palm away, had a general understanding of what had transpired. Agigikro, who had experienced magic, had now turned into a drooling idiot. Envoy of the Empire. The skills of the native races, and Nightmare Island. Leylin arrived before the native head and did the same as before. He immediately found the information he wanted. So, that's what it is. The general context appeared in front of Leylin in its entirety. During the dusk of the gods, not only was there the invasion from the Magus world, other powerful beings they had subdued had also entered this area as retinue. Amongst which was a powerful Magus who used Dreamforce. Of course, due to the unique laws of the world of gods and the gods being unexpectedly stronger, the Magi of laws from the Magus world met with huge losses. Even the Magus who was proficient in Dreamforce had fallen here. It might be just a part of his body or some item he brought with him in battle that fell into the prime material plane. Coincidentally, it fell onto the island, causing such a unique environment here. The powerful radiation from high-ranked Magi could easily modify an island. When it was the night of a full moon, the forest in the island would usually see strange events. The first to notice this were the native tribes. They could not explain this occurrence at all, and could only pray as if the reason for these happenings was a godly spirit. After tens of thousands of years of exploration and bloody, unreasonable experiments, they finally had a better understanding of the laws of Dreamforce, and attempted to extract and use it for themselves. Perhaps it was because of the contamination from staying here long-term, but only the natives in the tribe had the ability to extract the Dreamforce crystals. Of course, They called this grace from Balulakulu and tried to eat them in order to gain strength. They say the ignorant have no fear. So true. Leylin stared at the crystal in his hand. In his eyes, this, refined, item was still full of many impurities. If swallowed directly, there was a 90% chance of death, while the survivors would obtain some specific ability after incitement from Dreamforce. This efficiency was far too low. As for the ecstasy from burning the crystals, Dreamforce definitely can give people great mental joy, but that will also lead to contamination. The upper class in the native empire must be in a terrible state. Leylin shook his head, and began to use the AI. Chip and scan the crystals. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. A ray of blue light shot out from Leylin's eyes, not letting off any corner of the crystal. Soon enough, the AI. Chip gave an answer. Beep. Scan completed. Determined to be Dreamscape Origin Force crystals. Similarity to that in database at 98.77%. Discovered unknown mutated composition. Mutual complementation. That's not a surprise. For the world of gods, Dreamforce is the most adaptable force. Regardless of where a being is, Dreamscape can exist as long as they have intelligence. Hence, there's a very high compatibility. Leylin observed the mutated composition chart that the AI Chip and sank into deep thought. If it was some force from the Magus world, the world of gods would definitely expel it. However, Dreamforce's compatibility was rather high, and after modifying a portion, it could still live on here tenaciously. Just from this, it's obvious that the Magus who had control over Dreamforce had attained great power and was at least rank 8. He had probably even found his own path, and was a peak rank 8 existence that had already fused laws. This discovery had Leylin sighing in awe. The ancient times was truly the Magus world's golden period. Any Magus was incomparably powerful. There had been the peak rank 8 distorted shadow, and now he'd discovered another powerful Magus who grasped Dreamforce. Dreamforce is powerful. If I can tell the rhythm at which it weakens, then it's much more powerful than the average law. In addition, Dreamforce can accommodate time and space, and it's very good choice. After all, in Dreamscape, all time and space could be warped. Using Dreamscape to sustain the power of time and space wouldn't be dangerous. For Leylin, this was like a pillow being presented to him while he was taking a nap. The powerful Magus who could grasp Dreamforce must have known the rhythm at which Dreamforce weakened and made use of it. He found a way to evade that. Leylin's eyes twinkled. Fleeing, with how powerful Magi who comprehend laws are, just a fragment should contain a portion of his conscience and memories. There might even be a chance of getting some inheritance. Leylin muttered, I must get that nightmare wizard's inheritance. Dreamforce had always interested Leylin. The AI Chip stored the progress on his work, the data from his continued experiments. He'd never given up studying it. Rank 7 Magi needed to grasp powerful laws, while Rank 8s needed to find their own path to fuse these laws, using a certain power as the base. Leylin's goal was immortality, and he had definitely considered the future properly. If possible, he definitely wanted to use the origin forces from the Magus world and world of gods to fuse his own laws. It was a pity that this was impossible. He might alarm the two world wills, and on top of that there were other existences that wouldn't allow him to do so. Dreamscape was the next greatest power. It surpassed big worlds like the Purgatory and Icy worlds, and if not for its weakening phase, the two strongest worlds in ancient times would have been joined by a third. Dreamforce at its peak was the most powerful origin force beside those of the Magus world and world of gods. Only a path that fused laws with Dreamforce would stand up to Leylin's ambition. However, to completely analyze Dreamforce and find ways to evade the weakening phase was still a huge and arduous task for him now. Even with help from the AI Chip, he estimated that it would require over 10,000 years. Instead, a bright future was right before him. As long as he obtained the legacy of the Nightmare Wizard, then the issue with Dreamforce could be immediately solved. With such a huge temptation, Leylin's inquiring footsteps were unhindered by the great dangers within the forest. Captain, we've interrogated the prisoners. Miss Isabel was forced into this forest. Every full moon, the forest will be filled with great danger, and nobody has ever survived. Robin Hood was extremely glum, while the knife at Ronald's hip was stained with blood, his expression dark. I'm going in, Leylin suddenly spoke. Captain, my lord, let me go. Robin Hood and Ronald immediately persuaded him not to. From their point of view, they had already lost Isabel to a trap, and if Leylin too were to disappear within it, all that awaited them would be the ire of the fallen family. Don't worry, I'm confident in myself. Tell the pirates not to get close to the forest and the dark red fog. It's best they retreat close to the coastline. Leylin waved his arms and spoke resolutely. He inspired more fear than even Isabel in the older Scarlet Tigers, and his orders were carried out decisively. Is this contamination from a combination of mutated Dreamforce and the laws of the world of gods? Leylin put on his wizard robes and wore his dragonhide armor. The red dragon staff in hand roared, and the cries of the dragon soul inside could somewhat be heard from the crystal grabbed by the dragon claw. As he had rejected the pleas of Robin Hood and the rest, he was now alone. That meant he could use his strength as he pleased. The pirates would only have been a burden in areas contaminated with Dreamforce. AI, Chip, begin transformation. Standing at the side of the forest, Leylin immediately commanded. Beep. Transferring Dreamscape spell model, fusing with arcane spell information. Begin creation of arcane Dreamforce spell model. The AI, Chip loyally carried out Leylin's order. Arcane Dreamforce spell Eternal Light. Leylin pointed his right index finger forward, and a milky white flame flew from the tip of his finger. It grew with the wind, reaching the size of a pumpkin in an instant. The dark red fog dissipated under the pure white flames, revealing the original appearance of the forest. AI, Chip, scan for energy undulations. Leylin flipped his palm over, and the shattered alert rune appeared once more. A scan gave him the general direction, and he disappeared into the thick fog. The moment any dark red fog entered his surroundings, it would be engulfed by his Eternal Light spell. It formed a strange isolated area around him. Leylin's decision to explore the area was naturally because he was confident in himself. He could rely on arcane Dreamforce spells. With his research in the Magus world, he possessed many spell models for Dreamforce spells. Using his arcanist inheritance, he could easily convert them for use in the world of gods. There was no issue at all given the AI, Chip's powerful analysis and calculation abilities. Dreamforce spells are the best way to deal with beings contaminated by Dreamforce, Leylin sighed. A dark red fireball immediately burnt a strange ant up ahead to ashes. Unlike Isabel's, his attacks left the monsters with no chance of revival. I'm close, over there. All of a sudden, Leylin's brow twitched. A large pair of wings instantly sprouted from his back, allowing him to soar into the sky. Meanwhile, Isabel's crisis had reached its crescendo. Scram! Angered cries and terrifying flames caused a large centipede to take several steps backwards. Kiki, too weak, strange human faces were sticking out of this monster's outer shell. Amongst them were those belonging to the pirates under her, their eyes emitting a red luster as they began to snicker. Her draconic flames left not a trace on the monster's shell, as if it had a defensive power that made it hard to destroy. Become a part of me. One of the faces opened its mouth, corrosive green liquid spraying out like rainwater. Even the dragon scale defense sputtered upon contact, steam billowing out. The immense pain from the corrosion caused Isabel to frown hard. Quick, come. Karen appeared at the side, pulling at Isabel's arm and running. I never thought it would just be the two of us left. I shouldn't have come in. Isabel now looked regretful. This is not the time to worry about that. Sister Isabel, I've taken a look around. The dark red fog wall seems to show signs of dissipating. As long as we hang on for a while longer, we can exit this place. Karen encouraged her. Leave, haha. Isabel now looked extremely pathetic, but much of the damage was to her mind. She had never thought she would see such strange things as she had this day. It was more than she had experienced in her lifetime. After she had brought her subordinates and retreated into the forest, all sorts of weird things had appeared when night fell. At the beginning, she had thought it was some sick joke, but she soon found that she had to pay for that in blood. Trees that could walk, flowers and grass that could sing, stones that had chi, the dead being able to revive, numerous clowns, all sorts of things she could not even name attacked them in succession. They were grotesque and variegated, almost causing her to think that she had gone insane. The subordinates under her fell one by one, gulped down by either real or imaginary beings. Now, only she and Karen were left. That centipede monster is very strong and at least has legendary strength. Does that mean we can only evade? What is it, Karen? Are you hurt? Isabel looked at Karen beside her. The half-drow now had her back to Isabel, shoulders trembling slightly. A palm touched Isabel's shoulder, and her expression immediately changed. There's no heat. You're not Karen. Hee, adorable little captain. If I'm not Karen, who else can I be? Karen turned back, light shining on half her face. However, Isabel's pupils only shrunk. Her beautiful face had now split from the middle, revealing terrifying white razor-sharp teeth, as if her face had turned into a large mouth. "Damn it, what the hell are you?" Isabel yelled. Terrifying flames formed rings of fire that were several meters long, managing to get Karen to back off. Hee, what could I be? Rumble. The earth split, and the human-faced centipede appeared once more. Karen snickered as she dug her hands into the centipede and fused with it. At the end, the monster that looked like Karen completely disappeared, its only remnant a pale face. Kai, Kai, the huge centipede let out earth-shattering cries, cold air bursting forth from its mouth. The surrounding trees and soil were covered in a layer of ice. It has a clone with a power of ice, and can't die. Gods, could this be some sort of special variant of God? This was the only conclusion Isabel could come up with. The terrifying chilliness began to freeze her body, causing even the dragon blood in her body to still. No, I can't die here. Isabel looked resolute as the red scales on her body exploded. Blood explosion. The bloody red fog blocked the ice off, finally giving Isabel a route of escape. Rescue blood explosion wasn't sorcery. It was an unknown spell recorded in Dragon King's mystic might that allowed a dragon warlock to burn their bloodline in exchange for ultimate strength. It was something used when left without choice, a decision to make when in complete despair. While the blood fog hindering the chilly fog, Isabel now had a path of escape. However, she had now reverted to her human form and could no longer transform. On top of that, the areas that had been covered in dragon scales turned into a mass of bruises. However, her desire to survive still pushed her to advance forth in the fog forest. So I can't hold on anymore. The hemorrhaging blood and injuries caused everything to blur, and it all turned into darkness. Boss. Before collapsing, the last thing she heard was a voice of surprise. I'm not dead yet. Isabel raised her right arm and caressed the red dragon sword, the burst of warmth from the sword sheath instantly making her feel relieved. While she felt just as weak as before, having a weapon in her hand would allow her to die with more dignity. Isabel laughed wryly as she began to assess her surroundings. It's rather small here, and I seem to be in some enclosed environment. There was also that voice I heard before I fainted, "You're awake." A muffled voice sounded by Isabel's ear, and her pupils widened slightly. It was Karen's voice. Where am I now? Isabel asked slowly, her eyes doing their best to adapt to the darkness as they looked for traces of light. We're inside a hollow tree. We haven't escaped danger yet. Karen did not seem to be in the best state either, as she stumbled over her words. I'm guessing you saw a monster that looked a lot like me, right? I also met with great danger with someone I knew well. Isabel was not so easily convinced. Who's the vice captain on our ship? 3 years, although he was struck a fatal blow and eventually crippled in the last naval battle. Karen especially pressed her lips to Isabel's ear. Also, I know a lot more private information, such as what you hide under your pillow. Enough. I believe you're the real thing. A flush rose on Isabel's cheeks as she interrupted Karen. This is such a critical time, and that is what you decided to point out. Isabel's low voice was filled with anger. We need to change our mentality, Karen said solemnly. Did you notice that these monsters have held back from killing us? It's like, what's an appropriate word, teasing us. Yes, you mean, Isabel had the same thought. Exactly, I think those monsters feed on human emotions. They keep scaring us to cause despair. Karen sounded agitated. Beings like this exist in the Underdark as well. That's why I'm doing my best to hold in the fear and unease in my heart. Surprisingly, I haven't bumped into any particularly powerful monster, and have managed to hold on till now. As a half-drow from the Underdark, Karen evidently had a better understanding of such evil monsters. It was a pity though. Her ideas may have been valid in the world of gods, but Dreamforce wasn't as simple. Still, Isabel now had no choice but to believe her. In other words, I can deal with them easily if I suppress my emotions. I can only say there's a slight effect, since completely obliterating all emotions are things only legendary mind flayers can do. Karen had a wry smile on her face. Also, be careful not to experience intense emotion. It will only attract more powerful monsters. I understand, Isabel nodded. These things only seem to appear at night. As long as we can hold on till sunrise tomorrow, we might be safe. Isabel now had no thoughts of bringing more men to explore the area. She only hoped to escape as far as possible. Rumble. The surface of the ground trembled slightly, and a strange monstrous laughter sounded out. Isabel began to get nervous. Be careful, something's here. She could see the human centipede crawl over slowly through the hole in the tree, large amounts of saliva dripping from its head. The surrounding trees were pushed away, revealing the sinister and terrifying human faces on the shell. Relax, as long as we calm ourselves, it can't find us. Karen's voice trembled, evidently still uneasy at this life and death gamble. Don't think too much. No, don't think about anything, and don't have any emotions. Karen thought to herself as Isabel tightened her grasp on her sheath. It seemed like their prayers had been answered. The giant centipede didn't seem to discover them as it wandered past the large tree. It really worked. We did it. Isabel and Karen exchanged a glance, looking hopeful and excited. Voila! The large trunk was split apart all of a sudden, revealing the two. They stared in shock as the giant centipede swayed back and forth. Kiki, is this a game of catch? The faces on the shell kept changing until a child's face appeared, speaking in a young voice. What a pity, you thought calming your emotions would help you escape Zelos. How childish. The human face warped, becoming that of a middle-aged pirate. The voice grew older as well. Hee hee, the game's over. Become a part of me. The large centipede yelled, the numerous faces on its shell separating themselves and turning into white human silhouettes with masks. They moved slowly, looking blank as they surrounded the two. No, why did this happen? Did we guess wrong? This is a nightmare. This has to be a nightmare. No, let me wake up. I want my mother. Karen was the first to break under the immense pressure, seemingly laughing and crying at the same time. Damn it, I knew women aren't dependable at critical moments. Isabel cursed, her sword being thrust into a white figure to no effect. They were still slowly surrounding her. There's no way at all, I'll really die here. Isabel seemed bedazzled in that moment, her life flashing before her eyes. A hint of tenderness appearing in her gaze. Unfortunately, arcane dreamforce spell flying palm. Just as the white figures were about to completely surround them, a black figure fell from above. Powerful spells shot out, pulling the dark red fog together to form a large palm. Thud, the large palm pressed down abruptly, and countless white figures were crushed. With a swipe, the rest were sent flying. Thankfully, I got here in time. Leylin turned back, glancing at Isabel's expression as she looked shocked and elated. Are you two all right? We're fine. I'll leave this too. Isabel felt very suffocated, and only managed to say this at the end before fainting. Has her stamina completely run out? And this one? Leylin watched Karen on the ground, who had been scared stupid. She looks like she was terrified. Not surprising. Not everyone can bear the shock of experiencing Dreamforce. Kiki, another one. Another one that will become a part of my body. The large centipede's head now split open, revealing an old face filled with wrinkles. The other fragmented white figures were inhaled into its body, and masked faces appeared on the crust. Such a large being contaminated by Dreamforce, it's at least a legendary. Leylin looked up, elated. Just the radiation alone can create a legendary being here. Whatever is here must be even more astonishing. Kid, you dare ignore? The centipede monster began to howl, and more cysts appeared on its body. They looked ready to explode. I have no time to play with you right now. See you next time. Leylin was the absolute master of this region contaminated by Dreamforce. He didn't even frown, feeling no fear. Arcane Dreamforce spell Destray Dream. Dark red undulations spread from his hands, and their surroundings strangely went silent. Let's leave first. Making use of this rare opportunity, Leylin grabbed Isabel and Karen as he spread his wings. He flew to the edges of the forest where the dark red fog converged like a cage. Open, Leylin exclaimed, and arcane spell energy poured into the red dragon staff, blazing flames breaking through the lock. With a few flashes of his body, he disappeared into the horizon. He was still unable to deal with the large centipede and naturally would not waste his strength on that. It was now morning. Isabel, who had recovered most of her strength, arrived outside the tent. She then saw Leylin, who was studying the edges of the forest. I'm sorry, we were completely wiped out. I'm the one to blame for all this. Isabel gritted her teeth and stammered. This was really an accident. Others would have had the same results. Leylin was focused as he took samples of the soil, while Isabel looked fearfully at the forest. The lesson she was taught in there was etched into her mind, and she hoped that she would never return to this place in her life. Faith Totem, you're just in time. I've given Karen a tranquilizing potion, and she should be starting on the road to recovery. Bring them all back to Pirates Cove. Leylin stowed a test tube into a box where things were carefully separated. We're going back. Then what about you? Isabel asked in surprise. This place is very interesting. I'm getting ready for some extended research. There needs to be someone overseeing things at Pirates Cove. There was a fanatical expression in Leylin's eyes. Most wizards like to research all sorts of strange things, which was why Isabel was not the least bit suspicious. Still, the danger she'd experienced before had made her rather anxious, but things are too dangerous here. Don't worry, wizards always make preparations for this. I'll also need you to send me some magic materials and daily essentials periodically. Whether it was because of the confidence in his tone or his successful rescue of her yesterday that moved her, Isabel finally agreed. Fine, you have to be careful. Perhaps I could stay here. No, nobody besides you has complete control of the Scarlet Tiger. This period is very crucial, Leylin told her seriously. After spending a lot more time persuading her, Leylin finally let his cousin take most of the pirates and leave. Watching the ships sailing away in the distance, he could not help but sigh. Now, this Nightmare Island shall be mine, he nodded, arriving at edges of what was now called Nightmare Forest. There were already a few pirates in wait. My lord, command us as you will. While they looked exceptionally ferocious, they could only withdraw all their fierceness in front of Leylin. They even had pleasing smiles, looking more harmless than little rabbits. There was no way around this. Leylin's reputation had scared them out of their wits. This was their true leader, so how would they dare be careless now? Build me a house here, I'll be staying for a while. Leylin casually pointed at an empty area. No problem, you'll see a villa soon. Ironhook Callan is very honored to serve you. The pirate at the front bowed respectfully, and after Leylin nodded he brandished the whip at his waist. Heard that? My lord wishes for a villa to be built here. Start work immediately. Pock. It had to be said that the pirates who were now foremen were rather good talents. With their fiendish threats, the rest of the native slaves soon understood what they wanted and began to clear the base and start cutting down wood. Not bad. Leylin nodded in praise. After gaining his approval, Callan raised his head with more pride, as if he had obtained some incomparable honor. Based on the memories of the native chief, the nightmarish phenomenon only appears during the full moon of every month. It is otherwise a normal forest. Leylin then looked towards the forest. The dark red fog had long since dissipated, and there was even a layer of white mist at the surface of the greenery. Nothing looked special about it. I only get tens of hours for research every month. That's just too short. Looks like I'll have to stay here for a long time, Leylin thought, and he sighed. If those who'd comprehended laws in the Magus world knew of his thoughts, they would definitely go green in envy. A chance to study Dreamforce and obtain the legacy of the Nightmare Wizard was something they would scramble for even if it would take them tens of thousands of years. Leylin's regret only stayed for a moment. He then began his intense research. Ruins from Magi were even more dangerous than the World of Gods wizard ruins. They were filled with unknown variables, and with an existence dealing with Dreamforce, there was now a higher difficulty in his exploration. Even the most surface layer of Dreamforce contamination has created a legendary monster. Deeper down, it definitely gets more dangerous. Thankfully, I've already obtained first-hand information, so I'm not without direction. Leylin glanced at the tremendous nightmare forest, a zealous look in his eyes. Spring left and autumn arrived. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The island that Leylin had named Nightmare Island now looked completely different. The native tribe had completely disappeared, having been killed or sold as slaves. There was now a two-story villa next to the forest. The garden at its front had blooming golden tulips, and violet wisteria climbed all over the fence. A faint aroma lingered in the air. By the flower bed, Leylin now held a white watering can as he leisurely took care of the plants in his garden. The soil around the roots of his flowers quickly grew damp as they greedily absorbed the water. Sparkling droplets of water remained dazzling on the petals and stems. Time passes so quickly. People at home and my cousin are very dissatisfied with how long I've stayed here. After finishing the work at hand, Leylin picked up a white towel and wiped his hands. He then sat on a rattan chair amongst the flowers as he began to admire the fruits of his labor. However, the AI chip's light didn't dim from within his eyes. It continued to conduct precise simulations, performing analysis and calculations. With all these years of study, there's finally results. Leylin saw the map that the AI chip projected. On the translucent viewport, Nightmare Island was now separated into 3 layers. Nightmare Forest was only on the first. The ancient Nightmare Wizard's inheritance has sunk underground. The forest here is a structure formed from some vaporized dream force that's similar to a secret lock. Leylin looked grim. The legacy of such a terrifying existence of laws was something even his main body had to approach cautiously. With his strength as a clone, every step had to be taken prudently, or he could just die too easily. Thankfully, with the information I had before on Dreamscape, as well as the mutations to Dreamforce in the world of gods, finding a few methods to break through the lock is still simple. However, what's important now is to increase my strength. Leylin headed into the villa and entered a secret room. He saw the many strangely shaped rock carvings, totems and the like, and looked deep in thought. These sculptures and decorative figures all had a very boorish style, and were also extremely incredible. They were filled with primitive daydreams towards exemplary strength, but what was more similar was the power of faith on them. Golden rays shone brightly as they illuminated the room. Immature power of faith. Leylin muttered to himself. All this was loot from the Scarlet Taiga's attacks on the native tribes. They were items that those natives worshipped, filled with primitive power of faith. There are even valiant spirits and some sort of nature spirits in there as well, albeit sealed. While I avoided native tribes protected by the ocean goddess or nature spirits of legendary strength, the outer seas are boundless. There aren't many of those. Leylin wandered aimlessly to a piece of blood-red animal skin. On the dark brown surface of the flag was a double-headed wolf totem, drawn in bright colors. Varied and dense power of faith spread from it, and the strange wolf seemed ready to pounce out at any moment, but was held back by the strong seal. This one is halfway between a dark soul and a natural soul. It hasn't even obtained divinity, so how can it go against Isabel, a dragon warlock? Leylin sensed the valiant spirit on the flag. It had already grown sharp teeth and pointy ears, and a ward began to bulge at its neck. Evidently, the soul of the ancestor of the natives was already turning into a double-headed wolf. A poor guy who's held by the power of faith. Leylin watched the confused valiant spirit, eyes not showing any pity. This valiant spirit must have been some kind of hero in the original tribe. He had been worshipped extensively after death, and the faith of the tribe had intertwined with their worship of him. Had he completely transformed, a new god would have been born one day. Unfortunately, Leylin's path conflicted with his. In that case, what else was there to say? Thankfully, these faith totems did not transmute divine force, or I might not have been able to absorb them. Leylin raised his right hand, a faint Targaryen figure emerging in his eyes as terrifying devouring power enveloped the animal skin flag. Innate skill devour. Whoosh. It was like a long dragon drinking water as threads of golden light were pulled out of the flag with a formless force, disappearing into the dark hole. Immense power of faith, with souls and intense emotions mixed in, was devoured by the formless black hole, turning into the most pure origin force. In the time of a few breaths, the dark golden luster on the animal skin flag completely died down, and the wolf totem had now lost all life, turning into a dead item. Beep. Divine force absorbed. Increased energy reserves by 3.8%. Total progress, 89.77%. The AI chip prompted, as expected of the offering of a small tribe. It's too little. Leylin shook his head, looking dissatisfied. With a wave of his hands, the other statues and totems soared in the air. The tremendous black hole devoured all these elementary sacrifices in an instant, turning them into the purest energy source. Afterwards, Leylin saw the numbers on the AI chip's screen beginning to rise steadily. Probe beep, beep. The value rose continuously, very soon reaching 100%. Bang, bang. The totems and primitive statues lost their luster, and hairline cracks began to appear on their bodies. These were all primitive gods. Did I just kill over a dozen deities? Leylin chuckled inwardly at the thought of it, and very soon he tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Although these primitive totems hadn't gained divinity, it was worth mentioning that the power of faith was extremely strong. The problem was that one god's faith was another's poison, and this faith was heterogeneous. Only someone like Leylin, who'd mastered the law of devouring, could easily expel the thoughts and conscience within them, turning them into the purest of energy that he could use. After the reserves had reached 100%, the AI chip's voice sounded out. Beep. Divine force reserves completed, beginning to transfer energy to the main body, simulating divine grace. Leylin's reserves depleted quickly, and soon he'd expended it all. Compared to the previous times when he had absorbed the energy, This time round it was much more powerful. Beep. The host has undergone a divine baptism. Spirit +1 beep. The host's arcanist rank has increased to 18. Arcane energy +10. Beep. Obtained 1 rank 8 arcane spell slot, 1 rank 7 arcane spell slot, and 1 rank 6 arcane spell slot. Very soon, Leylin's stats had undergone changes too. Leylin Fallen, age, 22. Race, human, rank 18 arcanist. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Spirit, 18. Arcane energy, 180. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, intermediate perfect body. Specialties, arcane energy detection, arcane amplification. Progress of weave analysis. Level 0 100%, level 1100%, level 2100%, level 3100%, level 4100%, level 5100%, level 676.88%, level 751.30%, level 819.60%. Spell slots. Rank 8 2, rank 7 4, rank 6 7, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. This is the power of divine grace. A surge of power swelled through Leylin's body, intoxicating him. It was only now that he learned how powerful the gods here were. So all that matters is divine grace. If I ignore the divine force requirement, I can also turn a pig into a legendary. Leylin's improvement in strength right was akin to having received divine grace from a god, except that he obtained it through other means. It seems like Illustrial isn't just a chosen, she also has some of Mistra's divinity. She is at least rank 25, and coming face to face with a legendary would not faze her one bit. The situation in the north was still in a mess, especially the borders between the Orc Empire and the humans. That had turned into a place of unrest where darkness and chaos were prevalent. It seems like that queen has been devastated and is planning to live in seclusion. Leylin rubbed his chin. He still held a hidden card in the north. Tiff was living there in territory he owned. It was possible for him to intervene in the battles and tip the balance of the scale. However, this is also a blessing in disguise. The north has attracted the attention of the central continent and the gods, which makes it easier for me to carry out my plans in Dambrath. Leylin pondered before leaving the secret room, without casting another glance at these sacrificial items which were much too mundane to him now. Night fell, and the full moon appeared. A thin red fog had spread around Nightmare Forest starting at dusk. A group of pirates and human slaves had retreated immediately, as if the fog was their nemesis. Some of the human slaves even knelt in the direction of Nightmare Forest, praying loudly despite the whips of the foreman. Damn it, how many brothers has this cursed forest taken from us already? Callan wiped the cold sweat off his body as he looked in apprehension at the forest enshrouded in the mist, his knees buckling weakly. His only thought now was to run away if something was off in the slightest. Having served Leylin for the past year, he had seen the workings of this sinister forest. Despite repeated warnings, there were still foolhardy pirates who approached the forest on a full moon, and they never appeared before him again. The numerous events had etched the memories of this forest deep in Callan's mind. His fear of it had long surpassed what he held for those monsters lurking in the deep seas, and equaled what he felt for demons and devils. Good heavens, our Lord is actually conducting his research in this place. He really doesn't fear death. Almighty Goddess of the ocean, I seek your blessing in leaving this cursed area at the next available chance. Looking at the maroon-colored moon in the mist enshrouding the forest, Callan prayed towards the gods piously for the first time. No matter how many times I've seen this, it still moves me. Leylin stood at the edge of Nightmare Forest, fully armed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a trace of the dark red mist, his eyes filled with emotion. The dream force from another world seems to have reached an accord with the laws of the world of gods, developing a mutual tolerance. Dream force was common in other worlds as well, and it underwent a necessary mutation to adapt to the laws of the world of gods. If other beings who had comprehended laws learned of this, they would go insane over the discovery. Without a doubt, this could be the reason why the overgod's conscience fell into slumber. Otherwise, it absolutely would not allow this sort of malignant tumor to smoothly grow. Leylin stroked his chin, watching the dark red dream force in his hand twist into a variety of forms. AI, chip, establish mission, investigate the feasibility of transmuting external powers into the world of gods. Beep, mission established, added to secondary investigation list. The AI, chip loyally reported, Nightmare Island, What surprises will you bring me? Leylin's lips curved into a smile as he slowly melded into the forest, his figure swallowed by the dark red mist. The dream force in this forest completely explodes outwards during the night of a full moon, but normally even ordinary creatures can pass through the forest. A milky white flame lit the path ahead of him, and all Leylin could see on either side were trees. At this moment, the forest seemed to take on a life on its own and all the trees became ants. They hugged their shoulders, shying away from the bright light of the everlasting flame. They even spared to the time to whisper to each other, "Hurry. Look, that human came again, hey. Ouch, you stepped on me, it hurts. Don't you know that it's very rude to step on an old person's head?" An aged voice came from beneath Leylin's feet. Leylin soon discovered that the green rock that had originally been there had grown tiny little hands and feet, and was now uprooting itself from the soil. An elderly face even appeared on the surface of the rock. Is this a life activation technique? It seems to have been corrupted. Under the influence of the world of God's transmuted dream force, the entire forest seemed to have come to life. Various unimaginable things were running to and fro. "Oh, human, you have returned. Are you looking for Zelos?" A squirrel greeted Leylin, perching onto the shoulder of a giant ant. "Zelos, is it that giant centipede? Is it his turn to come out?" Leylin nodded. "No, but could you tell me where it is?" He withdrew a pine nut from his pocket and tossed it to the squirrel as he spoke. My favorite." The little squirrel immediately stuffed the pine nut into its cheeks, its teeth quickly gnawing through the thing. Its words were rendered rather unintelligible as it ate. "Zelos has been looking for you all this time. It's in the east. No. It's already here, run." The little squirrel immediately took the pine nut and left, the nearby ants following it in succession. The area quickly emptied, leaving Leylin standing there alone. How lucky. Every night of the full moon, a different creature becomes the strongest one each time. I've seen a nightmare and a walking piano before. Compared to them, unraveling the mystery behind a giant centipede is much easier. Leylin had a relaxed smile on his face. Bang, bang, an enormous black shadow suddenly erupted through the soil. It had innumerable feet, and a humanoid face rose out of its shell. The face, that of a youth, turned its crimson eyes to gaze coldly at Leylin. "We meet again, giant centipede." The red dragon staff in Leylin's hands suddenly shot out a red light. "No, I am Zelos III. What you met before was my father. You should not have trespassed here, intruder." A droning voice came out of the youthful mask. "Very well, this damnable dreamscape period has complicated everything significantly." Leylin looked at this giant centipede with a serious expression. "Are you going to obediently get out of my way, or do I have to slaughter you?" Vile human. It was clear that his attitude had infuriated the centipede. The giant monster roared loudly, bearing down quickly on Leylin with its entire body. Memory bang. Rocks and soil were sent flying everywhere, and the place where Leylin had just stood immediately turned into a giant pit in the ground. Extremely fast, with great strength. As expected of a defensive creature that was contaminated by dream force, Leylin assessed the centipede indifferently from the very edge of the pit. "Human, you have provoked me. I, Zelos III, will make you pay the price." The giant centipede shouted. Face after face separated from its body, each transforming into a strange, humanoid figure. "I'll be honest, you're much easier to deal with than a nightmare that can use dreamforce skillfully or a walking piano that can't be dealt with via normal magic." Finishing this earnest declaration, Leylin pointed the red dragon staff at the centipede. Soul burn, roar. A powerful draconic aura erupted from the staff. The red dragon's soul seemed to endure some tortuous force on the staff's tip. It shrunk as its spirit withered considerably. A surging red energy glowed at the end of the staff, transforming into the upper body of a mature red dragon. Roar. This monster which had appeared so abruptly had reached legendary strength, and a swipe from its enormous dragon claws sent the centipede flying. Afterwards, this legendary dragon spat out its dragon breath. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled continuously, and even the dark red mist in the air was dispersed considerably. The enormous red dragon phantom dissipated, only leaving behind a giant imprint of a centipede monster on the ground. The monster looked very miserable and the summoned masked creatures had been completely exterminated. Even the armor it wore seemed to be rather damaged. Ow! How could the power of the normal world harm Zelos III? The centipede monster had been torn in half, its breastplate shattered to pieces. Its fiery red energy core was even exposed, but the mask on its skull did not show the slightest hint of suffering. It continued to absorb traces of dark red mist that repaired the damaged shell. Of course, the power of the ordinary world cannot harm dreamscape creatures, but what if Dreamforce was used as well? Although he saw that the creature was being rapidly restored, a smile of success still flashed across Leylin's eyes. Arcane Dreamforce spell Void Blade. Some unknown force caused the dark red fog to condense, transforming it into an arc of light. If one wants to break through the first layer of the nightmare forest, you need to make a sacrifice to Sybil. After 2 years of slow and fumbling analysis, Leylin had developed an exceptional understanding of the nightmare forest surface layer. Giant centipede, become my sacrifice. The dark red blade of light flew from his hands and streaked cleanly through the centipede creature's exposed red core. Enormous cracks appeared on the surface of the core. A crisp sound rang out as it exploded loudly, shattering like glass. The whimpers and howls of many aggrieved spirits lingered in Leylin's ear as confused souls poured out from the centipede monster's wounds. These souls took the form of the natives of the forest, and there were a few familiar-looking pirates mixed in with them. Open the path with souls, Sybil's sacrifice. Leylin's hands sketched out numerous runes at lightning speed as he chanted ancient words out loud. BZZT. A layer of suffocating energy swept across the forest. Many souls were gathered together and became a gorgeously lit passageway. The blood of a witch, a dark raven's wing, and the dark matter from Mantor's sacrificial rites, the conditions have all been fulfilled. A sound of muffled thunder came from above as Leylin's actions seemed to have given rise to some chain reaction. Violet lightning blanketed the sky. Ka-cha, bang. The passageway of souls rushed forward in a flash, and an enormous tunnel seemed to appear in the ground. The floor began to rumble as if an 8-point earthquake had been triggered. Was it a success? Leylin's figure emerged from the smoke and dust. He waved a hand, and a dark red hurricane immediately swept away the dust to expose a devastated landscape. The giant centipede monster and the spell array from before had vanished without a trace. The very earth seemed to have cracked apart, revealing a crevice that was unfathomably deep. The power of the lock has been broken, revealing the entrance to the lower layers. Leylin jumped into the crevice without the slightest hesitation. The turbulent darkness below gobbled him up as if he had leapt into the mouth of some giant monster. The air whistled past his ears loudly, and spots of fluorescence constantly flashed in the darkness like fireflies. My research indicates that the Nightmare Wizard's inheritance has 3 locks total. The higher locks are closer to the world of gods. The creatures in Nightmare Forest were bigger than those of the normal world. The deeper inside the forest one went, the greater the contamination of Dreamforce. Even laws began to distort at a point. Leylin had deduced that the 3rd level of the lock would not have such constructs as time and space, instead being a mere assembly of thoughts and concepts. After all, it wasn't difficult for Dreamforce to contort spacetime at its strongest. No matter what, I have to at least see the remnants of this ancient Nightmare Wizard. Thud. Thud. Leylin suddenly felt a strange sensation from the solid ground. He stood rooted in place. Not granite, but mahogany planks. Leylin raised his head, and sunlight shone gently into the room he was in. Motes of dust could be seen floating in the air, making the place look hazy. Little Arden, the great wizard Poffert is here to recruit an apprentice. You must succeed this time. A lady with a kind and gentle expression stood before Leylin, and her husband sipped on coffee as he read the newspaper. She gave a red-haired boy a poached egg as she instructed him. What's happening? Leylin's brows furrowed and he felt a chill down his spine. He tried to react, but found that he had completely lost all energy. He was now only a spectral observer, forced to just stare at the scene. Dreamscape. I'm in Dreamscape. This is the 2nd floor of the lock, countless fantasy dream worlds. Leylin was suddenly enlightened. This must be the Nightmare Wizard's memories of his youth. Leylin now looked at the little boy tucking in on a high-seated chair and hastily wolfing down a meal. His legs were dangling off the ground as they shook, giving off a comical vibe. I know, Mother, the red-haired boy promised and began to quickly finish eating his food. When I send you to the wizard later, you must remember to be polite at all times. Honey, why don't you say a few things to him too? The wife glared at her husband. It was only then that the dead husband raised his head from the newspaper, revealing a perplexed expression. Yay, you can do this. Ah, the grace of gods. Someone save me, I can't stand this any longer. Don't you know how important today is for little Arden? The wife seemed to turn estranged. I know. It's just Poffert, isn't it? The middle-aged man reminisced the past. Stop boasting of those adventures you claim to have had. No matter what, you're just an inspector on the roads of the city. It was apparent that the wife did not believe a word that her husband said. I'm done eating. Arden pushed his plate away as he stood up. Oh, wait, milk, your milk, the woman called out behind him. Arden ran very quickly, soon leaving his mother in the distance as he left the simple house. Boom, a fiery explosion suddenly occurred, and blazing flames filled the scene. Shrapnel grazed past Arden's face, leaving behind a cross-shaped wound on it. Leylin felt like he was watching a movie, unable to help in a time of tragedy. No, if I go all out, I might be able to. The flames engulfed Leylin whole, but could not affect his body in any way. A phantom Targaryen appeared as terrifying devouring power took form in Leylin's right palm. He grabbed a broken glass. Boom, he felt an immense force immediately, as if he was clutching onto the claw of a dragon. The whole world began to shake as if rejecting his existence. Even if it's dreamscape, I cannot tamper with this, the memory is just too vivid. Leylin began to deliberate over the situation. Soon after, the trembling of the world stopped and the void swirled. Hey kiddo, are you awake now? The scene changed as little Arden opened his eyes and rubbed his face. The sharp pain from the touch caused him to inhale a deep breath. Don't look anymore, you're disfigured now, hee, not bad, you're to my liking, an ancient voice spoke with a tinge of mockery, as if it contained all the evil in the world. It would cause one to cower in fear. Little Arden raised his head, and only saw darkness in front of him, just having taken on human form. Hue, I'll give you a chance because of your father. As long as you manage to survive, you will become the disciple of the Nightmare Wizard. The darkness disappeared after the black figure spoke, revealing a pack of hungry gray wolves which eyed the little boy ravenously. Leylin had learned his lesson this time, and only watched on coldly at the struggle between little Arden and the wolves. His gaze was indifferent, only with the occasional flickering of light from the AI. Chip, this should be a small world close to dreamscape. Also, the way this magus chooses his students is rather savage. Leylin knew that back when he was still a human, he had no chance of dealing with these creatures. Transformation. The second layer of Nightmare Island was constructed of numerous dreams. Leylin now wandered through many dreams, looking for an opportunity to break through. He felt weightless again, and found his surroundings changed once more. Arden had now grown into a young man, but the scar on his cheek had not disappeared. He'd activated some sort of talent in that life or death fight to successfully survive the attack, and was now an apprentice of the Nightmare Wizard. The Nightmare Wizard's method of teaching his apprentices was very crude, and he had several apprentices like Arden who were treated almost inhumanely. Many died, and only Arden's desire for revenge allowed him to persevere and strengthen himself rapidly. Many of these dreams involved him with a female junior, creating some of his most tender memories. Next is a great darkness, that must be the reason he transformed, Leylin muttered to himself, both hands waving to create strange runes as he broke through this dream, entering deeper levels. What appeared in front of him was darkness was so dense that it could not dissipate. Endless malicious intent converged to its limit, attacking his senses and almost turning him insane. Nothing can hold me back. Leylin looked indifferent as he took a step forward. BZZT. BZZT. The darkness separated, revealing orange dots of candlelight. There were many fragmented and incoherent scenes here. Kiki, dear apprentices, your last test is to kill each other in this pocket dimension. Only one can survive, and that person will absorb all of your life forces and ingenuity, becoming my most outstanding disciple. The Nightmare Wizard laughed wildly, sending all of his apprentices to a bloody pocket dimension. Arden clenched his fists, glancing at the female apprentice who was like a white lotus next to him. She now looked slightly pale, and while she at most could be considered graceful, she still had a unique aura that captured his heart. No, there has to be another way. There has to. Arden bit his lips till blood was spilt. The next dream should be in a bloody pocket dimension. This level of darkness was nothing to Leylin. With a slight caress with his right hand, he seemed to push a curtain aside. However, the next scene surprised him. Torrential rain fell, and terrifying dreamforce spread everywhere. The area looked to be full of debris, and there had evidently been a great battle here. Haha, Arden, my dearest disciple, are you going to betray me? The Nightmare Wizard, formed of numerous shadows, watched the young magus in front of him. This was obviously Arden, who now only wished for his master's death. He'd lost one of his eyes, and the other had turned purple. Do you not know that my nightmare clones have spread across the whole world? Without the determination to destroy the world, don't you know you can't kill me? The nightmare wizard laughed madly, a dreamforce spell forming a three-headed helldog. Hellfire blazed as it ruthlessly pushed Arden to the ground. I was the one who taught you all your magic, so what are you going to use against me? He continued to snicker wildly as the bloody eyes of the figure stared at him. Speak, how do you want to die? I want you to die. Arden yelled, his arms surrounding the three-headed dog. Awoo! Terrifying hurricanes formed at his forehead as a red eye opened up. Streaks of green veins protruded from it, shooting out rays that dissipated the fog and absorbed the dispelled dreamforce. Ah! Ah! Arden's clothes burst bit by bit, and he turned into a monstrous giant of 5 meters, with a horn, red scales, and a third eye between his brows. This is the physique to absorb nightmares. How is it possible? I've already checked it before. You can't have this bloodline. Nothing is impossible, old man. Die. Arden, who had turned into a giant, grabbed forward in the air. Dark phantoms were pulled out of the dreams of numerous intellectual beings, and then exterminated. So your true body was hidden in Dreamscape. I found you, Arden exclaimed, and then seemed to open a channel straight to Dreamscape. Powerful Dreamforce forced the old magus out. After seeing the old man, the black figures from before pounced forth, the injuries they had transferring over to him. The old man's expression quickly changed as he coughed up black blood. Hee, as expected of the nightmare-absorbing physique, the rumored favorite of Dreamscape. Cough cough, he actually managed to link with Dreamscape and expel my true body. Cough cough, mouthfuls of black blood spurted out from his mouth, but his gaze as he watched Arden was like he was seeing treasure. Cough cough, the nightmare-absorbing physique has the natural ability to link with Dreamscape and absorb its origin. What I've been pursuing all my life has finally appeared before me. The old man's eyes were filled with fervor, like a devout follower finally meeting his god. Are you done yet? The giant walked over to him, the scar from the knife wound now seeming more jagged and obvious. I ensure you that even your true soul will be crushed, and I won't give you the chance to enter the astral plane. Tremendous Dreamscape origin force poured into Arden, to the point that he could even somewhat sense laws. Rumble. After the powerful tremors, Arden returned to his original state. Traces of black blood still flowed from his right fist. Henceforth, I am the Nightmare King. Light flashed, and the scene changed. Little Arden, the great wizard Poffert is here to recruit an apprentice. You must succeed this time. Arden's mother urged him repeatedly. As expected, the dreams are repeating themselves. Is this a maze formed of the life experiences of that Nightmare King? If I can't break the seal and find the entrance to the 3rd level, I might be trapped to death here. Leylin watched the scenes a second time, feeling like a movie was being replayed. But the nightmare-absorbing physique. I never thought it actually existed. Ancient records say that those with such a physique are the darlings of Dreamscape, and can even have Dreamscape origin force poured into their bodies. They are treated even better than the children of planes. This physique can absorb a large amount of Dreamforce and compensate for its weak phase. The Nightmare King must be incomparably close to rank 9, but how do I get out of this dream maze? The AI. Chip's light shone in Leylin's eyes. Based on the AI Chip's observations and calculations, there were 38 key points in the dreams just now that could have changed his fate. There are 34,198 chances to indirectly change it, but most important is probably the lost memory of the battle in the pocket dimension. I'll try them one by one first. Plan 1. Leylin pushed at the milk on the table, causing a large cup of milk to splatter onto Arden's clothes. Ah, what's going on, Arden? Your clothes. The housewife cried. Are you going to meet that esteemed wizard in this state? I'm sorry, Mama, I'm going to change now. Little Arden ran into the next room and began to change his clothes. As expected, his efforts had led to Arden staying inside the house. Immediately after, a huge explosion burst out and enveloped the building, lights flashed, and the scene changed again. Little Arden, the great wizard Poffert is here to recruit an apprentice. You must succeed this time. Arden's mother urged him repeatedly. All right. Looks like killing Arden won't work. I need to try something else. Leylin had no choice but to watch this scene unfold again, and he began more tests, getting him to escape and then study under the Nightmare Wizard. Fail. Saving his parents and having the whole family move to another city. Fail. Accident during experiment, finding a new strength system. Fail. It's already the 17,862nd time. My spiritual energy can't hold on much longer, but I've already found the key to proceed to the key memory region. Leylin now looked resolute. The scene had changed to the time when the nightmare wizard had wanted the apprentices to kill each other. After so many experiments, I finally found the key point. Dreamforce, stop. The scene froze with Leylin's will. Be it the crazy laughter of the nightmare wizard or the worried apprentices and Arden biting his lips, everything stopped like a statue. The world lost all its color in that instant, turning monochrome like a photograph. Leylin headed to the female apprentice that Arden had feelings for, staring at the jade pendant on her chest. It had a white lotus on it. Break. Concentrated dreamforce passed through the pendant like a needle, and the entire scene seemed to shatter like porcelain. The dream no longer repeated, and everything descended into darkness. Two paths flickering with dark red light appeared in front of Leylin, and there were even strange eyes on him from the back of the paths. One of these two should lead to the third layer, and the other should be the sealed memories. Leylin stroked his chin. If I were the Nightmare King, finding out that an outsider dared peep on my sealed memories would make me present. Leylin had a critical decision to make. At one end was heaven, and the other hell. He could enter the third layer of the island to find the legacy of the Nightmare King. On the other hand, the consequences could be dire for entering the hidden memories. Of course, Leylin was unsure of the way this king thought. Perhaps he wanted to share his memories with other magi, and wanted to slaughter those who wanted to get the legacy. Most importantly, all detection methods are useless. I have no idea what's at the end of the paths. Leylin's scalp began to tingle. He was a fairly conservative person. While he'd braved many dangers, he only did things when he had a 70–80% assurance of success. This half-and-half situation caused him to hesitate. I hate things that are so difficult to grasp like luck. It kills me, Leylin complained. His luck was average, but he hated having to do things like following the will of the heavens. Right now, however, the choice wasn't in his hands. The surrounding dreams began to shatter and would soon affect him. They wouldn't pull him into another cycle, but rather, twist and crush him into powder without leaving even his true soul behind. What do I do? Do I choose one at random? With this probability, it's two. Leylin began to get nervous. This was a rather new feeling, and he was somewhat savoring it. Left. I sense large amounts of chaotic concepts and coordinates on the left. This should be the third layer. After a lot of analysis, Leylin gritted his teeth and made his decision. Whoosh. At this moment, however, something sounded in his body, causing his expression to change. He looked down abruptly to find that it was from his bag of holding. It's that thing. Silver light flashed, and an ancient animal hide scroll appeared in front of Leylin. Fresh blood still dripped from stains on it, and sound, light, and even the shattered time and space began to distort in front of the scroll. This is the power of distortion. The might of distorted shadow. Leylin muttered. As ancient magi or even allies, distorted shadows remains alarmed the Nightmare King. Boundless distorting power took shape, and the two dark red paths were affected as they twisted and fused under this energy. BZZT. BZZT. After the light dissipated, the two paths had become one, forming an even larger spatial gate. Blood-red Dreamforce runes flickered on it. What a sly Nightmare King. He even had this planned. Now, Leylin didn't even have a choice. He rubbed his nose and turned grim, glancing at the scroll before stowing it away. The surface of the scroll was now very soft. It squeezed under pressure from Leylin's fingers, no longer having the power it once did. It was like an ordinary magic scroll. However, he did not dare underestimate this thing. This scroll has distorted shadow's strength and even conscience sealed inside. Seeing that this item was adamant on following him, Leylin could only roll his shoulders back and accept it. This body was a mere clone after all. At worst, he could abandon it even if it caused grievous injuries to his main body. With enough strength to protect himself, he naturally feared nothing and had the guts to try everything. No matter what it is you want me to do, you have to give me benefits first. Leylin's eyes glinted with intelligence as he placed the scroll away, streaking into the spatial gate. The third layer of Nightmare Island. As expected, the extent of Dreamforce contamination here is even worse. This place has only the purest intent. Leylin now found himself unable to sense his own body, only able to exist as the most fundamental form of his soul and conscience. He was surrounded by a boundless universe, filled with the feeling of weightlessness. Leylin seemed to be a lonesome boat in the turbulent seas. There was no concept of another existence around, and only nothingness. Leylin had no qualms in believing that he would stay like this until the world was destroyed if he did not make the first move. Having lost his body, his sense of time began to slow. He had no idea whether seconds had passed or tens of millennia. All he felt was that the sense of self he had was gradually vanishing. No, this won't do. I have to persevere. Once my sense of self disappears, my true soul will also disappear. Leylin abruptly burst forth with strength, and his willpower took control all his thoughts. His body suddenly condensed and became distinct. How is this third layer of defense constructed? Even the essence of Magus concepts are dissipating. Having reinforced his sense of self, Leylin glanced fearfully at his arms that had formed once more. This is the Lost Land, and also the place where the Nightmare King lost his self. A few black feathers fell, and Leylin found a black crow was flying towards him. In this void with only concepts and no matter, a crow was something very strange. What caused Leylin even more astonishment was that it could move about freely in this void. "We meet again, Mr." The black crow combed its feathers and greeted him happily. "Have we met before?" Leylin asked, confused. To me it's in the future, but for you it's in your past." "My future form is a single-eyed owl." The crow was a chatterbox. Single-eyed owl. Leylin immediately recalled the time after he'd advanced to rank 5, when he'd been afflicted with a dreamscape curse. He'd obtained a present from the owl within a dream then, allowing him to come into contact with Dreamforce. "My apologies, but may I know who you are?" Leylin asked the question he wanted to. "Me, I'm just a mass of concepts. I shall exist as long as Dreamscape survives." Leylin had a feeling that this crow or owl or whatever it was wasn't speaking the truth, but he did not fixate himself on that. "You're saying this is the place the Nightmare King lost his sense of self? What does that mean? Has he fallen? Who did it?" As long as the Nightmare King did not want to die, nobody could make it happen. Here, however, he abandoned his sense of self. This means he's completely dead, without even a fragment of his true soul left behind. The crow seemed to know about matters of ancient times very well. If he's abandoned his sense of self, doesn't that mean he's committed suicide? So when the Nightmare King invaded the world of gods, he was already determined to die. Leylin had a feeling that perhaps the Nightmare King Arden had died long before. After the bloody battle in the pocket dimension, the Arden that still existed had only been a walking piece of flesh. However, he was far too powerful, to the point that he could not even kill himself. Was that why he needed help from the gods? As expected, high-ranked magi mostly have mental issues. It's too serious with the Nightmare King. I can't become like him in the future. The example this senior set gave Leylin a good warning. A real peak rank 8 magus would never be able to fall if they did not want to die. This was the case with Distorted Shadow. He had already died for tens of thousands of years, and yet could still create trouble. The Nightmare King was bent on dying, which is why he had truly died. "Well then, Magus, tell me your intent in coming here." The crow opened its beak, its two black beady eyes looking mischievous. Leylin gritted his teeth and spoke anyway. "I hope to obtain the legacy of the Nightmare King. At the very least, I want to find a method to evade the weakening of Dreamforce." "Grasping Dreamforce? That's not very easy. Are you sure you want to do that?" the crow asked. "I'm very sure," Leylin answered seriously, eyes filled with resolution from his pursuit of truth. There was no fear of death. Good. I see Arden's shadow on you," the crow cawed, and its body started changing. Whoosh! It suddenly swelled, turning from the size of a dove to that of a large evil dragon, jet black neck showing dense black scales. Its beak widened to reveal sharp teeth like those of sharks. Ka-cha! A strike of blood-red lightning fell right on the forehead of the strange black dragon, turning into a bloody third eye. Such a tremendous change had Leylin stunned. "Accept it. This is a gift from Dreamscape." The strange black dragon howled, the bloody third eye turning into a ray of light and disappearing into Leylin's forehead. Agony. Leylin felt everything go black as he felt himself being torn into, collapsing into a dead faint. Large amounts of Dreamforce flooded into him like a tsunami, enveloping his body completely in a huge crimson cocoon. When the tide of Dreamscape weakened, the crimson cocoon had disappeared. Only the black crow was still around. "Old friend, after helping you this time, I've repaid all my debts to you," the crow murmured to the air, its body becoming less corporeal as it disappeared into the vast nothingness. Rank 19 * rumble. The pirates witnessed a marvelous scene outside the forest. The thick red fog that shrouded the forest transformed continuously, dissipating to reveal the original lay of the land. The earth trembled as numerous small cracks and even pits appeared in the ground. At the very center of the island, the bare mountain peaks issued a wrathful roar. Fiery lava shone faintly as it flowed over with agitation. This is bad. Earthquake. The island is about to erupt, my lord. Where is the lord? Callan didn't care at all about those worried native slaves and pirates. He rushed to the border of the forest in search of Leylin's figure. This wasn't due to loyalty. He knew that if he dared to abandon Leylin and flee in secret, the enraged Scarlet Witch would flay him alive. The island was flooded with an aura of death and despair. Many creatures fled from the thickets, the small cracks in the rocks, and through underground caves to escape. It became an exodus, and even the little ants had bored out from their tunnels beneath the ground. Damn, how could these natives have settled their tribe on a volcanic island? Why weren't there any signs before? Large droplets of sweat beaded on Callan's forehead. However, the gods above seemed to hear his prayers. Just when Callan was prepared to abandon everything and flee, he finally spotted Leylin's silhouette near the forest border. Oh, thanks to the ocean goddess. My lord, you've finally appeared, let's quickly leave this place. Leylin seemed rather distracted however, and he caressed his forehead as if he didn't hear a single word that Callan said. Just when Callan was considering carrying this lord's body away, Leylin's eyes finally regained their vigor. This place is now useless, let's go. Yes sir. Callan's eyes were overflowing with hot tears. He felt as if he had just heard the most pleasant words he would ever experience in his life. The pirates were masters of handling ships. Although they had wasted quite a bit of time, they still managed to leave Nightmare Island before the volcano fully erupted. Rumble. Strong black flames rose into the skies, covering the bright white moon. Only in the skies of Nightmare Island would the moonlight become purple on the light of the full moon, and now it would never happen again. The fiery red lava flowed in streams resembling human arteries as they snaked across the entire volcano. It even spread relentlessly to the area outside of it. I never thought that the island was on a fire, Leylin. Once the dream force suppressing it was gone, the volcano immediately erupted. Perhaps this eruption was even more berserk because of the long suppression. This entire Nightmare Island probably won't exist any longer. Leylin looked expressionlessly at the distant island, which was now engulfed in lava. Right now, all his attention was captured by the AI. Chip's information records. Beep. Sustained unknown influence. Scanning has suffered interference. Effect has been temporarily lost. Beep. Intense interference. Currently, the third level of the lock relates to memory. It made the AI chip unstable for a while too, really terrifying. However, Leylin shifted his attention to the densely packed prompts below it. Beep. Host's true soul has suffered unknown interference. Probability of radiation to the body in the Magus world is 98.77%. Initiating separation. Experiencing interference. Separation has failed, unable to complete the task. Ah. Leylin breathed in a lungful of cold air, so even my main body's true soul was affected. Dream force is truly nefarious and frightening. After displaying this record, the AI chip's information seemed to flow even more smoothly. It seemed as if the earlier interference had completely disappeared. Beep. Host has absorbed a great amount of energy essence. Determined to be mutated Dreamforce. Initiating absorption. Beep. Host has absorbed mutated Dreamforce. Spirit +1. Beep. Host's Arcanist ranking has increased, currently ranked 19. Arcane Energy +10. Obtained feat. Dreamscape View. Obtained specialty. Illusions. Beep. Host's soul has advanced. Level 6 we've fully analyzed. Host has obtained all ranked 6 spell models and is immune to forgetting them. No materials are required to cast ranked 6 spells. Beep. Host has advanced to rank 19. Spell slots obtained. Rank 9. 1. Rank 8. 1. Rank 7. 1. Below these messages were introductions to the 2 feats. Dreamscape View. Host possesses the ability to see through Dreamscape, can now look straight at the souls of other people. Any concealment will be rendered immaterial, and nothing can hide from the host's eyes. Illusions. Host automatically grasps illusions, granting an additional 20% to the power of illusory spells. The AI chip once again refreshed Leylin's stat window. Leylin Fallen, age, 24. Race, human, rank 19 Arcanist. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Spirit, 19. Arcane Energy, 190. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, intermediate perfect body, dreamscape view. Specialties: arcane energy detection, arcane amplification, illusions progress of weave. Analysis: level 0 100%, level 1100%, level 2100%, level 3100%, level 4100%, level 5100%, level 6100%, level 777.99%, level 838.21%, level 90.11%. Spell slots: rank 9 1, rank 8 3, rank 7 5, rank 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. I've finally reached rank 9 of the weave. Is this the limit of the weave's casting ability? Leylin shut his eyes and sensed the weave's network across the entire world of gods. After the first 10 levels of the weave, after rank 0 to rank 9, there seemed to be an even more vast world out there. However, their souls were tightly shackled, unable to continue connecting to the weave. It looks like the forbidden domain of the gods exists past rank 9, Leylin muttered to himself. He had his own hypotheses on what came after the 9th level of the weave. It could very well be the gods' divine spell network, the personal network that the gods had made for themselves. Using the weave to transmit divine spells, it could very well reduce the consumption of the gods considerably, and make it easier for them to cultivate followers. These gods have calculated it all very well. However, Leylin controlled himself from speaking any further, as it was not something he could deal with at his current level. I'm close to becoming legendary now. Being rank 19, I'm only half a step away. I should refine my own power as quickly as possible, stepping into the domain of legendaries. Only true legendaries have a say in the continent. A rank 20 only had a few extra spell slots, not much different from a rank 19. The difference came in the refinement of their power, something that allowed them to perfect their theory. Leylin thought of records chronicling the advancement of wizards. Although every legendary could still advance further, they had all walked to the peak of their own paths. Their theoretical knowledge was extremely rich. It's even more complicated to become a legendary arcanist. I need to condense my theories into a skill tree or a circulating energy loop. However, this won't be a problem for me. All that's left is the work on refining energy. Leylin touched his forehead, a puzzled expression on his face. The previous situation with the 3rd level of the dreamscape lock surfaced before his eyes once again. Only now, his forehead gleamed pure white, as if there were no abnormalities. The final gift, what on earth did it mean? His visit to the nightmare world had allowed him to absorb a great deal of dream force, and pushed his ranking to rank 19. However, Leylin was not granted his greatest wish of obtaining the Nightmare King's inheritance, and the method to avoid the exhaustion of Dreamforce. Was this created by Dreamscape? Leylin looked at his hands. The white palms contained unyielding power, but Leylin felt that his corporeal body had already been perfected to its limits. However, at every day and in every moment, he still tirelessly absorbed the nearby light and electromagnetic waves to refine his power. This was all to break through his bottleneck. After walking out of Nightmare Island, I keep feeling that I have changed greatly. Yet I can't place my finger on how exactly I've changed. Leylin's eyes held a trace of suspicion. Where are we headed, milord? Let's go to Pirates' Cove first, Leylin replied. When he turned his head, however, all he saw was Callan, who had fallen to his knees in shock, his complexion deathly pale. What's the matter? Nothing. There's nothing wrong. Your humble servant has bad eyesight. Callan had a flattering smile on his face. He left at lightning speed while murmuring to himself, I must have drunk too much rum. How can Lord Leylin have 3 eyes? And those blood-colored patterns on his face, ha. Callan shook his head with all his strength, as if trying to shake the memory of Leylin out from his head. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, his arms and legs still involuntarily trembled. He could only crawl his way back to his bedroom with the support of the wall. 3 eyes and blood-colored runes. What Callan did not know was that his mutterings in the ship's hold had all been heard by Leylin. After he left, Leylin conjured up a water mirror with a wave of his hand. What appeared in the mirror was the appearance of a young noble. His complexion was a little wan, with sky-blue eyes as deep as the ocean. His golden curls fit with his thin lips, and he was handsome, without any abnormalities whatsoever. Nightmare form. What Leylin saw in his reflection did not put him at ease. He instead grew even more grim. Is this an evolution of the true soul? He touched his forehead, and all of a sudden he felt an intense pain that caused him to close his eyes. The next time he opened them, he found a red streak at the middle of it. Whoosh! Water droplets dispersed to reveal Leylin's serious expression. The physique to absorb the energy from nightmares, from a bloodline. Leylin rubbed at his forehead, now at a loss. AI. Chip, check my bloodline. All sorts of scanning runes were activated within the wizard tower, and scanning light immediately gathered upon Leylin's body. He was back on Fallen Island. He'd met up with Isabel for a bit at Pirate's Cove. He'd decided on the next path for the Scarlet Tigers, and was then at ease to solve his own issues. He'd already given control of the tower to the AI. Chip. He was using its power to check the abnormalities on his body. Beep. Mission established. Scanning. Host's blood is 99.99999% pure-blooded human. So nothing can be found. Use the atomic microscope, and level 2 antimatter observation. Continue scan. Leylin sounded grim. Beep. Obtained host's blood. Magnifying specimen. The AI. Chip immediately showed a screen with Leylin's blood sample. 100,000x, 1,000,000x, the image was magnified 10 million times. Leylin had to reach the smallest unit of his previous world, the limits of the subatomic level, to find the problem. Leylin's eyes widened. He saw a few strange black dots amongst wandering photons. Lock onto that, enlarge it. The black dot moved extremely quickly, but at the end, it was still successfully caught by the AI. Chip. Slowly, the appearance of the dark shadow appeared in front of Leylin. This was a hexagonal structure with strange patterns on it. The patterns were rather complicated, in the shape of dark red flowers that gradually evolved into a scaly giant with 3 eyes. The bloody third eye at the middle seemed to have a will of its own as it stared at Leylin indifferently. Thud, thud, thud. Leylin took several steps backwards, the surprise on his face more evident. As expected, my body was implanted with a portion of the nightmare-absorbing body's bloodline abilities at the 3rd level, with his main body imbued with the power nearly equal to a rank 7 warlock. Leylin was definitely no stranger to bloodline power. I just wanted some information. What are you giving me bloodline strength for? Leylin now felt himself growing dizzy. It was like a beggar asking for some humble pie being given a mountain of gold. What kind of physique was this nightmare-absorbing body? It was one of the most powerful bloodline abilities, something that allowed the Nightmare King to immediately start a massacre the moment he activated it. With the origin force of Dreamscape, he'd shot up to become a peak magus of the ancient world in one go. Leylin was very vigilant of such good luck. It's too impractical. There has to be something off about a strange event like this. Even if Distorted Shadow was giving me benefits in exchange for making use of me, this is a little too much. Leylin was never afraid to expect the worst of his enemies. These sudden benefits implied a huge danger was to come. But I never thought this nightmare-absorbing body wasn't a physical thing. It can even affect the true soul, including my main soul in the Magus world. As an outstanding bloodline warlock, Leylin knew that sort of bloodline ability would fuse inseparably with his soul. It would also radiate into his main body in the Magus world through strange channels. The power of Dreamscape can bypass the crystal sphere. Just a temporary energy transmission path alone would be terrifying. I must definitely grasp this strength. The ability of Dreamforce to pass through 2 large worlds caused determination to rise in Leylin's heart. I'm going to take the bait and toss the hook back. How's that? Leylin stroked his chin, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Even Distorted Shadow could not guess that he had the AI chip, and could find any issues. This would be the greatest misstep in the plan Distorted Shadow had in store for him. Of course, he might have been thinking too much. All this could be an opportunity for him, but he had always liked to be prepared for the worst. AI chip, begin task. Study this bloodline force. Leylin looked ruthless. Even if this would interfere with his analysis of the weave, he would not find it a pity. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Leylin was sitting cross-legged within the wizard tower, the doors and windows tightly closed as isolation runes flickered inside. If an outsider saw him as he was now, they would be scared stupid or treat him like a monster. Leylin was now nearly a giant at almost 3 meters tall. His body had red scales and strange patterns on it, his face so sinister that it could drive children to tears. There was a slight crack on his forehead, shining blood red. Formless power was attracted to this luster, transforming into a dark red fog as it seeped into Leylin's skin and became something more powerful. This strength is... Leylin's mind followed the path of the undulations and found the source, followed by scenes. The old butler Leon looked proud in Port Venus. Our young master Leylin is, in Pirate's Cove. An old pirate was teaching a few new pirates a lesson. When you come out here, foresight is the most important. There's someone more frightening than the Scarlet Witch in our crew. There were even more, though they were all scenes within the North and Dambrath Kingdom. The large batch of devil worshippers that Leylin had gathered as Kukulkan were now transmitting an unending amount of fear. This isn't faith, but some emotional force one level lower than faith. What's going on? Why can I take this power in now? One could only absorb faith after becoming legendary, much less this sort of low-level emotional force. However, Leylin soon found that he could easily absorb this emotional force in nightmare form, boosting his strength. Could it be that? Leylin muttered to himself, closing the third eye between his brows. The numerous scenes disappeared, and the channel for emotional force closed. As expected, the power of the nightmare-absorbing body can take in all emotional forces aimed at me. The effectiveness and rate of conversion is even better than God's, and most importantly, I'm not even half a god yet. At this moment, Leylin realized the terror of this ancient physique. AI, Chip, has anything been found? Beep. Statistical model of host's bloodline force has been established, running with no abnormalities. Found no remnant spiritual brands. The AI, Chip answered loyally. There's still no problem. There's nothing left in my bloodline. Is this a real gift? Leylin shook his head, dispelling the nightmare form. He shrunk once more, returning to his original appearance. With the AI, Chip's help, his grasp of bloodline force far exceeded the expectations of everyone else. Now, he could basically switch between the two forms smoothly. The nightmare-absorbing body is a special physique from Dreamscape. Seems like I'll have to head over to that world a few times in the future, Leylin muttered to himself. In addition, with the rate the physique absorbs emotional force, I might be able to raise my arcanist ranking very soon. At this moment, the Tower Genie's clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Master. Gold Priest Xena has come to pay a visit. Xena, get her to wait for me at the drawing room. Leylin shook his head, draping a white bathrobe around himself. But my form after the second transformation might lead to some associations. It's best to use it as little as possible in the world of gods. A moment later, Leylin had tidied everything up and met the priestess of the goddess of wealth in the drawing room. Wizard Leylin truly is great at making me wait. It's already been 2 years since the last time. Xena glared at him, looking annoyed. Ah, my apologies. I've been immersed in an experiment. Anyway, hasn't Master Ernest continued the trade of the devil and demon detectors? Leylin laughed and then changed the topic. May I know what you're here for today? You're in great trouble. Xena took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. Oh, have the people from the God of Murder's church made their move? Leylin got it right in one go, since there were few large organizations he had offended. Yes, one of their legendaries, Cadaver Collector Soros, has completed his experiments and is about to come to the outer seas. No matter where it was, a legendary was a big shot. Xena was worried that this genius wizard would not be able to pass this hurdle. But, from how he's been acting, we know he's inclined towards attacking devils and demons. Our church has dealt with him, and the intel we got is proof of that. Unfortunately, we don't know what he'll do. Actually, Xena did not think well of Leylin's future. After all, that person was a legendary. There wasn't even a half-step legendary in the outer seas, so a true legendary would be able to suppress everything. The existence of a legendary was an important standard for the prime material plane to judge the size of an organization. Soros, legendary. Unexpectedly, Leylin did not panic at all after hearing the news. He instead asked with interest, please tell me what you know. We have our deal on sharing information. Xena rolled her eyes at him. Cadaver Collector Soros is the honorary executioner of Syric's church. He likes to torture his target's mind, causing them to crumble and commit suicide before he takes their body. He shot to fame 281 years ago. She spoke as if she was making a report, expressionlessly introducing this person generally. Still, she couldn't keep up the facade and ended up staring at Leylin. Lord Leylin, you're still young and possess such astounding talent. It isn't a mere dream to become a legendary, but you need to accept reality. Pledge to join Goddess Joaquin's church and hide in the mainland. Our goddess will shield you. Xena was sure Leylin would understand, even though he would have to abandon the outer seas, including Port Venus and all other industries. After all, the Church of Wealth was more conducive to Leylin's potential than all the organizations in the outer seas. With the value he was showing and how he was steadily raising his strength, he seemed to have more than a 50% chance to become a legendary. This was definitely an investment worth making for the Church of Wealth. However, Leylin's answer did not match up to her expectations. "Thank you very much for your kind intentions, but I won't give up my work here." She frowned slightly, watching Leylin discontentedly. "Do you know what a legendary is?" "Cadaver Collector Soros is an infamous assassin. Even if we sent out a legendary to protect you ourselves, you could still be killed, much less." "I know all that." Leylin interrupted her, looking apologetic. "I saw Her Highness Illustrial at Silverymoon. I read and studied about legendary wizards, and I know that numbers are nothing to a legendary." Leylin knew the terror of a legendary better than anyone else. They grasped the power of domains, similar to what a dragon's aura cast. No matter how many low-ranked professionals were pit against one, it was useless. In addition, legendaries had refined their life essence, and could absorb and control divine force, walking the path of godhood. However, the path that Leylin had chosen was entirely different from Xena, which was why he reacted differently. "Are you trying to face off against a legendary head-on? Just with a wizard tower? You'd probably be destroyed within seconds." Xena felt insulted by Leylin's arrogant tone, and especially by that resolute gaze that said he didn't need charity. She felt humiliated and discontent, but all that soon faded away into shock. The spell rays on your body. My rank rose a little during these past 2 years of experiments." Leylin sounded calm, as if he were describing something insignificant, yet Xena almost choked in surprise. While they were both high-ranked wizards, rank 15s were nowhere close to rank 19s. One had just entered this grade, while the other had reached the peak of wizardry, beginning to step into the domain of legendaries. 2 years. In less than 2 years, he's already become a rank 19 wizard. Xena froze as she watched the spell rays that Leylin intentionally leaked. A genius of the world of gods. No, this is more than just a genius, he's probably a monster. Outside of Chosen, he's even faster than close combat professionals as a wizard. Xena zoned out slightly. With his aptitude, she was now sure that he would definitely become a legendary if he didn't die this time. "Apologies. I was too harsh with my words." Now treating Leylin as a to-be legendary, Xena's tone became more respectful. "Actually, Mr. Leylin, I still stand by my previous suggestion. With your talent, there really is no need to tackle your enemies head-on in the outer sea. The Church of Wealth shall forever be your shield." Leylin naturally showed his gratitude towards Xena's kindness, but he did not relent on his decision not to dodge this, leaving Xena helpless. After sending her away, Leylin returned to the training room alone, looking deep in thought. Siric's counterattack is later than I expected. The presence of a legendary meant nothing to Leylin. After all, Tiff had become a legendary long ago, and he'd personally led a team to kill a legendary dragon. Normal legendaries did not terrify him at all. However, I can't disclose Tiff's identity or transfer him here. This makes things complicated. Leylin stroked his chin, eyes brightening. "I should use this opportunity and try that Tower Genie." "Master." The female form of the Tower Genie emerged, bright eyes full of anticipation. "Seal the place off. Nobody is to bother me for now, not even Ernest. Is that understood?" "Yes." The Tower Genie's primary objective was to carry out Leylin's orders. She obviously had no objections to this. With Leylin's will, the apprentices and even Ernest were moved out of the tower, emptying it out. Sigh. "I don't know if this kid can do it." Ernest naturally knew something only higher-ups did here. While things were calm in Port Venus, he could tell that this was the calm before a storm. The pressure that a legendary could cause was far too immense. Leylin's operation was thus misunderstood to be a dangerous action to raise his strength quickly. Ernest was naturally worried. He definitely knew how intelligent his student was. There were a few materials to raise strength quickly in the research of ancient wizards. However, there was a steep price to pay. "I hope he doesn't go too far." Ernest had a helpless smile on his lips. Ever since Leylin reached adulthood, he could no longer persuade Leylin even as his master. While he was still Leylin's teacher in name, Ernest knew that there was nothing he had taught Leylin other than foundational skills. Yet, he had obtained even more than he'd given. "I believe in him. Sometimes, he's someone who can create miracles." Ernest kept encouraging himself. "It'll be fine. It'll definitely be fine." Meanwhile, the wizard who Ernest was worried about was not conducting any taboo experiments within the tower. However, In some sense the method Leylin was using to gain strength was more dangerous than the methods of ancient wizards. There aren't any living beings in the tower anymore. I don't have to worry about my secret being discovered or leaked. Begin. Whoosh. A layer of dark red patterns appeared on Leylin's skin. He swelled strangely, and broke through his casual clothes in an instant. His forehead also split vertically to reveal the third eye. Nightmare form. Leylin was now demonstrating the Nightmare King's nightmare-absorbing body. Absorb the wandering emotional force. The vertical eye on Leylin's forehead opened slightly, emitting red light that broke through space to connect to all emotions related to him. It was like a spider web. Reverence, fear, love, hatred, dense emotional force was originally formless and therefore useless. However, the vertical eye turned it into a dark red fog that was then devoured by the nightmare-absorbing body. This force was intensified, and the blood-red runes on his body grew more dazzling. In essence, faith is just extremely dense emotion. It contains energy dispelled from soul undulations. The nightmare-absorbing body is terrifying. As long as it has to do with the host body, any emotional force, no matter how meager, can be used. Leylin's eyes were now completely blood-red, and a large serpent appeared behind him. This was the Targaryen, big as the world, with black scales, devilish wings, terrifying claws, and a single horn at the top of its head. HS's. The Targaryen had now transformed slightly. Traces of dark red fog shrouded its body, causing its scales to begin turning dark red. A strange vertical eye appeared between the two snake eyes, splitting open. Ah! Devouring power, erupt. With Leylin's control, the power of devouring and Dreamforce worked together flawlessly. The nightmare-absorbing body took in the vast jumble of emotional force, and Devour transformed it into the purest energy. After who knew how long, the AI, Chip's robotic voice sounded, like the sweetest melody he had ever heard. Beep. Energy reserves at 100%, sending to main body. A warm surge spread throughout his body, extending to his very soul. The sound of a crystal shattering sounded, and Leylin sensed his soul go through another evolution. His very essence was baptized. Beep. Spirit +1. The AI, Chip sent another prompt as many stats began to change. Beep. Host's Arcanist ranking has advanced. Host is now a rank 20 Arcanist. Arcane energy +10. Beep. Host has advanced to rank 20. Spell slots obtained. Rank 9, 1, rank 8, 1, rank 7, 1. Beep. Host stats have changed. Leylin Fallen, age, 24. Race, human, rank 20 Arcanist. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Spirit, 20. Arcane value, 200. Status, healthy. Feats, sturdy, erudite, intermediate perfect body, dreamscape view. Specialties, arcane detection, arcane amplification, illusions progress of weave analysis, level 0 100%, level 1100%, level 2100%, level 3100%, level 4100%, level 5100%, level 6100%, level 781.23%, level 838.86%, level 911.29%. Spell slots, rank 9, 2, rank 8, 4, rank 7, 6, rank 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. I'm finally rank 20. All that's left is becoming legendary. Leylin shut his eyes. He felt an enormous wall blocking him at this moment, the boundary of the legendary realm. As a non-religious professional, he would enter the legendary realm at rank 21. This was the greatest power in the central continent, giving one the ability to determine the state of any region and absorb divinity itself. I still have one rank left to become a legendary. If I wasn't worried about the contamination from the power of emotions, I could use the law of devouring to absorb most of the energy. Perhaps it would have been possible to become a legendary directly. Although he thought this, Leylin did not have the slightest regret. The foundation was the most important thing. A lot of emphasis was placed on one's foundation in the legendary realm, and Leylin did not want to advance without caution. It could lead to detours in his future path. Beep. Nightmare absorption abilities have been activated. Host has obtained a bloodline ability Dream Eater. The AI, Chip sent yet another prompt. Is this the bloodline magic ability by any chance? With Nightmare Absorption's power, the power of this magic technique should be incredibly terrifying, shouldn't it? Leylin muttered to himself irresolutely. He could be said to be an expert in exploring bloodline magic and putting it to use. Once the abilities of a warlock were combined with the power of this ancient bloodline, the results would be sure to surprise him. Bloodline ability Dream Eater. Leylin looked at the AI chip's window on the skill, and discovered nothing besides the name. Even the AI chip has no records of it in the database. Seems like it's an entirely new magic ability. I can only rely on myself to explore it and perfect it. Soros the Cadaver Collector was an expert wanted by the Church of Justice. His extensive criminal record was difficult to chronicle, he'd even massacred an entire town before. However, the man himself was someone who'd always been shrouded in a dark robe. Nobody knew that under this cloak, the Church of Murder's legendary, honorary executioner, was a boy with a warm and sunny aura. Many thanks, Uncle Newman. Soros slid down from an ox cart piled high with foraged grass, thanking the old man in front of him. Ah, it's nothing much. No one would reject a polite and obedient child like you a ride. Is this your destination, young fellow? The driver of the cart was a wizened old man. His arms were lean muscle, beaten by the weather. His face was wreathed in a carefree smile, revealing his sparse teeth. He had a scattered beard that looked like iron wool. I want to go to Port Venus. I heard it is the most prosperous port in the outer seas. The tall youth's expression was a little bashful, but his eyes were filled with determination. I want to earn money there, and then I can, oh. This is my gift for letting me take your cart. Looking at the pretty little shell in the youth's hand, the old man's smile bloomed even more happily. Haha. Well, work hard, youngster. I wish you the best. The spiritual influence of despair held within that shell, I wonder how long it'll take to kill him off. After leaving the cart, Soros lowered his head. His eyes held a trace of darkness as he laughed demonically. If that old man saw how he looked now, he definitely wouldn't have let Soros hitchhike on his cart. I still need to keep this identity a secret. Such a pity. Soros licked his lips. When he lifted his head again, his expression had already changed into that docile and harmless smile he had shown before. His youthful appearance easily gave others a favorable impression. Big sis, could you please give me? Soros chose a random inn to stay in. His words caused the middle-aged woman who was the proprietor of the inn to light up brightly. The village woman gave him a room for half the price. Soros' face only darkened after he entered the room and made sure he was alone. Damn it, that disgusting hog had actually dared to provoke me, if not for this mission, oh right. The tall boy clasped his hands. After this mission ends, I'll give this town a bloodbath. It seems that our revered god likes sacrificial rites like this anyway. He is a legendary, and a criminal wanted by many of the good churches. Soros knew how much his identity weighed on their minds. Powerful beings definitely had their own set of perverse fetishes, and Soros was to put on an innocent image and wait for the very last moment to reveal his true self. He would watch as his target broke down. He felt more twisted joy from this sorrow than any divine grace could give him. Of course, Soros himself would not explicitly admit this point. Soros moved towards Port Venus the next day, having gotten ample rest. He headed for Leylin's wizard tower. This defense system is well thought out. The detection spell formations are activated constantly. Something like this is pretty good for a place like the outer seas. A look of pity flashed across Soros' face. Leylin is extremely wary. He'd see through any disguise straight away. Well, it isn't a big deal. I have many other skills, and this will be a good time to test them out. Sudden strike. Soros' body floated up into the sky, and an illusory gold claw struck the wizard tower. Red alarms flashed immediately. Warning. Detected energy waves with legendary power. Tower has taken 35.99% damage. Found it. So it was here all along. Soros' pupils contracted as he merged into the shadows. He followed the energy pathways of the tower, and arrived at a laboratory before he emerged once more. This place was likely where the core of the tower resided, and he looked at the frightened noble wizard in front of him. Legendary. You are waging a holy war. The young wizard seemed to be frightened silly, and his teeth clacked when he spoke. Only a legendary ranked wizard tower could hold me back. Soros' face was full of mockery, the same way a golden lion would look at a rabbit. As if in accompaniment to Soros' voice, the tower genie gave off a high-pitched tone. Intruder alert. Current location. Core laboratory. Deploying magic gargoyles. BZZT. Soros made a slicing motion with his finger, cutting the image of the tower genie into pieces. You don't have to take out these toy gargoyles. Bang. He immediately turned into countless black figures, and the gargoyles that surged from the defense mechanism were all destroyed, with no life left in them. Tower core 87.99% destroyed, operation ceased. At this point, the tower genie could not even muster a hologram of itself. Only its voice rang out, as if coming from an old gramophone. How is this possible? The young wizard's legs buckled as he sat on the floor, staring listlessly at the ceiling. But I'd spent, this place is just like a backyard for someone in the legendary realm. Soros enjoyed the process of toying with his prey. The young wizard cried out, his eyes bloodshot as if he was a gambler who had lost everything. No, I still have. Roar. The young wizard's robes tore apart into pieces, releasing a mighty draconic aura. He'd become half dragon, and his skin was topped by scales. He spewed flames from his mouth, destroying all the glass apparatus in the laboratory. A half-dragon, the bloodline of a dragon species. This is your trump card. Soros, brows furrowed, before he released his own aura. The air in the vicinity was blasted away, giving rise to a vacuum. What a pity, everything you do is in vain. The only thing left for you is death. Rumble. The mighty tower collapsed, sending smoke and dust billowed high up into the sky. Soros walked out of the rubble, carrying a freshly severed head that still had blood trickling down it. The draconic scales faded, revealing the pale visage of the late wizard. His eyes no longer had any trace of life, glazed like that of a dead fish. Death, something seems off. Soros raised his right hand as he stared into the aggrieved eyes of the incapacitated young wizard. Still, his sense of touch and various detection techniques confirmed that he was already dead. However, even Soros had to admit that this wizard was extremely talented. He'd become a near legendary at such a young age, possessing a powerful dragon bloodline. His battle might was already greater than that of some rank 20s. You were a genius, it's a pity, mortals should never provoke God. Soros seemed to lament in pity as he gently closed the eyes of the wizard. At this moment, multiple figures from Port Venus had already discovered that something was amiss. They ran over, while some high-ranking priests chose to fly there directly. The goddess of wealth's church Soros shook his head in disdain, but did not choose to engage. He disappeared without a trace. Within the god of murder's church, the bishop looked at Soros with a pleased smile. Well done, my child. Now, let us offer this sinner's head to our revered god. Buzz. Siric's statue let out a loud rumble once it received the sacrifice, golden divine force rippling out into the air. The sculpture soon seemed to come to life, taking the shape of a man with a wicked face. Worshipper Soros, you've done well. You shall get the rewards you deserve. The voice of his god's incarnation was extremely deep and magnetic. Soros felt an immense amount of divine force descend on his head as it sounded. This is divine grace. And of the highest grade. The bishop cried out hoarsely from the side. Seeing the traces of dark gold light falling on Soros' head, he couldn't maintain a neutral expression anymore. The ancient scripture detailing the sacrificial rite fell to the ground. In divinity too, are you questioning our revered Lord's decision? Accepting copious amounts of divine force and divinity, Soros now looked like a golden statue. Lightning occasionally streaked within his eyes. The benefits he had observed this time was extremely huge. The god of murder had actually raised him by a rank and even granted him divinity. No, I wouldn't dare. Our god has chosen you, and you shall be his emissary on the continent. A trace of fear arose in the bishop's eyes, but his reply was still clear and distinct. The foremost authority in any church was the god themselves. Directly under them would be the bishop or chosen, and from one standpoint Soros' status was now equal to that of the bishop. The difference between the two was merely the amount of divine grace they had. Haha, being able to look at his former superior squarely in the face, Soros laughed in a carefree manner, forgetting the uneasiness that he had felt despite finishing the mission. He disappeared into the void without a trace, and a single vertical eye appeared. 30 years later, Soros slammed an old wizard into the ground as he laughed. Haha, Madrid, you have never believed that you would land in my hands one day, huh? No, this is not possible. Why are you this strong? Your progression is too fast. Madrid's body was littered with injuries, and his voice was barely audible. This is all the grace of the god. Soros grabbed the collar of this wizard. Back then you were stronger than me in every way, and even managed to become a legendary and steal Vanessa's heart. But now, you're as weak as a dog. Kill me, the helpless wizard mumbled. I won't you off this easily. You'll be repaid the suffering and anguish I felt all these years." Soros carried the wizard away. The vertical eye appeared once more, forming a crack in the void to reveal crimson light, 200 years later, in the church of the god of murder. Cough cough, the Lord Bishop looked at the dagger lodged in his chest, and the high-ranking officials across him. He turned his head around in disbelief, and saw the sinister look on Soros' face. You actually, old fool, the cardinals and the honor guard have chosen to abandon and betray you. You're past your time now. Soros' smile was even more malevolent than before. Our God will never forgive. The bishop clenched these last words out of his teeth before his body combusted. An immense conscience descended to the planet. Soros, my lord, you are the emissary of death, the supreme amongst the stars. Soros knelt onto the ground. You have successfully conspired to kill the previous bishop. Well done. I hereby appoint you the next bishop of my church. I will dedicate my life to walking the path you've chosen. I shall throw the entire continent into chaos and conduct many massacres, Soros affirmed, his eyes turning slightly bloodshot. The vertical eye behind him was now more than half open, yet nobody could discover its presence. Time trickled by, and the church of murder grew under Soros' charge, spreading across the world of gods. Soros himself had managed to ascend to godhood, becoming a lesser god under Sirik. Several thousand years later, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sirik. He waged a holy war, managing to defeat and absorb his former master, becoming the greater god of murder, massacre, and death. Soros continued these wars after, building a system of faith where he was the one and only deity. Finally, he usurped the overgod's throne. He now sat on the highest pedestal of the world of God's divine hall, his gaze passing across the rivers of time and into eternity. At this moment, the vertical eye behind him fully opened its eyes. Who is it? Soros felt an immediate threat to his life. It was a warning that came from the depths of his soul, a feeling that this attacker could consign him to eternal damnation. Why is there someone else in the highest of realms? Is there something that can transcend the entire world? The throne split into half as Soros turned around with a look of disbelief. At this moment, the giant vertical eye was omnipotent, its gaze crystal clear, as if nothing in the world could escape its eyes. A trace of crimson mist appeared, gnawing at the corners of the world of gods. Soros felt his hair stand on end once he saw this vertical eye. It was like this eye had been observing his every moment in life. What are you? A devil? This feeling of being pried on caused immense fury to arise in this sovereign. Divine force gathered in Soros' hands, turning into a purple lightning that could split the world in half. This lightning formed a spear that landed in his grasp. The spear was thrown, and it tore the void apart as it moved, carrying the various blessings of the gods. Boom! An attack which could annihilate gods struck the vertical eye, yet not a single sound was produced. It was as if a speck of dust had come into contact with a rock, dissipating just like that. How is this possible? I am the sovereign. The world origin force is at my fingertips. Soros staggered backwards, the fear in his heart growing stronger. I've seen the creation and annihilation of the world, the rise and fall of many tribes. Only the foolishness of mortals is eternal in the rivers of time. The information struck Soros at the deepest part of his soul, and he understood the underlying meaning within. Immortal? How can I be immortal? Soros let out a hollow laughter, before his face contorted. He discovered that he had turned immortal, mere flesh and blood. This feeling of falling from heaven caused him to suffer a mental breakdown. However, the vertical eye did not give him any chances for a mental recovery. It opened up and gazed at Soros. Rumble. The whole world was devoured by the red vertical pupil, and Soros was but a struggling speck of dust, screaming in anguish before finally disappearing into the pupil of the eye. In the room of an inn, Soros' sleeping head was sharply twisted to one side. He was dead. Leylin rubbed his temples outside the inn, seemingly exhausted. The power of this Dream Eater spell is really terrifying. To construct a complex world, even if it's fake, is just too difficult for me right now, but it was all worth it. Leylin's face could not help but change at the pleasure of devouring Soros' entire dream. This ability to devour dreams also allowed him to absorb the target's memories, experiences, and even more. It caused him to feel full from the essence of his very soul, and Leylin knew that he had fulfilled all conditions to become legendary. He only needed to digest what he'd absorbed. If not for using dreamscape vision and entering Soros' dream, I might not have had it this easy. It seems that the best way to use this Dream Eater skill is to first lure the enemy into a dream and combine with a spell. Distray Dream could do it. Having acquired what he wanted, Leylin disappeared from the inn without a trace. The outer seas basically belong to the Fallens right now, and although it wasn't easy to conquer the entire territory, the pirate forces would pave the way for them to expand their territory. Leylin had sorted the information to identify suspicious activity and targets. He would personally confirm it all with his eyes. Soros had just been unlucky this time, like a beautiful butterfly having flown into an intricate spider web. Caught by Leylin's dreamscape vision, all attempts to conceal himself were to no avail. Spear Crusader, the tranquility of dawn was broken by an ear-piercing scream. With 2 buckets by her side, the innkeeper looked at a lifeless youth on the bed. This boy, who'd made her heart flutter yesterday, had now lost all traces of life. No external injuries nor any traces of spells. His identity certificate is forged. The public security officer felt a headache coming on as he hurried over to inspect the scene. His many years of experience had told him that this case was going to be very troublesome. Can it be some acute illness? The public security officer spoke in an imposing manner to mask the nervousness that he felt. Find a priest to come and pray over him, then send the corpse to the burial mound. Seeing this officer unwilling to let things get out of hand, the plump lady didn't hesitate to agree. They downplayed this death through various procedures, and finally invited someone to bless the burial. However, this person wasn't an official priest. It was an acolyte handling the menial tasks of a church. The acolyte did not even have the cultivation to cast a rank 1 holy spell, let alone find out what was wrong with Soros' corpse. After a quick blessing, he let the men in charge of burying the corpse carry it away. The one in charge of burying the legendary ranked Soros' corpse was a filthy, skinny, middle-aged white man who reeked of alcohol. His blackened teeth carried a putrid odor, and he thoroughly searched through the corpse once he was outside the city. He was looking for little valuables that the corrupt official hadn't discovered. He, what a fair-skinned boy. A pity that the officer already squirreled away his purse and other things. Soros' corpse had been stripped even of its shoes. Every inch of his body that could have contained gold was looked at by this man. Soros was a legendary, however, and his priceless bag of holding, spatial ring, magic artifacts, and other items had been taken away by Leylin. The officer had grabbed the gold that was left, leaving nothing for this man to take. However, just the set of clothes and shoes alone was enough to satisfy him. This kiddo is rather rich. All these clothes are worth at least 30 bronze pieces. I can visit Mary once or go to the pub and drink all night. The man looked at the stark naked corpse, nodding his head in satisfaction. Since you've given me this much, I'll dig your grave bigger than the rest. This is the outcome of a legendary like Soros, huh? What a sorrowful scene. A sinister voice mocked throughout the surroundings, scaring the man away. Who is there? Zip. An icy blade flashed, and the man dropped to the floor with blood gushing from his body. A legendary who was among the top 10 experts of the church couldn't even escape death. The void warped as the figure of a high-ranked thief appeared. He masterfully picked up Soros' corpse, and the expression on his face grew darker. No, this isn't right. How can his body only be as resilient as a regular human's? He was a legendary. The high-ranked thief cried out, if not for the top-secret information I received from our bishop, I would have treated him as a regular human as well. What's more, the most important thing is that the soul has disappeared completely. Such ruthless measures, the pupils of the thief narrowed, and he felt that a terrifying presence was in the vicinity. He did not dare tarry longer, and immediately vanished with Soros' corpse. He was only a high-ranked thief in the church, nowhere close to being legendary. If even Soros had died here, wiping him off the face of the earth wouldn't be a major issue either. The thief knew this clearly, and there was no way he would stay another moment. Church of Sirik, within the gloomy valley. The bishop had received this news as well. I have already contacted our god. It seems like Soros' soul did not enter his divine realm, instead vanishing mysteriously. Was it some sort of confinement spell? A high-ranked thief chimed in from the side. No, not confinement. It's completely missing. Even our god's imprint had completely vanished. The bishop grew extremely solemn. Legendaries were the foundation of a church, yet one of theirs had died just like that. It was an enormous blow even to an organization like theirs. Furthermore, the ability to wipe out a legendary without a trace left the others extremely uneasy. The bishop closed his eyes and pondered before speaking in an icy tone, "Find out everything for me." "Everything." "Yes." The thief bowed respectfully and left to pass on the orders. Although there was no evidence, he was very clear in his heart that all of this was linked to Soros, primary target, the noble wizard of Fallen Island. An expert who managed to kill a legendary. Having me investigate this monster, aren't you asking me to go and die? The high-rank thief lamented to himself, luckily this is just an investigation mission. It looks like even the Lord Bishop himself won't carelessly go against this person, Fallen Island's Leylin. The high-rank thief had a premonition that this wizard was the man of the moment in the world of gods. No, having showcased this power, this wizard was now a powerful player who could shake the entire continent. Leylin did not pay the slightest attention to these conjectures and the dark clouds looming in his future. After he quietly murdered Soros, he peacefully returned to the wizard tower without alerting a single person. What was truly terrifying was the unknown. If he revealed his ability to kill legendaries, it could lead to excessive fear of him. He needed to slowly digest the power he had devoured. The Dream Eater ability is truly the most terrifying bloodline power. The bloodline abilities it gives are also extremely demonic and powerful, Leylin sighed. He was a rank 20 wizard, while Soros was a legendary expert. Using an analogy in the Magus world, it was like a crystal phase Magus squaring off against a morning star. The gap between the two was as wide as that between heaven and earth. And still, the Dream Eater ability acquired through his bloodline had allowed Leylin to kill Soros easily. Nothing as insane as this had ever happened even in the ancient times. The barrier between ranks 3 and 4 was one of a qualitative change from spiritual force to soul force. Even an army of rank 3s would be slaughtered by a morning star, yet Leylin had managed to win across this gap. AI, chip, Leylin commanded. The AI chip had already collated all the previously collected data, and it displayed the information on this bloodline ability. Nightmare Absorption Bloodline Ability, Dream Eater, allows host to infiltrate the target's dream world, constructing an illusion and causing their true soul to degenerate. The host can then devour the target's dream world and absorb everything. Warning: if the target's soul force is too powerful, or they see through the dream world, it may injure the host in an unpredictable manner. As the host's bloodline concentration is limited, it can only be used once every 10 days. So it's a battle between souls using an illusory technique. However, with my main body's experiences, perhaps nobody except a god coming in person can best me in that regard. Leylin had a premonition that this bloodline ability would be his most important hidden killer move. Besides, using Dream Eater to devour energy seems to be even more effective than before. I can gain everything that belonged to my opponent, and even walk down their path to power once for myself. The benefits from that will be immeasurable. Leylin felt that he seemed to have found the reason why that Nightmare King was incomparably powerful. The legendary body of Soros the Cadaver Collector comprised of all his experiences as an honorary executioner. Leylin had effortlessly obtained all of this, and all that had been left was a decaying corpse. After devouring the soul of a legendary and obtaining all his experiences, Leylin had reached the threshold of the legendary realm. Ascending to become a legendary. Refining my power is the first step, and the next is to cultivate my spiritual conscient and construct an inner circulatory system. I have already fulfilled all of these criteria. Leylin's eyes flashed brightly. His aura began to dampen as he entered deep meditation. Just at this moment, a visitor had arrived at Fallen Island. Lord Jeffries. Xena, the gold priest of Joaquin's church, bowed deeply with respect at a middle-aged man. My lord has traveled a long way. I have already prepared accommodations and everything else. I entreat my lord to. Xena's voice was humble as she spoke. This person was Jeffries, the Spear Crusader. He was a legendary expert of the Church of Wealth, and his status and reputation was far above that of a gold priest like her. There is no need of that for now. I didn't come here to seek pleasure. You had better hurry and take me to see that wizard. It's difficult to protect a person being targeted by the Cadaver Collector. Jeffries the Spear Crusader had a head of long silver hair, an aquiline nose, and thick lips. He gave off a resilient and ascetic aura, and his eagle-like eyes revealed the endless turmoil within him. Although he did not intentionally release his aura, the elemental energy particles in the surroundings continuously swirled around him. This was a legendary, the goal of all professionals in the prime material plane. Legend, understood, I'll have it done immediately. Xena lowered her head to show respect, while she sighed on the inside. They've even sent this lord over. Looks like the church thinks very highly of Baron Leylin. She could tell the favor the church had for this baron. After all, he'd created 2 great sources of revenue and improved their methods of detecting demons and devils. She hadn't had much hope with her proposal, but the fact that they'd immediately sent over the legendary spear crusader showed his value. It's not just his talent, but also the possibility of him becoming a legendary. Only a future legendary was worthy of the church's investment. Thinking of this, Xena couldn't help but envy Leylin. I heard that he's created many magic items to detect devils, and even our church can't make sense of them. That wizard has left us all pleasant surprised. While he was annoyed at being dispatched so urgently to deal with an ordinary human, Jeffries was rather curious about this young wizard. He's really a rather interesting person. Xena could only continue speaking as Jeffries asked questions, but she soon discovered a strange expression on his face. What's wrong, my lord? These undulations, perhaps. Jeffries stared at the hill outside Port Venus, focusing on the wizard tower that stood tall and grim. Where is this Leylin right now? He suddenly asked. He's inside the tower. I heard he's been conducting some important research. This child really doesn't know his priorities, Xena spoke without thinking. After which, she was stunned to find that Jeffries was hurrying towards the tower. Wait. My lord, are you planning to meet the wizard right now? At the very least, you should. Jeffries seemed to have no plans of listening to her. He only proceeded forward, looking to be in disbelief. His expression, did something happen at the wizard tower? Xena seemed confused, and she glanced at the tower in the distance. At this very moment, Leylin was indeed experiencing a transformation within the wizard tower. Normal professionals on the continent entered the legendary realm at rank 21. This involved a refining of strength, and it was as difficult as it was for rank 3 magi to advance to Morning Star. It was a sort of qualitative change, an upgrade to the very soul. Having experienced this once before, and with Soros' own experiences of advancing this stage wouldn't pose any difficulty to him. The AI chip was working furiously, and large amounts of data flashed by Leylin's eyes to form a few prompts. Beep. Arcane spell network construct completed. Host's internal cyclic foundation constructed. Beep. Host's spiritual force has reached the limit, breaking through and solidifying. Host is advancing to the legendary realm. At this moment, Leylin felt his soul in the weave growing chaotic. It felt as if his soul was being attacked by the weave. If I was an ordinary wizard, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to advance under such circumstances. Thankfully, I have long since become an arcanist, so my relationship with the weave isn't as close as it was before. Leylin manipulated his spiritual force with his powerful will, allowing everything to progress steadily. Finally, under immense pressure from the outside world, the misty spiritual force in his sea of consciousness abruptly gathered at the center, forming a rainbow-colored crystal. It felt as if some invisible bottleneck had exploded, and Leylin's entire soul seemed to be soaked in a hot spring. It left him feeling very comfortable. Beep. Host's spiritual force has experienced a qualitative change. Spirit +1. The AI chip prompted. Host has advanced to rank 21 and has become a legendary. A huge shock seemed to impact Leylin's very soul, to the point that he grew slightly absent-minded. Beep. Host has become a legendary arcanist, and has broken through the outer weave. Contact with the inner weave initiated. Leylin's spiritual force broke through some restraints at that moment, moving past the surface levels of the weave into a deeper domain. Is this the inner weave? From his broad perspective, Leylin could see that the weave was a network that surrounded the world of gods. It had layers like an electrical network, and he'd gotten access to a golden network within. This was a channel for divine spells, numerous instances of which descended from their respective divine realms like stars. They were sent down in exchange for faith. With control over the inner weave, the gods treat it as a channel for divine spells. Leylin immediately thought back to the arcanist records. Some arcanists who break through the restrictions of the weave attempted to steal divine spell slots from priests. This remote power system, the profaning of priests. While this caused discontent and a death sentence from the gods and churches, arcanists were poorly regarded to begin with. One more issue meant nothing. The benefits of breaking past the outer weave weren't limited to being able to observe and channel divine spells. Leylin could now cast legendary spells. Leylin was already as strong as the legendary arcanists of the Netheril Empire. Once he grew familiar with and recorded down the legendary arcane spells he had, even gods' avatars wouldn't be able to frighten him. The AI chip continued to flash its prompts. Beep. Advancing to the legendary realm has strengthened feats. Sturdy has become legendary sturdiness. Erudite has become scholarly. Beep. Host has obtained legendary specialty, origin force detection, replacing arcane energy detection. More information about the feats and specialty was shown below. Legendary sturdiness. Rigorous tempering and advancement has rendered your body comparable to that of a legendary beast. Regeneration has been strengthened. Scholarly. Having accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge, including many secret inheritances, you have explored many of the secrets of the world of gods. Appraisal has reached the maximum level, allowing you to appraise any material from the world of gods. Origin force detection. Legendary arcanists were not satisfied with casting spells using elemental energy. They set their sights on the deeper secrets of the world, discovering the existence of the world origin force. They named it origin energy and tried to control it, engendering the ire of the gods with their deep research. Origin force detection. Making use of the origin force. This is something only beings who have comprehended laws can do. Leylin sensed the majestic origin force sea of the world of gods, feeling slightly disconcerted. The Magus world only gave him an opportunity to absorb origin force once every century as a near rank 7. And this was after he made a compromise with other beings of laws. It was evident how precious world origin force was. No wonder the gods eliminated the arcanists, they were trying to steal their meat. Even if I can use it, I definitely can't make it obvious, or the gods won't let me off. A legendary wizard with research into arcane spells wasn't much. However, one who could make use of the world origin force would definitely force the gods to act and crush him. Leylin felt that there was an increasing number of secrets he possessed. Revealing any one of them would leave him consigned to eternal damnation. In any case, I already have a lot to worry about. What's one more? Let it be. Leylin easily come to terms with this. Beep. Host stats have been refreshed. Stat box refreshing. The AI chip projected a 3D image of Leylin, the numbers having gone through some changes. Leylin fallen. Race. Human, legendary rank 21 arcanist. Strength. 15. Agility. 15. Vitality. 15. Spirit. 21. Arcane energy. 210 status, healthy. Feats. Legendary sturdiness, scholarly, intermediate perfect body, dreamscape vision. Specialties. Origin force detection, arcane amplification, illusions. Analysis of weave. Level 0 at 100%, level 1 at 100%, level 2 at 100%, level 3 at 100%, level 4 at 100%, level 5 at 100%, level 6 at 97.83%, level 7 at 66.56%. Level 8 at 34.55%. Spell slots possessed. Rank 9, 3, rank 8, 5, rank 7, 7, rank 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Ha, it's been over 20 years since my soul split and entered the world of gods. Am I finally at the peak of the mortal world? Sensing the boundless strength within his body, Leylin sighed in relief. He had finally reached the domain of a legendary. This was not just the peak strength that a mortal could achieve, but the beginning of an exemplary road. In order to digest divinity, ignite god fire, and become a god, being a legendary was a definite prerequisite. In addition, after becoming a legendary, the chance of dying was small as long as he was not too reckless, since the gods could not send their main bodies down. Now that his safety was covered, Leylin focused on something else. Now, I need to obtain as much divinity as possible and digest it, and then ignite my god fire before becoming a god. I'll then get my main body to descend. Yes. Only about a year is left till the floating city appears. I could try to obtain it. Leylin's movements were never hindered by anything. What he pursued was only truth and eternity. Everything else was like passing clouds to him. Great waves. I already contacted him via magic. He should come out immediately. Xena stood behind Jeffries, looking puzzled. With my lord's status, is there a need to stand on ceremony? However, Jeffries had no intentions of explaining himself. On the contrary, he stood even taller, like a pike that could pierce through the heavens, eyes fixed on the main entrance of the wizard tower. He's here, Jeffries exclaimed softly. Rumble. The main entrance opened to reveal Leylin, looking apologetic in his golden-purple wizard robes. I never thought Lord Jeffries would come himself. Why does it feel like Leylin has changed? Xena sized up the young wizard in front of her, bewildered. While he looked just as young and handsome as before, she had a feeling that he had undergone a huge transformation. It's his aura. He's giving me the feeling of being on equal terms with Lord Jeffries. How is that possible, when Jeffries is a legendary? Oh, Xena seemed to think of something, and then vigorously shook her head, as if trying to shake the thought out of her mind. What am I thinking? How is this possible? Indeed, my lord, you have entered the realm of legendary. The moment Jeffries said this, the entire group broke out in a ruckus. So he's really entered the legendary realm. How long has it been since we last met? Xena covered her little mouth, looking stunned. She wasn't the only one to forget herself in the moment. The others began to create a disturbance as well. This was a legendary wizard. The fallen family would now shake the outer seas. Legendaries held peak strength in the world of gods. They could influence the change of rulership, and were even more important to a kingdom than the king. A kingdom without protection from a legendary could not last long. Although I did sense the energy from your breakthrough, I never thought it would be you. Your age, Jeffries smiled wryly. Actually, even us old folks find it hard to believe, age. It was only at this moment that Xena and the others reacted. Right, Lord Leylin is not even 25 yet. Gods, a 25-year-old legendary, and a wizard at that. It's the hardest profession to advance in. There was too much shocking news, and the entire area turned mute, as if everyone had been shocked stupid by Leylin's miracle. Heavens, gods, Xena now had no idea how to describe Leylin's aptitude. I'm very sure that he must be some miracle in the wizarding world. He'll definitely be written down in the records for eternity, and his achievements will be narrated to our later generations. I was just lucky. Leylin had a good-natured smile on his face. Whatever it was, since the goddess of wealth dispatched a legendary to protect him, he definitely had sensed their goodwill. Come, let's go in and discuss this further. Leylin seemed to only have Jeffries in his sights. Let's go. Jeffries appeared amiable to someone of similar rank, and Xena and the rest only found this natural. A legendary would only take another of the same level seriously. Similar strength was the prerequisite to associating with one another. This was the law everywhere. The god of murder's church. An old bishop was reading the information in his hand as he muttered to himself. Legendary might and also a secret trump card that can kill other legendaries. Seems like the rise of the fallen family in the outer seas can no longer be stopped. Make it known that our men have to be very cautious while investigating. Try not to be discovered by him. Understood, Lord Bishop. A black-robed priest quickly bowed and left, knowing that they would give up their plans of revenge for now. There weren't all that many legendaries even in Cyric's church. The fall of Soros had already dealt them a huge blow, and before knowing what Leylin had up his sleeve, it was not a good idea to take such a risk. The god of murder never cared about honor anyway, and he was the best at conspiracies. With enough time, they could definitely bribe someone and break in, finding out all the secrets of this young legendary wizard. Within the Dambrath kingdom, the aging king had abandoned his afternoon entertainment for a report from a trusted aide. Hearing what was said, the king went silent for a long while before speaking in a low voice. So that wizard has already become a legendary? Yes, your majesty. Lord Jeffries of the Church of Wealth has proof of it. The person speaking was the king's trusted aide, as well as the leader of the court wizards. There was a tartness in this silver-eyed wizard's smile. He was only a high-ranked wizard himself, and Leylin advancing at such a young age was a huge blow for him. You're a wizard yourself. You should know this best. Speak without reservations and I'll trust in you. The king rubbed his temples in distress, and then waved his arms. Understood, your majesty. The high-ranked wizard thought for a while, and then spoke. Legendary strength is the peak in the secular world. It can even, I know. Get to the point, the king answered. In annoyance. All right. The high-ranked wizard took a deep breath. Our first priority should be to avoid angering him. Thankfully, our information shows that he has good intentions towards us. He is a court wizard himself, and that status is something your majesty granted him. I believe we can also do what Marquis Gold Thornblossom proposed. Actually, a legendary wizard in our kingdom will surely be helpful in our diplomacy, granting a title. The king took a deep breath and made his decision. Then let's do that. Take care of it for me. In a city near the north, the god of justice's church. A slender knight was piously praying to a god statue. Divine force that was bright and full of righteousness rippled about her body, causing the young female knight's face to glow. At this moment, a benevolent old priest walked over. Raphania, the church has a mission for you to complete. Grandma Maria, Raphania immediately helped this priest who was so old she would pant with a few steps. I am also a member of this church. On top of that, you saved my life. If there's anything I can do, please tell me. Good. Maria gave a summary of what had happened at Fallen Island, and then said, the church wants you to be the envoy. After all, you are friends with him, Leylin. I'll need to think about it. Raphania bit at her lips. After the priest left, the image of the young wizard appeared before Raphania's eyes, and all that she had experienced with him appeared vividly in her mind. Sulking after her attempt to get Leylin to help Silverymoon had failed, she'd headed to the battlefield on her own, arriving at the broken city. Gravely injured in the war, she was saved by the paladins of the God of Justice and accepted their call. She grew faith in the God of Justice, and joined Tyr's church. Perhaps from the attraction from her very nature, she improved very quickly and was now already a formal paladin. With her training going well, she'd assumed her past was no longer important. Yet, such a thing was happening now. You've already become a legendary. Raphania muttered to herself, and then recalled the hot-blooded knights that had backed her up at Silverymoon. Their bones had all turned into ash. Those that chose to help are mostly dead, while you who chose rationale became a legendary. Are you trying to mock me? Raphania suddenly began to chuckle, the glimmering rays on her body now more distorted than ever. God, please forgive me for my lack of resolution before. I promise to stand by justice, and even death will not make me feel fear. Raphania immediately knelt by the statue and began to pray, looking decisive and cold. Even if you've become a legendary, I won't give up on my dreams and my path. At the end, I'll definitely prove to you that your decision was wrong. The only things in the world worthy of protection are love and justice. As news of Leylin's advancement spread, an increasing number of envoys from various organizations arrived at Fallen Island, causing Port Venus to be even more prosperous. Along with the envoys came large merchant groups, and all the merchants in the surrounding seas now chose to trade here. After all, the protection of a legendary was a considerable boon in the world of gods. Ordinary merchants only needed a fair and safe trading environment. This was only possible with enough strength. What was more persuasive to them than a legendary? Preparations for Ascension. The vacant manor on Fallen Island was opened up once to welcome the honored guests from the continent. Baron Jonas had sent all the manpower he had, but he was still a little undermanned for the guests that were still pouring in. What's more, guests from the western desert and the northern lands were still on their way to the island. These organizations had to travel far and wide to reach them. Even if they had received the news by magic, the emissaries would reach Fallen Island later than the other guests. Very soon, the guests had no choice but to seek lodging in the inns of Port Venus, which was a huge opportunity for the merchants here. The prices for various items had increased manifold. As Baron Jonas scurried around to tend to the guests, he was also suspended in a state of disbelief. Fortunately, Butler Leon was around to tend to things, so order could still be maintained. My son has already become a legendary. Baron Jonas and his wife felt as if they were on an emotional roller coaster. While they weren't at the peak of nobility, they still had a certain understanding towards the power system in the world of gods. A legendary was a powerful entity that could influence an entire kingdom. Bards would forever sing hymns of their tales, the tales of these beings at the apex of power. Right now, their son Leylin had achieved such an accomplishment too. Right now, the esteemed guests were also fervently discussing this youth who had become legendary. A legendary who has yet to reach the age of 25. Lord Leylin has broken the record in the continent. There are rumors that he is a favored soul of the goddess of wealth. There are no other plausible explanations. A favored soul can only advance quickly as a cleric, and even that would require a large amount of divine force. Evidently, this emissary was more privy than the others to the powers of the extraordinary and rankings in the power system. From my observation, this Leylin must have had some sort of extraordinary talent, which would explain his progress. Rumor has it that he's taken up piracy in the past, and he's even conducted taboo research relating to Netheril. A voice filled with annoyance and hostility sounded, apparently belonging to someone who treated Leylin as his enemy. That's indeed a problem before one becomes legendary, but almost all legendaries engage in such dark research. To use this to condemn him is just. Also, for his past as a pirate, haven't you seen that even the Dambrath court's chief wizard is here? This deep voice spoke with a very logical stance, which stumped even the hostile emissary. Only a while later did someone lament, "This is a legendary we're talking about." The voice reverberated throughout the room. Amidst the fervent discussion between the forces, Leylin chose to hole up inside the wizard tower, seldom seen by the public eye. He was draped in comfortable robes within his chambers, his golden hair gently resting on his shoulders. A dark red light glowed under this golden hair, making him look extremely sinister. Leylin hadn't taken on the nightmare form completely, but his body was covered in dark red runes. A red line appeared on forehead, radiating a light of dreams. In this state, he was able to grasp the power of faith and emotions much easier. Using Dreamforce as a catalyst, he could see the actions of each and every person that he chanted his name, their joys and sorrows, and everything else. After entering the legendary realm, his body and soul had achieved a quintessential upgrade, the beginning of his journey to godhood. A legendary could already sense the faith of any worshippers, and even respond in return. If one was able to amass a following of devout worshippers, they could accumulate faith over a long period of time, progressing in their own strength and giving rise to divinity. They could even ignite their god fire, becoming a demigod. However, the churches all suppressed the worshippers of anyone who hadn't become a complete god. Forget legendaries, even divine beings and demigods weren't spared. This unspoken rule showed Leylin the hostility the gods had towards someone joining their ranks. Unless one could become a god immediately, or had the backing of a powerful god themselves, it was very difficult for a being from the material plane to attain godhood. This was a perilous path riddled with danger. The divine hall was now extremely packed, and they did not wish to see any other newcomers joining them. Even without this restriction, legendaries, divine beings and demigods would still find it difficult to compete with the churches of true gods. Leylin sighed. Legendary experts could only vaguely respond to prayers, and divine beings could only respond somewhat more clearly. Demigods could bestow divine spells, but only up to rank 5. Only those true gods who had their divine spark were able to bestow rank 1 to rank 9 divine spells. The ordinary people of the prime material plane were not fools. It was obvious who they would choose in this competition. The gods had leveraged many restrictions on the powerful mortals, all for the sake of protecting the source of their faith. Although I'm still only a newly advanced legendary, my sensitivity to the power of faith is greater than some weaker gods thanks to dreamscape vision. Apart from not being able to bestow divine spells, I'm much different compared than a true god. The most crucial point is that nightmare absorption can even absorb the power of emotions. This source of strength is greater than what those true gods have. Leylin assessed his strengths and advantages. A legendary's response to their followers' prayers was like that of an old handphone with a bad signal. Nightmare absorption was like an extra antenna, greatly amplifying Leylin's sensitivity to the signals he received. Although the power of emotions was weaker than that of faith, there were more sources of it. The quality may not be equal, but emotions far exceeded faith in quantity. This was too crude and complex for gods to use, but nightmare absorption disregarded such things, allowing Leylin to make effective use of that power. It increased Leylin's probability of ascension more than 5-fold. And indeed, this was what Leylin was looking at now. Having become a legendary, he'd placed his sights on godhood. He could not halt his steps because of a little bit of praise and admiration from those in the secular world. He always had to look up at the stars above. To become a true god, one must not lack god fire or divine rank. God fire is just a transformation of divinity once it has accumulated to a certain level. To attain divine rank, the legendary first has to comprehend laws, combining them with the power of faith from their worshippers. Leylin already had a great deal of experience in all the aspects required for his ascension to godhood. The faith of their worshippers and the power from their prayers can help gods comprehend laws, allowing them to form a special structure called the divine rank. The laws of the world of gods are really quite bizarre, Leylin thought. As for the divine spark, it was an emblem of a god's strength. Only those who had ascended to become a true god could possess this. A divine realm was also something that only true gods possessed. It was an external plane used to accommodate the souls of their worshippers, and it also served as a hideout for themselves. In their divine realms, gods could wield amazing power. The ancient magi had not understood this during the last war, and some had even died to that mistake. The divine spark and divine realm aren't too far off in the future. The most crucial point is to accept some potential worshippers and try to obtain divinity. I can then continue to accumulate worshippers, soon igniting my god fire to become a demigod. I need to select my first worshippers carefully. Their prayers and philosophy will affect my domain and my divine realm. Clerics will be the most important, they help raise gods. Leylin began to feel rather vexed as he thought of this point. Although the seas around the Dambrath kingdom were at his disposal, this was a developing area. There weren't many cultured and civilized people here. Beelzebub's worshippers weren't even worth thinking about. It wouldn't be wise to let a group of devils function as priests and clerics. Leylin seriously suspected that those worshippers would pray their way into Beelzebub's stomach in the end. One reason Leylin had accepted Beelzebub's worshippers was that they were an established power. Another was to quickly raise his own strength. After advancing to the legendary realm, he was certain that he could take over Beelzebub's entire worshipper network, and obtain a secret church whose members could be found all over the continent. This framework would only nurture clerics the next generation. This was a worrying delay. He'd already put his plans into action though, having his followers in Dambrath accept orphans and the like, sending them to Viscount Tim for secret training and instruction. He also had a few plans to migrate people to the outer seas. I need to pay more attention to the race of the worshippers. Although racial gods are very powerful, it's far too limiting. Friend Leylin was inside his secret chambers in the Wizard Tower, using a portion of his nightmare-absorbing physique powers. Many Dreamforce runes had appeared along with his vertical eye. This state allowed his to sense the prayers of his worshippers extremely clearly, and also pulled tremendous amounts of energy from their emotions. It then allowed him to absorb it, which served to strengthen him. It was exceedingly difficult to advance once one entered the legendary realm. However, to Leylin it was like walking a level road. He was enjoying the feeling of constantly gaining strength, and he continued to make his plans for ascending to godhood. It would take too much time to move somewhere else, and spreading faith is a problem as well. While the quality of the worshippers would be high, there'll be too few of them. It's better to turn the devil worshippers, and have the natives of the outer seas worship me as well. Leylin's eyes closed, and the blood-red eye between his brows cracked open. He continued to think as dark red patterns covered his body. Worshippers were a very important resource for a god. They provided an unending amount of faith while alive, and became petitioners in death, similarly continuing to support their god. They could even turn into valiant souls or holy spirits, comparable to rank 5 and rank 6 magi. This was why all gods took good care of their worshippers. The faith of evil gods wasn't allowed to spread. There was even a specialized god of protection known as Helm, and he dealt specifically with these matters. Verifying a true god's qualifications and deal with belief in false gods were all within the scope of his divine powers. As the continent was so vast, worshippers of devils and demons could develop in secret. A new legendary like Leylin would not be the target of much attention. Inside the prime material plane itself, Leylin now had enough status and strength to protect himself. Even so, a few churches could band together, sending high-ranked and legendary professionals along with an avatar to kill him in mere minutes. I should work in the shadows and be more careful. I can't arouse suspicions. It's best that I amass strength quietly and become a true god. I wouldn't have anything to worry about then. While deep in thought, Leylin completed his meditation and absorption of the power of emotions for the day. He transformed back into the youth. Master, the Spear Crusader Jeffries has come to visit you. He's already been waiting outside for half an hour. The Tower Genie appeared and reported. Additionally, the Dambrath Kingdom and Church of Justice have sent special envoys to you, requesting private meetings. God of Justice, Leylin frowned. Nobody inclined towards evil had a good opinion of this person. I haven't dealt with them often enough. Could they have found out that I killed a paladin before? No, that's too trivial. Whatever, all will be clear once I meet them. With enough might to protect himself, Leylin was no longer as cautious as before. After all, as long as he did not collude with devils and demons, plot to bring chaos to the continent, or spread his own faith and try to become a god, no large organizations would willingly offend him. However, out of politeness in his status, Leylin still met with Jeffries. My sincerest apologies. I was stuck in meditation. Leylin looked apologetic. Hee, it's nothing at all. Only a wizard as meticulous as that can achieve the results you have, Lord Leylin. Jeffries revealed a sincere smile. Truth be told, he admired Leylin's hard work. He'd seen many talented geniuses, but never one as disciplined as this wizard. The puppet served a scented tea along with snacks. After some idle conversation, Leylin asked in puzzlement, I wonder what my lord is here for. Oh. Actually, Jeffries slapped his forehead, looking flustered as if he had only just recalled this. Legendaries are already at the peak of the mortal world. For this reason, there are a few established rules we need to follow. Since I'm the one who first witnessed your advancement, it's my duty to explain them. Ah, yes, Leylin nodded. Any world with extreme powers had a concept similar to no first use. If not for that, constant wars would destroy the world no matter how large it was. I obviously won't refuse. Do I need to sign some sort of contract? No, not at all. They're just conventions that you need to obey. Jeffries waved his hands while he smiled more warmly. He began to go through the rules one by one, and Leylin listened attentively. We don't really have many restrictions. We shouldn't initiate battles in densely populated areas, collude with devils and demons, spread our own faith privately, and things like that. Also, since you're a legendary wizard, you can't cast legendary spells or conduct experiments that could pollute a large area. In general, the restrictions weren't too stringent, but what surprised him the most was that he didn't have to sign any magic contract. Then again, these are all restrictions in their own right. No legendary would be willing to attach such an act to themselves unless they're masochistic. Also, the fact that legendary wizards study material on arcane spells is an open secret, Leylin suddenly understood. Cough cough, Jeffrey's smiling face seemed to be saying, good that you know. He continued seriously, all right then. Lord Leylin, I welcome you to the Continent's Alliance of Legendaries. We hold meetings every year, and all new members are welcome to join. It's taking place at, I will attend, if time permits. Leylin still planned to obtain the floating city, but he didn't reject Jeffries outright. Having obtained what he wanted, the Spear Crusader left in delight. Joaquin's church had given him a valuable gift as well. After he left, Leylin then met the special envoy from the Dambrath Kingdom. This person was supposedly the court's chief wizard. This envoy's ranking meant nothing to Leylin, though, and thankfully the other party understood this. He was rather courteous, and did not put on any airs. At the least, Leylin knew why this court wizard had come here. First was title. His father Jonas was made a marquis, and a word from the king rendered the barren islands around Fallen Island a part of his fief. In reality, these islands had already come under Fallen influence, effectively being their land anyway. The king was just formalizing this, but it still made Leylin elated. Even if these islands made up a tiny area, the sea region that he had control over far exceeded the lands of any marquis, the size of half a kingdom. In actuality, the king had basically given them half of the outer seas. Of course, this was his right as a legendary wizard. Leylin's own title had been upgraded as well. He was now an honorary duke, similar in status to this chief wizard in front of him. While they were indirect, Leylin understood these kind intentions. Leylin chatted with the wizard for a while after he happily accepted it all. It was more like he was giving the court wizard some tips, and when the time came the wizard left reluctant yet satisfied. A legendary wizard's lessons weren't an easy thing to come by. Tower Genie, send over the envoy from the Church of Justice. Leylin had spent most of his time as a legendary training and strengthening himself. He also met with envoys from various organizations, and although it was somewhat annoying he had to do it anyway for the sake of expansion. Seeing the projection of the Tower Genie disappearing, Leylin stroked his chin. I should put upgrading the wizard tower in my schedule. There's so much to do. Leylin had never had a good impression of the God of Justice's church. This was obvious from the order of the people he was meeting. However, the envoy left Leylin slightly surprised. Long time no see, Wizard Leylin. A female knight bowed politely. On behalf of the God of Justice's church, I sincerely congratulate Lord Leylin on your advancement to the legendary realm. We hope to be able to work together to safeguard the justice in the continent. I shall accept your blessings then. Leylin watched the long-legged female knight in front of him as he recalled the past. It's truly been a long time, Raphania. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you about what happened after you left. When did you enter the God of Justice's church? Leylin first got Raphania to take a seat with an enthusiastic smile like a good host, and commanded a puppet to send over a plate of tropical fruits. Come, try some special produce from the south. It's rarely seen in the north. Thank you. Raphania had a complex expression on her face as she picked up a purple fruit similar to a longan. While she had fantasized about meeting Leylin, she'd never thought it'd be in this situation. For some reason, Leylin's nonchalant expression caused fury to erupt in her heart. Plea for help at the thought of the task that the church had entrusted to her, Raphania suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. This is pretty good. The captain mentioned it before in the north, not bad. It looks like you've matured a little after entering the church, though it's a pity that it's not much use. Sensing her emotions, Leylin snickered inside. Unfortunately, she's far too naive. Right, I still don't know what happened to you. Leylin now held a cup of hot tea like a child wanting to hear a story. Once we separated, I returned to Silverymoon and met Her Highness. Then, I took part in the city's final defense. Raphania laughed wryly, eyes glazed over as she immersed herself in her memories. Well, that's what happened. That paladin saved me, and after I recovered, I joined the God of Justice's church and have been working hard to protect the refugees in the north. Right, Leylin nodded gravely. He could sense that the devil mark he'd planted on her had already formed a perfect balance with the God of Justice's strength. A soul that's balancing on a dangerous path. That's even more interesting. Leylin's thoughts didn't make their way to his face. I've heard of the God of Justice's blessings. Is there anything else? Leylin looked unhurried as he held his cup, and Raphania wanted to sigh deeply. However, she thought back to her orders and spoke gravely. I'm also here to ask my lord for help. Help? What help? The rising steam blocked the teasing look in Leylin's eyes. It's related to the north. We've already made contact with Queen Illustrial, and we're trying all we can to help her restore the country. However, we currently lack strength and manpower, especially in terms of legendaries. While the church is doing all it can to help, there are also similar problems in other areas. Tears began to well up in her eyes. On account of those innocent commoners who are suffering in the north, I hope you can help us. After all, you were once helped by Silverymoon. How naive. Leylin shook his head. You're trying to invite a legendary without any form of payment. While he had gotten a lot of knowledge from Silverymoon, it was all earned from battle achievements and many other things. He didn't feel like he owed the city anything. In addition, he'd have to fight the Orc Empire if he joined this war. Even if Grumsh was being suppressed by Mystra and Tyr, their Emperor Saladin alone was a huge problem. I have something very important to do for now. I'll be in the west for a while, Leylin answered, causing the light in Raphania's eyes to dim. However, just as she felt complete despair, Leylin changed his words. I might be able to come to the north if you wait a while. It won't be a problem at all. We're only preparing right now, and it'll be years before we begin. I can wait. Raphania stood up, looking emotional. Whatever it is, thank you very much. The commoners who are being trampled upon by the orcs in the north will never forget your contributions. Leylin answered speechlessly, rolling his eyes inside. If I didn't have to go to the north for a bit to get something, do you think I would agree to this? Watching Raphania leave, Leylin stroked his chin as he sunk into deep thought. I never expected this. Tyr's church has already made contact with Illustrial, and they're even trying to help her rebuild her kingdom. It seems like the God of Justice has plans for the north. It is surprising that Illustrial agreed to this. Either Mystra and Tyr came to some sort of compromise, or she was moved by the refugees in the north. With her personality, it's probably the latter. Tiff had informed Leylin that the humans in the north weren't faring well. Other than the few lucky ones who'd managed to make it into the southern human nations, everyone was dead, exiled, or enslaved by the orcs. After all, the brutish creatures did not know agriculture, and needed human help in that department. However, the feeling of a master becoming a slave felt terrible, and they were definitely treated worse than before. While Saladin was a wise emperor, he was still an orc. He needed to consider things from the orcs' point of view. In addition, even if the Orc Empire sent down order after order about it, slaves were still abused or killed for entertainment. The humans in the north were in a living hell right now. After seeing this situation, Illustrial, who had been living in hiding, had probably changed her mind. After all, she was the type that was soft-hearted and unable to watch the weak plead for help. Were it not for Mystra's backing and her own strength, such a personality would have killed her countless times over by now. How many gods are gambling on the turbulence in the north? Mystra will definitely want to make a comeback. Tyr has made his stance clear, but his true intentions are still unknown. What do the other gods think? Leylin's brows furrowed slightly. He'd been small fry in the past. No matter what he did, he would not attract attention from the gods. However, things were different now. Legendaries could affect battles with avatars, and his own stand would be important. Leylin now had to consider every move carefully, else he might immediately form enmity. Whatever it is, the moment I help Illustrial rebuild Silverymoon, I'll become an enemy of all orcish gods. The human gods have a questionable stand themselves. Leylin rubbed his eyebrows and sighed deeply, but there is something I must get my hands on in the north. Even if it's dangerous, I'll need to give it a try. In order to get out of this uninjured, my strength will be key. Leylin's target had never changed. No matter what the future held, he would never be wrong in working hard to increase his own strength. I won't be able to advance in rank significantly in just 1 or 2 years. It took centuries to increase in ranking after entering the legendary realm. Leylin was already extremely fast. Still, he was weak compared to avatars and the better-known legendaries. Raising my own rank is too slow a way to strengthen myself in the short term. I can only rely on other items. The rules in the world of gods were very stringent. Legendaries with high-ranked legendary items or divine weapons evidently surpassed all ordinary legendaries in terms of strength. Leylin now placed his focus on this aspect. What divine weapons existed that could amplify one's strength more than a floating city? A floating city was the most suitable artifact for a legendary arcanist in Netheral's era. The two combined could even match a lesser god. Besides Netheral's greatest accomplishment in the My's energy core, every floating city needed to merge with a semi-plane. This made every complete floating city equivalent to a divine realm. It was basically an impregnable stronghold. If I obtain that floating city, I can do whatever I want in the prime material plane. I needn't even be afraid of the gods, avatars. Leylin himself was already a legendary arcanist. If he obtained that floating city, he could probably become even stronger than the legendary arcanists of Netheral's time. After all, the depth of Leylin's research as a near-ranked 7 warlock in the Magus world far surpassed that of ancient arcanists. The first order of business is to deal with matters in the outer seas. I'll then head for the western desert. Leylin's eyes twinkled as he made his mind. In the following days, Leylin met different envoys with great statuses. They had come from huge organizations in different parts of the continent, all offering Leylin their blessings on his advancement as well as gifts. However, they didn't know him very well, so there weren't any deep conversations. Leylin was glad to see this happen. Without conflicts of interest, he mixed well with the many envoys, and everyone was happy. Afterwards, Leylin hosted a huge ceremony. He officially accepted the congratulations of other small groups as the edict from Dambrath's king was announced. The fallen family were now a lineage of marquises, and were basically free to do anything in the outer seas. With a legendary wizard like Leylin there, the family's glory and honor would last a long time. After all, wizards had long lifespans. The outer seas would count on this legendary to maintain this freedom. With all the small organizations nearby joining the Fallens, the entire outer seas had basically separated from Dambrath. The fallen family's glory was only just beginning. West Desert, the world of gods, was vast and boundless, with the prime material plane being the core foundation. It had many other planes above and below it, and between them were an unimaginable number of scattered semi-planes. The combination of all this formed the mysterious ecology of the world of gods. All sorts of elementals, fleshly beings, angels, devils, and demons led to joys and sorrows, intense emotions in all forms of beautiful and bloody battles over race. With its location and other advantages, the prime material plane had become the area with the most intense competition. Be it the gods up above or the devils and demons down below, everyone cast their greedy eyes on this place. Even the most barren western desert was contested. Because some secret information had leaked, a few special existences had already placed their focus on this place. The western desert was at the edge of the continent. It was huge and barren, containing parts of numerous empires. The occasional black sandstorm made it a forbidden region for all life, and only a few desert races managed to survive near oases. Living in such harsh conditions, the natives of the western desert were fierce fighters, and everyone the place produced was extremely ambitious and terrifying. They were widely known for their bloodthirst. While the western desert was extremely barren and there were few signs of human inhabitation, there were still a few merchants who would come to purchase its specialties, and there were some who especially came here to experience this environment. They would use the harsh environment of the desert to discipline themselves in their faith, breaking through the limits of life. Some even attempted walking through the desert, reaching an unimaginable realm upon success. Of course, most people died. Most bodies were buried by the sands, while some became food for the desert's creatures. It was now the prime season again, and merchants and adventurers headed towards the place. The traders went annually, while the adventurers dreamt of gold. There were also mercenaries, and those seeking to temper themselves once again in the severe environment of the desert. Everyone headed west, towards wealth, power, passion, and sexy dancers. The town called Narwick was in the outer regions of the desert, formed around a little oasis. Its name translated to corner or edge, and it prospered as the entrance to the western desert as well as a point of service. Various merchant groups and tourists from all over the world entered this place in the trading season, practically filling the entire city. Beings of all races and alignments walked the streets, and there were goods from everywhere in this place. Some individual merchants chose to sell their goods here, getting more time to head deeper into the desert. It also attracted more business. Scimitars made of refined ore from the depths of the desert, female slaves who were so flexible they were said to be boneless, those slaves from the native tribes. There were many items from ruins here as well, both originals and fakes filling the market. A white-robed wizard entered Narwick in this prosperous time. It's the annual opening day. How lively. Leylin nonchalantly watched the passers-by and the many stalls, his footsteps never halting as he glanced past what were said to be treasures from the ruins found deep in the desert. With his foresight, he could definitely tell that most were fake, and the rest weren't valuable enough for him. He would definitely have to pay a terrible price for those. The entire city was filled with people of various races and all walks of life, which helped him widen his perspective. Warriors, thieves, assassins, bards, there were even rare wizards and swordsmen who were unique to the desert. These people were guarding merchant groups, or farming parties for adventure. There were even some lone wolves who gave off a very dangerous aura. These people should be hoping to make some wealth while the black sandstorms dissipated. Leylin shook his head inside. This desert was rumored to be formed during a great battle amongst the gods. It had once been beautiful and fertile land, with numerous powerful civilizations. Astounding ruins now hid beneath the yellow sands, and some people were lucky enough to uncover some and strike it rich overnight. This motivated generation after generation of adventurers and explorers to enter the ends of the desert, fearless of death as they looked for traces of the past. Leylin too needed a guide to bring him into the desert, until he reached Frostfall Valley. Even if I've bought a map, it's too vague. A mere piece of paper can't explain the dangers along the way either. While thinking this, Leylin entered a bar. His senses were flooded by the clamor the moment he pushed the door open, the smells of alcohol, meat, and perfume entering his nose. This place was evidently a combined bar, inn, and stage. It was loud, and a musician in strange clothing was beating the drum at his waist. A dozen passionate women danced to this vulgar beat, wearing clothing that revealed their belly buttons. Their eyes were tender, and a red veil covered the lower halves of their faces, only making them seem more mysterious and tempting. Gold hoops moved across fair legs that stamped to vigorous moves as bodies swayed. The bells and tassels intertwined smoothly. The guests cheered endlessly as they watched this graceful dance. The occasional merchant was so intoxicated they threw silver and gold coins on the stage, causing the atmosphere to grow more heated. Not bad. Leylin nodded slightly. He could sense the aura of a few powerful beings in the inn. A few merchants were evidently being guarded by high-ranked professionals. He then glanced past them and focused on a large round table on the right. A swordsman decked in white took up the entire thing, yet nobody protested it. He wore a veil and white turban unique to the natives, and his long narrow eyes gave off a sense of coldness. A black scabbard for a scimitar lay at his waist, the shaft having no ornaments but still giving Leylin a slight sense of danger. A near-legendary swordsman, he's probably the strongest in the inn. With Leylin's current rank, he'd not caught the attention of this man after spying on him. Casually throwing a gold krona at the attendant in front of him, he was respectfully invited to a seat at a table. "Give me lamb chop, vegetable soup and fruit juice." Compared to steak that was tender and full of fat, lamb chop had a unique fragrance. With the seasoning that was similar to pepper as well as the unique meaty texture, it was drool-worthy. Once his stomach was filled, the attendant came over to tidy up. A golden luster flickered between Leylin's fingers. "Tell me where I can find the best guide, and this gold krona is yours. You wish to enter the desert alone?" There was a trace of greed in the attendant's eyes, but he seemed to be put on the spot as he spoke. "The best guides have been hired by the large merchant groups. The rest are probably not better than me in terms of knowledge of the desert. It's very dangerous to enter the deserts alone. It's best that you join a group or form a group with other mercenaries." While he really wanted to earn this gold krona, the attendant still advised him tactfully. "Is that so? Whatever it is, I like people who aren't led by their greed. This is yours." Leylin had never hoped for much anyway, so he nodded and put the coin on the table. "May the gods protect you, esteemed customer." Not expecting anything, the attendant was pleasantly surprised. "If you don't mind, I could help you contact a few adventuring groups." "There's no need for that. Leylin waved his arms. Low-ranked professionals would just burden him now. Besides, he had a clear goal, and entering a group would only cause strife. After sending him away, Leylin picked up a glass of dark red wine, as if slowly appreciating it. In actuality, the AI chip's detection was operating at its limit as it gathered information from around him and tidied it up. This sort of place was where information circulated best. With the AI chip's unusual abilities of gathering and sorting information, Leylin soon had a general idea of the identities of the people in the hall and the organizations they belonged to. A month later, Frostfall Valley. At this moment, a conversation conducted in hushed whispers could be heard, causing him to freeze. Making use of the movements of drinking his wine, he nonchalantly glanced to the side at the swordsman he'd taken note of. There were now a few others seated around him, whispering to each other as they discussed matters. One of them was evidently a wizard, and she drank some clear water as her right arm secretly created a noise barrier. Unfortunately, this much was the same to Leylin as not doing anything at all. A month later, isn't that the time that the floating city will appear? The location's right as well. Leylin then turned grim. It looks like I'm not the only one with information about the floating city. This is going to be troublesome. Fortunately, Leylin had somewhat expected this. There were many arcanists interested in the floating city after all, and it was hard to guarantee that others hadn't found this secret in historical records and deduced the time and location of its appearance. News: my luck is still pretty good. A guide appeared of their own accord. Leylin glanced at the white-robed swordsman and his group, a hint of blue shining in his eyes before he left immediately. The wizard of the group watched their swordsman freeze. She asked with surprise, "What is it?" "Nothing much." Something felt off for a moment. The swordsman looked slightly baffled, his right hand on his scabbard as he took a look around him. He sat down once more, looking puzzled. He'd felt a chill up his spine that moment, as if death was right before him. However, that sense of danger had disappeared before he could take stock of the situation. "You're being paranoid. We can't leak news of our mission," a black-robed person spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps that's it," he said as he sat down. His hand was still on his scimitar, though, and his frown didn't dissipate. Leylin had already left the area, and was now strolling along the bustling streets. "His senses are good, even if it was only for an instant. The ability to sense my intent is quite impressive. He'll probably become legendary in a few years' time, but that's only if he can survive this." His noble attire, rosy cheeks, and extravagant accessories were signs of wealth, and they caused many small peddlers to pay attention to him. "Take a look at this, esteemed customer. Old Jafar has the best things here." One in particular held a golden scepter up for Leylin to see. It was an old white man with golden hair. "Take a look at these patterns and decorations. I unearthed this while I was still an adventurer, braving deadly danger in an ancient ruin. It's said to hold the secrets of the ancient Sun Dynasty within, and it can be yours for just 100 kronas, ancient Sun Dynasty." Leylin halted his footsteps, a teasing smile on his face. He watched this old Jafar do all he could to introduce the item. Indeed, it was a dynasty from a time before this place became a desert. Legends talk of a large golden river, flowing not with water, but honey and milk. The land was filled with golden words in that era, and this scepter contains a secret of theirs. "Your name is Jafar, yes?" Leylin stopped in front of the stall, watching this old man who was evidently not a human from the deserts. "Why did you settle here?" "Sigh, I met the mother of my children during my life as an adventurer. I naturally can't leave." Jafar chuckled. Although he seemed honest, there was still a sly look in his eyes that could not be concealed. "So, since we're both from the south, I can sell it 10 kronas cheaper. The goddess of luck is smiling down on you. I'll take a look." Leylin seemed interested, and he crouched down in front of the booth. "All these things are from ruins." Jafar had placed decorative ornaments on a greasy black cloth, and some of them still had a layer of rust on them. It gave the illusion that he was speaking the truth. Unfortunately, Leylin had acquired the scholarly feat when he'd advanced to the legendary realm. His appraisal skill had hit its limit, and he used the AI chip to immediately see through these fakes. "This looks pretty good. It'll look good on my wall," Leylin appraised, a dark gold mask that was carved in the likeness of a cobra. "Of course, how can there be nothing decent from the ancient ruins for an esteemed guest like you?" Jafar's face wrinkled in his delight. This, and this. I want it all." Leylin acted like a deceived noble, buying 7 to 8 items. Jafar's smile was so wide he couldn't close his mouth. This too, and these. Leylin continued to point at things with both hands, basically buying everything in the stall. Old Jafar is going to get rich at this rate. The surrounding peddlers all stared hard at Jafar in envy. I'll buy all of this. There seems to be an issue with carrying them. Leylin looked troubled. No issue, there's no issue at all. Jafar quickly discarded the items Leylin didn't want, his movement faster than a high-rank thief. He placed the four ends of the cloth together and bundled the items up. How about that? So easy. I can even send this to your inn, together, forming a huge bundle. How's this? Isn't this easy? I can even send this to your inn. Old Jafar had a cajoling smile on his face. That comes up to 1372 gold kronas, and I've already given you a discount. Leylin appeared like those generous guests that were easily cheated. Fine. Do you accept bills from the Church of Wealth, or will you come with me as I withdraw the gold? Every market had a Church of Wealth, and a huge market like the Western Desert obviously wouldn't miss out. The small town had one to serve the merchants. Leylin sent the extremely thankful Jafar away once they exited the church, turning a corner on the street. I never thought I'd find something great from a peddler. Leylin flung the bundle in his hands, and all the fake gold items clattered to the ground like trash. A legendary magic beast hide with some information on it. Leylin stared at the greasy cloth, blue light flickering in his eyes. This was what he'd set his sights on, the cloth Jafar used to display his goods. I wonder how he managed to get this hide. Could he really have been an adventurer? Leylin stroked his chin, but didn't linger on the thought. He'd paid for the items, so this was his now. He couldn't be bothered with how Jafar had gotten his hands on it. Just the material alone is worth the price. I'll need to have the AI chip decipher the information on it. Leylin knew the history of the West Desert well. It had once been the core of Netheril, and in its days of glory been filled with fertile land and a huge population. Unfortunately, with Netheril fading away and wars involving gods occurring in the place, the West had become a desert. If not for that, why would an arcanist who leapt through dimensions keep his floating city here? This encryption, it doesn't seem like an arcanist's, but there's still some exemplary strength. It even contains the secrets of a lost civilization. Leylin's eyes glinted. If Jafar learned of the secrets of this hide, he'd probably grow so annoyed with himself he'd just commit suicide. Leylin was in a great mood now that he'd obtained a treasure. He walked out of the corner and then glanced through the items in the stall with more focus. With his foresight and experience, no treasures escaped his sights. Unfortunately, that had been the only one. Nothing stuck out to him after that. Boo-hoo, please help us. Please help us. Some cries attracted Leylin's attention at this moment, leading him forward. A large crowd had formed a huge circle up ahead, and caused a disturbance that Leylin took notice of as he drew closer. In the middle of a circle was an adventurer and a crying little girl. The adventurer had fallen down, looking like he'd met with great hardships in life. He was no longer young, and his lips were blue. It looked like some sickness had acted up all of a sudden. Uncle, please wake up. With such a huge crowd watching, the girl's cries made her seem even more helpless. He must have gotten poisoned. There are many dangerous beings in the desert nearby. An experienced mercenary went up, touching the adventurer's neck and pulling up his eyelids to check. Unless I have a specific antidote, I can't do anything. Do you know what poison it was? The little girl froze after hearing this, and began to bawl more sorrowfully. I don't know. Vivian is so useless. Sniff, uncle, sigh, unless a high-ranked priest is here to cast neutralize poison. The mercenary looked around. Who amongst you is a high-ranked priest? The crowd avoided his gaze, evidently not wanting to be involved in this. A death would cause the guards to come here, and the interrogations and the like would be very time-consuming. They could even be blackmailed by shameless jailers and officials, which caused most of the crowd to leave. The area was bustling with activity, yet they pretended not to see the little girl and the adventurer who seemed to be breathing his last. There was a great sense of detachment in this place. Little girl, we need to look for other methods. At the very least, we'll need an inn. The mercenary looked troubled, obviously seeing the impatient urging from his companions. He halted midway his speech, realizing that no inn would take in an adventurer on the brink of death, and he was only making things difficult for himself. Sigh. With this thought, the mercenary too looked agonized and placed a small bag of copper coins in front of the wailing girl. Take these and bury your uncle well. He then left quickly in large strides, as if afraid of something.